You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland DeLange. This is Lecture 8, given in Berlin on the 16th of January, 1913, entitled The World Conception of a Cultural Researcher of the Present, Hermann Grimm, and Spiritual Research. It might easily seem as if what is represented here as spiritual research is quite isolated from present-day cultural life and has no connection with what otherwise occupies a dominant position in the intellectual life of modern times and in a certain sense sets the tone for it. However, this can appear to be so only to someone who understands this spiritual science or spiritual research in a limited, narrow-minded way and sees in it nothing more than a collection of teachings and theories. But someone who sees in it a spiritual stream that wants to receive into itself everything toward which the various trends in cultural life are leading it, will become aware that from this spiritual stream, the seeds for the future development of many aspects of modern cultural life can be derived. And that this way of contemplating life known as spiritual science can be applied to other schools of thought that have a greater or lesser affinity to it. I shall speak today about one such school of thought, which can be represented by a very notable figure in modern cultural life, namely the modern cultural researcher and art historian Hermann Grimm. Hermann Grimm, who was born in 1828 and died in 1901, indeed appears on the one hand as a quite especially characteristic example of modern cultural life, while nevertheless being so individually distinctive, so particular a figure, that it is especially good to link today's studies with this personality. Hermann Grimm appears to someone who has concerned himself with him as a kind of intermediary between that cultural life of more recent times, which is associated with the name of Goethe, and our own modern cultural life. Hermann Grimm is connected in a quite particular way with everything that can be linked with the name of Goethe through his marriage with that personality who was so closely related to the circle around Goethe, the sister of the romantic poet Brentano. Thus Hermann Grimm was related, as a son-in-law, to that Bettina Brentano, who had published the remarkable correspondence of Goethe with a child, that Bettina Brentano from whom derives that unique memorial of Goethe, where we see him sitting enthroned like an Olympiad, a musical instrument in his hand, enmeshing a child in the strings in whom Bettina Brentano portrayed herself. It was as a child that this personality, deriving from the Frankfurt circle of La Rocha, appeared in her relationship to Goethe, and she was able to become absorbed in Goethe's spirit, as was possible for only few people. And even if so many people find inexactitudes in the letters that Bettina Brentano made known, together with a colorful mixture of truth and fiction, one must nevertheless say that everything that we have in this remarkable book, titled Goethe's Briefwechsel mit einem Kinde, has genuinely arisen from Goethe's cast of mind, and gives us in a quite wonderful way an echo of it. Bettina Brentano's second marriage was with the poet Achim von Arnim, who was involved with the beautiful collection of folk literature titled Des Knaden Wunderhorn. Through his relationship with this circle, as said, Hermann Grimm's wife, Gisela Grimm, was a daughter of Bettina Brentano, or Bettina von Arnim. Hermann Grimm had from a young age grown up amidst personalities who were really close to Goethe, and who in all that he received in his education passed on to him something like a personal and directly elemental breath of Goethe's spirit. Thus Hermann Grimm also felt from his early days that he belonged with all those who still stood close to Goethe, in spite of the fact that he was still a child when Goethe died. And Hermann Grimm was not like someone who has studied Goethe and Goetheanism, but he had received Goethe's being, the whole vitality of his magical power, and the entirety of his living human nature directly, elementally, and personally into his own being. Thus Hermann Grimm had an intimate part in the evolution of German life in the middle decades of the 19th century. He participated in it in such a way that he, as it were, established his own realm within this German life. One can call him a spirit who, in the most individual way, always directed his energies toward what he found stimulating, what was fruitful for the development of his own spiritual forces. By this means, Hermann Grimm carved out for himself from the full extent of cultural life what was suitable for him, a cultural sphere in which he felt at home. Within this cultural sphere in which he felt at home, Hermann Grimm recognized himself to be a kind of spiritual representative of Goethe. To him, Goethe's spirit appeared as a being with a continuing existence. And where he sought the streams of what in cultural life conformed to his own inclinations and allowed them to work upon him, this was always more or less the essence of Goethe's nature, which he not only sought to become aware of, but became the measure of everything that he encountered in his intellectual and cultural endeavors. The years that Hermann Grimm lived through were decades that witnessed a struggle in German cultural life. These were decades when, after Goethe's death, the essence of his spirit withdrew to some extent, when people had to attend to many other things, which one might say more concerned daily affairs than the influences that proceeded from Goethe. In that time when many other things had become somewhat quiet, Hermann Grimm probably saw himself, through his direct connection with the being of Goethe, as a person whose task it was, quietly, but also livingly, to cultivate the essence of Goethe's nature, and to carry it over to a time that he surely hoped would come, a time when Goethe's star might once more shed its light more livingly in the European cultural firmament. Thus, the way that Hermann Grimm regarded himself as a kind of spiritual representative of Goethe, of his spiritual sphere, was somewhat characteristic of how he quite naturally dealt with cultural life, of how he related to intellectual affairs. It belonged to him as it would to an intellectual prince. Even in his outward form and physiognomy, his gestures and his whole appearance, he had something of the quality of an intellectual prince. And one can say that even if one was, so to speak, unaccustomed to regard someone as having princely qualities, Hermann Grimm's whole manner compelled one to attribute to him the rank that has been characterized. Thus I still fondly recall meeting with Hermann Grimm in Weimar, where he so often and so gladly came. He had invited me as his only guest to a midday meal. We spoke about many things that affected him. We also spoke, and it was a fulfilling experience for me, that he wanted to have this conversation with me, about his extensive plans as regards his intellectual life. And when a certain time after lunch had passed, he said, with his distinctive humor, but nevertheless in a wholly natural way, so that one could receive it from him as something purely as a matter of course, quote, "Now, my dear doctor, I want to dismiss you in good favor," close quote. It was indeed something that at the time made upon me an impression of being the most natural thing in the world to say, because Hermann Grimm's appearance was of such a kind that one attributed to him a certain princely quality. The whole of Hermann Grimm's life's work bears something of this character. One cannot attentively read any of his larger or smaller writings without having the feeling that amidst the wonderfully harmonious and yet so precisely constructed sentences that envelop one's soul, the personality of the author is constantly present behind them, looking at one, and with an immensely personal interest, is directly imparting to one what he has to say. This is responsible for the wonderful soul quality that sounds through Hermann Grimm's writings, so that they are, in this most beautiful way, invariably the expression of his soul-filled personality, and also directly work in this way. Because of this, his whole style acquires the character of a certain justified, noble pathos. But this noble pathos is everywhere moderated by the personal element that one feels breaking forth from it. One accepts this style, in spite of its elevated quality, as something quite natural, and one constantly feels that the Goethean element is pervaded by the romantic nature of German cultural development. A certain sense of separation from everything that one can, in the broadest sense, call the everyday, the popular, a withdrawal into a single personality, a wholly individual being, a wholly individual manner of approach. This is what we sense in the style of Hermann Grimm. This tendency in Hermann Grimm's spirit might perhaps have led to a certain one-sidedness if another stream had not worked within him in combination, which connected him so fervently with everything of a popular nature and rooted him deeply in the spirit of popular culture. For Hermann Grimm was himself the son of Wilhelm Grimm and the nephew of Jakob Grimm. These are the two men who established German linguistic research in the 19th century, the men who collected those German fairy tales that have meanwhile become so deeply a part of German cultural life. Those men who listened to what simple folk from the people related through legends and fairy tales. Legends and fairy tales that had lived for hundreds of years in the minds of the simplest people and were almost forgotten before they were conveyed by a few individuals to modern times, when they were enabled to live again today through the agency of the brothers Grimm. If therefore Hermann Grimm, despite the elevated style of everything he wrote, shows something of an affinity with everything of a popular nature, we must emphasize something further that harmoniously connects an intellectual tendency that might otherwise have developed in a one-sided way with another stream, so that everything in him appears to us as a kind of inner harmonious totality. If we allow Hermann Grimm to make an impression on us, we do, after all, find a certain softness, a kind of eager receptiveness to all the cultural phenomena with which he was involved in the course of his life. A person needs a degree of isolation if he wants to immerse himself in the facts and phenomena of many centuries of intellectual history. But this softness, additionally, acquires its skeletal aspect, its hardness in Hermann Grimm, through something else that flowed into his upbringing. His father and his uncle belonged to those Göttinger Sieben, who in 1837 lodged a protest against the abolition of the constitution of their state and were therefore dismissed from Göttingen University. Thus already as a boy, Hermann Grimm experienced a deed of a rare nature, and experienced this deed with manifold consequences. For there were numerous consequences for both father and uncle that extended to their daily lives, in that they had lost not only their positions at that time, but also bare essentials. And Hermann Grimm frequently emphasized how he formed a connection with the impulses of history already as a 9-year-old boy, not through the book, but through a significant historical deed. Thus Hermann Grimm stands before us as a personality. He came to prominence as a kind of bearer of Goethe's spirit at the time when matters relating to Goethe in Germany had entered into a period of relative quietness, and people had turned toward other things. But he experienced that this interest in Goethe was again restored, and that he himself could contribute much to the re-enlivening of this mood. At the beginning of the 1870s, he was able to give his famous lectures on Goethe at Berlin University, those lectures on Goethe that feature in his important book about him. And what a book this is! Anyone who acquires it as a young person and is able to relate to it in the right way can without doubt speak of it in later life as something significant. And just as it comes to expression in this book, so does Hermann Grimm appear before us as one who has the capacity to relate to Goethe, as one who has entered fully into the various aspects of his soul life. Thus he explores Goethe's works in succession, examining what passed through Goethe's own soul when he was engaged in the creation of these works. So we can listen to the way that Hermann Grimm considered such a personality as Goethe as he saw him. We find nothing resembling a search for pernickety biographical details or a pursuit of essentially insignificant aspects of his life. There is instead an immersion in everything in Goethe's life that was of significance and importance for his soul development. The endeavor to trace the effect of what Goethe experienced, what was working and living in his soul, how it was transformed so that it acquired certain forms, so that it became a picture, a creation of his imagination. For Goethe himself, forgetting everything about the original life experience, reached up to that new insight that had emerged from the experience in the creativity of imagination, which now is itself an experience. Thus, with every consideration of a work by Goethe, through Hermann Grimm's study of him, Goethe rises a stage higher in his experiences. He rises directly into a sphere of pure spiritual perception. Through each one of Goethe's works, Hermann Grimm shows how Goethe ascended from his life to spiritual experience and spiritual existence. And we are always glad to accompany him on this path that he follows, because nowhere in Hermann Grimm does something happen that can so easily occur with such a presentation. That a single soul faculty, the intellect or the imagination, accompanies the observer, and one no longer feels oneself to be in contact with the life itself. No, Hermann Grimm never goes further than, but always as far as, he as a personal individuality can himself go. And he is therefore able to encompass the whole work. Overall, one feels that when Hermann Grimm has led one to the point where the work in question had its origin in Goethe's experience, one has been transported to a purely spiritual life. Goethe becomes for one a being whose inner nature is purely spiritual, a sum of purely spiritual impulses. This breath of the world of spirit extends throughout everything that Hermann Grimm presents in his book on Goethe. What Hermann Grimm directed toward Goethe became deeply rooted in his whole mental outlook. Probably a long time prior to this, when he embarked upon the studies that culminated in his lectures on Goethe, he conceived of a great idea of vast proportions, that of studying the cultural life of the West as a whole in the way that he came to study it on an individual basis with respect to Goethe. The idea came to him of tracing 3,000 years of Western cultural life, such that it everywhere becomes apparent how everyday events and facts existing in the physical world acquire their true worth by being transformed through human minds and sensibilities into what the human soul experiences when it ascends to the realm of what Hermann Grimm called the creative imagination. Thus, Hermann Grimm became an historical observer of a quite distinctive kind. For him, history was something entirely different than it was for all other observers of history. History is usually studied in such a way that one assembles documents and other materials, and then tries to present a picture of human evolution out of these materials. For Hermann Grimm, materials of this kind, outward facts, were indeed highly important, but not the main thing. He frequently had the thought running through his mind, could it not be that for a particular period of time, precisely the most important documents, those that are decisive if one wants to study the impulses of the age, have disappeared without a trace and have been lost, so that if one considers documents to give the most exact, the most faithful picture, one will, for the most part, miss the truth. He was therefore convinced that someone who has the greatest faith in outward documents is least able to give a true picture of human evolution. In Hermann Grimm's view, only a false picture of human evolution could emerge if one relies on outward documents. But there is another whole facet of the cultural life of mankind. What has occurred outwardly, what has taken place in the form of outward facts, has come to a spiritual rebirth in particular individuals. It has found expression in those personalities who have transformed it artistically, who have given it cultural and spiritual worth. Thus, for example, Hermann Grimm looked at the time of ancient Greece. He said to himself, a number of documents exist about this Greek period. From these documents, the understanding that can be gained for the world of ancient Greece will be lacking in authenticity. But what the Greeks have experienced has been reborn in the works of Greek art. It has come to life again in particular Greek individuals. If one devotes one's attention to them, one opens oneself up to the influence of the world of ancient Greece through the medium of the personality. And one will have a more faithful picture of this world than if one merely combines facts in an outward way. And so these facts, in a sense, disappeared for Hermann Grimm. One might say that they evaporated from his world picture. And what remained in his world picture was a continuing stream of what he called the creations of popular imagination. If, for example, he wanted to study Julius Caesar, he not only concerned himself with the historical documents, but he believed that what Shakespeare made of Caesar had just as much significance for Caesar as what can be found in the historical documents. He viewed the times through human beings. Not only that the course of human evolution became to him something that one personality always passed on to another, but the whole course of human evolution itself became to him a spiritual process, which he believed he had thoroughly dealt with in what he called the creative imagination. He wanted from this standpoint increasingly to acquire for himself a picture of the popular imagination creative in the Western cultures. He wanted to form a connection with the course of human evolution in the West, such that he could say to himself, as the various streams of the Western cultures merge with one another, as they become detached from the oldest times to which he wanted to go back, and extend to his own Goethean age, so do they appear as an ongoing stream of the weaving of popular imagination among the Western peoples. On the strength of this impulse, the focus of his attention was at an early stage directed toward that magnificent manifestation of Western cultural life which concerned him for a while, and regarding which he wrote in the 1890s, a book unparalleled in its beauty, his Homer, his description of the Iliad. This book, which is always good to have around if one wants to study the early period of ancient Greece from a modern spiritual standpoint, again shows us Hermann Grimm, if we presuppose his general intellectual approach, from a quite particular aspect. His attention encompasses the gods and the world of the gods portrayed in Homer's Iliad. It takes in the battling Greek and Trojan heroes, and the question arises before his soul, how is it then, with this interaction of a world of the gods, with the ordinary human world of battling Greeks and Trojans? This becomes a question for him. He is struck by the immense difference that exists in Homer's descriptions between a humanity that roams the earth and those beings who are portrayed as immortal gods. And Hermann Grimm now tries to present the idea that the gods, as Homer portrays them, represent an older layer of beings inhabiting the earth. Even though Hermann Grimm, in his more realistic way, sees these beings as, in quotes, human beings, he is, nevertheless, looking back to a culture which has become detached from another culture to which the Trojan and Greek heroes belong. Hermann Grimm discerns an older and a younger layer of humanity interacting in Homer's Iliad. And what remains of the living influences from a previously living layer of beings plays for Hermann Grimm into Homer's portrayal of what is enacted between Greece and Troy. In this way, Hermann Grimm altogether sees in the progress of human evolution a constant process of detachment of older, what we might call circles or cycles of culture, from newer ones, and an interplay of the old into the new. Every new cultural cycle has a certain task, the task of bringing something new into the general evolution of mankind. The old continues in existence for a while, exerting its influence upon the new. One could say that Hermann Grimm's insight into what must also be presented today from the standpoint of modern spiritual science extended as far as was possible for anyone in the last third of the 19th century. He did not go back beyond the age of ancient Greece. He was therefore unable to give what more recent spiritual research describes in reaching back to purely spiritual beings, higher than human beings, who existed before humanity. But he touched everywhere upon these results of more recent spiritual research, and as closely as anyone who has not himself come to embrace spiritual research can do so. In spiritual research, we try to represent the idea that when we go back in human evolution, we do not come to the animal kingdom, as the Darwinist theory, which is interpreted materialistically today, would have it, but that we come back to purely spiritual ancestors of human beings, and that behind that cycle of humanity where human souls live incarnated in the physical body, we have another cycle of humanity in which human beings are not yet incarnated in the physical body. Hermann Grimm, as it were, leaves unresolved the question as to the nature of the gods, in quotes, before human beings came to tread the earth. But he recognizes the lawful succession of such cycles of humanity. This gives a significant point of contact with the descriptions of spiritual research, that he altogether recognizes such regular advances occurring over periods brings him, so to speak, especially close to us. He sought to extend his cultural researches over 3 millennia. The first millennium for him is that of Greece. One could say that it sounds something like an undertone through Hermann Grimm's research, if one hears from him how he characterizes these Greeks in this way, when he says, yes, if one looks upon the Greeks, they appear to one, especially in the earliest period, as not so formed as present-day human beings. Even a person like Alcibiades still appears to one as a kind of fairy tale prince. One is beholding something of a superhuman nature. And yet from this spiritual world of the Greeks, whom Hermann Grimm, as we have said, portrays as dissimilar to the later human world, everything that gave rise to impulses in the world of the Greeks also projects into the later world, so that it forms the most important element within our cultural life, even to our modern times. And at the end of the first millennium that Hermann Grimm considers, there comes before his soul the most important impulse that he recognizes in the evolution of mankind, the Christ impulse. When Hermann Grimm speaks about the figure of Christ, he is in a certain sense reserved, as he is altogether reserved about many things. But the observations that he generally makes about Christ show us that he would just as little agree with those who, so to speak, would like to make Christ evaporate in a cloud of thoughts, as with those who want to see in the personality of Christ Jesus only something of a generally human nature. He emphasizes that a twofold impulse proceeds from the figure of Christ, an impulse of colossal strength, which then also for Hermann Grimm continues to work through the whole of the rest of human evolution, and the other impulse of an immense gentleness. Hermann Grimm finds that the whole second millennium of Western cultural development is shaped in such a way that the world of ancient Greece is as though absorbed by the Christ impulse. And with this combination of Christianity and Greek thought, now enters into the human world, overpowers it, and brings forth something quite special. This is his second millennium, the first Christian millennium. The impulses of Rome are not of primary importance for him, whereas those of Christianity are. Everything political, everything outwardly matter-of-fact, disappears for Hermann Grimm's perception, and he everywhere examines how the Christ impulse makes its presence felt, and how diversified is its form. Thus his conception of Christ is not narrow, not small, but wide. When the book about the title Life of Jesus by Ernest Renan appeared, Hermann Grimm followed this up with a remarkable study in the journal that he published at that time titled Künstler und Kunstwerk, Artists and Works of Art. He tried to show how pictorial representations of the figure of Christ have changed over the centuries, both in painting and sculpture and also in literature. Thus he tried to show the variability, the changeability of the Christ impulse, and he showed how people have always conceived of the Christ impulse in accordance with the way they thought about things. And he then sees in Ernest Renan someone who in the 19th century endeavored to conceive of Christ from a certain narrow point of view. Christianity, thinks Hermann Grimm, needed 1,000 years in order to transmit its impulses to the rivulets and streams of Western cultural life. Then came his third millennium, the second Christian millennium, in which we now still are. That millennium at the beginning of which spirits such as Dante and Giotto were active, and artists like Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and so on, and which led then to the spiritual achievements of Shakespeare and Goethe. These cycles in the evolution of humanity were, for Hermann Grimm, always defined wholly in accordance with spiritual laws. He perceived spiritual laws governing human evolution, whose onflowing stream he identified in the nature of creative imagination. In his lectures, Hermann Grimm ever and again sought to place the organizational principle of the stream of human evolution before his students, in order to be able to show how individual spiritual creativity has its place in the totality of the stream. Thus Michelangelo, Raphael, Savonarola, Shakespeare, and others, also Goethe, were to him a spiritual content that can be explained if one sees it against the background of that onflowing stream of creative imagination, which for Hermann Grimm became especially discernible in its source in Homer in the 9th or more likely the 10th century before the Christian era. For this reason, Hermann Grimm addresses one on such an unfathomable level, because he often, when he evokes in one an interest in a work of art, for example, Raphael's titled Marriage of Mary and Joseph, one of the Madonna pictures or other works, one of Leonardo da Vinci's pictures, or when he points out something that he has observed in Goethe, gives one the feeling that one is experiencing what is most directly individual about this work of art. If one now observes with him how the particular color or gesture has been depicted in the work of art, and in this way believes oneself to be standing in isolation before the work of art, something like a tableau of the whole progress of humanity suddenly appears, a part of that ongoing stream of creative imagination that extends over 3 millennia and includes within itself all the various individual elements. Thus one is led by Hermann Grimm into the intimate individual nature of the works of art concerned, and then to the summit from where the whole stream can be observed. However, this was not something that Hermann Grimm viewed in a theoretical way. It seemed to be something so natural for him to behold in this way the totality of the onflowing spiritual stream of human evolution, as he explained to me, as I said, at the time when we shared a midday meal, because he really lived with his whole soul in this spiritual stream, and he could by no means perceive a single phenomenon other than as a fragment of this mighty stream of the evolution of mankind. That the whole of Western cultural evolution is a development of popular imagination was to him no general abstract idea, but was full of the most tangible content. He knew himself to be so connected with his soul, with this content that radiates through millennia, that everything that he wrote actually appears to one as the separate little sections and extracts of a work of vast proportions. Even if one reads no more than a review of one of his books, one has the impression that it has been extracted from a colossal work which presents the whole of human evolution as an imaginative creation. One feels oneself to be placed before a work of vast proportions, as if one had embarked on it and was reading just the first few lines of it, when one reads an article or essay or anything from a book by Hermann Grimm. And one now understands how Hermann Grimm himself could say, when, toward the end of his life, he wrote the preface to his collection of fragments, that to him it appeared that they contained a description of the whole of Western culture. One understands that the individual work that he has undertaken seemed to be one of several individual parts that he had taken from a finished work. Thus he never attributed more value to what he had published than to what he had written, and never more value to what he had written than to everything that lived in his thoughts. When one indicates something of this kind, one would, without involving abstract formulations, want to have said something about that feeling that, as someone who has been and still is fond of Hermann Grimm, one has about the fact that he was never able to arrive at the point of really carrying out what so beautifully, so hugely, and so magnificently stood before his spirit, that even his writings on Homer, on Raphael, Michelangelo, and on Goethe appeared to us as fragments from this unwritten, all-encompassing work. It is with a certain melancholy feeling that one can read those lines of the introduction already mentioned to his title, Fragments, where he states that he was constantly revising what he had to say to his students year after year about the evolution of European cultural life, and that it might perhaps be permissible to turn the last form that these lectures had received into a book which would, in a certain sense, represent the progress of European cultural development. But that, unfortunately, there would probably not be another of these revisions. One reads these lines today all the more wistfully, since this revision indeed did not come about. And we have to see Hermann Grimm dying in the knowledge of what lived in his soul, and have had to see that what lived in his soul for the culture of the present had to go with him to the grave. This gives us some idea of the viewpoint from which everything of Hermann Grimm's was written. If spiritual research wants to be that which can be attained through the expanding of one's range of vision, one must say that anyone who truly enters into Hermann Grimm's mind and manner of expression has the most perfect guidance from modern cultural life for gradually entering into the whole mode of perception that belongs to spiritual research. But even if the breadth of Hermann Grimm's range of vision is disregarded, and one seeks to gain insight into his soul, into how he sought to approach phenomena, how his feelings and thoughts led him to everything that he has written in his extensive studies of Homer, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Goethe, and if one takes into consideration what he has presented in his other writings, one finds that he can, to a significant degree, be distinguished from other spirits, and that he has something that belongs to that deepening of the soul that was spoken of here when the path was described that the soul has to take in order to enter the spiritual worlds themselves. We have already emphasized that the intensity of the soul forces must become stronger for the spiritual path, that if deeper soul forces are to be drawn forth which otherwise slumber, the soul must employ more inner strength, more inner courage and boldness, must identify itself more with its own being, with the forces of thinking, feeling, and will. Hermann Grimm wrote a constant flow of essays to this end. Essays that, it is true, took a different course, essays through which he became able to describe works of art in so intimate and personal a way as he described those of Raphael or Michelangelo, but was on the way to gaining deeper insight into the spiritual world. For it is not that which one calls objective today that lies at the foundation of Hermann Grimm's historical research, but rather an affinity with the phenomena of the cultural life that he is depicting. Thus he immerses himself in the respective cultural themes in complete self-forgetfulness, and yet in a strange way possessed of self-consciousness. This is especially apparent when he first leads his own soul to focus on a particular cultural figure, for example on Raphael, and then raises this single cultural phenomenon to the collective stream of human cultural life. His feelings then become bold, mighty ideas, and what many others did not dare to express in such nuances of feeling and in such nuances of ideas is achieved by Hermann Grimm, who thereby becomes an interpreter of the Spirit, who so impresses us with the boldness of his interpretations that we are sometimes truly reminded of those who wrote the Gospels. It is only that they wrote with more of a mystic quality, and Hermann Grimm with more modern spiritual observation. And just as they reach up to the horizon of the whole of humanity, so does Hermann Grimm with his Raphael reach up to the horizon of humanity as a whole. It is wonderful when, in his bold way, as though his soul is being drawn out of itself and is striding along beside Raphael as in a stream of general development, he breaks out in words that can express more to us than a mere description of world history. Quote, Raphael is a citizen of world history. He is like someone from the four rivers that, as the ancient world believed, came from paradise. Close quote. When one dwells upon such phrases as this, one indeed knows something quite different about the relationship of Hermann Grimm to Raphael than one otherwise knows about the relationship of many other interpreters to particular phenomena. Thus, for Hermann Grimm, personalities flow together with the total stream of cultural life. One could also say that he brings the highest spiritual sphere down to the most personal element. And a wealth of spiritual experiences come toward us when Hermann Grimm speaks the following words from the depths of his soul, as he gives expression to how he relates to the cultural realities with which he is concerned. Quote, were Michelangelo called forth by a miracle from the dead in order to live among us again, and were I to meet him, I would reverently stand aside so that he might pass. But if I were to encounter Raphael, I would go behind him to see whether I might find an opportunity to hear a few words from his lips. With Leonardo and Michelangelo, one can confine oneself to relating what they were to their times. With Raphael, one must speak about what he is to us today. Over those others a gentle veil has been laid, but not over Raphael. He is one of those whose growth is not yet at an end by a long way. There will always be future races of people to whom Raphael will pose new riddles. Close quote, Steiner again. This is a characteristic mood, not objective in the sense that one so often demands today, but describing the corresponding phenomena in such a way that we feel directly drawn into their proximity, when we are able to feel a breath of what was living in Hermann Grimm's soul when he could write such sentences. Then one also understands how this spirit was able to struggle with the phenomenon of world history, and specifically with Raphael. It is remarkable, as he himself asserts, how he related to Raphael, quite differently to how, for example, he expressed himself when he wanted to give a description of Michelangelo. The portrayal of Michelangelo's life by Hermann Grimm is a wonderful book, in spite of the fact that in many ways it can perhaps be regarded as superseded today. How significant the figure of Michelangelo appears in the context of the whole life of the Middle Ages, how it stands out from the other figures who feature prominently. how it stands out from the wholly unique description of Florence itself, or how it stands out from that tableau that Hermann Grimm presents by letting two spiritual forms rise up before our mind, Athens and Florence, thus enabling the interweaving of the 3 millennia that he has characterized to appear as a mighty background against which figures such as Dante, Giotto, and the other painters of that time stand out. Then figures such as Savonarola and finally Michelangelo himself. From all this, the impression also arises that Hermann Grimm might have related differently to Raphael and his surroundings than he did to Goethe, but that what he has to say to us is no less intimate. With Hermann Grimm's portrayal of Goethe, we always feel that he grew up as a spiritual grandson of Goethe. Likewise, with his portrayal of Michelangelo, we feel that he is personally involved in everything, that he, one might say, personally goes to every palace in Florence, walks through all the streets of Florence, personally becomes familiar with other connections, and by placing himself before Michelangelo, then comes to be able to portray what he did. But we feel everything he painted as though as a unified whole. What he gave about Raphael has a different quality. We feel here a struggle with the subject matter, with the spiritual image. We feel that Hermann Grimm can never do enough as far as he is concerned. He says himself that he had taken up the material again and again, that nothing that he had already published satisfied him. Indeed, what he in the end tried to offer as a portrayal of the personality of Raphael, which nevertheless remained a fragment, and then appeared in the collection of essays as titled Raphael as a World Power, from which the sentences that I have already read out derive, was to be among his last works. Why did Hermann Grimm so struggle with the material that he had on Raphael? Because he could only present something to his own satisfaction when he was able to be completely at one with the subject matter. But in Raphael, he saw a spirit whom he characterized in the way that the words previously quoted indicate. Quote, Raphael is a citizen of world history. He is like someone from the 4 rivers that, as the ancient world believed, came from paradise. Close quote. And so Raphael himself grew for him into someone of giant stature with every sentence that he addressed to him. Thus he could never do enough in his own eyes, because he could not himself capture this world power, in quotes, in a book. If in his portrayals of Homer, Michelangelo, or Goethe, the breadth and yet the elegance of his mind manifests itself, with Raphael, the deep uprightness, the deep honesty of this spiritual personality comes to the fore. Anyone who takes up his book about Homer may well find it insufficiently erudite. Hermann Grimm says on the very first page that this book is not intended as a contribution to research on Homer. Yes, Hermann Grimm could in these and similar matters behave absolutely like an intellectual prince, as I have previously related. Thus it also appears to one to be quite natural that when he set about assembling his ideas for what he wanted to say about Goethe, he boldly proceeded from the viewpoint that everything else that he had been able to find about Goethe was inadequate. What may to many appear as brazen audacity seemed, in the context of his literary and artistic attitude, to be perfectly natural. This is how he related to all cultural life. Hence, to many people who proceed from a scholarly standpoint, Hermann Grimm's book on Homer may be insufferable. Everything that has been said with regard to whether Homer lived or not, whether the title Iliad was put together from all manner of different elements and so on, was of no concern of his. He took it as it was. He therefore made a point of saying how wonderfully it was inwardly composed, how the later part always relates to what goes before, so that everything that reveals this inner composition appears to us to be inwardly coherent. But apart from this, what seems to me of the greatest stature, is something that is enormously valuable for a spirit researcher. His absorption in the soul life of the Homeric heroes. Everywhere we see Hermann Grimm's soul-filled approach to the soul life of Homer's heroes. Everywhere we see a real understanding, in a world historical context, of the soul of Achilles, of Agamemnon, of Odysseus, and so on. A book that works overwhelmingly as a description of souls, despite the intimacy of the stylistic manner of expression. We are throughout led not only to the heights of historical study, but we are also led deeply into the souls of the individual Homeric figures. Indeed, many scholars may well say that Hermann Grimm has dealt with the Iliad by failing to take account of the whole of Homer research and all proper previous work, and has then taken everything as it stands. This is indeed what he does. It is all rather, in quotes, amateurish, and one might characterize it by means of the dry formula: this man has written a book without any previous study. Did Hermann Grimm write this book without any previous study? Anyone who concerns himself with Hermann Grimm's intellectual life will find these previous studies, even though they appear different to all the prior studies of ordinary scholars. Hermann Grimm's prior studies lay in studies of souls, in immersing himself in the human soul and its mysteries. And one can come to the conviction that no one else would have so wonderfully been able to shed light on the souls of the Homeric heroes than the one who had undertaken such previous studies. Hermann Grimm is seemingly searching for what was uppermost in Homer's imagination. But what he says everywhere shows us a bearer of the most refined psychological insight, from whom we can presume to find something really extraordinary. When we see the way that he observes the Homeric heroes from Achilles and Agamemnon to Odysseus. How did he come to write many a word in his book on Homer, or in his other works, that strikes the spirit researcher as so remarkably inspired? It was because it was preceded by quite particular prior studies. And the spirit researcher will look for these prior studies in the works from Hermann Grimm's first period. Here we have, above all, that wonderful collection of novellas, which are perhaps less read today than many books of this kind, but ought to be read by those who are interested in spiritual life. A collection of novellas, which can be thought of as an intensive attempt to get to know human souls, to fathom human mysteries, to establish the working of the human soul in the context of the physical world. Here is the first of these novellas, which appeared in the first period of his creative work as an author, titled Die Sängerin, the Singer. It shows how a man begins to feel a passionate inclination toward a woman with an enveloping spiritual nature. We are shown how these two personalities are never able to come together, how the woman dismisses the ardently loving man from her society, how in the soul of this man everything lives on in the form of impulses, which on the one hand draw him to the woman, who on the other hand from her soul drains the strength from the whole bodily nature of this man. In what one might call a form of spiritual research, we see how he falls into a state of soul infirmity. And then we see him again, when he has been received at the estate of a friend, entangled in the net of the woman. The friend notices that it is high time for that personality, for whom his friend yearns with all his soul, to be drawn to the scene. She comes, but too late. While she is in front of the house, the person concerned shoots himself. And now comes something that Hermann Grimm has so often touched upon in his artistic expositions, but which, at the point where it could well be taken up by spiritual research, he always has to let it lapse into indefinite ponderings. It is now briefly and succinctly described how the dead person is living in the imagination of the singer. There is an unforgettable scene where she, who feels her full guilt for the death of this man, sees this person come night after night from the kingdom of the dead, And these visitations of the one who has died now become the soul content of the woman. This is described not as a mere imaginative construct, but as by a man who knows that there are mysteries that extend beyond a person's death. There is a wonderful description where the friend is standing in front of the woman, where she says that the dead person is coming to her, until the woman's last letter to the friend, in which she says that she now feels herself to be close to death, that the dead person with whom she was so connected has from his realm of the shades drawn her into his domain. Perhaps there is no modern writer who has, with such intimacy, found the words with which to make contact with the spiritual world. It is described in spiritual research that when a person goes through the gates of death, that which otherwise remains connected with him also when he is asleep, the so-called etheric body, rises out of the physical body, together with the higher soul members, and passes over into the spiritual world. On the basis of spiritual research, we form a picture of how the corpse remains behind, how the person then, with his etheric body, becomes separated piece by piece, section by section from the physical body, and how the etheric body then for a while provides the sheath for the person's higher soul members. This is an idea that can become ever more familiar to those who have some knowledge of spiritual research. In what follows, we shall now consider in what wonderful a way Hermann Grimm's artistic soul forms a relationship with these facts of the spiritual world. And this will similarly lead us to the question why, for deeper reasons, Hermann Grimm did not bring his cultural studies to fulfillment in a substantial work. Apart from his novellas, Hermann Grimm wrote another artistic work, the novel titled Unüberwindliche Mächte, Insuperable Powers, in which, as is generally the case in his writings, we encounter the elevated style that everywhere guides us toward a way of observing life in the world. Moreover, everything else is on a high-flown level, especially what one might call the collision of two ages of mankind at a microcosmic level. The one world is that which abides only by titles, ranks, and official positions, and feels itself at one with them. From this world there derives a count from an ancient family who is impoverished, but who still lives wholly in the reverberation and residual feeling of his rank as a count. It is wonderful how in this novel the world of old prejudices and ordering of ranks is contrasted with the new world. The outlook of America plays into this situation. It is Americans who encounter the man who lives wholly in his titular prejudices and sensibilities, and whom Hermann Grimm calls Arthur. This count meets Emmy, the daughter of Mrs. Forster, who has American origins, and we see this count inflamed with passionate love for Emmy. It is impossible to do justice to the rich content of this novel. We are confronted with the whole contrast between Europe and America, the whole contrast between the old Prussian nature and its new qualities engendered as a result of the wars, a hugely significant cultural tapestry within which the characters are imprinted and from which they continue their development. It suffices to mention that through the impulses that come together from these various streams, Count Arthur dies a tragic death just as he is about to marry Emmy, a person who belongs to his ancestral family, but who, in his delusion, considers himself to be the rightful heir of the Count's estate and views the true heir, the Count Arthur, as a bastard, comes to meet Count Arthur spurred on by envy and jealousy, and the circumstances are such that on the eve of his wedding, Count Arthur is shot by this man. One may perhaps never find an opportunity to consider the words insuperable powers, which many who want to view this novel purely rationalistically may perhaps regard merely in terms of the impossibility of finding a bridge between the prejudices of rank, to be more justified than when one sees how Hermann Grimm, without intending to do so, lets the idea of karma, the idea of the causal linking of destinies that come to expression in human life, form connections, knot by knot, and brings them to a development, and how he indeed portrays forces that can only exert an influence if they derive from former incarnations, from previous earthly lives. He describes this not by speaking theoretically of forces, in quotes, or of karma, in quotes, but simply by letting the facts speak and giving expression to these powers, so that they seem to us in every way like the ideas of spiritual research. We see a karmic destiny being fulfilled. We see insuperable karmic powers coming to expression, and we see something else. In a short concluding chapter, Hermann Grimm shows us how Emmy gradually ails and how she dies. The way that he describes Emmy's approaching death is so utterly characteristic of Hermann Grimm's deep sympathy with soul spiritual problems. She is brought to Montreux. Montreux itself is described in a quite distinctive way. The whole area within which Emmy dies is described. However, he describes Emmy's death not like another writer who is far removed from spiritual life, but as someone who goes to where the mysteries of death and the mysteries of the land beyond death speak to souls. And I would be offering something incomplete if I were not to conclude with the words that Hermann Grimm himself includes about Emmy's death. Quote, "And this is Emmy's dream. Between midnight and morning she believed she woke up. Her first glance at the window, through which a subdued brightness streamed in, was free and clear, and she knew where she was. She also heard her mother, who was sleeping beside her, breathing. A moment later, however, and with a pressure that she had never felt before, she was seized with an overwhelming fear. These were no longer those particular thoughts that had been tormenting her in recent days, but it was as though a giant hand was holding all the mountain ranges of the earth over her by a thin thread, and at any moment the fingers that held it could open and the great weight plummet down, thus remaining lying upon her for eternity. Her attention wandered around both within and outside her, looking for a shimmer of light, but nothing presented itself. The light from the window had faded. Her mother's breathing was no longer audible. She was surrounded by a stifling loneliness, as though she would never again return to the land of the living. She wanted to call out, but she could not. She wanted to touch herself, but no limb obeyed her. It was quite still, quite dark. Not even thoughts could be grasped in this terrible anxiety. She was even deprived of her memory. Then a thought finally came to her. Arthur! And now, wonderfully, it was as though this one thought had been transformed into a point of light that became visible to her eyes. And in the measure that the thought grew to a boundless longing, this light came and increased in intensity, and suddenly, as though became diffused and opened out and took on a new form. Arthur stood before her. She saw him. She finally recognized him. He was indeed himself. He smiled and was close beside her. She did not see whether he was naked or whether he was clothed, but it was he. She knew him too well. He himself. No mere phantom that had taken on his form." Close quote. So closely does Hermann Grimm draw him who some time before crossed the threshold of death to her, who becomes a seeress, draws her in the moment of her own death to the dead person, in such a way that she addresses his soul. Quote, "She did not see whether he was naked or whether he was clothed, but it was he. She knew him too well. He himself, no mere phantom that had taken on his form." Close quote. Quote again. "He reached out his hand to her and said, 'Come.' Never had his speech sounded so sweet and enticing as it did today. With all the strength of which she was capable, she tried to stretch out her arm to him, but she could not. He came still closer and reached out his hand closer to her. 'Come,' he said again." It seemed to Emmy as though the power with which she tried to bring at least one word to her lips would have been capable of moving mountains, but she was unable to utter this one word. Arthur looked at her, and she at him. Had there now been the possibility of moving a finger, she would have been able to touch him. And now the most terrible thing happened. He seemed to draw back again. "Come," he said for the third time. And feeling that he had spoken for the last time, that the terrible darkness would again engulf his heavenly appearance, now filled with a fear that tore her asunder as frost splits trees, she made a last attempt to extend her arms to him. But it was impossible to overcome the heaviness and cold that kept her in bondage. And then, as a bud bursts from which a blossom grows before our eyes, from her arms other arms radiated forth, from her shoulders other shoulders shone forth. And these arms reached toward Arthur's arms, and he grasped her hands with his hands, and as he slowly glided back, he drew her after him, together with the whole glorious form that rose up from Emmy's being. Close quote. One cannot more wonderfully describe the departure of the etheric body from the physical body if one undertakes such a description with a pure artistic soul. We may well say of the spirit, the soul that lived in Hermann Grimm, that it came close to what we seek with such longing in spiritual research. This was a soul. This was a spirit of which we may say that it serves as a proof of how the modern soul in its approach to the 20th century has sought the paths to the spiritual life. Thus we gladly turn to Hermann Grimm, whom we observe to be on the path that we want to explore further. And so we see how he raises up the creations of Raphael and of Michelangelo, the experiences of Goethe and the Greek soul of Homer, to the stream that flows through the millennia for his spirit as creative imagination. Then we know how close Hermann Grimm was with his whole feeling and sensibility to the living, weaving, and working of the soul's spiritual world that is behind all physical realities. For when Hermann Grimm speaks of his creative imagination, this is not something of an abstract nature. Insofar as we are, perhaps with him, dealing with something in the abstract realm, it is also for us a necessity that we break through the thin wall that separates Hermann Grimm from the living spirit, which does not work as creative imagination, but lives behind everything of a sensory nature as a direct spiritual influence. It has the aspect of a modesty that does not yet venture to say more than it says when we see Hermann Grimm speak of the imagination of mankind working through the millennia, since as an artist he was nevertheless so closely in touch with the living soul that has crossed the threshold of death. Thus it will not be difficult for us to see, where Hermann Grimm speaks of the creative imagination, the living spiritual beings that we as spirit researchers seek behind the world of the senses. It will then perhaps not appear unjustified if we do assert that for such a spirit who has so honestly and uprightly struggled for the truth, this creative imagination, when he sought to approach it ever and again, was nevertheless to him something of an abstraction, that his soul had the urge to comprehend the living spirit, and that therefore the great work that he intended could not come into being, because if it had been written, it would have to have become a work that would have had to portray the spiritual world not merely as creative imagination, but as a world of creative beings and individualities. Spiritual research has not been arbitrarily instituted by this or that person in recent times, but is demanded by the seeking souls of the modern age, to whom Hermann Grimm so clearly and characteristically belonged, as we have seen. Thus, in the case of this remarkable personality, we can become aware that with spiritual research we are not alien and isolated in modern cultural life. We have been enabled to view a figure such as Hermann Grimm as someone to whom we feel related. Even though he does not fully share our viewpoint, we stand, or at any rate could stand, infinitely close to him. And when contemplating such a figure, it is also better to take account not so much of every detail, but rather of the totality, to look upon it with all that harmony of soul, with all that gentleness, and yet also bold sharpness and strength of soul life with which it is able to impress us. Even though we may address this or that vital question in a somewhat different way to Hermann Grimm, I know that it is not wholly foreign to his style if I summarize what I have wanted to express. One might arrive at the thought, shall we say the delusionary thought, that can then live in the soul as a beautiful delusion. If higher spirits extraterrestrial spirits wanted to become acquainted through reading, through lectures, with what happens on the earth, they would prefer to read writings such as those in which Hermann Grimm has recounted the earthly destiny of human beings. This feeling can sound forth to one from virtually every line of Hermann Grimm's writings, and this feeling raises one's whole personality to what one might call an extraterrestrial sphere. One then feels so close to this personality that were one to want to characterize what has been said today about Hermann Grimm, one may become aware of some beautiful words that he himself addressed to a friend who had died, his friend Treitschke, whom he greatly appreciated. Quote, "How gladly this man embraced life, how courageous in battle, how language offered itself in service to him, how his latest book always had the quality of novelty. How little could even those who, in the bustle of cultural communication, had a taste of his pushiness, take offense at him. Even they will cry, 'Yes, he was one of us.'" Close quote. These words were at the same time the last that Hermann Grimm wrote and had printed, as we know from the publisher of his works, Reinhold Steich. And I should like to summarize and probably also conclude what I have said this evening with the words, "How gladly this man, Hermann Grimm, embraced life, how gently and yet also how individually. And what a harmonious impression his whole life's work makes. How language offered itself in service to him. How his latest book always had the quality of novelty. How little can even those who do not share his ideas and viewpoints distance themselves from him, if only they properly understand themselves. And how close must those who, from whatever area of spiritual research, seek the path to the Spirit, feel to him. How close must these people feel to him, and how dearly they would like if his spiritually so gently radiant form were to appear before them, to burst forth with the words, "Yes, he was one of us." The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, 14 lectures translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This is Lecture 9, given in Berlin on the 30th of January, 1913, entitled Raphael's Mission in the Light of the Science of the Spirit. Raphael is one of those figures in the history of human culture who appear like a star. Such figures emerge all of a sudden, so that one has the feeling that they suddenly appear from indeterminate depths of the spiritual evolution of mankind, and then disappear again after they have, through mighty creative deeds, made their mark upon the cultural life of humanity. On closer observation, it becomes evident that a human being of this nature, who first flares up like a star and then disappears again, is linked to the whole of human culture as an integral part of a great organism. One has this feeling especially in the case of Raphael. Hermann Grimm, the eminent art historian of whom I spoke last time, has tried to trace Raphael's influence and fame through the ages subsequent to his own time and right up to the present. He was able to show that what Raphael has created has, since his death, continued to exert a living influence, that a unified stream of spiritual development has flowed from his life, reaches beyond his death, and extends to our own time. If Hermann Grimm has shown how the ensuing development of humanity is a living extension of Raphael's creative work, so, on the other hand, could one say with respect to cultural history that the preceding ages can give one the impression that they were themselves, in a certain sense, pointing toward the later appearance of Raphael as an integral part of a whole organism. It is appropriate at this point to recall an observation made by Goethe and apply it not to the world of space, but to the world of time. Goethe made this significant pronouncement, quote, "How can a person relate to the infinitude of space if he does not gather up all the spiritual forces that are extended on all sides within the inmost depths of his being? If he does not ask himself, can you conceive of yourself in the midst of this eternally living order, if you do not at the same time distinguish in yourself a persistently moving element around a pure central focus?" Close quote. Applying these words to the evolution of the ages, one might say that in a certain respect, the gods of Homer, who have been described so masterfully by Homer nearly 1,000 years before the founding of Christianity, would, as we look back to antiquity, lose something of their stature if we were not able to see how they have been reborn in the soul of Raphael, and have reached a kind of consummation through the mighty pictorial expression that they have found in his creative work. Thus, what Homer accomplished long before the coming of Christianity is linked for us with what originated in the 16th century from the soul of Raphael. Again, if we turn our attention for the biblical figures of the New Testament and then study the paintings of Raphael, we have the feeling that something would be lacking if the descriptions in the Bible were not augmented by the creative, formative power of Raphael's Madonnas and similar pictures deriving from biblical tradition and legend. Therefore, one might say that Raphael does not only live on in the ensuing centuries, but his own creative work is integrally related to what preceded him, which itself points toward the consummation that it should find through him, even though this, it is true, comes to expression only in the course of later historical study. Thus, a phrase used by Lessing, namely, quote, "the education of the human race," close quote, appears in a particular light when we see how, in this way, a unified spiritual essence flows through the evolution of humanity, and how this unified essence streams forth especially in outstanding figures such as Raphael. Moreover, the notion of repeated earthly lives, which has so often been emphasized from a spiritual scientific standpoint in relation to the cultural evolution of mankind, can be experienced in a quite particular way if one bears in mind what has just been said. One realizes for the first time what it means that this human essence reappears again and again in repeated earthly lives through the ages of human history, and bears from one age to another what is to be implanted in the cultural evolution of mankind. Spiritual science looks always for meaning in human evolution. It does not merely wish to depict the successive events in human history in a continuous straight line, but aims to attribute a significance to particular periods, so that when the human soul appears again and again in successive earthly lives, it is constantly able to experience something new when it enters earthly existence. Thus, we can indeed speak of an education that the human soul undergoes through its various earthly lives, an education through everything that has been created and developed by the common spirit of humanity. What will be said here from a spiritual scientific standpoint about Raphael's relationship to human evolution as a whole during the last few centuries is not intended to be a philosophical appraisal of history, but something that has emerged quite naturally from an extensive study of his creative work. Moreover, the theme of this evening's lecture has arisen not because of some sort of desire to make a philosophical survey of the cultural life of humanity, but because everything that I have experienced after contemplating and reflecting upon various works of Raphael has crystallized quite naturally into what I should now like to say. It will be impossible to make detailed studies of Raphael's paintings. This can be done only if one has the means to display his pictures before the audience. However, Raphael's creative work gives rise to a general impression, and if one has studied Raphael, something of an overall impression arises in one's soul. One may then ask, how can this general impression be related to human evolution as a whole? One's attention becomes focused in relation to Raphael on a particular period with which he is intimately connected, that period which is associated with the development of the Greek people. Indeed, if we study human evolution over recent millennia, we encounter a kind of intermediate age which the Greeks not only created, but experienced with their whole being. Greek culture, which in a certain sense coincides with the founding of Christianity, was preceded by an age with a quite different character from the one that followed this Greek period. If we study the people living in the time that preceded Greek culture, we find that the soul and spirit of human beings was far more intimately connected with everything of an outward bodily nature than was the case in the later period. What we refer to today as an internalization, an inner withdrawal of the human soul when it seeks to turn to the spirit or become conscious of the spiritual foundations of the world, this did not exist to the same degree as today in pre-Grecian times. The situation at that time was that when a person made use of his bodily organs, the spiritual mysteries of existence simultaneously illumined his soul. The detached and aloof observation of the sense world, characteristic of modern science, did not exist in this former time. A person beheld objects with his senses and experienced, together with the sense impression, what was living and weaving of a soul spiritual nature in the phenomena. In contemplating the phenomena with his senses, he could at the same time perceive the spiritual domain. In these ancient times, it was not necessary to withdraw from the sensory impressions, to give oneself up wholly to inner contemplation, in order to advance one's knowledge of the spiritual world. If we go very far back in the evolution of humanity, we find that what we call, in the true sense, a, quote, clairvoyant perception of phenomena, close quote, was a capacity that people generally possessed in ancient times, and that this clairvoyant perception was not achieved through special circumstances, but was something as natural as sensory perception. Then came Greek culture, with its distinctive world, of which it can be said that the cultural life begins to acquire an inward quality, but that what the mind experiences inwardly is always seen in connection with what is taking place in the outer world. In Greek culture, a balance is maintained between the sensory and the soul spiritual elements. The spiritual domain was no longer as directly present with sense perception as was the case in pre-Grecian times. It arose in the Greek soul as a separate inner faculty, but as something that one felt when the senses were directed toward the outer world. The spiritual dimension was beheld not in, but through the phenomena. Thus, in pre-Grecian times, the human soul was, as it were, poured out into the bodily nature. In Greek culture, it had to some extent freed itself from this bodily nature, but the balance between the soul spiritual and the bodily aspects was still maintained. This is why what the Greeks created seems to be as fully imbued with spirit as that which came before their eyes through the agency of their senses. Then come the post-Grecian times, those times when the human mind becomes internalized, when it was no longer able to receive what lives and weaves in the phenomena in terms of spiritual content, together with the sense impression. These are the times when the human soul had to withdraw into itself and had to experience its struggles and conquests in a state of inward separation if it wanted to reach toward the world of spirit. Spiritual contemplation of phenomena and sensory perception of phenomena became in a certain sense two worlds that the human soul had to experience. This becomes discernible if we study a figure such as Augustine, who lived at a time that was approximately as distant from the founding of Christianity as our age is from the Reformation. If we compare what Augustine experienced and expressed in his writings with what has come down to us from the world of ancient Greece, how well this characterizes the progress of humanity of which we have been speaking. All that Augustine sets forth in his entitled Confessions, what he shows us of the struggles of the inwardly focused soul, what he shows us of a scene of action which is depicted within the inner soul, set apart from the outer world. All this is impossible to envisage in the case of the ancient Greeks, where we universally see how that which lives in the soul is linked with what is being enacted in the outside world. It would be true to say that the evolutionary history of humanity shows evidence of a mighty incision. On the one hand, there is the world of ancient Greece, which shows us how humanity maintains the balance with respect to the soul spiritual and the outward bodily aspects. On the other hand, there is the influence in this respect of the founding of Christianity, which had the effect that everything that the human soul was able to experience took the form of inner struggles and conquests, while attention was directed not to the sense world, in order to become conscious of the riddles of existence, but to what the human mind could perceive intuitively if it devoted itself wholly to soul spiritual forces. What a deep gulf separates the infinitely different figures of ancient Greece, the majestic Greek gods so perfected in their beauty, Zeus or Apollo, and the Christ dying on the cross, who is characterized by inner depth and greatness, but not by outward beauty. This is the outward symbol of that deep incision that Christianity and the world of ancient Greece form in the evolution of mankind. And in those figures that follow the Grecian age, we see the effects of this incision as an ever stronger internalization of the soul. This internalization that has thus taken place characterizes the further progress of human evolution. If one wants to understand this evolution of humanity from a spiritual scientific point of view, one needs to realize that we live in an age which, to the extent that we observe its immediate antecedents and the prospects that we can see emerging in an eventual future, can increasingly be seen in terms of an intensifying internalization. Thus we envisage a future in which an even greater gulf that can be revealed from a contemplation of the past will open up between everything that goes on in the world without, that takes place in the more or less mechanical, technical life of the outer world, and what the human soul endeavors to achieve if it seeks to scale the heights of a spiritual domain, which will become accessible only when, in our inner being, we try to take the steps that lead to it. We are approaching a time of ever greater inwardness. However, a significant stage in this advance of humanity toward greater inwardness in post-Grecian times is marked by the creative legacy of Raphael. Raphael is a quite particular figure who represents a kind of watershed in human evolution. What preceded him may be thought of as the beginning of this process of internalization, and what comes after him can be seen as a new chapter in this process. Although much that I have to say in today's lecture may sound like a kind of symbolic study, it should not merely be regarded in symbolic terms, but in such a way that the attempt is made to grasp what, in comparison to Raphael's immeasurable greatness, can only be clothed in trivial human concepts, albeit framed in concepts and ideas that are as broad as possible. When we try to penetrate into Raphael's soul, we are struck first and foremost by the way that this soul appears in the year 1483 as a spring-like birth, then undergoes an inner development, unfolds its capacities in the most wonderful creations, and as Raphael, dies at the age of 37, thus still quite young. In order that we may focus properly on this soul, and follow the stages in its development, we shall, for the moment, turn our attention away from what was otherwise going on in world history and concentrate solely upon Raphael's own inner life. Hermann Grimm has pointed out certain regularities in the inner development of Raphael's soul, and it may be said that there is no need for spiritual science to apologize for pointing out to a skeptical humanity certain cyclical laws pertaining to a spiritual path in any evolution, including that of a single individual, since so eminent a figure as Hermann Grimm has, without acknowledging this spiritual science, been led to identifying such a regular inner cyclic pattern with respect to the soul of Raphael. Hermann Grimm has drawn attention to the fact that the painting in Milan that has so enthralled us, the title Marriage of the Virgin, is like something altogether new in the whole evolution of art, and cannot be compared with anything that preceded it. So that one could say that Raphael created something from the infinite depths of a human soul that in the context of the whole of cultural evolution was completely new. If in this way we gain a sense of what lived in Raphael's soul from his birth, we can, if we continue to follow his development, also feel with Hermann Grimm how this development of his proceeds in regular stages, in stages of 4 years. It is remarkable how Raphael's soul advances in its development in cycles of 4 years. And if we examine such a 4-year period, we find that his soul has reached a higher level. Some 4 years after the title Marriage of the Virgin, he painted the title Entombment. 4 years after this, the frescoes of the title Camera della Segnatura, and then in 4-year stages until that work which stood unfinished by his deathbed, the title Transfiguration of Christ. It is because everything in this soul unfolds so harmoniously that one has the wish to study it for its own sake. But then one can gain the impression that in Raphael's time, such a quality of inwardness had to develop with respect to the art of painting, and that what came to expression in figures which only Raphael could create was born out of the depths of soul experiences, although it manifests itself in pictures of the sense world. And does it not also become part of history itself? Having thus spent a while focusing upon the inner nature of Raphael's soul, let us allow the time in which he lived and all that was around him to be the object of our attention. For as long as Raphael was more or less a child and was growing up in Urbino, we find that he was in an environment that had an awakening influence upon significant talents that made their appearance there. It was in Urbino that a palace had been built that aroused the excitement of the whole of Italy. This was something that imbued Raphael's early talents with an element that harmonized with their nature. We then see him moving to Perugia, then to Florence, and then to Rome. Raphael's life was essentially confined to a narrow circle. How close these places seem to us today when we study his entire life. Raphael's whole world was confined to this circle so far as the sense world was concerned. Only in the spirit did he rise to other spheres. But now we see how in Perugia, where Raphael spent much of his youth, bloody battles were the order of the day. The city was populated by inhabitants who were inflamed with powerful passions. Noble families whose lives were spent in wrangling and quarreling engaged in conflict with one another. The one family drove the others out of the city. After a brief period of expulsion, the others then tried to take control of the city again, and several times the streets of Perugia were bestrewn with blood and corpses. One historian describes an extraordinary scene, and indeed all the accounts that historians give of that time are quite distinctive. Thus we see through the historian's account a nobleman of the city entering it in battle array in order to avenge his relatives. The historian describes him to us as the spirit of war incarnate, riding on horseback through the streets, beating down everything that crosses his path. And it is evident that the writer had the impression that the vengeance exacted by the nobleman was justified, and that there comes into his mind the image of that warrior who casts the enemy beneath his feet. In Raphael's picture of St. George, we feel this image that the chronicler depicts appearing graphically before us, and we have the direct impression that it could not be otherwise, that Raphael must surely have been affected by this scene, and that what must outwardly seem to us as so terrible is internalized and reborn from Raphael's soul, and becomes the point of departure for his portrayal of the greatest images of human evolution. Thus Raphael saw people battling and quarreling around him. He had to experience much disorder and one battle after another in the city where he spent his early apprenticeship with his first teacher, Pietro Perugino. And we have the impression that there were two worlds present at that time, the one where cruelty and terror were being inflicted, and another world that lived inwardly in Raphael's soul, and actually did not have much to do with what was going on around him in the physical world. Then again we see Raphael in 1504, after his move to Florence. What was Florence like when Raphael arrived there? The immediate impression of the inhabitants was of weariness, a people who had passed through inner and outer tumults and were weighed down with a certain sense of exhaustion and tiredness. What was it that had befallen Florence? Struggles similar to those in Perugia, bloody persecutions of various patrician families, to say nothing of battles with external powers, and then the dramatic event that shook everyone in the city, the experience of Savonarola, who, shortly before Raphael's arrival, had died a martyr's death. This remarkable figure of Savonarola stands before us, denouncing with fiery words the evils of the time, and specifically the cruelties, worldliness, and pagan nature of the Church. When we call them to mind, there still resound within us those thunderous words of Savonarola, through which he captivated the whole of Florence, so that the people not only hung upon his lips, but revered him as if a higher spirit were standing before them in this ascetic body. The words of Savonarola transformed the city of Florence with the force of a religious reformer who could influence not only religious ideas, but even the social fabric of the city. Thus Florence was under Savonarola's influence as if a city of God had been founded there. And then we see how Savonarola became a victim of those powers that he sought to counter both morally and religiously. There appears before our soul the moving picture of Savonarola being led to the stake with his companions and turning his eyes from the gallows whence he was to fall onto the burning pyre. It was in May 1498, to the people who had formerly clung to his every word, but who had now abandoned him and were looking with apparent disloyalty to the one who had for so long inspired them. There were only few, and they were mostly artists, in whom Savonarola's words still resounded. After Savonarola had been martyred, one painter of that time donned the monk's robe in order to continue working in his order under the influence of his spirit. One can imagine the weary atmosphere that presided over Florence. And it was into this atmosphere that Raphael came in 1504, bringing with him a spring-like breath of the spirit through the medium of his creative work, which introduced to the city a spiritual fire, but in a quite different way from Savonarola. When we contemplate the soul of Raphael, which appears to us in its isolation, so utterly unlike the mood of this city, when we see him engaged, together with artists and painters, in creative work in a solitary workshop in Florence or elsewhere, a different picture appears before us, which shows us in an historically visible way how Raphael's soul was inwardly isolated from the surroundings with which it was directly in contact. We become aware of the figures of the Roman popes, Alexander VI, Julius II, Leo X, the whole papal system against which Savonarola had directed his anger, and against which the reformers also turned. But we also recognize that this papal system was at the same time Raphael's patron. We see his soul in the service of the papacy, although in such a way that it had inwardly very little in common with what we find, for example, in his patron Pope Julius II, of whom it was said that he gave the impression of someone with a devil in his body and always delighted in showing his teeth to his enemies. These popes are great figures, but they were certainly not what Savonarola or those who thought like him would have called Christians. The papacy had developed a new kind of pagan quality, in contrast to old forms of paganism. There was little to be seen in these circles of Christian piety, though there was much brilliance, ambition, and lust for power in the popes as well as in their environment. Raphael was, as it were, in the service of this pagan Christianity. But in what way? Something was created from his soul that enabled Christian ideas to appear in a new form. In the Madonnas and in other works by Raphael, we see the tenderest and most inward aspect of the world of Christian legend being renewed. What a contrast there is between the living inner quality of Raphael's creations and all that was going on around him in Rome when he entered into the outward service of the popes. But how was all this possible? We see him in his early period as a student in Perugia. We see then in Florence how great a contrast there is between his external surroundings and his inner state of being, and then quite particularly in Rome, where he created his immortal pictures amidst an officialdom of cardinals and priests that was altogether repugnant to Savonarola, whom Raphael did not by any means resemble. Nevertheless, one needs to view Raphael in this way if one is wanting to form a true picture of what was living in his soul. Let us now explore Raphael's pictures themselves. It is not possible for this to happen in detail this evening, but at least one of his more well-known pictures can be singled out, so that we are able to gain some understanding, especially of the quite distinctive nature of his soul. The picture in question is one that is very familiar to us, the Sistine Madonna in Dresden, which almost everyone knows from the numerous reproductions that are disseminated throughout the world. In this work of art, which is one of the greatest and noblest in human history, the mother appears with the child hovering on the heights of the clouds that cover the earthly globe, hover from the indefinite forms of the spiritual supersensible world, engirdled and surrounded by clouds that form themselves quite naturally into human-like figures, one of which seems to compose itself into the child of the Madonna. It awakens within us quite particular feelings, of which we can say that when they permeate our soul, we could forget all the legendary conceptions whence the image of the Madonna has originated, together with what Christian traditions say about the Madonna. I say this not in order to reduce the description to its bare essentials, but to characterize as fully as possible what we can feel in relation to the Madonna. Anyone who studies the evolution of humanity in a spiritual scientific sense reaches beyond a materialistic viewpoint. According to natural science, first the lower living beings developed, and then evolution advanced upward to man. But in spiritual scientific terms, we must see man as a being who transcends everything that is at a lower level to him in the kingdoms of nature. With man, we are concerned with something far older than all the beings that are, to a greater or lesser degree, close to him in the various kingdoms of nature. For spiritual science, man existed before the beings of the animal kingdom, before the plant kingdom, and even before the mineral kingdom. In a wider perspective, we look back to ages when that which now constitutes our innermost being was already in existence. For it was only later that this was incorporated into the kingdoms that are at a lower level than man. Thus we see the being of man hovering in anticipation from a realm beyond the earth. And we understand that we can form a true picture of this being of man only if we raise ourselves from all that the earth is able to engender and bring forth out of itself to something of a super-earthly and also pre-earthly nature. Through spiritual science, we can know that if we engage fully with all the forces and living entities associated with the earth itself, we will not be able to form a picture of man's essential being. For we must lift our gaze from the earthly realm to the super-earthly regions, whence the being of man proceeds. Speaking figuratively, we must feel how something is wafting toward the earth when, for example, we direct our gaze toward a morning sunrise, toward a gold gleaming light of dawn, and especially in a region such as where Raphael lived. And we can have the feeling that forces must work down into the earthly realm that are inherently associated with the being of the sun, S-U-N. Then from the golden radiance an image appears before our soul of what is hovering in anticipation of being clothed with earthly substance. Especially in Perugia, one can have the feeling that the eye, EYE, is beholding the same sunrise that Raphael experienced, and that in such phenomena as the rising sun, one can have a sense of the super-earthly aspect of man's being. From the sun-irradiated clouds there may, however dimly, dawn upon one the realization that the picture of the Madonna with the child is an image of the eternally super-earthly aspect of man's being, which approaches the earth from extraterrestrial realms. And beneath it, separated by clouds, is everything that can only proceed from the earthly realm. Our feelings may be raised to the highest spiritual heights if we devote our attention with our whole soul rather than theoretically, or in an abstract way, to the effect that Raphael's Madonna has on us. It is perfectly natural for us to have such a feeling when looking at the world-famous picture in Dresden. As evidence of the effect that it has had on many people, I should like to share some words which a friend of Goethe, Karl August, who was at the time the Duke of Weimar, has written about the title Sistine Madonna after a visit to Dresden. Quote, "With regard to the Raphael that adorns the collection, I can only say that I felt as if I had been climbing for the whole day through the Gotthard Mountains, had come through the Urzel Gap, and was looking down upon a green, blossoming valley. As I looked at the picture, and again away from it, it always seemed to me like a revelation of the soul. Even the most beautiful Correggios were only human pictures, my memory of them imprinted palpably as beautiful forms. But Raphael remained with me merely as a breath, as one of those revelations that the gods send to us in womanly form for our good or ill fortune. Like the pictures that come before us in the hours of sleep in our waking or dream consciousness, and whose gaze, once encountered, remains with us day and night and stirs our innermost being." Close quote, Steiner again. It is also remarkable that if one studies the writings of those who have been able to express a deep level of emotion as a result of having seen the Sistine Madonna, and also other pictures by Raphael, it is again and again apparent that when people seek to characterize what they feel, there are comparisons with light, with the sun, with all that is radiant and spring-like. This gives us an insight into Raphael's soul, into the way that from the circumstances of its environment that have been described, it engages in conversation with the eternal mysteries of human evolution. We feel that this soul of Raphael has a unique quality, something that has not grown out of its surroundings, but is indicative of an immensity of human history. There is, then, no need to speculate. Such a soul which gazes out into the widths of the world periphery and gives expression to the mystery of existence, not in ideas, but forms it in such a picture, such a soul presents itself through such an inner perfection, quite naturally, as a very mature soul, which in its antecedents bears something of the forces of mankind, a soul that must have passed through other periods of human evolution, and especially through many of these periods that have invested this soul with greatness and power, so that these qualities can appear again in what we call the life of Raphael. But how do they re-emerge? We see the living content of Christian legends and traditions reappearing in Raphael's pictures, at a time when Christianity had adopted a pagan quality and had abandoned itself to purely outward forms and splendors, just as Greek paganism was portrayed in its gods and was revered above all by the Greeks in their intoxication with beauty. We see Raphael depicting these figures of Christian tradition at a time when that which had been buried for many centuries beneath rubble and ruins on Roman soil was again being unearthed. We see that Raphael was himself among the excavators. There is something remarkable about this Rome to which Raphael had moved at this time. What preceded this time? First, we see the centuries when Rome was emerging, founded wholly upon the egotism of particular people whose prime consideration was to establish a human society on the basis of what a person might signify as a citizen of a state, a society in the outward physical world. Then, when Rome attained a certain climax in its development in the imperial age, we see how it absorbs Greek culture, which streams into Roman cultural life, and we experience how, whereas Rome indeed conquers Greece politically, from a cultural point of view, Greece conquers Rome. Greek culture lives on in Roman culture. We see that Greek art, to the extent that it was absorbed by Rome, lives on in a Roman context. We see that Rome is wholly pervaded by the essence of Greek culture. But why is it that this essence of Greek culture does not continue to be a characteristic quality in the development of Italy? Why did something entirely different happen? Because shortly after Greek culture had pervaded the Roman world, something else entered into the picture, which impressed its signature more strongly upon what developed culturally on Italian soil: Christianity, the internalizing quality of Christianity. This did not have the intention of addressing mankind after the fashion of the sense-perceptible emphasis of the Greek cities, Greek works of sculpture, or Greek philosophy, but addressed a quality in the inner human soul that was to enter formlessly into it, and which it could take hold of only through inner struggles. This is why figures such as Augustine appear, figures with a wholly inward orientation. But then, since everything in evolution proceeds and unfolds in cycles, we see that after these people have undergone a journey inward, and have lived as regards their soul existence for a long time without any connection with the beauties of outward life, that longing for beauty reappears. They behold the inner world again in the world around them. It is something really significant when in Assisi we see the intensified inner life of Francis of Assisi appear before our eyes through Giotto, when in Giotto's pictures we see expressed the inner experiences that Christianity can, as it were, engender in the human soul. And even if we may be justified in feeling that the inner nature of the human soul is somewhat awkwardly and imperfectly expressed in Giotto's pictures, we nevertheless see a direct ascent to the point where that which is most inward, most exalted, and most noble confronts us in the outward form in the work of Raphael and his contemporaries. Here we are again directed toward a particular quality of this soul of Raphael. If we try to penetrate into the way that Raphael himself must have felt, we would have to say to ourselves, yes, when we see works of art such as the title Madonna della Sedia coming into being, it seems to us that the Madonna with the child, and with John the Baptist in the foreground, appear before us in such a way that when we contemplate them, we could forget all the rest of the world, and quite especially that this child who is held by the Madonna can be connected with those experiences which we know as those of Golgotha. When looking at Raphael's picture, we forget everything that followed as the, quote, life of Christ Jesus, close quote. We enter wholly into the moment that is recorded here. We simply look at a mother with a child, of which Hermann Grimm has said that it is the greatest mystery that we can meet with in the outer world. Peace surrounds this moment, as if nothing could connect with it, either before or afterward. We are wholly immersed in the relationship of the Madonna to her child. We separate it, as far as we are concerned, from everything with which it is otherwise associated. Thus, what Raphael created has the quality of inner perfection, making eternity manifest in a moment of time. What must it feel like to be a soul that creates in this way? It cannot feel as does the soul of Savonarola, which with an inner ardent fire inwardly feels the whole tragedy of Christ when he utters his words of anger, or when he speaks religiously uplifting, pious words to listeners of Christian devotion. We cannot imagine Raphael's soul getting worked up after the fashion of a Savonarola or others like him. We cannot imagine that so-called Christian fire had sovereignty over Raphael's soul. But if we can allow ourselves to be influenced by the true nature of a human soul, we should not think that the Christian imaginations depicted pictorially by Raphael could have come before us with such an inner intensity and perfection, if the soul had been so wholly estranged from this Christian fire as it appears to us to be when it is working quite objectively on these pictures. One cannot create figures with such objectivity and roundness if one is imbued, say, with the fire of Savonarola, if one's soul is burdened by the whole tragic mood of Christ and feels inspired by it. A very different quality of peace and a quite different Christian sensibility must have pervaded the soul. Nevertheless, what came to expression in Raphael's pictures could not have come about if the deepest essence of Christian inwardness had not been living in this soul. Is it then not quite natural to say, yes, we have before us a soul which already brought that fire that we perceive so visibly in Savonarola with it into the physical existence which it embarked upon as the artist Raphael? When we realize that it brought this fire through the portal of birth from previous earthly lives, we understand how it could be so luminous, so inwardly perfect, that this fire does not come forth as something all-consuming and shattering, but as the radiance of pictorial creativity. So one can say that in Raphael's innate attributes, one senses something living there that in a former life had been able to speak with the same fire that emanated subsequently from Savonarola. And one should not be surprised if in Raphael's soul there were a reborn soul from a time when Christianity was experienced not pictorially, not expressed in artistic form, but from the time of its founding, when the great impulse which then worked on in the course of many centuries had its starting point. In order to understand a soul such as Raphael, it is perhaps not too bold to say something of this kind. For anyone who has, through returning again and again to a study of Raphael's works, learned to revere this soul in its depths, to perceive the fathomless profundity of its influence, cannot fail to understand, through such far-reaching study, what speaks to us when Raphael has poured his soul into his miraculous paintings. Thus, the mission of Raphael only really appears to us in the right light when, in accordance with an expression of Goethe's, we look in a, quote, former life, unquote, for the Christian fire that appears in a later life as the radiant quality inherent in Raphael. Then we also understand why this soul had to have so isolated a relationship to the world, and why this soul that we have tried to characterize, which had perhaps to an intensified degree something of a Savonarola quality in a previous existence, was able to sense something new in what had entered into the cultural development of Italy at the time of Raphael. Whereas, as I have already described, Greek culture had become influential in the development of Rome in the time when the imperial age was approaching, and was followed by a period of internalization, we see now, in the age of Raphael, the Renaissance, on the one hand, the reappearance of this ancient Greek culture, which had long been buried under rubble and ruins. We see Rome filling itself with the remnants of this Greek culture, the reappearance of what through the Greek spirit had adorned and beautified the city, the eyes of the Roman people turning once again to the forms that the Greek spirit had formerly created. On the other hand, we also see in this age the spirit of Plato, the spirit of Aristotle, the spirit of the Greek tragedies enter into Roman life. Once again, we see the conquest of the Roman world by Greek culture. It is quite possible that a figure who had formerly been devoted in a one-sided way to the morally religious aspect of Christianity, and in a previous life had given itself wholly to these morally religious impressions, must have experienced Greek culture as having a fructifying, renewing influence when it emerged from the rubble and ruins on the Italian peninsula. Thus, whereas one sees the morally religious impulse of Christianity as though residing in Raphael's gifts, one sees that which did not live in him as a natural aptitude appear before his eyes in the resurrected culture of Greece. The statues re-emerging from the rubble and ruins, and the Greek cultural artifacts deriving from the rediscovered manuscripts, influenced Raphael's soul more deeply than anyone else's. What, from his own predisposition, from his Christian sensibility, was united with a super-spiritual devotion to the cosmos, worked hand in hand with the Greek culture as it re-emerged in his own time. These were the two things that united in his soul, and which enable us to experience in Raphael's works the inward quality of the post-Grecian age, the quality of inwardness that Christianity poured into human evolution, which was brought fully to outward expression in a world of artistic forms marked throughout by the purest spirit of Greece. We see then the remarkable phenomenon that through Raphael the world of ancient Greece reappears in Christianized form. In Raphael we see Christianity appearing in a time which, in a certain sense, exhibits all around him an anti-Christian quality. We see that he represents a Christianity that far transcended all aspects of the Christianity that had preceded him and extended to a broad observation of his contemporary world. And yet it was a Christianity that does not reach out dimly and vaguely to infinite spheres of pure spirit, but is united, as formerly the Greeks' ideas of the gods were united in artistic form, with what formlessly lives and weaves through the world, and has been concentrated into forms whence at the same time it delights our senses. This is what we find when we try to form an overall picture, when we focus on one or another of Raphael's paintings, when we allow all this sublime perfection, and yet this most wonderful superfluity of youth, for Raphael was only 37 when he died, to have an effect on us. Not for the sake of some dull theory, and certainly not with the object of constructing a philosophy of history, but as something derived from direct experience. It must be said that the laws underlying the cultural life of humanity are truly manifested in a spirit as outstanding as Raphael. Anyone who conceives of this course of cultural life as a straight line, where effect follows cause, has little idea of the actual facts. It is only too easy to come out with a saying that is surely one of the golden sayings of humanity: life and nature do not make leaps. Well and good. But the truth is that in a certain respect, life and nature do continually make leaps. We can see this in the development of the plant from green leaf to blossom and from blossom to the fruit. Everything does indeed, in quotes, evolve, but leaps occur as a matter of course. It is similar with the cultural life of humanity, and this is bound up with many mysteries. One of these mysteries is that a later age must always hark back to an earlier one. Just as male and female have to cooperate with one another, the various spirits of the age must work together in a mutually fruitful way, if any further development is to occur. Thus, in its imperial phase, Rome had to be fructified by Greek culture in order that a new spirit of the age might arise. And this spirit of the age had, in turn, to be fructified by the Christ impulse, so that the inwardness that we encounter in Augustine and others might be possible. Similarly, this inwardly so advanced human soul of Raphael had subsequently to be fructified by Greek culture, which had been twice buried and then re-emerged. It withdrew in a twofold sense, from eyes in the works of art that lay buried beneath the soil of Italy, and from souls in the buried works of literature that manifested the spirit of Greece. These centuries of the first Christian millennium in Italy were remarkably little influenced by what lived in Greek philosophy, in Greek poetry and drama. Culture was twice buried and waited in, as it were, a realm beyond the threshold for a time when it could newly fructify the human soul, which had, in the meantime, embraced a new religion. It was buried, removed from the outward sight of human beings, and also for the souls who did not know that it would continue to develop. It was like a river that continues to flow far beneath a mountain, disappears from sight, and then comes to the surface again. This ancient Greek culture was buried both outwardly for the senses and inwardly for the depths of people's souls. Now it came bubbling up again. For sensory perception, it was excavated from Italian soil in the form of artistic works. For intellectual experience, it reappeared not only through its being extracted from ancient manuscripts, but through people developing the awareness in the Greek sense that everything sense perceptible is a revelation of the spiritual world. Human beings began again to feel what Plato and Aristotle had once thought. However, the person who was most strongly influenced by this, because the Christian impulse had attained a greater level of maturity in his soul than in any other, was Raphael. In him, this previously twice buried and twice resurrected Greek culture now worked in such a way that he was able to portray in forms the whole of human evolution. How wonderfully he accomplished this in the pictures in the titled Camera della Segnatura in the Vatican, where we see the struggles of those spirits who emerged in the age of internalization and were not there in the age of ancient Greece. The whole period of internalization was necessary in order that they could be perceived in the time of Raphael. We now see this tendency toward greater inwardness painted on the walls of the papal chambers. What the Greeks had conceived of only in forms has now become inward. We see the inner strivings and conflicts which mankind has itself undergone, magically adorning the walls of the papal palace with a formative power, artistic mood and beauty wholly characteristic of Greece. The Greeks exhibited in their statues their conception of the way that the gods worked upon the world. What comes to expression in the painting commonly known as titled The School of Athens is the way that human beings had experienced themselves exploring the very foundations of things. And in the title Parnassus, we see the way that the human soul has learned to perceive the Greek gods presented to us in a significant reinterpretation of the gods of Homer. These are not the gods of the Iliad and Odyssey, but they are the gods as perceived by a soul that has already passed through the age of inwardness. On the other wall, we see a picture that, irrespective of one's religious persuasion, must make an unforgettable impression, however slight one's acquaintance with it. A picture which portrays something of a deeply inward nature, the title Disputa, whereas the other pictures portray, with the Greek beauty of form, something that one can aspire to through a certain philosophical striving. In the picture in question, we encounter the deepest truth that a human soul can experience. And since we do not need to think in terms of a narrowly defined Christian consciousness, this manifests itself to us here if we find the tri-unity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva expressed in a completely different way. We see what the human soul, whatever creed it may adhere to, can inwardly experience as the Trinity appear before us. It appears before us, though not in a purely symbolic form, in the symbolism of the Trinity in the upper part of the picture. It again comes before us in every countenance of the Church Fathers and the philosophers, in every hand gesture, in the whole grouping of the figures, in the wonderful coloring. We see it in the totality of the picture, which gives us an inner insight into the human soul in the beautiful form, pervaded as it is by a Greek spirit. Thus we see the internalization that the human soul has experienced in the course of 1500 years rise again as an outward revelation. We see Christianity not as the paganism of Greece with its wonderful figures, which is nevertheless Christianity, reborn in the pictures of Raphael. Thus this soul of Raphael appears as a kind of watershed of the ages, pointing back to its antecedents, gathering up the beauty of outward revelations that had accumulated prior to Christianity, and at the same time oriented toward what has been brought about in human evolution in terms of the so-called, quote, education of the human race, close quote, and which the reincarnated soul makes manifest as the internalization of this human soul. Thus we stand before these pictures of Raphael, before these miraculous works of a unique art, in such a way that they appear to us as a converging of two ages, which are clearly distant from one another, the pre-Grecian and post-Grecian ages, the age of outward experience and that of inner experience. But these pictures also offer us a perspective into the future. For who of us who realize the potential significance of the interplay of outward beauty and the inner wisdom-filled urge of the human soul would not feel a hope and an assurance, despite everything that must develop outwardly ever more and more in the outward course of human evolution, that this inward quality must advance further in the course of evolution, that the human soul must come to experience increasingly inward periods in its following lives. If one turns to literature, one can study, not as an art critic or a mere reader, the work of a scholar like Hermann Grimm, who tried with his whole soul to portray the working of human imagination. And one can understand the inner sympathy with which he viewed the creative work of Raphael. If, moreover, one approaches such a figure as Hermann Grimm with this same inner sympathy, one can understand the significance of a certain passage in his book about Raphael. With regard to this passage, it is necessary to gain a sense of what was living in Hermann Grimm's soul when he expressed a thought that he merely hints at on the very first page of his book, at the point where he devotes his attention to Raphael's having emerged from ancient times. It is not really possible to see from Hermann Grimm's formal description of Raphael's work where this thought comes from. In the middle of broad historical observations, within which Raphael is included, a thought occurs to Hermann Grimm, which he formulates tentatively as follows, quote, "I see developments of humanity occurring before my eyes that I shall be denied to accompany, but which appear to me so radiantly beautiful that for their sake it would probably be worth the trouble to begin human life over again." Close quote. This longing for a re-embodiment in the introduction to his book on Raphael is remarkable, and moreover deeply characteristic of the feeling living in a person who tried to live fully into Raphael's soul and into his connection with other ages. This makes one feel that works such as those by Raphael are not only an end result. They not only lead to an observation that enables us to say how grateful we must be toward what the past has given to our age, but such works can enable a quite different feeling to arise within us, a feeling of hope, because they strengthen within us a faith in an advancing humanity, and because we are obliged to say to ourselves that these works could not be what they are if progress were not an essential aspect of human nature. So we have a sense of certainty and hope if we truly attend to what Raphael has to say to us, and we can then say, Raphael has spoken to humanity through what he has created artistically. When we look at the frescoes in the Camera della Segnatura, we feel the transitoriness of the outer world, and that because of the frequent overpainting that has occurred, we cannot any longer have any idea of the magic that Raphael once painted on the walls. We are aware that at some future time, a humanity will live on the earth which will not have the possibility of perceiving the original works. But we know that mankind will always be developing further. Raphael's works really began to make their triumphal impact when, with devotion and love, innumerable copies, engravings, and reproductions of these works were made. These works of Raphael continue to exert an influence also in their reproductions. One can understand it when Hermann Grimm relates that he had hung a large photograph of the Sistine Madonna in his room, and that when he entered this room, he always felt as though he had no right to do so, as though it were a sanctuary of the Madonna in the picture. Many people will doubtless have experienced that they almost became a different person when they really devote their attention to a picture by Raphael, even if it is a reproduction. It is true that the time will come when the originals are no longer there, but will they not exist in other realms? What Hermann Grimm states in his book on Homer is quite true. We can also no longer rightly appreciate Homer's originals, because when we read the Iliad and Odyssey in ordinary life, we are, without higher spiritual forces, no longer in a position to enter fully into the subtleties, beauty, and power of the Greek language. The originals no longer exist, but nonetheless Homer's poetry speaks to us. But what Raphael has given outwardly will always remain as a living witness that there was once a time in the evolution of humanity when the mysteries of existence spoke to the eyes of human beings on a very broad scale, not in printed and written form, for at that time this did not generally happen, but in the creative work of Raphael. The age of Raphael was one when people read less, but by the same token saw more. What Raphael will always have to say to humanity will be a witness to this time, which was differently constituted, but which will nevertheless continue to exert an influence in all future ages, because humanity is one whole organism. Thus, Raphael's creativity will live on in the course of human evolution, also inwardly in the successive lives that his spirit has to live, and in which he has ever greater and ever more deeply inward gifts to bestow upon mankind. Thus, spiritual science points toward a twofold continuation of life. That further life, which has been described in the previous lectures, and will be spoken of further, and another spiritual life toward which we are constantly striving, and which becomes our guide when we experience earthly existence in ever new epochs. And Hermann Grimm is right to say what he did when he gave expression to what he came to feel as a result of his study of Raphael. Even though a time will come when Raphael's work will have faded and been destroyed, he will nevertheless continue to be alive for humanity. For in him humanity blossomed forth into something which in every respect has been implanted in its spirit, and which will forever germinate and bear fruit. A human soul that is able to immerse itself sufficiently in Raphael will be aware of this. Indeed, we will have wholly understood Raphael only if we are able, spiritual scientifically, to elevate and deepen a feeling that fully impressed itself on Hermann Grimm. We indicated in the previous lecture how close he stood to spiritual science when he concerned himself with Raphael. We shall understand our relationship to Raphael. We shall understand how the thoughts that have been presented today may become seeds for the future, if we conclude by summarizing what it has been the intention to convey today by means of some words of Hermann Grimm. Quote, "People will always want to know about Raphael, about the beautiful young painter who surpassed all others and who was fated to die young. The whole of Rome mourned his death. When Raphael's works are eventually lost, His name will continue to be engraved in human memory." Close quote. Thus wrote Hermann Grimm when he began in his particular way to describe Raphael. We can understand these words, and we also understand him when at the end of his book about Raphael, he lets these words sound forth. Quote, "Everyone will want to know about the life's work of such a person. Raphael has become one of the elements upon which the higher development of the human spirit rests. We would wish to draw nearer to him because we need him for our well-being." Close quote. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This is Lecture 10, given in Berlin on the 6th of February, 1913, entitled Fairy Tale Literature in the Light of Spiritual Research. There are several reasons why it may appear risky to speak about fairy tales in the light of spiritual research. One is the difficulty of the subject, for the sources of the true fairy tale mood lie so deep within the human soul that those methods of spiritual research that I have often described have to engage in a long and complicated process if these sources are to be found. The sources whence true, genuine fairy tales flow lie far deeper than one might think, since they speak to us of something magical that derives from many centuries of human evolution. The second is that precisely because of this magical quality, one strongly has the feeling that the elemental nature and spontaneity, even the very effect of fairy tales, may be destroyed by studying them, by imposing one's own ideas upon them. It is often said, and rightly so, that explanations and analyses of poetry destroy the immediate aesthetic impression, the living quality that a poem should be able to make if one has a direct, unvarnished impression of it. And this applies all the more to the infinitely subtle and magical quality of what arises in the form of fairy tales from the deep, unfathomable sources of the popular imagination or of individual human hearts. Indeed, to seek to impose one's judgment on what springs so primordially from the human soul as this fairy tale literature could be seen as being like destroying the blossom of a plant. Nevertheless, it seems that on the one hand, it is possible for the methods of spiritual research to shed at least some light upon those regions of soul life whence the substance and mood of fairy tales derive. On the other hand, this also enables something to be placed against the second consideration. Precisely because the sources of fairy tales have to be sought so deeply in the soul, one comes purely out of experience to the conviction that what one has to give by way of a spiritual scientific explanation remains something that so gently touches those sources that they are not only not adversely affected, but, on the contrary, the inherent depth and significance of that region in the human soul whence the fairy tale mood derives is such that one has the feeling that what can be found there is on each occasion so new, so individual, and so primordial for the human soul that it may itself best be spoken of in the manner of a fairy tale. For one feels that it is impossible to speak about these hidden springs in any other way. Thus it could seem quite natural that when someone like Goethe, who, in addition to his work as an artist, sought to fathom the sources and foundations of existence, wants to describe what lives in the human soul at its deepest level, he does not embark upon theoretical arguments or destroy the wellsprings of the fairy tale world through his research, but gives expression to his insight into this world by means of a fairy tale. Hence, in his title, Fairy Tale of the Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily, Goethe tried to express in his own way the deep experiences of the human soul that Schiller put forward in a more abstract philosophical way in his letters titled On the Aesthetic Education of Man. The very nature of the fairy tale mood entails that trying to explain and understand it will probably never destroy its creative quality. For anyone who, from the standpoint of spiritual research, penetrates to the well springs referred to, will discover something quite remarkable. If I were to say everything that I should like to about the nature of fairy tales, I would have to give many lectures. Today it will only be possible to mention a few indications and some results of my research. Anyone who tries to explore the sources of fairy tales from the standpoint of spiritual research will find that these well springs of the fairy tale world lie much deeper in the human soul than the sources of the aspect of the soul which creates and enjoys culture, and also finds expression in the most powerful works of art. For example, the most deeply gripping tragedies. Tragedy portrays the human soul's experience of the powers of which the poet says that they emanate from the massive destiny-laden forces that both exalt and crush human beings. The shocks of tragedy derive from these wheels of fate and the way they are portrayed, but in such a way that we can say that the tangled threads that are woven and then unraveled through tragedy relate more or less to certain individual experiences of the human soul with the outside world. Experiences which are difficult to discern because it is not easy to penetrate into the individual nature of the human soul, but which can nevertheless be intuited if one has a sense for what occurs within the human soul through its relation to life. One has the feeling that a soul has in one way or another been caught up within a particular event of destiny when it experiences tragedy as it is portrayed to us. The sources of the mood and diction of fairy tales lie much deeper than the entanglements of tragedy. We feel that tragedy, and also much else in the artistic realm, arises when, for example, we see a person exposed to the workings of destiny at a particular time, in a particular period of life. When a tragedy is being enacted before us, we must presuppose that a human being has been brought to the predicament in question through an individual experience. And we then have the feeling that it is this one person who comes before us in the tragedy with his particular experiences, whom we must understand. A certain circumscribed sphere of human life is presented to us in tragedy and in other works of art. When we approach fairy tales and the mood associated with them with understanding, we have a different feeling which contrasts with the one just described. Because the effect of a fairy tale upon the human soul has something primordial and elemental about it, so that it remains unconscious. When we try to acquire a feeling for it, we become aware that what comes to expression in the various fairy tales does not lie in what is brought to a person in a particular situation of life. It is not a limited portion of human experience, but is something so deeply entrenched in the experiences of the human soul that it is of universal human significance. We cannot say that it is about a particular human soul of a certain age and life situation. For what comes to expression in the fairy tale is so deeply rooted in the soul that it can be experienced equally by children in their early years, by people of middle age, and by the elderly. That which comes to expression in a fairy tale reflects our deepest experiences throughout our lives. Nevertheless, the fairy tale is a free and often playful pictorial expression of these experiences and what lies at their foundation. The aesthetic, artistic enjoyment of a fairy tale is perhaps as far removed for the soul from what corresponds in the fairy tale to one's inner experiences, as, to make a bold comparison, the experience of taste on the tongue when we are enjoying a meal is removed from the hidden, complicated processes that the food undergoes in our bodily organism in order that it may be nourished by it. What happens in this regard is not initially apparent to our observation or understanding, and all that a person has is the pleasure of tasting the food. Both aspects seem initially to have little to do with each other, and no one is able to establish from the taste of the meal anything about the role that this food plays in the whole life process of the human organism. The aesthetic pleasure that a person experiences in a fairy tale is likewise far, far removed from what happens in the deep unconscious regions of the human soul when the essence of what lives in the fairy tale unites with the human soul. Because this soul has an undying need to have the substance of the fairy tale flowing in its spiritual veins, just as the organism has a need to have the nutriments, the nourishing substance in bodily circulation. If one uses the methods that have been described here as methods of spiritual research, methods of research into the spiritual worlds, one will, at a certain stage of spiritual knowledge, discover that spiritual processes are, wholly unbeknown to the human soul, working within its depths. In ordinary normal life, these processes that are at work in the depths of the soul come to our awareness only sometimes as gentle dream experiences that can also be apprehended on occasion by our waking consciousness. When a person is under especially favorable circumstances, awakening from sleep, he can have the feeling you are emerging from a spiritual world where there is thinking and where there are intentions and where something was happening in the deep, unfathomable foundations of existence that is somehow similar to daily experiences and is intimately connected with your whole being, but which is deeply hidden from your daily waking life. When the spirit researcher has progressed to the extent of being able to experience a world of spiritual beings and spiritual realities, he may often meet with something of this kind. However far he progresses, he nonetheless again and again reaches the shore of a world where spiritual processes or impulses come toward him out of a deep unconsciousness. And he says of these impulses, they are connected with your being. You can apprehend them somewhat as a fata morgana, which appears before your spiritual sight, but they do not wholly yield themselves up to you. This awareness of the unfathomable nature of the spiritual relationships in which the human soul is involved is the most remarkable experience that one can have. If one attentively accompanies certain intimate soul processes, it may, for example, emerge that those emotional conflicts that a person also experiences in the depths of the soul, and which he portrays in works of art and in tragic drama, are relatively easy to understand as compared with some universally human soul conflicts of which there is no awareness in ordinary waking life, even though all people of whatever age have to deal with them. One such soul conflict that one discovers through spiritual research is enacted, without one's everyday consciousness being aware of it, every day on waking up, when the soul leaves the world where it dwells unconsciously during sleep, when it re-enters its physical body. As said, one's everyday consciousness has no awareness of it. And yet it is a matter of the soul's daily experience that it is engaged in a battle that is all-encompassing, and which one may call the battle of the separate, inwardly focused, solitary, and spiritually seeking soul with the gigantic forces of nature, forces which we confront in outer life when we stand there more or less helplessly and experience thunder and lightning and the elements of nature unburdening themselves upon helpless human beings. But all this, even when it manifests itself with immense power in relation to man in certain rare freaks of nature, is a small thing as compared with the battle that remains in the unconscious, that takes place when one awakes, when the soul, which has an inner experience of its soul existence, has to unite with the forces and substances of the purely physical body into which it dives down in order to avail itself of its senses, which are governed by nature forces, and its limbs, in which nature forces are at work. The human soul has a kind of yearning to submerge itself in this purely natural state, a yearning that is fulfilled every time one wakes up. And at the same time, there is a tendency to shrink back, to feel helpless with regard to what exists as an eternal opposition to the human soul, with regard to the purely natural state prevailing in the physical form in which one awakes. However strange it sounds that such a battle is enacted every day within the human soul, it is nevertheless an experience that passes by the human soul in complete unconsciousness. The soul cannot know what it undergoes then, but it experiences this battle anew every morning. And despite not knowing anything about it, every soul is affected by this battle in all its qualities, in its very nature, and in the individual character of its being. Something else that occurs in the depths of the human soul, and can to some extent be apprehended through spiritual research, is associated with the moment of falling asleep. When the human soul has withdrawn from the senses and the limbs, when it has in a certain sense left its body behind in the physical world of the senses, what comes toward it is a feeling of its inwardness. Only then does it unconsciously experience the inner battles that are caused by its being tied to outward matter and having to do things that are the consequence of its being entangled with it. It feels itself as an appendage of the sense world with which it is encumbered. And it feels this affinity as an impediment which holds it back in a moral sense, a moral mood such as cannot be compared with all ordinary moral impulses, pervades the soul when it is alone with itself. And there are many other moods that occur in the soul when it is free of the body, when it leads a purely spiritual existence from going to sleep to waking up. However, one should not think that all these occurrences taking place in the depths of the soul are not present in waking consciousness. Spiritual research can exemplify this by means of a very interesting example. It shows that a person does not only dream when he believes that he does, but he dreams the whole day. In truth, the soul is always full of dreams. And it is only because waking consciousness is more forceful than dream consciousness that they are not noticed. Just as a fainter light is made invisible through the presence of a more powerful light, day consciousness extinguishes the dream experience in the depths of the soul that is its constant companion. A person dreams all the time, but he is not always aware of it. And out of the abundance of unconscious dream experiences, which are infinitely greater in number than the experiences of waking consciousness, the dreams that come to consciousness rise to the surface rather as single drops of water emerging from the water of an extensive lake. But these dreams that remain unconscious constitute a spiritual experience of the soul, in whose depths a wealth of experiences are therefore taking place. Just as chemical processes occur unconsciously in the body, there are spiritual experiences taking place in unconscious regions of the soul. If we now bring what has been said here together with something that has already been mentioned previously, this will shed a different light upon the hidden aspects of soul life, of which we have been speaking. We have often emphasized, and especially in the previous lecture, that in the course of human evolution on Earth, the whole of human soul life has changed. When we look far, far back into the course of human evolution, we find that in ancient times the experiences of the human soul were quite different from those of today. We have already spoken, and will continue to speak in future lectures, of how early man had a certain primordial clairvoyance. The way of perceiving the world that is the norm for the soul today in waking consciousness, where we take in sense impressions through external stimuli and bring these sense impressions together in our modern consciousness by means of our reasoning powers, feelings, and will, is only that of the present. It has evolved out of older forms of human consciousness, which, in the best sense of the word, were of a more clairvoyant nature, when people were in certain intermediate states between waking and sleeping, able quite normally to experience something of the spiritual worlds. Thus, even though a person could not at that time become conscious of himself, he found that those experiences that occur in the depths of the soul were less foreign to his normal consciousness than today's situation would indicate. In ancient times, people saw their connection with the spiritual world outside themselves. They saw that what was taking place deeply within their souls was connected with certain spiritual realities in the universe. This was a quality of the primordial clairvoyance of mankind. And whereas people today can have the feeling that I am going to describe only in quite particular moods, in those former times it was a frequent occurrence, not only for those of an artistic inclination, but by virtue of being of their time. It can happen that in the depths of the soul there resides, in however vague and indeterminate a form, an experience that does not come to the surface of consciousness, an experience such as has been described occurring in the depths of the soul. Nothing of this experience comes to conscious awareness, but something is there in the soul, just as hunger is present in the physical organism. And just as one needs something to satisfy one's hunger, so is there also a need for something to satisfy this indeterminate mood that originates from this experience lying deeply within the soul. One then feels the urge either to resort to a familiar fairy tale or legend, or perhaps, if one is artistically inclined, to create something of this kind oneself, even though one senses that all the words that one can theoretically use replicate these experiences only in a somewhat incoherent way. This is how the images of fairy tales arise. This conscious filling of the soul with fairy tale images is the soul's nourishment with respect to the hunger that has just been characterized. Because in former times of human evolution, every human soul was still closer to a clairvoyant perception of its inner spiritual experiences, the simple country folk, in that they sensed this hunger more clearly than can be the case today, were in a position to seek nourishment in pictures that arose from their creative soul life, and which we have today in the fairy tale traditions of the various peoples. The human soul felt its connection with spiritual existence. It felt more or less consciously the inner battles that it had to endure, without understanding them. And it formulated them in pictures which, therefore, have only a distant similarity to what was living in the depths of the soul. And yet one can feel that there is a connection between what is expressed in the fairy tale and these unfathomably deep experiences of the human soul. As one can learn from experience, a child's inner sensibility is often able to create for itself a simple companion, a friend who exists only for the child itself, but who accompanies it and participates in all the various things it does. Probably everyone knows children who have such invisible friends as constant companions, friends whom you must imagine as being there when something happens that the children like, who must participate as invisible spiritual or soul companions when the child has an experience of whatever kind. One will not infrequently experience what a bad effect it has on a child's feeling life when a so-called, in quotes, intelligent person appears and, on hearing that the child has such a soul companion, tries to talk the child out of it, and even perhaps considers this to be a beneficial thing to do. The child grieves for its invisible companion, and if it is receptive to soul spiritual moods, this sorrow will have all the greater significance and may develop into ill health and infirmity. This is a thoroughly real experience that is related to deeply inward occurrences in the human soul. Without dissipating the, in quotes, aroma of the fairy tale, we can feel this simple experience in the tale of the child and the fire-bellied toad as related by the brothers Grimm. The story that they tell is of a child who always shares her food with a toad, although the toad only likes milk. The child speaks with the animal as with a human being. Then one day she wants the toad to share its bread as well. The mother hears of this and comes and kills the toad. The child pines away, sickens, and dies. In this tale, we can feel an echo of soul moods that are truly present in the depths of the soul, and moreover, not only in particular periods of life, but simply through human nature being what it is, irrespective of whether one is a child or an adult. Thus, every human soul can feel a reverberation of the fact that what it experiences and does not understand and does not even bring to consciousness is connected with the effect of the fairy tale on the soul, in the same way that the taste of food has an influence on the tongue. And then the fairy tale becomes something similar for the soul to nutritious food that is used for the body. It is an appealing thought to search in these deep soul experiences for what reverberates in the various fairy tales. It would, of course, be a massive task to examine all the many fairy tales that have been collected from this point of view, and it would take much time to do this. However, what can be discerned in particular fairy tales can be applied to all the genuine fairy tales that one can find. Let us take another tale from the Brothers Grimm, also collected, the story of Rumpelstiltskin. The miller who claims to the king that his daughter can spin straw into gold is asked by the king to bring his daughter to the castle to show what she can do. The daughter comes to the castle. She is locked in a room, and with a bundle of straw in order to test her prowess. When she is in the room, she is completely helpless, and in view of her plight, a little mannequin appears before her. He says to her, quote, "What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold for you?" Close quote. The miller's daughter gives him her necklace, and the mannequin spins the straw into gold. The king is full of amazement, but he wants more, and he tells her that she should spin more straw into gold. The miller's daughter is again locked in a room with a substantial amount of straw, and the mannequin again appears and says, quote, "What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold for you?" Close quote. She gives him a little ring, and again he spins the straw into gold. But the king wants even more. And when she is sitting in the room for the third time, she has nothing more to give him. The mannequin then says that if she becomes queen, she will give him her first child. She promises to do so. And when the child is born and the mannequin comes and reminds her of her promise, the miller's daughter asks him to wait. Whereupon the little man says to her, quote, "If you call me by my name, you can be freed from your promise." Close quote. The miller's daughter sends messages far and wide. She wants to know all names and the particular name of the mannequin. Finally, After several wrong guesses, she manages to discover the little man's name, Rumpelstiltskin. There is no other art form that so intensely gives one the feeling that one can experience the utmost inner joy in the directness of the imagery, and yet can also be aware of the deep soul experience out of which such a fairy tale has arisen. Even if the comparison may be somewhat lame, it could perhaps be appropriate to say that just as one may be well familiar with the chemical components of one's food and still take pleasure in something that's good to eat, it is also possible to know something about the deep inner soul experiences that are felt but not known, in quotes, and which come to expression in the manner indicated in the pictures of fairy tales. Indeed, this solitary human soul, for both in sleep and in waking life, even though it is connected with the body, it is solitary, feels, but unconsciously, experiences, but does not understand the whole polarity of the situation in which it is placed for its own infinite tasks, for the part it has to play in the world of the gods. The human soul is aware of how little it is capable of when it compares its abilities with what outer nature can accomplish, with its capacity to transform one thing into another. It is a great enchantress, which the human soul would so dearly like to be. In one's consciousness, one may manage to cope with good grace with this disparity between one's inner being and the wisdom and omnipotence of the spirit of nature. But in the depths of the soul, the matter is not so simple. The human soul would come to grief if it were not to feel within its conscious being a still greater being, a being on whom it can rely, and of whom it may say, however imperfect a stage you may be at now, this being that is within you is cleverer. It can raise you up to the highest achievements. It can give you wings so that you see before you an infinite perspective extending into an infinite future. You will be able to achieve something of which you are now not capable, for there is something in you that is endlessly greater than your knowledgeable self. It is a faithful helper to you. But you need to acquire a relationship to it. You need to form a concept of this being residing within you, who is cleverer, wiser, and more skillful than you are yourself. As one tries to call to mind this conversation of the human soul with itself, this unconscious dialogue with a more capable part of the soul, one may then also try to feel a resonance of it in the fairy tale of Rumpelstiltskin, in what the soul experiences in the miller's daughter who is unable to spin straw into gold, but finds a skillful, faithful helper in the mannequin. In images whose aroma is not destroyed if one knows their source, one can find a deeply inward soul life that lies deeply in the very foundations of the soul. We can also consider another tale. But first, I hope you will not take it amiss if I connect it with things that seem to have a personal aspect, although there is no intention to focus on this dimension. It makes it somewhat easier to explain what I mean if I add this personal association. In my book titled Occult Science, Reader's Aside, also known as Esoteric Science, both an outline of occult science and outline of esoteric science are the same, end of Reader's Aside, you will find a description of the evolution of the world. I do not wish to speak about this now. This can happen on another occasion. Suffice it to say that in the course of this evolution, our Earth as a planet in the universe has passed through certain stages which we can compare with the successive lives of an individual human being. Just as a human individual passes through successive lives, our Earth has likewise passed through various planetary stages of life or embodiments. For certain reasons, we speak in spiritual science of the Earth's having passed through a kind of moon existence before its Earth existence began, and before this, a kind of sun existence, so that we can say that in the far distant past there was a sun existence that was a planetary predecessor of our present Earth existence, an old sun, which was still united with the Earth. Then in the course of evolution there was a split between sun and Earth. Both the moon and the modern sun which is not that primordial sun, but only a part of it, split off from the original sun, so that we can speak of the primordial sun and of its successor, the sun of today. We can also speak of the modern moon as having been engendered from old sun. Now, if spiritual research traces earthly evolution back to the point when the second sun, our present sun, developed as an independent cosmic body, one would have to say that the beings of the animal kingdom that would have been outwardly perceptible to the senses at that time included only those that had evolved up to the level of the fishes. These things can be pursued with greater precision in tidal occult science, but they can be discovered only through spiritual scientific methods of research. At the time when they were discovered, and I wrote them down, to be precise, they were not discovered when I wrote them down in occult science, but they were, so to speak, discovered for me, and I wrote them down. I was not familiar with the fairy tale in question. This is the personal aspect to which I have referred, and can state this absolutely, since I found it only later in Wundt's title Elements of Folk Psychology, and went on to trace it back to its source. Before I give a brief outline of the fairy tale, I need to point out that everything that the spirit researcher can investigate in the spiritual world, and what I have just said has to be researched in the spiritual world, since otherwise it loses its immediacy, is a reflection of the world with which the human soul is connected. We are connected with this world in the deepest foundation of our soul. It is always there. We enter this spiritual world unconsciously when we fall asleep in the normal way. Our soul is connected with it, and it has within itself not only those experiences that it has during sleep, but also those which are connected with the whole evolution that has just been summarized. It may seem paradoxical, but one can say that the soul unconsciously experiences itself in the stream of evolution that originated from the primordial sun, and then from the daughter sun that we now see shining in the heavens, and from the moon that is also the progeny of the original sun. And the human soul also experiences that in a soul spiritual sense, it has passed through an existence when it was not as yet associated with earthly processes. For example, the time when the highest animal organisms were the prototypes of fish, and when the present sun and moon came into being and separated from the earth. The soul is, in its unconscious regions, connected with these events. We shall now briefly and in outline look at a fairy tale that can be found among primitive peoples. There was once a man. However, he was made of tree resin and could work only at night, for if he had carried out his work during the day, he would have been melted by the sun. One day, however, it happened that he went outside in order to catch some fish, and the man made of resin melted away. His sons decided to take revenge by shooting arrows, and the arrows that they shot formed particular figures, towering up one above the other, so that they became a ladder reaching right up into the sky. They climbed up this ladder, one during the day and the other during the night. The one became the sun, the other became the moon. It is not my custom to make abstract interpretations of such things and to play around with intellectual concepts. But it is an altogether different matter to be aware of the result arising from spiritual research that indicates that the human soul is connected in its depths with what happens in the world and can be understood only with spiritual means, that this human soul is connected with everything that goes on and hungers to enjoy its deepest unconscious experiences in picture form. If one feels this, one will also feel the vibrations of what the human soul experienced as the primordial sun and as the emergence of sun and moon during the time of earthly fish development through the images of this folk tale. Again, to introduce a personal flavor, it was for me a most important experience when, long after these things were described in my tidal occult science, I came across this particular tale. Even though it would never occur to me to explain all of this in an abstract way, a quite particular feeling that I have when I contemplate world evolution finds its twin in another when I give myself up to the wonderful images of this folk tale. Or let us take another story, this time a remarkable one of Melanesian origin. Before we speak of this fairy tale, let us recall that according to spiritual research, the human soul is also closely connected with the present happenings and realities of the universe. Although this is too pictorial a way of expressing it, it is nevertheless correct from a spiritual scientific viewpoint to say that when the human soul leaves the physical body in sleep, it leads an existence directly connected with the whole cosmos. It feels related with the whole cosmos. One possible way of calling to mind the relationship of the human soul, as exemplified in the human ego, with the cosmos, or at least with something significant in it, is to contemplate the plant world. Plants can grow only under the influence of sunlight and the warmth of the sun. We say in spiritual science that the plant that we see rooted in the earth consists of its physical body and the life body that pervades it. But this is not enough for the plant to grow and develop. For this, the forces that influence the plant from the sun are necessary. When we contemplate the human body while someone is asleep, this sleeping human being is, in a certain sense, equivalent to a plant. It has a similarity to a plant because it has the power to grow that the plant also has. But the human being is emancipated from that cosmic order within which the plant is enmeshed. The plant has to wait for the sunlight to influence it through its rising and setting. It is bound to the outward cosmic order. Man is not. Why is this? Because it is true what spiritual science shows, namely that the human ego, which in sleep is outside the physical body, thus giving it a plant-like aspect, develops for the physical body that which the sun develops for the plants. Just as the sun sheds its light on the plants, so does the human ego extend its radiance over the plant-like, sleeping physical body. As the sun presides over the plants, so does the human ego preside, spiritually, over the sleeping bodily organism. The human ego has an affinity with sun existence. Indeed, the ego is itself a kind of sun for the sleeping human body. It engenders its growth during sleep and enables those forces that have been used up during waking life to be replenished. When we become aware of this, we realize the extent to which the human ego is related to the sun. As the sun traverses the vault of the heavens, I am of course speaking of the apparent movement of the sun, the influence of its rays changes in accordance with the constellation of the zodiac lying behind them. And spiritual science likewise shows us ever more clearly that the human ego similarly passes through various phases of its experience in such a way that it exercises a different influence on the physical body in each phase. As spiritual science indicates, one is aware that the sun works differently upon the earth, depending on whether it is passing, for example, through the constellation of the Ram, of the Bull, or some other constellation. One therefore does not speak of the sun in general terms, but of the sun's influence from the 12 constellations, of its passage through the 12 signs of the zodiac. And one can then indicate the relationship of the ever-changing ego to the ceaselessly mobile influence of the sun. We can understand all that has been briefly outlined here and is further described in Title Occult Science as something that can be acquired in the form of soul spiritual knowledge. We may regard it as something that takes place in the depths of the human soul and remains unconscious, while, nevertheless, occurring in such a way that it represents an inner experience of the spiritual forces of the cosmos, as manifested in the fixed stars and planets. Let us compare all this that spiritual science imparts to us as the mysteries of the universe with a Melanesian tale, of which I shall give a brief outline. On the road there lies a stone. This stone is the mother of Quattle. Quattle has 11 other brothers. Once Quattle and his 11 brothers have been created, Quattle begins to create the present world. In this world that he created, there is no distinction between day and night. Quattle now hears about an island where there is a difference between day and night. He journeys to this island and brings some beings from this island back to his own land. And through the influence of these beings, those in his land gain access to the alternation between sleep and waking consciousness, and sunrise and sunset become soul experiences for them. It is remarkable what echoes from this story. If one studies it in its entirety, there is in every sentence something of the association with world mysteries, just as what the soul experiences from spiritual science is deeply in tune with it. It is indeed the case that the sources of the mood and diction of fairy tales reside in the depths of the human soul. These tales are narrated in the form of pictures because outward events have to be used in order to help to give spiritual nourishment for the hunger that rises up from the experiences that have been characterized. We also have to say that we are very far removed from the experiences, but we can sense an echo of them in the images of fairy tales. If we keep this in mind, we no longer need to be surprised that the most beautiful, most characteristic fairy tales have come down to us from those ancient times when human beings still had a certain clairvoyant consciousness and were therefore more easily able to gain access to the wellsprings of fairy tales. And it is also not surprising that in those regions of the earth where people are in their souls closer to these sources than they are in the West, for example, in India and in the East in general, fairy tales can have a far more distinctive character. We will, moreover, not find it surprising that in the German fairy tales that Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm collected in the form that they were able to hear them from relatives or others, often simple, unsophisticated people, we find stories that hark back to those times of European life when the great heroic sagas originated, and that the fairy tales contain features that we also find in the great legends of gods and heroes. Nor should we be surprised when we hear that it has subsequently emerged that the most significant fairy tales are older than the great sagas. For the sagas are about people at a certain time of life and in a particular situation, whereas what lives in a fairy tale is of universally human concern and relates to the human soul from its first to its last breath through all ages of life. Nor will it surprise us if a fairy tale may, for example, present a picture of something that is familiar as a deep experience of the soul, that overwhelming feeling when awakening of helplessness in the face of the forces of nature, to which one feels equal only if one's soul is comforted with the knowledge that there is within one something greater than oneself that enables one, in a certain sense, to be victorious over them. If one senses this mood, one will also understand why giants that people have to deal with appear so often in fairy tales. Why do these giants feature as they do? They are, of course, a picture of this mood that assails the soul when it wants to enter its physical body again in the morning, and sees for the soul, gigantic nature forces residing there. The battle that the soul is aware of is, from the soul's point of view, wholly rightly portrayed in the many battles that people fight with giants, even if it is beyond the intellect's powers of understanding. When it is confronted with these battles, the soul realizes that it has only one advantage in this situation, namely its shrewdness or cunning. For the soul's perception is that it can re-enter its body, but what can it do in the face of these mighty forces of the universe? And yet it is aware that it has one thing that giants don't have, and that is its cleverness, its powers of reason. This lives unconsciously within the soul, even when it knows that its strength is small when compared with the mighty forces of the universe. And we understand the position that the soul is in when it expresses the mood that has been characterized in pictorial imagery of the following kind. A man is going along a road and comes to an inn. In the inn, he orders a bowl of milk soup. Flies that were buzzing around fly into the soup. He eats up the soup and leaves the flies on the side of the plate. Then he brandishes the plate and counts the flies that he has killed and boasts 100 with one stroke. The innkeeper hangs a medallion around his neck that says, "He killed 100 with one stroke." Then the man goes further along the road, enters another region, and comes to a castle where a king is looking out of the window of his castle. He sees the man with his medallion and says to him, "I can make good use of him." He takes him into his service and assigns him a quite particular task. He says to him, quote, "My country has been invaded by packs of bears. If you have killed 100 with one stroke, you can surely also get rid of those bears for me." Close quote. The man says, "I'll do it." But before he encounters the bears, he first wants his reward and plenty of food, for he thinks to himself that if he doesn't manage, he might as well enjoy himself until then. When the time comes for the bears to approach, he gathers up all the available food and other good things that bears like to eat. Then he prepares to meet the bears and makes everything ready for them. The bears come and eat until they have fully gorged themselves, and as they lie there helpless, he kills them one by one. The king comes and sees what he has achieved. The man says, quote, "Yes, I simply got the bears to jump over my stick and cut off their heads in the process." Close quote. The king is delighted with this and gives him another task. He says to him, "Look, quote, the giants will soon be returning to my country, and you must help me with them." Close quote. The man promised to do so. And when the time came, he again took with him plenty of good food, and also a lark and a piece of cheese. He then met the giants and regaled them with a conversation about his strength. One of the giants said, quote, "We'll show you that we are stronger," close quote, and he took a stone and ground it to powder in his hand. Then he said to the man, quote, "That is how strong we are. What power do you have to match ours?" Close quote. The other giant took an arrow, shot it off, and it went so high that it was only a long time after that it came down again. Quote, "That's how strong we are," he said. "I bet you can't do that." Close quote. Then the man who had killed 100 with one stroke said, quote, "I can do far better than that." Close quote. He took a little piece of cheese and a stone and took pains to smear it with cheese and said to the giants, quote, "I can squeeze water out of the stone." Close quote. And he squashed the cheese so that water spurted out of it. The giants were astonished at the strength that enabled him to squeeze water out of the stone. Then the man took the lark and let it fly upward and said to the giants, quote, "Your arrow came back in the end, but my arrow is going so high that it will never come back." Close quote. And indeed, the lark did not return. The giants were so astonished that they were agreed that they could only overcome him with cunning, since they no longer thought that their giant's strength was sufficient for the purpose. However, they failed to outdo the man in cunning, and instead he outwitted them. When they were all asleep, he put a pig's bladder over his head that was blown up and filled with blood. The giants said to themselves, quote, "We can't overcome him while he's awake, so we'll deal with him when he's asleep." Close quote. When he was asleep, they attacked him and broke the pig's bladder, and when they saw the blood gushing out, they thought that they had finished him off. Soon after, they went to sleep, and they slept so peacefully that the man was able to put an end to them as they slept. In spite of the fact that this fairy tale, like many dreams, has some unclear and unsatisfactory aspects, we have here displayed before us the battle of the human soul against the forces of nature, first against the bears, in quotes, and then against the giants, in quotes. But there is also something else in this fairy tale. Our conception of the man who killed 100 with one stroke is such that we can feel an echo of what lives in the unconscious depths of our soul, in that he can always be assured, through his cleverness, of being able to master the stronger forces that he inevitably experiences as gigantic. It is not good if one interprets what has been portrayed artistically in pictures, wholly abstractly and in its separate aspects. And this is not the intention here. But nothing of the character of a fairy tale is destroyed if one is aware that it is a reflection of processes occurring deeply within the soul. These processes are such that however much one can know of them through spiritual research and in other ways, one is aware of their primal and elemental nature when one becomes ever and again entangled in them and experiences them in the manner described. And no knowledge of whatever kind can destroy the ability to transform what one experiences in the depths of the soul into the magic of the fairy tale world. Thus, it is certainly stimulating for the spiritual researcher to discover in fairy tales what the soul needs on account of these profound experiences. At the same time, the fairy tale mood is not destroyed. For someone who, by relating to the essential nature of a fairy tale, arrives at a deeper insight into the wellsprings of subconscious life, will find there something that is impoverished for ordinary consciousness when it is described purely abstractly. And he finds that the way that these deepest of soul experiences are portrayed in fairy tales is far more comprehensive. One can then understand that Goethe expressed what he could experience so richly, and what Schiller presented in the form of abstract philosophical concepts in the meaningful and multifaceted images of his title fairy tale of the green snake and the beautiful lily. Hence Goethe, in spite of the intensity of his thought life, chose to give expression to what he experienced of the unconscious depths of the life of the human soul in the pictures. And because fairy tales have so intimate a connection with the soul, and with what is so closely affiliated with its inmost nature, they are, of all forms of literature, the most appropriate for a child's consciousness. They are able to bring to expression the deepest spiritual wisdom in the simplest form. People may come to feel that in the whole of conscious artistic life there is no greater art than the one that traces the path from the unfathomable depths of soul life to the charming and often playful pictures of fairy tales. When what is most difficult to understand can be expressed in the most understandable forms, this is art of the greatest and most intrinsic kind, an art that is intimately connected with human nature. And because in the child, man's being is linked in so primal a way with existence as a whole, children need fairy tales as nourishment for their souls. It is also the case that what is imbued with spiritual power can work more freely within the child. If the child's soul is not to lose its vitality, this should not be entangled in abstract theoretical concepts, and must retain its connection with what is rooted in the depths of existence. Thus, there is nothing that brings a greater benefit to the soul of a child than to nourish it with that which links the roots of human life with the roots of existence as a whole. Because the child is still having to work creatively on its own formative processes, because it still has to unfold its formative forces for its growth, for the development of all of its attributes, it experiences so wonderful a degree of nourishment in the pictures of fairy tales, in which it is connected at a fundamental level with existence. And because even when a person is mainly taken up with rational and intellectual matters, he can never be torn away from the roots of existence. And because even in the very midst of life, he is connected most intimately with them, he will gladly return to fairy tales at any age of life, if he is of a healthy, open-hearted mind. For there is no age of life or human situation that could alienate us from what streams from fairy tales. Indeed, we would be abandoning the deepest and most important aspect of our human nature if we no longer had any sense for that part of ourselves which is unfathomable to the intellect, but which comes to expression in genuine fairy tales and in the simple, artless, primordial mood associated with them. One can therefore understand that people such as the brothers Grimm, who devoted many years to making the culturally veiled fairy tales that they derived from the popular folk tradition available to humanity as a whole, had the feeling from the way that they lived with them, as opposed to anything that they might have learned through spiritual science, that they were giving to the world something that belongs intrinsically to human nature. It is therefore apparent that, although a narrowly intellectual culture has done so much to alienate the human soul, and also the souls of children, from fairy tales. Such collections of fairy tales as those of the Brothers Grimm have found their way to all people who are receptive to such things, and that they have become the common property of not only every child, but of the hearts of everyone. This will become increasingly the case as spiritual science ceases to be a mere theory and becomes a mood that leads the soul increasingly to feel a oneness with the spiritual roots of its existence. Thus, the dissemination of spiritual science will confirm what true collectors, lovers, and tellers of fairy tales wanted to achieve. This is exemplified by things that a devoted friend of fairy tales often said in his lectures, which I was myself enabled to hear. Words that can be a means of summarizing what results from a spiritual scientific consideration of fairy tales, such as has been presented today. We can summarize it in words which that man who understood how to love, collect, and value fairy tales spoke in his lectures, and was always glad to do so. Fairy tales and legends are like a good angel who is given to a person from his birth, from his home on his earthly path through life, in order to be his trusted companion, and through this companionship makes it possible for life itself to be a truly inwardly ensouled fairy tale. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This is Lecture 11, given in Berlin on the 13th of February, 1913, entitled Leonardo's Spiritual Greatness at the Turning Point Leading to the Modern Age. The name of Leonardo is constantly invoked before the minds of innumerable people through the wide circulation of what is perhaps his best-known picture, the famous title, Last Supper. Who does not know Leonardo's Last Supper, and who, on the basis of such knowledge, has not come to admire the mighty conception that comes to expression in this picture? Here we see the pictorial embodiment of a moment filled with significance, a moment which is experienced by countless souls as one of the most significant in earthly evolution, the figure of Christ in the middle with the 12 disciples on either side of him. We see these 12 disciples in deeply expressive gestures and attitudes. We see the gestures and attitudes of each of these 12 figures individualized in such a way that we may well receive the impression that every kind of human characteristic comes to expression in these 12 disciples, every way in which a particular soul can, as regards its temperament and character, relate to what is expressed in the picture. In his treatise on titled Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, close quote, Goethe has described, perhaps more impressively than anyone else, that moment when Christ Jesus spoke the words, quote, "One of you will betray me," close quote. In the many reproductions of this picture that exist all over the world, we see what comes so expressively toward us from each of these souls who are so intimately connected with the one who is speaking and look toward him so reverently once he has uttered these words. There are depictions of the Last Supper which derive from an earlier time. Without going any further back, we can, for example, explore representations of this event from Giotto to Leonardo. And we shall find that Leonardo introduced what one might call a dramatic element, for it is a wonderfully dramatic moment that he presents in his picture. The earlier representations appear to us as peaceful, expressing merely a sense of togetherness, while Leonardo's pictorial depiction of the Last Supper would appear to be the first to conjure up before us an expression of deep psychological insight with full dramatic power. But if, from the world-famous reproductions, one has formed this impression of the idea of the picture in one's soul and heart, and then comes to Milan, to that old Dominican church of Santa Maria delle Grazie, and sees there on the wall what can only be described as blurred, indistinct, damp daubs of color, which is all that remains of what has gained worldwide fame through its reproductions, one may perhaps investigate further, and thereby receive the impression that it is already quite some time since what the people who saw it, after it had been painted by Leonardo, spoke about with such enthusiastic and fervently rapturous words, has been visible on that wall of the old Dominican church. What must once have spoken to souls from this wall as an artistic wonder, not only through the conception which has just been brought to expression with a certain difficulty, but which must have so spoken through Leonardo's highly expressive marvel of color, that in these colors the most intimate aspect, indeed the very heartbeat of the souls of the 12 figures, came to expression, must for a long time have been no longer discernible on this wall. What has this picture not had to suffer over the ages? Leonardo felt himself compelled to depart technically from the way that frescoes had been painted on such walls before him. He found the sort of colors that had previously been used not sufficiently expressive. He wanted to make emotions of the most delicate kind visible on the walls, and therefore tried painting in oils, which have never previously been done for frescoes. This ran into a whole series of obstacles. The state of the wall, and indeed of the whole place, was such that relatively soon these colors were inevitably affected by damp, which emanated from the wall itself. The whole room, which served as the Dominicans' refectory, was on one occasion completely underwater in a flood. Many other factors played into the situation, such as the quartering of soldiers in wartime. The picture was subjected to all these things. There was a time, moreover, when the monks of the monastery did not behave with particular piety toward this picture. Thus they found that the door that led beneath the picture to this refectory of the monastery was too low, and one day they had it made higher. This ruined part of the picture. Then, on one occasion, a coat of arms was placed over the head of Christ. In short, the picture was treated in the most barbarous way. And then there were some people who can only be described as artistic charlatans, who overpainted it, so that very little of the original paintwork can be seen. And yet, when one stands before the picture, an indescribable magic emanates from it. All the barbarism, all the overpainting and weakening that it suffered, could not fundamentally destroy the magic that proceeds from the picture. Today it is still no more than a shadow extending over the wall, but a magic quality lives in this picture. For the most part, this lies only to a certain extent in the painting itself. It is the conception that works on the soul, but its influence is powerful. Anyone who has to some extent familiarized himself with other works by Leonardo, anyone who has tried to gain familiarity with his creative work through reproductions or by viewing pictures ascribed to him, which have been more or less preserved as he painted them, that are scattered throughout various European galleries, and has, moreover, studied what he wrote in the course of his life, anyone who has become familiar with his life that ran its course from 1452 until 1519, will stand before this picture in the refectory of the Dominican monastery of Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milan with quite particular feelings. For it is indeed the case that one feels that to the same extent that something still remains of the magical creation that Leonardo once painted on this wall, there continues to be present for the universal consciousness of humanity evidence of the immense greatness, of the power and content of this all-embracing personality of Leonardo himself. The extent of the influence of Leonardo's work on people's souls today has a similar kind of relationship to what this great personality brought into world evolution, as these faded and blurred colors have to what he once conjured up on the wall. And just as one stands filled with sorrow before this picture in Milan, so does one behold with an equal sorrow the whole figure of Leonardo. Goethe points out that if one takes into account the descriptions of previous biographers, one receives the impression that in Leonardo a personality appeared who worked everywhere with fresh energy, viewed and related to life with joy, and embraced everything with love, with a tremendous thirst for knowledge that wished to understand everything, fresh in both soul and body. Then one may perhaps turn one's attention to that picture, which is considered to be a self-portrait and hangs in the Royal Library Museum in Turin. And one sees this self-portrait of the old Leonardo, this face with expressive lines caused by suffering, with an embittered mouth and with features which betray what Leonardo had to feel because of his opposition toward the world and toward everything that he had to experience. Thus this personality appears in a remarkable way before us at the beginning of the modern age. If we now turn once more to the picture in Santa Maria delle Grazie and try to study this shadow on the wall of the refectory, together with the oldest engravings, the oldest reproductions that remain of this picture, and if we try, as it were, with, quote, the eyes of the spirit, close quote, in Goethe's words, to let this picture come to life again within us, a feeling may perhaps arise in us that leads us to ask, when the one who painted this picture put the final touch to it, did he go away satisfied with what he had done? Did he say to himself, quote, "You have managed to portray what lived in your soul," close quote? It seems to me that one can arrive quite naturally at this feeling, at this question, why? If one views Leonardo's life as a whole, one cannot avoid having a feeling of this kind. As one begins to form a picture of his life, how he was an illegitimate child, the son of a father of no more than average ability, Ser Pietro of Vinci, and a peasant maid, who then entirely disappears from his life, while the father marries someone of his own social standing and has the child fostered, so that the child grows up alone, left to the devices of nature and his own soul. One realizes what an immense reservoir of life forces must have resided in this human being to enable him to remain so vitally alive. For he did indeed retain his youthful energy. Since he showed a talent for drawing at an early age, he entered the school of Verrocchio. His father sent him there because he believed that his talent for drawing might prove useful. The young Leonardo was employed as a painting assistant to the master. An anecdote is related from this time, that Leonardo once had to paint a figure, and that when the master saw it, he decided to give up painting altogether, because he saw that the abilities of his pupil surpassed his own. This would seem to be more than a mere story, if one sees Leonardo for what he was. We then find him growing up in Florence, constantly raising the level of his abilities as a painter. But we also find something else. If we follow the development of his talent as a painter, we have the impression that every year he embarked upon the greatest artistic plans and was always making new ones. He also had commissions from people who recognized his great gifts and wanted to own something that he had done. Leonardo first formed an idea of what he wanted to create and then proceeded to engage in study. But what was the nature of this study? It involved entering in a highly characteristic way into all sorts of details that had to be considered. Thus, if, for example, he had to paint a picture with 3 or 4 figures in it, he set to work in such a way that he did not only study a single model, but he went about the city and observed hundreds and hundreds of people. He would often follow one person for a whole day, if he observed an interesting feature. Sometimes he would invite all sorts of people of different classes to his home and tell them all manner of things to amuse or frighten them, for he wanted by this means to study facial features for the most manifold soul experiences. Once, when a rioter had been caught and was being hanged, Leonardo went to the place of execution. and the drawing in which he tried to capture the facial expression and the whole gesture of the person being hanged has been preserved. In the bottom corner of the picture is a further head in which the exact expression is recorded. Some caricatures of Leonardo, quite incredible figures, have been preserved, and we can see from these what he wanted to achieve. He had, for example, drawn a face and proceeded to explore what happens if one makes the chin bigger and bigger. In order to see what significance the various parts of the human form have, he enlarged a particular portion of the body so as to ascertain how this member fits naturally in the whole human organism. We find caricatured forms and all manner of distortions in Leonardo's work. He kept drawings in which he has repeatedly sketched a particular aspect and which he wanted to use for certain projects. Although many are the work of his pupils, there are a number that are his own. If one takes all this into account, one has the impression that he would often work in the following way. On receiving a commission, he would study the details in the manner described. Then some particular aspect might arouse his interest, and he now no longer focused on the purpose of the picture, but sought rather to explore the peculiarities of an animal or human being. If he had to paint a battle, he would go to a riding school to study the details, or he would go somewhere where horses were left to themselves, and in this way he lost sight of the original conception of his explorations. Thus he worked on one study after another, and in the end was no longer concerned with returning to the picture. Thus we see from some of the more significant pictures from that first Florentine period, although all these pictures have since been overpainted and the original form can barely be recognized, such as the title Saint Jerome and the title Adoration of the Magi, that he also made studies for these pictures, such as has been characterized, and one altogether has the feeling that this man lived in the fullness of world mysteries. He sought to penetrate these mysteries and to reproduce the secrets of nature in an original way. But he never came to the point of being able to say to himself that he had completed anything. One must put oneself in the place of such a soul that was too rich to bring anything that it had undertaken to completion, a soul that was so receptive to the mysteries of the world that no matter where it began, it was impelled to pass from one mystery to another and never come to an end. One needs to understand Leonardo's soul as being too great in itself to be able to reveal its full greatness. As we pursue our study of Leonardo, we note that he was commissioned to undertake two tasks by Duke Ludovico il Moro in Milan, who had received him there in his court. One of these was the title Last Supper, and the other was an equestrian statue for the Duke's father. We see that Leonardo worked for 15 to 16 years on these two projects. However, there was much else going on at the same time. For in addition to characterizing Leonardo as we have done, we must, if we are to understand him fully, add that the Duke had not summoned him only as a painter. Leonardo was also an excellent musician, perhaps one of the best of his time, and the Duke had found particular pleasure in his musical gifts. But the Duke continued to employ him also because Leonardo was one of the leading military engineers, one of the leading hydraulic engineers, and one of the best mechanics of his time, and because he was able to promise the Duke that he could supply him with engines of war, which were something of a novelty, machines utilizing steam power and suspension bridges, which could easily be constructed and speedily dismantled. At the same time, he worked on constructing a flying machine. In order to accomplish this, he devoted his attention to observing how birds fly, and he was probably one of the first to investigate this. But when one is perusing Leonardo's writings today, one must always remember that these are only copies that contain much that is inaccurate, and therefore correspond, in their form, to what one sees today of the Last Supper. Yet in all these instances, it is clearly apparent what a great, all-embracing spirit dwelt in Leonardo. So we can see that Leonardo not only supported the court of Milan on all sorts of occasions, through his gifts as a painter and by arranging theatrical events, but by developing various military and other schemes, and also assisting the builders of the cathedral with his advice and practical help. Moreover, we know that he trained innumerable pupils who went on to work on the most diverse projects in Milan, so that it is scarcely possible to know today the extent of Leonardo's involvement in the development of the city of Milan and its surroundings. In addition to all this, Leonardo made innumerable studies for the equestrian statue intended for the Duke's father, Francesco Sforza. There was no limb of the horse that he did not study hundreds of times and in hundreds of positions, and in the course of many years he completed the model of the horse. This was then destroyed when the French invaded Milan in 1499, and the soldiers used the model as a target and shot it to pieces. Nothing remains of the immense labor of a personality who, as one can indeed say, sought to investigate one world mystery after another in order to bring to fulfillment a project where life became manifest within dead material substance, just as life reveals itself in the mysteries of nature. We know how Leonardo worked on the Last Supper. He would often go and sit on the scaffolding and spend many hours brooding in the front of the wall. Then he would take a brush, make a few brush strokes, and then went away again. If he wanted to work on the figure of Christ, his hand trembled. Indeed, if we piece together everything we know, it must be said that Leonardo was happy neither inwardly nor outwardly when he was painting this picture, which is so world-famous today. To begin with, there were at the time people in Milan who were displeased that the painting of the picture was taking so long. There was, for example, the prior of the monastery, who could not see why an artist could not paint such a picture quickly, and he complained to the Duke. He too considered that the project was dragging on, and he spoke to the artist accordingly. Leonardo answered that as the picture was to portray Christ Jesus and Judas, thus the greatest opposites, it could not be painted in 1 year, and there were no models for these two individuals in the world, neither for Judas nor for Christ Jesus. He also did not know, he said this after he had been working on the picture for several years, whether he would ever complete it. And then he added that if he ultimately could not find a model for Judas, he could always use the prior. Thus the picture was extraordinarily difficult to finish. But Leonardo was always not happy inwardly, for this picture exhibited in a particular way the contrast between what lived in his soul and what he was able to depict on the wall. At this point, I need to present a spiritual scientific hypothesis that may occur to anyone who dwells upon everything that one can gradually come to know about the picture. This hypothesis came to me when I was trying to find an answer to the question that I posed before. If one considers Leonardo's life in this way, one will conclude that there was an immense amount living in this man that he was unable to make outwardly manifest to humanity, and for which the outward means were lacking. And so was he able to incorporate to his satisfaction something of the greatest magnitude in the Last Supper, as he doubtlessly wished to do? This question arises quite naturally. When one sees how, again and again, he tried to explore one mystery after another through his studies, in order to achieve something that in the end he did not bring about, one is bound to ask such a question. Then the answer comes almost out of itself. If Leonardo, on the other hand, had only progressed with the equestrian statue, which he intended to be a miracle of sculptural art, to the point of making a model of it, which was then destroyed, so that he never even set about the casting process, if therefore he completely bade farewell to this statue after 16 years of unfulfilled work, how, most likely, did he leave the Last Supper? One has the feeling that he left this picture with a sense of dissatisfaction. If all that one can see today of this picture is a ruin of blurred, damaged colors, and if for a long time nothing has been visible of what Leonardo once painted on the wall, one may perhaps maintain that what he painted on the wall could not even remotely have represented what lived in his soul. In order to arrive at such a conclusion, one needs to put together all manner of different impressions that one can receive by looking at the picture. But there are also some outward reasons for it. Among the writings of Leonardo that have survived, there is a wonderful titled Treatise on Painting. The essential nature of painting as an art is described, how it must work in relation to perspective and color, how it must work in accordance with a particular conception. In spite of its being only a fragment, this book by Leonardo about painting is a marvelous work, the like of which has probably not been written. The principles of the art of painting are depicted as only the greatest genius could have presented them. It is, for example, wonderful to read how Leonardo shows the way in which horses must be depicted in a battle scene, giving the impression of bestiality and yet grandeur, such as belongs to the portraying of a battle. In short, this work shows us all Leonardo's greatness and also his frailty. We shall speak about this later. Above all, it reveals how he always regarded his art as a painter, as a matter of studying how reality presents itself to the human eye, EYE. The way that light and dark and shades of color are used in painting is beautifully described in this book by Leonardo about this art. And if we had to confirm that there lived in Leonardo's soul the ardent longing of his conscience, never even in the smallest detail to offend against the truth, which, as we shall see elsewhere, he prized so highly, if we wanted to show how this lived in his soul, we could say that this is everywhere apparent in his treatise about painting, with its injunction never to offend against the truth of the impression, ensuring that this impression is always in accordance with the inner mysteries of nature. If we contemplate his Last Supper, there are two things of which it can be said that they do not wholly accord with Leonardo's requirements with respect to painting. One of these is the figure of Judas. From the reproductions, and also to some extent from the shadowy image of the painting in Milan, one has the impression that Judas is completely covered in shadow. He is quite dark. Now study how the light falls from the different sides, and how in the case of the other 11 disciples, the lighting conditions are portrayed to the most exemplary degree in accordance with reality. Nothing really explains the darkness on the face of Judas. We do not receive a satisfactory explanation of the reason of this darkness from the external lighting relationships. And when one comes to the figure of Christ Jesus, a purely outward perception, without having recourse to spiritual science, can yield no more than a suggestion. For, just as little as the blackness, the darkness of the figure of Judas is justified, so is the sun-like quality of the figure of Christ, standing out from the other figures in the manner indicated, equally without justification. We can understand all the other countenances from the way they are illuminated, but not that of Judas, nor that of Christ Jesus. If, however, one proceeds from a spiritual scientific point of view, the thought that quite naturally arises is that the painter has striven to make it apparent that in these two contrasting figures of Jesus in quotes and Judas in quotes, light and darkness are governed by inner rather than outer factors. He probably wanted to make us realize that the face of Christ appears to us such that the way that it is lit cannot be explained outwardly, but that we are to believe that the soul behind this countenance endows it with the power of light out of itself, so that it can shine in defiance of the lighting conditions. Likewise, with respect to Judas, one can have the impression that this figure, as it were, conjures up a shadow, which is not explained by the shadows woven round it. It is, as said, a spiritual scientific hypothesis, but one that I have developed over many years, an hypothesis that can be seen to be all the more confirmed the further one enters into the whole problem. According to this hypothesis, one can understand how Leonardo, who in his works and studies consistently endeavored to be true to nature, worked with a trembling brush to depict a problem that could be justified with respect to this one figure. And then one can understand that Leonardo could well be bitterly disappointed, and indubitably so, because it was impossible, through the means of the art forms available to him, to bring this problem to expression with complete truthfulness and veracity. For he could not yet do what he wanted, and eventually despaired of the possibility of achieving it, and therefore had to leave a picture behind which did not satisfy him. And then one can answer the question as to the feelings with which Leonardo felt in accordance with his whole being and spiritual greatness. Yes, Leonardo most likely left this picture with the bitter feeling that in his most important work he set himself a task whose execution could never satisfy him with the current means available. And even if no eye, EYE, in later centuries will see what Leonardo had magically created on the wall in Milan, it was in any case certainly not what lived in his soul. Indeed, if one pictures him in relation to his most important creation, one is tempted to ask, what mystery is actually concealed behind this figure of Leonardo? When we considered the personality of Raphael a fortnight ago, we tried to show that such a personality can be understood quite differently if one bases one's investigations upon spiritual scientific foundations. If one is clear that the human soul is something that forever returns in many earthly lives, so that a soul that has been born at a certain time does not live only this one life, but in its whole disposition and in the whole manner of its development, brings with it gifts and aptitudes from previous earthly lives, and now incorporates what it has brought from previous earthly lives into the present one, finding itself confronted by what the spiritual environment now offers. If one views the soul in this way, recognizing that it enters into existence with an inner spiritual inheritance that derives from repeated earthly lives, and if one accepts that the whole evolution is meaningful and wisdom-filled, if one presupposes that something does not appear by chance in certain epochs, but in accordance with rule and law, just as the blossom of the plant appears after the green leaves, if, therefore, one accepts that the history of human evolution is formed through wisdom, and the human soul returns ever and again from spiritual regions, it begins to be possible to interpret the figures of particular individuals. However, what can be studied with respect to the lives of human individuals becomes more clearly manifest if one considers such exceptional human souls. If one studies Leonardo in the way that we have tried to summarize in outline particular moments of his life, one is led again and again to the background from which this soul stands out. This background is the time into which this soul was placed, between 1452 and 1519. What was this time like? It was the time before the ascendancy of the modern natural scientific worldview, before the world conception of Copernicus came to prominence, before Giordano Bruno, Kepler, and Galileo were active. How do we regard this time from the point of view of spiritual science? We have repeatedly drawn attention to the fact that the further we go back in the course of human evolution, the more human perception of and interaction with the surrounding world become different from what they are now. In ancient times of human evolution, we find in every soul a kind of clairvoyance, by means of which souls had insight into the spiritual world at certain transitional stages between sleeping and waking. This original clairvoyance was lost in the course of time, but until the 15th century there still remained a residue of it from former ages. The clairvoyance itself had long since disappeared. What remained was a feeling that the human soul had a connection with the spiritual background of the world. What souls formerly beheld, they continued to feel. And although this feeling had already become weak, they nevertheless experienced themselves as connected in the center of their being with the spiritual influences that live and weave through the world, just as the physical processes in the human body are connected with the physical events of the world. It forms part of the laws of evolution that the old relationship of the human soul with the spiritual world had to be broken off for a while. Modern natural science would never have been able to blossom if the old clairvoyance had remained. This whole former way of perceiving the world had to be lost in order that souls could devote themselves to what presents itself to the senses and to what can be scientifically established by the intellect that is bound to the brain. The world conception of natural science, which has become established from the time of Leonardo until today, was only made possible through the loss of the old spiritual perception of mankind and through man's inclining himself, as one says, objectively in quotes, to outward sensory perception and to what the intellect is able to grasp as a result of it. Today, we again stand at a new turning point, at the beginning of that time, when through modern spiritual science, it is again possible for human beings to come to a spiritual way of looking at things. For the development of natural science has a twofold significance. It had first to furnish humanity with a certain wealth of natural scientific knowledge. In the course of the centuries, since the appearance of Copernicus, Kepler, and others, since natural science has gone from triumph to triumph, this has been incorporated in a wonderful way into practical and theoretical life. This is the one thing that has been brought about through natural science in the centuries since the time of Leonardo. The other is something that could not arise immediately, but which became possible only in our time. For not only can what one has learned through the Copernican conception of the world, through the observations and research of Kepler and Galileo, and through modern spectral analysis and so on, be attributed to natural science, but also a certain education of the human soul. The human soul first directed its gaze toward the world of the senses. In this way, natural science was developed. But through natural science, new ideas, new concepts were formulated. And where natural science has rendered its greatest service is not through sense perception, but through something quite different. This has already been indicated. In one particular sphere, people relied on sense perception in the time before Copernicus. What resulted from this? They believed that the Earth stood still in space, and that the Sun and the other planets moved around it. Then came Copernicus, who had the courage not to rely on sense perception. He had the courage to say that if one relies entirely on sense perception, one does not make any empirical discovery, and that one arrives at empirical discoveries if one strictly thinks through everything that one has previously observed. Human beings then followed in his footsteps, and it is altogether a failure to recognize the true situation if one were to believe that natural science attained its present heights because humanity relied only on the senses. What has come to humanity through natural science has, however, also made an impression on human souls. The ideas of natural science live in our souls. They have educated our souls. In addition to what the natural sciences have given in terms of content, they have also been a means of education for human souls. And in that natural scientific ideas are not merely thought but lived, souls have developed the maturity actively to seek spiritual science purely out of themselves. Mankind first had to become sufficiently mature for this, and accordingly, centuries needed to elapse since the time of Leonardo. Now, let us consider Leonardo. He enters into this time with a soul that in an earlier existence had belonged to those initiates who had raised themselves in the old way to the mysteries of world perception. When he was born in the 15th century, this could not be continued. For in earlier incarnations, insofar as these previous earthly lives made it possible, one may have immersed oneself in the mysteries of the world in a great and mighty way. But how one brings them to consciousness in a new existence depends on one's outward physical body. A 15th century body could not bring to expression the inner thoughts, feelings, and formative powers that Leonardo had received into his being at earlier stages of existence. What he possessed from earlier times worked only as a power, but he was confined within a body living in the age directly before the blossoming of natural science. The time was coming, its dawn already imminent, when people wanted to perceive the world of sense existence only with their senses and think only with the intellect that is associated with the instrument of the brain. Leonardo was constantly driven to seek the spirit, for he brought this with him from former lives. And this aspiration that he felt for the spirit was exhibited by him on a grand scale. Let us now view him as an artist. Art had become something entirely different in the time when Leonardo lived from what it was in the age of Greece. Let us try to imagine what it would have been like for a Greek artist to create, for example, a sculptural form. What kind of feeling do we have when we contemplate, for instance, the statue of Marcus Aurelius in Rome? Those who fashioned something of this kind would never have molded its individual forms from an external model, as, say, Michelangelo or Leonardo did in their detailed studies. The wonderful horse of the statue of Marcus Aurelius was certainly not studied in the way that Leonardo studied his horse for the equestrian statue of Francesco Sforza. And yet, how alive these old statues appear to us now. Why is this? The reason is that human souls, in Greek times, felt themselves to be creators of their bodies, because they felt themselves to be at one with the whole world. In the age of Greek art, one felt, for example, in an arm, all the forces that formed the arm. One had an inner sense of the independent inner being of one's own form. People beheld forms not from without, but as knowingly created from within, in that they were still conscious of the power that fashioned them. This can be outwardly demonstrated today. Look at the Greek statues of women. They are all experienced directly. Thus, they are all depicted at the time of life when there is an expansion of growth. We always have the sense that the artist is creating from nature because he was within the spirit of nature, because he felt himself connected in his soul with the spirit of nature. This feeling of being connected with the spirit that lives and weaves in everything was to be lost in Leonardo's time. And it had to be lost because otherwise the New Age could not have emerged. This is not a criticism of the age, but a representation of the meaning of the facts. Let us now see how Leonardo sets to work by having an inner knowledge, an inner experience in his soul, which, however, does not come to consciousness. There is something that works in a living way on these forms, but Leonardo cannot take hold of it inwardly. He feels as though separated from it, and now nothing satisfies him. He stands there in the expectation of this natural scientific world conception, for it has not yet come into existence, but he cannot possess it for himself. Take his writings. On every page there are things that people rediscover only in the course of the next 3 centuries and have sometimes still not discovered. Leonardo had the most wonderful ideas, which in his time could not be made use of. We find them in his writings and also in his artistic creations. Thus we experience in him the powerlessness that a soul had to cope with in an age when the old kind of world conception had come to an end, and the new one had not yet emerged. This new world conception led inevitably to the splintering of the former comprehensive human outlook into a perception of details. We see emerging a specialization of specific branches of activity. With Leonardo, everything still appears to be united. He is at once a great painter, a great musician, a great philosopher, a great technical expert. He united all this in himself, because his soul came over from olden times possessed of great gifts, and in the new age can touch everything, but cannot penetrate it. And so, from the human point of view, Leonardo appears as a tragic figure. but when viewed from a higher viewpoint can be seen as being of immense significance at the turning point to a more recent age. One can see this for oneself if one further examines what Leonardo has created. He brought his most important projects only to a certain point, and his pupils then worked further on them. Even with such pictures as his title John, or the title Mona Lisa in the Louvre in Paris, we see that the way they were executed technically meant that they soon had to lose their brilliancy. But then we also always see that Leonardo could never do enough to satisfy himself. It is not possible without having the pictures in front of us to speak about the details of Leonardo's paintings. If one contemplates them, it becomes apparent that Leonardo as an artist was always coming to limits beyond which he was unable to go, and that what lived in his soul could never arrive at the point where it reached from a soul experience to a conscious insight, so that in a moment something lit up from that stage of soul experience in such a way that one might rejoice and then sink back in sorrow, because it did not come to clear consciousness. It did not once do so for Leonardo. We follow Leonardo with feelings of bitterness when we see how in the end he was brought to France by Francis I for the last 3 years of his life, and spent these years in the dwelling place assigned to him by Francis I in spiritual contemplation of the mysteries of existence. Then he appears to us as the lonely man who cannot really find anything in common with the world surrounding him, and who must have felt an enormous contrast between what he experienced as the foundations of existence, which can find their form in art, and what he had been able to give to the world in no more than a fragmentary form. If one thinks of things in this way, one can look at Leonardo and see that here is a soul where much is going on, much, an infinite amount, is going on. It is staggering to observe what this soul has contributed to human evolution, and what this had outwardly manifested as a gift to human evolution, even by the time of Leonardo's death, is a small part of what lived in this soul. How do we stand before the economy of existence if we were to adopt the view that human existence is fully contained in what becomes outwardly manifest? How senseless and purposeless does the life of a soul such as that of Leonardo appear when we see what went on within it, and what it was able to suffer and endure on account of this, and when we compare this with what it could have given to the world. What a contrast there would be if we were to say that the soul should only be regarded in accordance with what it made outwardly manifest in life. No, we should not think of it in this way. We must look at it from another standpoint and say, whatever it may have given to the world, what it has experienced, what it went through in its inmost being, belongs to another world, a world that in contrast to our world is of a supersensible nature. Such individuals are above all a proof that the human soul has its place within supersensible existence, and that such souls as Leonardo have something to do with supersensible existence, and that what they can give to the outer world is merely a byproduct of what they have to go through as a whole. We only come to a right impression if we add to the stream that manifests itself in outward human events another supersensible stream, and say something runs in parallel with the sensory stream, and such souls are deeply embedded in this supersensible stream. They are obliged to live in it in order to form a link between the realm of the senses and that of the supersensible. The existence of such souls becomes meaningful only if we are able to accept a supersensible existence in which they are embedded. Thus we see little of Leonardo if we view his outward creativity. We gain the impression that this soul still has something to sort out in supersensible existence, and we then say to ourselves that we understand. In order that this soul can, in the totality of its life that runs its course through many earthly lives, always reveal something of its qualities to mankind, it had in its existence as Leonardo to pass through a life whereby it was only able to bring to expression the smallest part of what lived within it. Thus, such souls as that of Leonardo are indeed world riddles and riddles of life, world riddles incarnate. What I wanted to present today should not be encapsulated in sharply defined concepts, but it should give an indication of how to approach such souls. For spiritual science should not be giving out theories. Spiritual science should, through all that it undertakes, comprehend man's life of feeling and experience as a whole, and should itself become an elixir of life, so that through it we acquire a new relationship to both world and life. Spirits such as Leonardo are quite especially suited to lead to this new relationship to the world and to life that we can acquire through spiritual science coming into the world. When we contemplate figures such as Leonardo, we can say that they enter existence full of enigmas, because they have to live out something greater than their age can give them, because they bring with them something from their former lives. Souls such as Leonardo not only enter life at an inconspicuous level, but in the way that Leonardo himself did, born of a father of no more than average ability, and of a mother who soon completely disappears from view after giving birth to an illegitimate child. Leonardo was brought up among very ordinary people. Thus we see him having to rely wholly on his own resources and giving expression to what he had brought from previous lives. When we consider the unfavorable circumstances of his birth, we recognize that they did not prevent the greatest soul capacities from coming to manifestation. Thus we see Leonardo's soul so healthy, so comprehensive in its nature, that we can echo what Goethe says out of his great soul, quote, "He stood there in all his symmetry and fine proportions as a model of humanity. And just as the power of comprehension and clarity of the eye, EYE, truly belongs to the mind, so clarity and intelligence were possessed by our artist to the highest degree." Close quote. If we apply these words to Leonardo, and they are indeed applicable, we can apply them to the youthful Leonardo, who appears before us with a bodily and spiritual vigor, accomplished, joyous in creating, and when meeting the world, and at the same time with a longing for the world, a complete human being born to be a conqueror, a person who was also full of humor, as he showed on various occasions of his life. And then we turn our attention to that drawing that is considered to be a self-portrait, and justly so, to the old man, in whose face much experience, much difficult, painful experience, has engraved deep furrows, whose features around the mouth indicate the whole disharmony in which we see the lonely man, far from his fatherland, under the protection of the King of France, still struggling with the world, but lonely, forsaken, misunderstood, although loved by friends who had not failed to accompany him. Thus we are struck quite especially by the greatness of this spirit of Leonardo, with all the suffering that it endured, by the way that it accommodated itself to this body, first fashioning it perfectly and then leaving it embittered. We behold this countenance and feel the genius of humanity itself looking out at us. Indeed, we begin to understand this age, the sunset period in which Leonardo lived, and the age in which Copernicus, Kepler, Giordano Bruno, and Galileo lived, who heralded a new dawn. And we see all the limitations and constrictions that Leonardo's great soul had to experience. We understand the age and understand the great artist who stands behind all human means and who ultimately can only work with human means. Having explored the subject through spiritual science, we must bring the whole of our human intelligence to bear as we contemplate Leonardo's face, and we shall see the whole nature of the age gazing out at us from it. Yes, from these embittered features, the despondent human spirit looks out at us. We must come to recognize it in order to understand the full greatness of the power which had to be present, so that a Copernicus, a Kepler, a Galileo, a Giordano Bruno could arise. In truth, we only acquire the appropriate reverence for the whole course and evolution of the human spirit if we learn to further intensify our sense of the tragedy that we feel as a result of Giordano Bruno's death at the stake, through beholding Leonardo's soul with its sense of powerlessness in the preceding age of decline. Leonardo's greatness becomes clear to us only when we gain an inkling of what he was unable to achieve. And this is connected with something that we want to add by way of a summary of what we have been considering today. It is connected with the fact that the human soul can be satisfied, indeed filled with delight, at the sight of imperfection, although most strikingly so by great rather than small imperfections, at the sight of that creative activity which, because of its greatness, fails in its execution. For in forces that are dying away, we have a sense of the forces preparing the future, and in the sunset, we have the promise and hope of the dawn. As we contemplate human evolution, we must be constantly aware that the course of all progress is such that when what has been created falls into ruin, we know that from the ruins, new life will always blossom forth. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This is Lecture 12, given in Berlin on the 6th of March, 1913, entitled Errors of Spiritual Research. Just as it is of great importance in every area of human endeavor to recognize not only the paths of truth, but also the sources of error, this is especially the case in the realm that is the subject of these lectures, that of spiritual research or spiritual science. In this realm, one has to do not only with sources of error that can, as it were, be eliminated through judgment and careful consideration, but with sources of error that arise at every stage in the course of a spiritual investigation of truth. These are errors that must not merely be refuted on the quest for truth, but fully overcome. And it is only by knowing them, by being able to gain a spiritual understanding of these experiences in their character as error, that one can be enabled to guard against them and protect oneself from them. It is not possible to speak in this realm of particular truths or errors, but it is necessary to become clear as to which activities and misapprehensions of the soul can cause a person to succumb to untruth on the path of spiritual research. It can readily be understood that anyone wishing to gain access to the supersensible worlds, in the sense of what has been presented in the previous lectures, first needs a healthy organ of perception, just as healthy senses are needed for outward sensory observation. The second thing one needs, in addition to an organ of perception, is a proper development and clarity of consciousness, which has the capacity to oversee and evaluate the observations that one makes. Even in ordinary sensory observation of life, it is necessary that we not only have healthy senses, but that our consciousness is also healthy. That is, a consciousness that is not befogged or confused, nor deadened or paralyzed in some way. Both these qualities of soul life become even more significant at a higher level in the realm of spiritual research. In order to make myself clear, I shall compare this with a situation from ordinary sense observation. Suppose someone has, for example, an abnormally developed eye, EYE. He will then not be capable of observing the available phenomena in a right and uninhibited way with this abnormally developed eye. Hundreds of other examples could be cited, but we can confine ourselves to this one. a very significant natural scientist of the present time, who is not in the least inclined to submit willingly to any delusion, had a certain eye condition, and in his biographical sketch, he described how this condition caused him to see things incorrectly, especially when it was growing dark, and hence to arrive at false judgments. He describes, for example, that he would often go for a walk when it was dark, and because of his eye condition, might see a form of some kind that he considered to be real, but which was called forth by the abnormality in his eyes. He then relates that he was once going round a corner in a city that was unfamiliar to him, and because he considered the city to be unsafe, his eyes misled him into seeing someone approaching him round the corner who wanted to assault him, and he even pulled out a weapon in order to defend himself. He was, therefore, despite his full knowledge of his eye impairment, unable to judge the situation rightly, and realize that what his eye registered was not there at all. Thus, misapprehensions can arise through all our sense organs. This is merely cited as a comparison. It has been mentioned in previous lectures that a person can, through certain inner developments of his soul, become a real spirit researcher, that he can cultivate spiritual organs, through which he can gain insight into the supersensible world. These spiritual organs must also be developed in the right way, if it is to be possible, in accordance with the analogy of sensory perception, to see not caricatures and untruths, but to behold the true reality of the higher spiritual worlds. Now, the development of higher spiritual organs, which, as we have seen, can be brought about by rightly employed meditation, concentration, and contemplation, depends upon making a beginning with ordinary life. Every person who wants to enhance his development toward the spiritual worlds must, as is right and natural, take his starting point from ordinary soul development, from what is right and normal for daily life, and also for ordinary science. Only from this starting point, by assimilating into the soul those mental processes that we have characterized as meditation and other similar exercises, can the soul move toward observation of the spiritual worlds. It is important that at the starting point, that is, before the beginning of spiritual schooling, the prospective spirit researcher must have a sound power of judgment, a capacity to discern what is actually going on. Every starting point that does not derive from a power of judgment that gives itself up wholly to the phenomena is an aberration, for it brings about unhealthy organs of spiritual observation, which can be compared with abnormally developed sense organs. Here we are again at the point that has arisen in previous lectures, and which shows how important and significant what one can designate as the soul life of the spirit researcher is before he embarks upon his spiritual scientific schooling, his development as a spirit researcher. An unsound power of judgment, an inadequate capacity to observe things as they are, leads a person to distort the facts and beings of the spiritual world, or, as we shall see today, to view them in a variety of false ways. This is, as it were, the first important principle for all development toward spiritual research. Spiritual scientific schooling makes it necessary that the starting point must be made from a sound power of judgment, from an interest in phenomena that always seeks to base itself on the true relationships of existence, before the path to the supersensible worlds is embarked upon. Everything that readily surrenders itself to deceptions, that is content to judge in an arbitrary way, and represents a certain unsound logic, also leads to the development of unhealthy spiritual organs. The other starting point, that is of significant importance, is the moral mood of the soul. Moral integrity, moral power is as important as sound logic, as sound intellectual reasoning. For if unsound logic and reasoning power leads to inadequately developed spiritual organs, so does the weak-hearted or immoral mood that a person seeking the spiritual worlds before the beginning of spiritual schooling lead to what we could call a certain nebulousness or stupor, so that when he confronts the higher worlds, he experiences a kind of paralysis and even a loss of consciousness. It should be noted, however, that the loss of consciousness or stupor at the stage of soul development referred to here cannot by any means be compared with the loss of consciousness or paralysis of ordinary everyday consciousness. In the latter situation, there is a certain loss of consciousness in relation to the areas of daily life. In the spiritual domain, the deadening or clouding of consciousness equates to its saturation with all that can derive from the ordinary world of the senses or from the ordinary experience of the day. The spirit researcher who is in error cannot be beset with a clouding or loss of consciousness as in ordinary consciousness, but he can be unconscious in relation to the spiritual worlds as a result of his spiritual field of consciousness being filled with what has justification only through the nature of its manifestation in ordinary sensory and intellectual consciousness. By taking this into the spiritual worlds, the spirit researcher dulls his higher consciousness. One can also portray the matter in the following way. A dimming of consciousness, the impairing of the ordinary nature of the soul in everyday life, is like an infiltration of sleep or dream into clear waking consciousness. However, the deadening or clouding of higher supersensible consciousness is like an infiltration of ordinary daily consciousness, the consciousness that we carry around with us in the ordinary world, into that consciousness which should purely and clearly survey and evaluate the facts of the higher supersensible worlds. Any kind of immoral or morally enfeebled mood, any kind of moral untruthfulness leads to such a clouding of supersensible consciousness. Hence, at the outset of a spiritual scientific schooling, a corresponding moral state of being is of essential significance. And if you peruse my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How is it Achieved? Or, readers aside, How it is Attained, and of readers aside, you will find indications of particular forms of soul development through which this appropriate moral condition can be cultivated. Especially harmful in this respect is any kind of vanity, ambition, an ordinary sense of self, or a certain sympathy for experiences of this nature that can afflict a person in ordinary life. Inner composure, impartiality, a loving involvement in things and worlds, an attentive interest in everything that life can offer, and qualities of a similar nature, but quite especially a certain moral courage, a willingness to stand up for what one recognizes as true, these are appropriate starting points for a spiritual scientific schooling. It is clear from the previous lectures that all spiritual schooling is dependent upon spiritual forces that are present in the soul, but slumber within it in ordinary life, being awakened and developed. For spiritual organs and supersensible consciousness can only be nurtured through the forces residing in the depths of the soul, which in ordinary life are not developed at all, or only weakly so, truly emerging into the light of consciousness. Moreover, the following can also be seen from what has been said hitherto. Two things manifest themselves when, through appropriate meditation, through concentrating one's whole life of soul upon particular mental pictures, freely summoned into consciousness, one endeavors to draw forth these forces residing in the depths of the soul. Firstly, a quality that is always present in the soul, but can be kept in abeyance relatively easily in ordinary life, is, together with other qualities that slumber in the depths of the soul, strengthened and intensified. For spiritual development cannot take place unless, in a certain sense, one makes one's whole soul life inwardly more active, more infused with energy. That quality, which together with whatever else is seeking to strengthen, is thus intensified in what one may call the sense of self, one's self-love. Indeed, it could be said that one only really comes to know this quality of self-love when one undergoes a spiritual scientific schooling. Only then does one realize how deeply this self-love that resides within the human soul is slumbering there. Anyone who intensifies his soul forces through the exercises described in the preceding lectures notices at a certain time of his development that another world enters his life of soul. However, as part of his spiritual development, he must at the same time be able to notice and have the knowledge to recognize that the first form of the new supersensible world that appears is nothing other than a shadow image, a projection of his own inner soul life. The soul forces that appear to him as a result of what he has developed in his soul life initially take the form of a mirror picture. This is also why a materialistic thinker can very easily mistake what appears in the soul life of a spirit researcher for illusions, hallucinations, visions, and the like that can manifest themselves in an unhealthy soul life. That an objection deriving from this confusion rests purely upon an ignorance of the facts has frequently been explained. It must again and again be pointed out that an unhealthy soul life, which beholds its own essence as in a mirror picture, considers this mirror picture to be a real world, and is not in a position to eliminate this perception through inner choice. Whereas, by comparison, it must be an integral part of a true spiritual schooling that the spirit researcher recognizes the first phenomena which appear as reflections of his own being, and that he not only recognizes them as such, but he is able also to eliminate and extinguish them from his field of consciousness. Just as the spirit researcher, on the one hand, comes through his exercises to be able to strengthen his soul forces, so that they conjure up a new world before him, so, on the other hand, must he be capable of extinguishing this entire world in its initial form. He must not only recognize it as a reflection of his own being, but also be able to extinguish it again. If he is unable to do this, he is in a situation comparable with one that, were it to occur in sensory observation, would be completely unsustainable, completely impossible for a real development of the human soul. Let us suppose that in the context of ordinary sense observation, a person were to look at an object and were to be so attracted by it that he could not avert his gaze from it. He would therefore no longer be able to look around freely, but would be tied to the object. This would be an unbearable situation with respect to the outer world. In the case of spiritual development, it would signify exactly the same in relation to the supersensible world if a person were to be incapable of redirecting his spiritual organ of perception by extinguishing the image that presents itself to it. For only if he can pass the test of extinguishing this image, so that once it accordingly returns, after he has overcome himself, he can come to know his true reality, does he face reality and not his own fantasy. Thus the spirit researcher must be able not only to evoke and foster his own spiritual phenomena, but must also be capable of extinguishing them again. But what does this mean? It means nothing less than the need for an immensely strong force that is necessary to overcome the sense of self, self-love. For why is it that an abnormal soul life, which arrives at hallucinations, visions, and delusionary notions, sees these fabrications as realities and not as the emanations of its own being? This is because a person feels so connected with what he himself brings forth that he would believe himself to be as though destroyed if he were unable to regard this product of his own being as a reality. And if someone leaves the ordinary world and his soul life is abnormal, self-love is intensified to the point of being like a force of nature. Within ordinary soul life, we can very easily distinguish between fantasy and reality, for in normal life, we have a certain power over our ideas. Everyone is familiar with this power that the soul has over the mental images that it engenders, in that it has the capacity to get rid of notions if their erroneous nature is recognized. We are in a different situation in relation to the outer world when we confront the forces of nature. When lightning flashes, when thunder rumbles, we have to allow these phenomena to take their course. We cannot forbid the lightning from flashing or the thunder from rumbling. But when we depart from ordinary soul life, the sense of self appears within us with the same inner force. And just as one cannot forbid lightning from flashing, one cannot prevent the self-love that has developed into a force of nature if it is only a reflection of one's own being, that which presents itself to the soul as an image of its own being in such a way as to be perceived as a real outer world. From this, one can also see that the self-education of the spirit researcher must be directed above all else toward overcoming by degrees this self-love, this sense of self. And only when this is attempted at every stage of spiritual development through strict self-observation does one finally come to be able to erase from consciousness a spiritual world that has appeared to us in the manner described. That is, to be in the position to let what one has brought about with all manner of exertions to sink into oblivion. As is described more fully in Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, something must be developed here with respect to spiritual schooling, which in ordinary life the untrained human will cannot encompass. If someone undertakes to do something in ordinary life, he wants to do it. If he neglects to do something, he does not want to do it. In ordinary life, people are accustomed to applying their will impulses. But in order that the spiritual world that appears in the manner described can be extinguished, the will must not only have the faculty in question, but it must, once the spiritual world appears, be able slowly and gradually to diminish itself to the point of utter will-lessness, even to the extent of extinguishing itself altogether. Such a cultivation of the will is achieved only if the exercises described in the book referred to are systematically carried out by the soul. This is, on the one hand, what is intensified in our soul, if we want to energize the forces slumbering within it. Self-love, the sense of self, and this intensification constantly leads us under certain circumstances to regard what we actually are ourselves, what lies only within us as an outward reality. Something else that manifests itself when the soul undertakes the corresponding exercises for spiritual schooling is that at a certain stage of this development, the person concerned must actually abandon with his consciousness everything that has hitherto in outer everyday life and in ordinary science given him the substance and certainty of truth, that gives him the possibility of recognizing something as reality. It has already been indicated in the previous lectures that all supports that we have for our judgments in ordinary life, that all basic reference points that the sense world gives us and that teach us how we have to think about reality must be abandoned. For through spiritual schooling, we are wanting to enter a higher world. When the spirit researcher sees at an appropriate stage of his development that in the world that he is wanting to enter, he can no longer have any support through outer sense perception, that he can also no longer have the support of the intellectual judgment that he has acquired, which has otherwise guided him rightly through life, then comes the serious and significant moment in the life of the spirit researcher, when he feels as if the ground has been taken from under his feet, as if all certainty has been lost, and as if with every further step he must surely fall into an abyss that he is approaching. That this experience is not associated with all manner of dangers is something that a true spiritual schooling that belongs expressly to the present time is concerned to ensure. The endeavor to explain this further has been made in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. If one undertakes the exercises given there, one arrives step by step at a point where one experiences what has just been described, where one feels as though one is hovering over an abyss. But one has already become so calm in one's soul that one views the situation with a newly acquired special faculty of judgment, so that what would otherwise inevitably manifest itself in the human soul by way of terror and horror, though not fear of the ordinary everyday kind, does not arise. One comes to know the foundations of fear, terror, and horror, but one has progressed to a state of mind where one can endure it without fear. Here we are again at a point where it is necessary for the soul to acknowledge the truth and avoid falling into error, because the support that one has in ordinary life disappears, and the soul feels itself as though positioned over an abyss. This must happen in order that out of the emptiness, the full spirituality of the world can approach the soul. What in ordinary life is called anxiety and fearfulness is, through such a schooling, intensified and expanded in the same way that the sense of self and self-love are also intensified and expanded. They grow somewhat as a force of nature. And here something must be said which might perhaps sound paradoxical. If we have not achieved a certain level of courage and are in a certain respect cowards, we may in ordinary life be frightened by an event of one kind or other. But if we are not cowards, we can endure it. In the region of soul life that has been described, we are approached by fear, horror, and terror. But we must manage not to be frightened by fear, not to be horrified by terror, and not to be worried by anxiety. This is the paradox. But it wholly accords with a real soul experience that appears in this realm. Everything that a person experiences on entering the spiritual world is actually associated with what is referred to as an experience with the guardian of the threshold. I have tried to explain something in concrete terms about this experience in my mystery play titled The Guardian of the Threshold. Here I shall just mention that at a certain stage of spiritual development, a person comes to know his own inner being as it can love itself with the force of an event of nature, as it can be frightened and fearful upon entering the spiritual world. This experience of one's own self, of the intensified self of that inner being that does not otherwise come before the soul, is the shattering event that is called the meeting with the guardian of the threshold. And it is only by having this meeting that one forges the faculty to distinguish truth from error in the spiritual world. It is easy to understand why this experience is called a meeting with the guardian of the threshold. It is, after all, clear that the spiritual world into which a person enters is always around us, and that the only reason why he does not become aware of it in ordinary life is that he does not have the corresponding organs of perception for it. The spiritual world always surrounds us, and it is also always behind what the senses perceive. But before a person can enter it, he must strengthen his ego. However, with the strengthening of the ego, the qualities referred to earlier appear. He must, therefore, above all else, come to know himself, so that when he is able to confront a spiritual outer world in the way that he can confront an objective being, he has the capacity to distinguish himself from what is truth. If he does not learn to make this distinction, he will constantly confuse what is only in him and what are only his subjective experiences with the spiritual world picture, and he will never arrive at a real understanding of spiritual reality. The extent to which fear plays a certain role on entering the spiritual worlds can be seen especially in people who deny the existence of such a world. Among these people, there are many who also have other reasons for denying its existence, but a large portion of them, who are theoretical materialists or materialistically inclined monists, do so for a specific reason that is clearly visible to someone who understands the soul. In this connection, we must now emphasize that the soul life of man is of a twofold nature. There is not only that aspect of which a person is ordinarily aware, but processes are enacted in the depths of soul existence that cast their shadows or their lights upon ordinary consciousness. But ordinary consciousness does not extend to this level. We can have hatred and love, joy and fear, and excitement in these hidden depths of the soul, without these emotions manifesting themselves in the conscious life of the soul. Hence, it is entirely correct to say that a particular manifestation of hatred, consciously expressed by one person toward another, can have its origin in a love residing in the depths of the soul. A person may have a sympathy, a deep sympathy for another person in the depths of his soul. But for reasons of which he may be entirely ignorant, he becomes totally oblivious of this love, this sympathy, and appears instead to be full of hatred and antipathy. This is something that is rooted in the depths of our soul, so that things appear quite differently in this region from in that of our everyday consciousness. Thus, there can be states of fear and anxiety in the depths of the soul, without the person concerned having any awareness of this in his ordinary waking consciousness. He may have that fear, that anxiety in the face of the spiritual world in the depths of his soul, because he must cross the abyss that has been described before he enters it, but not notice any of this in his waking consciousness. Instead, all those who have not as yet entered the spiritual world, but have acquired an understanding of doing so, have this terror, this fear of the spiritual world to a certain extent. Regardless of what one may think about this fear and anxiety that reside in the depths of the soul, they are indeed present, though more strongly in the case of some people than with others. And because the soul could be harmed by this, human individuals are protected by the wisdom inherent within them from being readily able to perceive the spiritual world. And the experience of encountering the guardian of the threshold is one that they can have only when they are ready for it. One therefore speaks of the experience with the guardian of the threshold. In the case of materialistically or monistically inclined people, we can observe that they know nothing of this experience, but that this fear of the spiritual world is present in the depths of their souls. There lives in them a certain antipathy toward the threshold that one has to cross. Materialists or monists endeavor to dispel this fear, this anxiety residing in their souls, by thinking out their theories and denying the spiritual world. And this denial is nothing other than an attempt to stifle their fear. This is the real explanation for materialism. However unsympathetic it may sound, for someone who has an understanding of the soul, it is apparent that in a gathering of materialistic monists, of those who deny the soul or spirit, their souls are dominated by a fear of the spiritual world. One could say mockingly that fear-mongering is the basis of materialism, but even if one proclaims this mockingly, it is nevertheless true. In materialistic writings and world conceptions, the spirit researcher always discerns between the lines of fear and anxiety in the face of the spiritual world. However, the materialism that is present in ordinary life, when people are materialists or materialistically inclined monists, can also be present when, through specific means, they arrive at a certain degree of spiritual perception, for it is possible to pursue certain exercises in one's soul. One can also, on the basis of a more or less unhealthy soul life, arrive at some degree of spiritual understanding, but that does not mean that there will be any real insight into the nature of the spiritual world. In a certain sense, one can also raise what has just been characterized, namely, what is embodied by materialistically inclined people in the ordinary world into the spiritual world, something that is like the fear of which one knows nothing. If one does not perceive the connection, one may carry up into the spiritual world something that is widely disseminated in ordinary life: comfortableness in thinking, comfortableness in feeling. Fear is related to a love of ease, to clinging to habits. Why are people fearful of change? Because they are comfortable with things as they are. The comfortableness is related to fear. Just as we were previously describing what can sometimes be the ground for hatred, one can also say of fear that casualness and love of ease are related to it. But one can carry this attitude of comfortableness up into the spiritual world. No one should now object that the people who are being referred to show no evidence of fear or love of ease, for it is thoroughly characteristic that the ordinary mood of soul knows nothing of the way that these things are rooted in the subconscious. If a person brings fear into the spiritual world, once he has developed to the point of acknowledging the spiritual worlds, an aberration arises in a spiritual realm which it is of the greatest importance to be aware of: the inclination toward phenomenalism. People who are drawn to this inclination become not spirit researchers, but, to put it bluntly, beholders of specters. They are possessed by an inclination toward phenomenalism. This means that they want to perceive the spiritual worlds in the way that the sense world can be beheld. They do not want to perceive spiritual phenomena or spiritual beings, but something similar to a being that the sensory eye can behold. In short, they want to behold not spirits, but specters. The aberrations of spiritism, which is not to say that all spiritism is unjustified, rest unequivocally upon this inclination toward phenomenalism. Just as the ordinary, everyday materialist wants to see everywhere only matter and not the spirit behind matter, so does a person who brings to the spiritual worlds the same state of soul that is actually present in materialism see everywhere ghostly, condensed spirits. This is one extreme form of dangerous error that can arise. It has to be said that this tendency to bring the ordinary fields of consciousness into the supersensible field of consciousness is also very widely present in those who have full recognition of a spiritual world and would even want that proofs be provided for such a world. But the error here lies in that they want to permit only such proofs as are valid in the realm of phenomenalism, that everything should be condensed to a spectral quality. Here something arises that at the beginning of our considerations today was referred to as a stupor, a loss of consciousness with respect to the spiritual world. Whereas a loss of consciousness in ordinary life is an infiltration of a sleep or dreamlike state, with respect to the spiritual world, attributing validity only to that which appears in the same way as the phenomena of the ordinary world signifies a loss of consciousness in relation to it. For it is being demanded that proofs be provided that are to be taken wholly in accordance with the nature and qualities of the ordinary world. Just as one brings sleep into the ordinary world if one loses consciousness, so does one suffer a loss of consciousness toward the beings and processes of the spiritual world if one takes into the supersensible world that which is only bound up with the world of the senses. Anyone who is a real spirit researcher also knows these regions of the spiritual world that are condensed to a spectral quality. But he knows that everything that becomes condensed in this way is merely the dying, withering aspect of the spiritual world. Thus, if, for example, something is, with the help of a medium, brought to light that represents the thoughts of a dead person, we are being presented only with what has been left behind by the one who has died. We are not being confronted by what passes through the portal of death, journeys to the spiritual world and reappears in a new earthly life. And we are then not dealing with what is present in the individuality of the deceased person, but with what is in the sheath that has been cast off, like the wooden part of a tree or the shell of a shell animal or the skin of a snake. Such sheaths, such things as can no longer be used, are continually being cast off by the beings of the spiritual world, and through the intervention of a medium, they can be made visible and perceptible, albeit as something unreal. The spirit researcher knows that he is not dealing with unrealities. However, he does not abandon himself to the error that these phenomena represent something fruitful, something budding and sprouting, but something that is dying and withering. Moreover, it must be emphasized that whereas in the realm of the sense world, one has to do with something that must be left well alone if an error is involved, that must be eliminated as soon as one discerned an error, in the spiritual world one cannot deal with an error in the same way. For there, an error corresponds to what is dying and withering, and the error consists in considering this dying and withering element in the spiritual world to be fruitful or significant. Thus, even in the lives of ordinary people, an error is something that one rejects. In the spiritual world, error arises through the dead and dying being regarded as something sprouting and fruitful, in that one considers what has been cast off by the dead as destined for immortality. We can see how deeply even the best minds of our time are obsessed by phenomenalism, and want only such proofs as have been characterized to be valid, especially in one individual, who has written so many fine things about the world, and who has now written a book about these various phenomena of spiritual research. I am referring to Maurice Maeterlinck and his book titled On Death. We read there that he is fully inclined to acknowledge the existence of a spiritual world, but he will only accept as proof what appears in phenomenalism. He does not notice that he tries to find in phenomenalism what can never be permitted in it. Then he criticizes the, in quotes, phenomena very acutely and succinctly. But he notices that all this is actually of no particular significance, and that the human soul after death does not exhibit vitality on a deep level, that it behaves awkwardly, as though groping in the dark. Moreover, since he wants to acknowledge only proofs of this sort, he does not arrive at a recognition of spiritual research, but remains stuck. So we see how the possibility of error opens up to someone who would dearly like to acknowledge the spiritual world, but who is unable to do so because he demands not spiritual research, but spectral research, and does not want to direct his attention to what reality can give. Especially his most recent book is extraordinarily interesting from this point of view. Thus, in the inclination toward phenomenalism, we have the one extreme of the possibilities for error in spiritual research. The other extreme of these possibilities is ecstasy. And between phenomenalism and ecstasy, if one knows both, lies the truth, or at least it can be reached if one knows both. But the path to error lies both from the side of phenomenalism and from that of ecstasy. We have seen what state of soul leads to the wish to acknowledge only phenomenalism. It is fear, terror, which a person does not admit and seeks to suppress. Because he shrinks from forsaking everything of a sense-perceptible nature and making the leap across the abyss, he embraces the sense-perceptible, invokes the spectral element, and thereby arrives only at the dying, at that which destroys itself. This is the one source of error. The other power of the soul, which is intensified through the exercises that have often been described here, is self-love, the sense of self. Self-love has its other pole, that of, quote, standing outside oneself, close quote. The tendency to, quote, find pleasure in oneself, close quote, if you will forgive the somewhat radical expression, but it does express what is meant, is only the one side. The other consists in, quote, losing oneself in the world, close quote, in surrendering oneself, becoming absorbed and feeling at ease in the other. And the corresponding intensification of this self-seeking tendency to stand outside oneself is an extreme degree of ecstasy. That is the cause of a state whereby a person can, in a certain sense, say to himself that he has broken free of himself. But he has become free of himself only by feeling at ease in being outside himself. If someone who understands the soul considers the evolution of mysticism in the world, he finds that a large part of mysticism has its foundation in the phenomenon that has just been characterized. However great and powerful, however profound and meaningful mysticism may be in terms of soul experience on the one hand, the possibilities for error of ecstasy are actually rooted in a false cultivation of man's mystical sense. When a person strives to enter increasingly into himself, when he endeavors through what he calls the deepening of his soul life to, quote, find God within himself, close quote, this God that he finds within himself is often nothing other than his own ego turned into God. With many mystics who speak of the, quote, God within, close quote, we find nothing other than their own ego branded with God's name. Mystical immersion in God is sometimes nothing other than immersion in one's own beloved ego, especially in parts of one's ego into which one does not penetrate with full consciousness, so that one surrenders oneself, loses oneself, comes out of oneself, and yet remains only within oneself. Much that manifests itself to us as mysticism shows how, in the case of false mystics, a love of God is often merely disguised self-love. The true spirit researcher, who must on the one hand guard against bringing the outer world of the senses into the higher worlds, must also on the other hand protect himself from the other extreme of false mysticism, of standing outside oneself. He should never confuse love for the spiritual nature of the world with self-love. In the moment when he does so, the following situation arises, as a true spirit researcher who has pursued the right path of development can confirm. Just as someone who is driven by phenomenalism perceives only the residual or dying element of the spiritual world, a person who devotes himself only to the other extreme sees not spiritual actualities and beings, but only particular parts of them. What he does in the spiritual world is not in accordance with someone who observes the flowers in a meadow, but rather with someone who takes what is growing in the field, chops it up, cooks, and eats it. The comparison is indeed strange, but entirely appropriate. Through ecstasy, spiritual phenomena are not grasped in their totality or wholeness, but only in a way that pleases and benefits one's own soul so that it can consume them spiritually. It is actually a consuming of spiritual substance that is cultivated within human beings by ecstasy. And just as little as one comes to know the inner nature of the things of the sense world by eating them, one cannot understand the forces and beings of the spiritual world by abandoning oneself to ecstasy, solely to make one's own self glow with what gives one pleasure. In such a situation, one merely arrives at a certain knowledge of one's own self in relation to the spiritual world. One lives only in a heightened sense of self. And because one only takes from the spiritual world what one can spiritually consume, one forfeits what one is unable to deal with in this way, that which lies outside, which can be enjoyed through ecstasy. But this is the greater part of the spiritual world. As a result, the mystic who inclines toward ecstasy becomes increasingly impoverished. And we find that mystics who ascend to the spiritual world through ecstasy tend to indulge themselves in constantly repetitive feelings and sensations. Many presentations made by such mystics do not sound like objective descriptions of what is going on in the spiritual world, but more like the indulgence of the one who is given the presentation in what he is describing. Many mystics are actually none other than spiritual gourmets. And the rest of the spiritual world, which is not to their taste, does not even exist for them. We see again how concepts change when we ascend from the ordinary world into the higher worlds. If in the ordinary world we concern ourselves only with our own concepts, we become increasingly impoverished, as does our logic. Ultimately, we find that we are no longer able to cope, and anyone who knows the facts is able to correct us. In the ordinary world, we compensate for this impoverishment by expanding the range of our concepts. In the spiritual domain, that which corresponds to ecstasy leads to something else. By apprehending realities and not things that are unreal, but selecting only particular parts, having picked out elements that suit us, we acquire a view of the spiritual world that is suited only to ourselves. We bear ourselves into the spiritual world, just as, on the other hand, in phenomenalism, we bring the sense world into the spiritual world. In the case of someone who arrives at a false picture of the world through ecstasy, it can always be shown that his starting point was an unsound power of judgment and incomplete knowledge of the facts. Thus we see that the spirit researcher must avoid the two extremes that cause him to encounter all possible sources of error on his path: phenomenalism on the one hand, and ecstasy on the other. And there is no better way of avoiding the sources of error than if the spirit researcher cultivates one particular mood of soul, which, when he wants to transport himself to the spiritual world, will enable him also to be in this spiritual world, to be able calmly to engage in observation there. However, because one cannot always be in the spiritual world as long as one is in a physical body, but must also live with the physical world, this mood of soul that the spirit researcher must cultivate enables him to strive to the best of his ability in the physical world to understand the realities of life with sound common sense, without emotional wallowing or untruthfulness. The spirit researcher needs a healthy sense for facts, a genuine feeling for truthfulness, to a far higher degree than is ordinarily the case. All rapturous enthusiasm, all lack of precision, which make it so easy to slip away from what is really there, are harmful to the spirit researcher. As one can already see in ordinary life, it immediately becomes transparently clear in the realm of spiritual schooling that anyone who allows himself to venture only a little in the direction of imprecision will notice that only a tiny step separates imprecision from falsehood and untruthfulness. The spirit researcher must therefore endeavor to feel himself obliged to hold firmly and uncompromisingly to the unconditional truth that exists in ordinary life. For any compromise in this respect leads in the spiritual world from one error to another. In those circles that want to have something to do with spiritual research, there should be a strong justification for thinking that an outward sign of the true spirit researcher must be his truthfulness, and that in the moment when the spirit researcher shows that he feels no obligation to test what he says, but makes pronouncements about the physical world that he cannot verify, he also becomes flawed as a spirit researcher and can no longer merit complete trust. This is connected with the conditions of spiritual research itself. When the realms of spirit research and spiritual science are spoken of today, it must constantly be emphasized that there is no justification for this kind of judgment that claims that only the spirit researcher can gain insight into the spiritual world, and that someone who has not yet become a spirit researcher cannot know, understand, and make sense of it. You can see from the descriptions in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How is it Achieved? And also from title and outline of Occult Science, that in our present age, every person who makes the necessary effort can, to a certain degree, become a spirit researcher, whatever his life's situation may be. But it is also possible for someone to understand descriptions of the spiritual worlds without being a spirit researcher. It is necessary to be a spirit researcher not in order to understand communications from the spiritual worlds, but so as to discover them, to investigate what is present in the worlds of spirit. Just as one must be a painter in order to paint a picture, but does not need to be a painter in order to understand the picture, sound common sense is sufficient for understanding communications from the spiritual worlds. Research of the spiritual worlds entails that a person is equipped with higher organs of observation. But when what is researched is formulated in concepts of the ordinary world, as is often attempted here, plain common sense can, if it is sufficiently unprejudiced and does not create obstructions for itself, grasp what is brought to light through spiritual research. One could say that what is sought through spiritual research is similar to what grows beneath the earth's surface and is found only if one excavates it like a miner. What one finds there can arise in the way that it is present only if it flourishes within the layers of the earth that are covered by what lies above them. What is down in the depths could not come into being and flourish on the surface of the earth. But if we make an opening and let the sunlight in, the sun can illumine what is underneath, and everything can appear in its light. It is similar with what can be discovered through spiritual scientific research. It can be revealed only if the soul has transformed itself into an organ of perception for the spiritual world. But if it has been formulated in the concepts and ideas of ordinary life, the human intellect can, provided that it is sufficiently imbued with sound common sense, illumine and understand everything as a kind of spiritual sunlight. Thus, the whole of spiritual science is available to be grasped by healthy human reason. Just as the art of painting exists not only for those who are themselves painters, so are communications about the spiritual world, not merely for the spirit researcher. Even though pictures can arise only through painters, and the spiritual worlds can be explored only by spirit researchers. Anyone who believes that what derives from the communications of the spirit researcher cannot be understood by means of the ordinary intellect does not have a correct view of the nature and essence of the human capacity for thinking. In man's capacity for thinking, there are faculties that have a direct connection with the nature of the higher worlds, And it is only because man is accustomed to approach only sense-perceptible phenomena with his concepts that he believes that the ordinary faculty of judgment will elude him if supersensible phenomena are presented to him. However, if one develops one's thinking potential, one can cultivate it in such a way that it is capable of comprehending what is made manifest through spiritual research. The only reservation is that one should not form a prior conception of how one may comprehend something of this kind. This arises from the exercise itself. If one forms a definite notion of how one should comprehend these things, one opens oneself up to a problematic error with respect to spiritual research. This is the second aspect that comes across particularly blatantly in Maurice Maeterlinck's new book. For it is especially striking that an individual who wants to direct his attention toward the spiritual world, who has made some sensitive observations about various things, and has also himself tried to portray the mysteries of the spiritual world dramatically, should prove so inadequate when he should be approaching true spiritual science. He asks to understand things in a particular way, not a way that arises out of actual phenomena, but one that he dreams up for himself, which he believes will prove authoritative. Thus, the strangest thing is that Maeterlinck considers what theosophy or spiritual science has to say to be only a sort of belief when it speaks today about repeated earthly lives, even though it speaks with a certain outward justification and not with a merely inward conviction, which would be similar to a certain primordial belief of humanity. He calls it a belief because he cannot see that there is no question here of belief, but rather of knowledge. Thus he finds that the evolutionary course of an individual human being, which goes from one life to another, cannot be proved, because he has a particular notion of what constitutes a proof. Certain other people resemble Maeterlinck in this respect. Until recently, there was a kind of belief, a certain geometrical, mathematical belief, which was summarized in the words, the, quote, squaring of the circle, close quote. That is, people employed a certain analytically mathematical constructive thinking in their search for that square which equaled the circle in area or circumference. Now, no one will doubt that there can be a square that is exactly as large as a circle. In reality, this can perfectly well exist, but it is impossible to show with mathematical constructions or with analytical computations exactly what the diameter of a circle would have to be to equal a particular square. That is to say, mathematical thinking does not suffice to prove something that can indeed exist physically. There have been countless people who have worked on the squaring of the circle, until recent mathematicians have provided the proof that it is impossible to solve the problem in this way. Today, anyone still trying to solve the problem of the squaring of the circle is considered to be ignorant of mathematics in this realm. Just as such people have related to the squaring of the circle, so does Maeterlinck relate to what he seeks to prove. One can understand the spiritual world, one can comprehend that what is brought to light through spiritual research is real. But if out of a preconception one demands a particular kind of proof, one cannot prove the existence of this spiritual world any more than one can prove the squaring of the circle by mathematical means. One would therefore have to reply to Maeterlinck that he is trying to square the circle in the spiritual domain. Or he would have to be shown that the concepts through which he would seek to prove the existence of a spiritual world disappear when human beings pass through the portal of death. How is one to be able to verify the existence of such a world with concepts derived from the world of the senses? But this is what Maeterlinck is trying to do. And it is extraordinarily interesting that when he allows his healthy thinking for truth to take the upper hand, he cannot avoid acknowledging repeated earthly lives. The way that he writes about a knowledge that he calls a belief is highly interesting, and I should like to read you a translation of what he says, quote, Never was there a belief more beautiful, more just, more pure, more morally fruitful, more comforting, and in a certain sense more probable than this. With its teaching of gradual redemption and purification, it alone gives meaning to all bodily and spiritual inequities, all social injustice, all outrageous injustices of destiny. But the goodness of a belief is no proof of its truth. Although 600 million people devote themselves to this religion, although it is very close to those origins that are enshrouded in darkness, although it is the only one that is not hated and is the least tasteless to all, it should have done what the others have not done, bring us incontrovertible evidence. For what it has given us hitherto is only the first shadow of the beginning of a proof. Close quote. Steiner again. This means, in other words, that Maeterlinck is trying in this realm to square the circle. We see from this example with the greatest clarity how someone who can only think that the salvation of spiritual science lies in the one extreme, in phenomenalism, all his writings show this, is totally incapable of grasping the significance and true nature of spiritual scientific research. Much can be learned from such a phenomenon as Maeterlinck, specifically that the truths that have to be incorporated in the world evolution of humanity are, when they first appear, in the position that Schopenhauer characterized, with words that have already been cited here. In all centuries, poor truth has had to apologize for its paradoxical qualities. And to Maeterlinck, truth even appears unbelievable, and yet it is not the fault of truth. It cannot take on the form of error, which so universally holds sway. It therefore looks with a sigh at its protective god, time, which nods to it the promise of victory and glory, but whose vast wings beat so slowly that the individual perishes in the meantime. So it goes with the course of the spiritual evolution of mankind, and it should be both interesting and instructive to us that the best people in the present, those who wish with every fiber of their being to form a connection with a spiritual world, are not capable of grasping the central aspect of true spiritual science. Instead, precisely where it is a question of identifying the path to the two possibilities of error, they stumble, because they do not dare to leap over the abyss, because they want to cling to the ordinary world of phenomenalism. Or else, even if they are not aware of this, they seek an intensification of the sense of self in ecstasy. It cannot only be a matter of recognizing the character of particular possibilities for error, but of learning what one needs to avoid if one is to recognize and block up the sources of spiritual scientific error. From the way in which today's studies have been undertaken, one conclusion to be drawn is that one must know the sources of error. For there is always the temptation in the soul either to err in the direction of phenomenalism, thus to confront the spiritual world in a spiritually unconscious state of mind, or to err in the direction of ecstasy, that is, wanting to enter the spiritual world with inadequate organs of spirit. The path lies between the two extremes. One must know the possibilities for error. But because they can appear in spiritual life with every step, one must not only know them, but overcome them. For the results of spiritual science are not only the results of research, but they are also conquests, victories over errors, victories over perceptions that have previously been gained, victories over the sense of self and other things besides. Anyone who enters more deeply into what has today been only briefly outlined will notice that even if the possibilities for error can lurk to a frightening degree whenever we embark on research of spiritual life, we have, nevertheless, to be constantly overcoming errors. You will notice that spiritual research not only accords with an indomitable yearning for what he needs for confidence and certainty in his life, but also that for anyone who really understands it as a movement, its aim must appear thoroughly accessible to sound common sense. To summarize what today's lecture was intended to convey on the level of feeling, I should like to say that in spite of all opposition, in spite of all the things that can stand in a hostile way in the path of spiritual research, anyone who enters with a healthy understanding into the results of spiritual scientific research can feel and experience that the fruits of this research thrust their way through weighty hindrances of the soul, through confusing darknesses of the spirit, to an earnest clarity, to a radiant truth. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This is Lecture 13, given in Berlin on the 3rd of April, 1913, entitled Morality in the Light of Spiritual Research. When Plato, the great Greek philosopher, wanted to give some kind of a definition or characterization of the divine, he described it as the, in quotes, good. And Schopenhauer, who in many respects followed Plato, once said in his writings that he was far more entitled to refer to his philosophical outlook as an ethic, in quotes, than was Spinoza, for the reason that he, Schopenhauer, based his whole world conception on the primal force of the will, hence something that is at the same time connected with the innermost moral impulses of the human soul that formed the basic creative force of the universe. Whereas Spinoza, so thinks Schopenhauer, built up his system in such a way that morality, the ethical, is not as such included in the highest world principles. Like Plato, Schopenhauer wished to indicate, as have the representatives of many philosophical world conceptions, that everything that we call morality in human evolution is so intimately and so deeply embedded in this evolution of humanity that one could scarcely conceive of the moral realm other than as ultimately encompassing also all purely natural occurrences, and as lying at the foundation of everything that man can ascertain as the fundamental principle and basic essence of things in the natural or spiritual world. Thus, in the view of such philosophers, the moral element within man is the result of apprehending and being illumined by the divine morality that irradiates the whole world. And it is already implied by this that every development in terms of world views concerning the primal foundations of existence must always, as a matter of course, bring human beings ever closer to the sources of the moral impulses of the world. Even though one does not need to be fully in agreement with such philosophical world conceptions, one will nevertheless be able to say that proponents of such views arrive at the kind of opinion exemplified in both Plato and Schopenhauer, because they sense the value and significance of the moral element in the evolution of mankind, and therefore would not want to be without moral impulses in the primal foundations of world existence. Even without being theoretically in complete agreement with such world conceptions, one will nevertheless be able to learn from them and find it established that every world conception that seeks to be influential in human life and human affairs must in a certain sense appear justified before the judgment seat of morality, that morality must be able to say an unconditional yes to it. Thus, it is a necessity to be able to relate every world conception to the moral impulses of existence. The theme of today's lecture, the intention of which is to consider the relationship of what is meant here by spiritual science to the moral principles and impulses of the human soul has arisen from foundations such as these. Now, when questions of morality are being addressed, a certain, one might say, holy awe of the territory that one is entering is necessary from the outset for something approaching a sensible way of considering the matters involved. Once one ventures into this territory, where one has to give consideration to judgments which want to pronounce in the most intensive way upon the worth or lack of worth of the human soul, one immediately senses upon entering this realm that one is plunging into unfathomable depths of human soul existence, into such depths that one would not wish lightly and carelessly to come to conclusive judgments in this domain. Schopenhauer has also in this respect formulated a meaningful and much quoted remark, quote, "To preach morality is easy, but to implement it is difficult," close quote. What does Schopenhauer mean by this? That it is easy to preach morality is apparent as soon as one devotes even only a little attention to human life, for there can hardly be anything that people preach about as much as morality. There's nothing that is so subjected to judgment as the soul's moral status or the lack of it. And if one makes a thorough study of human life, one has to reiterate that moral preaching actually makes very little headway toward enabling human souls to grasp that the moral principles that are imparted to them by this or that philosopher, even if they are clearly understood, can also be real moral impulses living in people's souls. Yes, how easy it is for many people to preach morality who find it really difficult to put moral impulses into practice. Schopenhauer's meaning is that all the preaching that is done about principles, moral formulations, or moral edicts is actually without significance. There is, in his view, significance only if one can exhibit in one's soul a soul force, a soul impulse that becomes a reality in the soul, and out of which moral actions arise. One would then be able to say that one is referred to something in the human soul that, if left to its own devices, results in moral action. One would then have found the ground for moral action in the soul. One will then have implemented a moral deed, because one has laid bare the moral impulse in the soul. This goes far beyond the mere preaching of morality. One can see directly from such a challenge, which is as justified as it can possibly be, how difficult it is to penetrate those depths of the human soul where moral impulses are indeed slumbering, where those impulses that give rise to morality or immorality reside. It is difficult to enter without judgments into those depths. Let us take a particular instance, one that can teach us how difficult it is for an ordinary soul to make a judgment about the moral worth or worthlessness of a human action. Let us suppose that a person of some significance sets off for a ride on a horse. On his way, this person comes across a poor woman crouching by the roadside. The important person galloping by on the horse sees the woman, reaches into his pocket, and, taking from it a purse full of money, throws it to the woman. This is the scenario that is enacted before us. Now, it is a question of asking ourselves how we should judge such an action in the light of morality. Hermann Grimm, of whom I have also already spoken, says the following about the event, which was an actual occurrence in the life of a well-known individual. Suppose the woman was superstitious, and that the situation was that she had intended in the near future to commit a crime in order to provide for her children, who were in desperate need. Because of the purse of money that this man threw at her, she no longer had to steal, and thereby add still greater misery to her family's plight. But she is superstitious, says Hermann Grimm. Why should the woman not say, "Through this man an angel of the higher worlds appeared to me, and I was rescued from the abyss"? Thus, through what this woman experiences in her soul, we would appear to have some kind of moral action displayed before us. But Hermann Grimm goes further and makes the supposition that this person who threw the purse full of money to the woman afterward comes into the company of some other people. The first of these people, who hears the original person relate what he has done, thinks, "I have always heard that this person is remarkably mean. I now see how worthless such judgments always are." Hermann Grimm then goes on to say that this man, furthermore, does his utmost for the bestower of the gift, contributing toward dispelling the rumor about his meanness by speaking everywhere about his magnanimity. But suppose, says Hermann Grimm, that a second person were to hear the same story, and felt himself affected by it in a quite particular way. For he had, so we understand, not long before wanted to borrow a much smaller sum than was in the purse from that same man who refused to loan it to him. Will this second person not arrive at a different judgment? Or, continues Hermann Grimm, there could be a third person who at the moment when he hears what has happened is prompted to say, quote, "I am in need of money. Can I not have something too?" Close quote. Such a person could likewise arrive at a judgment that would be quite different, both from that of the woman and from that of the others. A fourth person might perhaps know, when this incident is related, that the man in question had considerable debts at the time, and this person will again say that it is thoroughly wrong to give money away so readily when one has the obligation to pay debts that trusting people are expecting to be honored. A further person, says Hermann Grimm, might know that the purse of money did not belong to the man himself but to his wife, and that the man carelessly threw away the purse of his wife, who might therefore well complain about this man's reckless behavior. Several other points of view are also possible. Thus we see that people with differing viewpoints might judge such an action entirely differently, and would not see the need to have a direct experience of the actual impulse living in the soul of the person performing the deed. Hermann Grimm places particular emphasis upon this instance, because he wants to demonstrate the extent to which moral judgments should be treated with a certain reserve when they appear in, for example, the memoirs of a famous person. Judgments of all these different kinds could indeed appear in memoirs, for the whole affair that I have presented here did indeed occur in a comparable situation with the great poet Lord Byron. And Hermann Grimm came to speak about this incident through speaking with one of his biographers who had known Byron personally. He has been cited here because his account clearly shows what is involved in making judgments about real life, which can be arrived at in a variety of ways, when we try to form a judgment about the moral worth of a person's deed. Just as one must indeed say that it is, as Schopenhauer indicates, difficult to implement morality, so is it well nigh impossible, in any particular case, to approach the soul life of a human being with a conclusive moral judgment, such that this conclusive moral judgment truly reflects the actual state of affairs. However, considerations such as these should not lead to the view that we should be indifferent with respect to matters of morality. On the contrary, anyone who understands life in its totality will nevertheless regard morality as the holiest aspect of human life, and hence come to the view that what is most holy in human life should also be approached with a reverent awe, for it is in many ways presumptuous to form a moral judgment of another person in view of the extent of the differentiation between one human being and another. On the basis of what has been said, we now need to recall what has been presented here in these lectures about the character of spiritual science. Spiritual science leads us, on the one hand, more deeply into the spiritual foundations of things. But we have also seen that this is made possible in that we uncover deeply hidden forces of our soul life, so that we comprehend the spiritual foundations of the world only by drawing forth forces that slumber in the depths of the human soul. With the methods of spiritual research, we therefore approach the deeper foundations of human soul life whence moral impulses stream forth in what is often so mysterious a way. The question that must now arise is, what happens when those explorations, seeking to illumine these inner depths of the soul, encounter the moral impulses that reside there? In the ordinary everyday life of the physical world, it is probably true to say that amongst the simplest of human souls and people of least education, moral impulses are able to speak forth from the depths with great certainty. While, on the other hand, it is also true that many highly educated people, including some philosophers and scientists, can, on a moral level, be put to shame by people who have little knowledge to call their own, but who, nevertheless, are able to accomplish the most sacrificial deeds of true human love out of the depths of their souls. Ordinary knowledge, outward physical understanding, clearly cannot furnish the means of gaining access to the depths whence the impulses derive, from which morality can become a living reality. Now, if spiritual science seeks to encompass the spiritual sources of existence, it immediately transpires that a human soul that wants to become a spirit researcher must develop in a threefold way. This threefold path has been presented in the course of these winter lectures as the 3 stages of supersensible knowledge. The first of these is what we call imaginative knowledge, that is, that knowledge which manifests itself to the human soul when it has freed itself from all sense perception and all intellectual activity that is linked to the instrument of the brain. Once the soul has achieved this, it feels a world of pictures rising up from its depths, and with further development on the part of the spirit researcher, these pictures become images of the actual spiritual realities that lie hidden behind the outward world of the senses. Imaginative knowledge is the first of these stages, which one will find explained in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How is it Achieved? The second stage that the human soul needs to attain, and even though it has already been mentioned that these things can only be expressed in a more or less pictorial way, it is as well to refer to this again briefly to avoid any misunderstandings, consists in that what has manifested itself only pictorially, though this is not to be compared with the images apprehended by a particular sense, appears by means of a, in quotes, cosmic speech, as though out of itself, as inspired knowledge. That is, if the spirit researcher's faculty of inspiration has been awakened, the spiritual beings and realities that lie beyond the world of the senses speak to him. The third stage, which enables the spirit researcher actually to enter into the essential nature of spiritual realities and beings, is called intuition. Not that intuition, which is sometimes referred to by means of this word in casual conversation, but something that is a real stepping across of one's own soul life into the being of another, through which a person's capacity to connect his own being with another being enables him to enter into the inner nature of spiritual beings outside of himself. Thus, in contrast to knowledge of a sense-perceptible and intellectual nature, imagination, inspiration, and intuition arise at different stages of knowledge. The human soul enters into the spiritual world by means of these 3 stages of knowledge. The forces of imagination, which are for perceiving pictures of the supersensible world, the forces of inspiration, which apprehend what the spiritual realities and beings of the supersensible world have to reveal, and the forces of intuition. All these slumber in every human soul. Through the methods that have been described here, they can be brought into activity. Thus, the human soul must enter as a spirit researcher into its depths in order to come to the primal ground of existence. Now, it has already been pointed out, especially when the errors of spiritual research were being discussed, that the starting point from which the soul attains to those stages of its existence where it is able to gain insight into the spiritual world is of great importance. It was especially emphasized that a kind of loss of consciousness with respect to knowledge of the spiritual world manifests itself in a soul that does not have as its starting point a moral mood of integrity. Such a soul will manifest a certain benumbed quality toward the higher worlds, and will be able to reveal from these higher worlds what is seen through such a veil, and hence what is distorted and falsified. Thus an indication has already been given of the connection of the initial moral soul mood with what the soul can attain when it actually enters the spiritual world through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. But we can characterize the significance of one's moral state of soul for the higher stages of knowledge even more precisely than this. Imagination manifests itself in the spirit researcher in such a way that pictures arise as though on the horizon of his consciousness, initially from his soul life and then from his spiritual life as a whole. These pictures that thus appear, and whose significance we have already described, will inevitably differ in accordance with a particular state of soul that a person has already here in the physical world. A soul that has developed a sense for the right and true connections between facts here in the physical world will bring with it into the higher worlds an inner capacity to discern the true relationships of things, when, through the methods described, it ascends to imagination. Thus we can say that a soul that truly understands how to live amongst the phenomena of the physical, sense-perceptible world carries its sense for truth with it into the spiritual worlds. Whereas a soul that through inexactitude, as is characterized with respect to the sense-perceptible phenomena of the physical world by untruthfulness, and it has already been noted that from inexactitude to error and even to mendacity is only a small step, such a soul brings with it an inner capacity for untruthfulness in the world where imaginations, the pictures of the spiritual world, are to appear. The consequence of this is that from its untruthfulness, which is not in harmony with the world, but derives only from its own inner nature, a world of pictures is built up, which is only an outpouring of the human individual concerned. When a soul attains to imaginations, untruthfulness will therefore bring it about that such a soul is unable to reveal anything from the spiritual worlds other than the reflection of its own untruthfulness. Thus, in all spiritual schooling, the soul must, as part of its preparation for imaginative knowledge, before its entry into the world of imaginations, be firmly grounded here in the physical world in what one may call a sense for facts or realities. And it should be strongly emphasized that anything that detracts from a sense for facts cannot provide a right preparation for perceiving the spiritual world. For anyone wanting to become a spirit researcher, it will be a good preparation if he holds himself back as far as possible from all personal and subjective criticism, from judging things from his own standpoint, from always asserting, quote, "I think this is right," close quote, quote, "I think this is wrong," close quote. For someone wanting to become a spirit researcher, a much better preparation for spiritual knowledge is if one tries one's best to avoid making judgments about or assert the validity of things in the physical world purely from a personal standpoint, if one endeavors as far as possible to allow the facts of life to speak for themselves. We shall therefore find that someone who is on a right path to the spiritual world makes every effort in what he relates or describes not to present his own judgments about things, but to let things speak for themselves, in that his endeavor will, rather, merely be to juxtapose and combine the facts. Thus, when we come across someone who says at every opportunity, such and such has happened, I find it not to my liking, such and such has happened, I find it to be a poor show, such and such has happened, I find it repulsive, I find it splendid, however the shades of meaning may develop, such a person is not on a good path for approaching the spiritual worlds. A person is far more likely to be on a good path if he tries to suppress such judgments and purely and simply relates the facts. If he looks at the facts and lets them speak for themselves and is guided by the principle, if I impose my opinion on someone, it is, after all, only my opinion. And then I am not only telling him to believe me, that it is true, but also that I have an opinion. But if I set out to tell a person what I have encountered, he can form his own judgment for himself. The more that one inclines to the latter policy of looking at the world and speaking about what one has seen, the more one equips oneself with a sense for the facts and prepares oneself for imaginative knowledge. Anyone who wants to prepare himself for imaginative knowledge should, above all, become accustomed to say, with respect to every experience, this is how things are. He should consider it to be unimportant what he thinks about things, and should endeavor to be merely the instrument through which they themselves can speak. If one takes this into consideration, it becomes clear that a quite fundamental virtue, that of truthfulness, forms from the outset part of the right means of preparation for a methodical schooling leading to knowledge of the higher worlds. One will not then come into the embarrassing situation of doubting that a right schooling for knowledge of the higher worlds is, or at any rate, should be something that leads to an enhancement of morality. Indeed, one can view this from another perspective. One can envisage a situation where someone has not prepared himself for the higher worlds through this virtue of truthfulness. The slumbering forces of his soul will then indeed be awakened if he carries out the corresponding exercises, and he will eventually be able to gain access to an imaginative world. But what will this world then be? It is none other than a reflection of his own being. And because at the moment when one disregards the sense world and also the brain-bound intellect, one is confronted by this imaginative world as something real, irrespective of whether it expresses a genuine reality or is only the reflection of one's own being. Anyone who is not rightly prepared through truthfulness will also find an imaginative world displayed before him, which he is led to believe that it is the real imaginative world, and yet it is only the reflection of his own soul, his own inner being. This world represents a constant temptation of untruthfulness. One can therefore say that someone who does not enter the spiritual world by practicing truthfulness places himself in a situation where the enticements to untruthfulness and lies are constantly present around him when he perceives the supersensible world. From this, the only possible conclusion is that any ascent into the supersensible world must be associated, above all else, with the cultivation of a sense for factual realities. For only if we have a sense for the connection between the realities that we find around us in the physical world can we develop ourselves toward truthfulness. The same situation applies in a similar way to inspiration, although in this realm it is even more discernible and meaningful. Through inspiration, the things that exist spiritually around us speak to us, as it were. They display, reveal their being to us. We do not hear them by means of voices and sounds that resemble external sounds, but we hear them spiritually. A different kind of preparation is necessary if a person is not merely to apprehend what his own being reveals, but is to come to know a real, objective world. For this, it is necessary to enhance a quite particular virtue of the soul. Such things can only be ascertained through experience. Anyone who wishes to attain to inspiration must develop within himself, in a higher way than is necessary for the ordinary world, the virtue of moral courage, steadfastness, and fortitude. For anyone who has moral courage, who does not shrink from what may, under certain circumstances, endanger his own being, will be able to withstand what speaks to him from spiritual realities through inspiration. And someone who has developed too little fortitude and moral courage before he enters the spiritual worlds will very soon notice, or rather, he will not so easily notice it himself, but the others who understand something of the matter will notice it, that certain things speak to him from the spiritual world, but that everything that speaks to him is only an echo of his own being. Because his soul is not strong enough, because it does not have full hold of itself, it is unable to retain what it is within itself, but lets it stream forth. And what it is itself then returns to it. A soul which has not been prepared for inspiration through moral courage will very soon present itself as one that hears something like, quote, spiritual voices, close quote. But these spiritual voices will be none other than what it bears within itself, which is only an echo of its own being. A soul that arrives at this situation will most certainly be crushed by what is impressed upon it from the spiritual world. So we see again that an important quality of the soul, a quality of which the moral character cannot be deprived, must be strengthened and consolidated if this soul wishes to enter the supersensible world: moral courage, fortitude. This is necessary as a preparation for true inspiration. From this it can easily be concluded that it is of primary importance to strengthen one's moral courage in the physical world before one seeks to become a spirit researcher, so that the soul can indeed perceive the revelations that have been given by way of imaginations, also through inspirations. Many who have not understood these matters sufficiently thoroughly have thought that being able to depend upon the moral courage of another soul gave them the means of ascending into the supersensible world, and that sooner or later they would manage to get there. And they merely showed that they were reflecting their own being, which they interpreted as, in quotes, sounds, and in quotes, words from the spiritual world. Thus, spiritual schooling is intimately connected with the enhancement of moral forces, and therefore every rightly imparted spiritual schooling will seek to strengthen and consolidate these powers. For this reason, you will find that wherever methods through which one can ascend to the spiritual worlds are described, for example in my book, Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, indications are given regarding the necessity of strengthening one's moral forces, for they cannot simply remain as they are in the ordinary life of the physical world, but they must be enhanced and consolidated. However, what is needed in this connection strikes us with particular clarity when we advance toward intuition, through which a soul that has become a spirit researcher is enabled to place himself within another spiritual being or another spiritual reality. We shall find that it is virtually impossible to incorporate oneself in other beings after spiritual schooling if one has not ensured in the physical world that the quality which can be referred to as having a free, open interest in everything that surrounds one is enhanced. All petty reserve, all withdrawal into oneself, everything that does not guide the soul's attention toward sharing in the sorrows and joys of fellow human beings, and of everything that surrounds us in the world of the senses. All this prevents the soul that has ascended into the spiritual world from attaining true intuition, from arriving at true knowledge of higher beings. And here we stand within the realm where our considerations have an affiliation with what Schopenhauer calls his reason for morality. Schopenhauer was no spiritual scientist in the sense intended here. Thus, for him, the soul that descends into its depths does not enable one to see that it develops a threefoldness of forces that corresponds to the three stages of knowledge: imagination, inspiration, and intuition. But everything is merged together for him. The soul is a nebulous mixture of all forces living within its depths. Thus, Schopenhauer is also unable to explain the moral virtues, the development of which must be the preparation for a spiritual schooling, a sense for facts and actualities as a foundation for the virtue of truthfulness with respect to imagination, fortitude as a foundation for what leads to inspiration, and the third, of which Schopenhauer gives a full explanation, that slumbers in the depths of the soul, and which one can, in general, refer to as interest in the surrounding world and its beings. But Schopenhauer draws attention to something else, and here he exhibits a quality of real inspiration. He draws attention to what in fact is one of the few soul qualities and soul impulses that show already in the physical world that there exists a kind of sub-earthly connection between one soul and another. Schopenhauer draws attention to compassion, or rather sympathy. One only needs to mention the word compassion or sympathy, of which Schopenhauer says that it must be present in every soul that can be called moral. And one will initially feel that with this word, sympathy, something is indicated that is in fact connected with the innermost moral impulse, with what can be a true foundation for morality. On the other hand, one will feel that with the word sympathy, one has touched upon something that is an intuition that is already present in the physical world, a translation of one's own soul into that of another. For anyone who is able to contemplate the world with any degree of intelligence, that which is denoted by the word compassion represents a proof that there is a sub-physical connection between one soul and another, a proof that the spirit with its forces is actively present between different souls. Thus, Schopenhauer, and the same applies to others who have looked into these things, is right to call compassion or sympathy the true mystery of the human soul, which can be observed here in the physical world. For there is something infinitely profound about a soul that is incarcerated in a body, feeling something concerning which another soul rejoices, or through which another soul suffers. So that in the toing and froing of forces of one soul to another soul, a kind of spiritual mystery is enacted already here in the physical world. Thus, Schopenhauer says that one can preach morality as much as one likes, but morality is actually based upon sympathy or upon compassion. One can therefore indeed say, along with Schopenhauer, that there is only as much morality in the world as there is sympathy. There was a certain justice in Schopenhauer's having pointed out that it would be intolerable to hear the words, quote, "This person is virtuous, but he has no compassion," close quote. Schopenhauer means that everyone will sense the impossibility that such words could be expressed, that virtuousness and absence of compassion could be combined in a single soul. Thus, Schopenhauer also implies that it is intolerable to hear the words, quote, "He is an unrighteous and wicked person, but he is very compassionate," close quote. Even though one may well say that the inner nature of the human soul is sometimes so confused that one can also experience how someone may perform deeds that are without doubt wicked and lacking in virtue, and yet can develop a certain feeling, for example, for doves and similar creatures. All in all, however, one can say that Schopenhauer is touching here on the very foundations of morality. If one is speaking in the sense of spiritual science, one must extend the principle of compassion somewhat further. And there then appears before our soul what one can characterize as a participatory interest, as a participatory attentiveness with respect to everything that is happening around us. For someone who cannot share in a joy that is being experienced does not have a real inner interest in it. And a person who cannot share in the sorrow of another being has no deep, genuine interest in it. In many respects, compassion, sympathy, and interest are linked together. To have real, true interest means to have love. For one cannot have interest without having love in the true sense of the word, without having sympathy. So the right preparation here in the physical world for intuitive knowledge is to strengthen the soul by getting it used to having an interest in everything that lives, breathes, and is, to cultivating an attentiveness for everything that surrounds the soul. The deeper our interest can be, the better we prepare ourselves as spirit researchers for intuitive knowledge of the higher worlds. Thus one can say that for spiritual science, the radiating of compassion in the physical world is like a reflection of the fact that those deep forces of the soul that lead to intuition can only develop rightly and truly if the soul is prepared for this through having a genuine interest in the surrounding world, that is, through having love and sympathy. Thus, whenever there is any discussion of the true path of spiritual schooling, we see that this true path is inseparable from what is at the same time the most important of human virtues. These most important, most crucial moral virtues are fully encompassed by an interest-filled love, by an attentive awareness of all sorrow and all joy, and indeed all existence, by a steadfast surety of purpose, and by truthfulness. If anyone wishes to understand a virtue such as faithfulness, he will be able to come to know it most easily as a particular form of steadfastness. A person who is steadfast will also, correspondingly, understand the importance of keeping faith. All virtues, one might say the totality of all virtues, can be traced back to these three qualities of the soul. Now, if one is to describe the relationship of spiritual science to morality, one must also point out that a person who actually arrives at a contemplation of the spiritual world, whether through spiritual schooling or whether he merely accepts without prejudice what spiritual research has to offer him, comes before a world that places quite particular demands on him, demands which will, quite certainly, call upon the soul's reserves of confidence, hopes, and inner forces. But the human individual also arrives at the point where he confronts himself, where he has in full self-knowledge, as it were, stepped forth from his personal limits, where he has entered a world that no longer bears within itself only his personal interests and intentions. Our soul comes to that point on the path of spiritual research when it confronts its own personality, when it confronts the being that it has been hitherto. It has already been pointed out that this confrontation with the being that one has previously been is referred to in spiritual research as the meeting with the guardian of the threshold. That threshold which separates the supersensible world from the ordinary physical world. In this guardian of the threshold, one observes for the first time what one is, what one has hitherto called one's personality, one's interests, what one has willed, what one has felt as something that was connected with sympathy or antipathy. All this comes before one as a stranger, and yet it comes forth from oneself. One beholds it as a stranger and learns to say, "This is all that you have previously said. Now you have it before you." And it shows itself to you as another being. You are outside of yourself. It is similar with the person's feeling and willing at the moment of meeting the guardian of the threshold. When one experiences this, one also knows how strongly all the magnetically working forces are that draw one toward the personality that one was, and which one must abandon. That is the most important thing about this shattering experience. That one is aware that one must get away from oneself. But this being that one was, and which one confronts, does not want one to get away. It draws one with overwhelming forces toward itself. And if one succumbs to these forces, one will not be able to enter the spiritual world. By coming to know oneself, one learns to know the bond between the higher worlds, between the higher powers of knowledge that slumber within a person, and what one is in the physical world. On a theoretical level, this becoming free from oneself may appear quite simple. However, if one experiences this event, not only through spiritual schooling, but through what a person can understand, through what spiritual schooling can impart, it becomes clear that these magnetically working forces are not to be overcome so absolutely through making a judgment, but that with the process of freeing oneself, the strength of the forces of bondage grows so that one feels everything that seeks to draw one back becomes stronger the more one gets away from oneself. One notices increasingly what draws one to the ordinary personality, and one is also aware how necessary it is that one has previously acquired the strength to resist these magnetic forces. This means that one must indeed precede the actual entry into the spiritual world with such a strengthening of one's soul forces with respect to what is good and moral, with such a dedication to what the Spirit demands of us, that one can resist the enticements of the lower personality with a stronger power than is necessary in the physical world. Thus, when one faces the shattering events that have been characterized, one becomes aware for the first time that every approach to the Spirit is at the same time a matter of drawing closer to moral challenges. So one has learned through experience something that justifies what Plato, the great Greek philosopher, says when he refers to the divine as the good. When one confronts natural phenomena, one's judgment of them will be correct to the extent that one refrains from making moral judgments about them. Who would want morally to judge, say, a salt crystal or a plant for being stunted in their development? In the ordinary physical world, the natural and the moral world order are intertwined, so that one only feels the depths of the moral world order when one is aware that one will actually be admitted to the spiritual world through moral strength alone. Hence, it is a principle of the spiritual world, and it is also a matter of experience, that anyone can come to the guardian of the threshold, but only someone who passes by him through moral strength is able to do so. However, those who approach him and then have to withdraw are then confronted by a spiritual world that is only the reflection of their own inner world. Thus, anyone can believe that he has a whole spiritual world before him. He can also show other people what he means by saying that he has a spiritual world before him. And the other people may believe that there is a spiritual world that corresponds to the truth. But if he has not been able, through his moral power and through his moral state of soul, to pass by the guardian of the threshold, his spiritual world is not pervaded with truth or objectivity. It will therefore arise out of itself that any real knowledge of the spiritual world will present a picture of spiritual relationships such that the way that it is presented will at the same time not merely preach morality, but will implement morality in the soul. This is especially the case when one considers what has often been described here from a variety of points of view as a necessary fruit of spirit research, the life of the human soul through repeated earthly lives. Everything that we are in one life forms the causes of the qualities that we have in the following life, and the qualities that we bear within us represent the influences deriving from previous earthly lives. A soul that does not develop a sense for what is factual will, through this inadequately developed sense, prepare causes that in the next earthly life form the predispositions for a soul that has a prior tendency toward untruthfulness. Untruthfulness that has, so to speak, been cultivated in such a life gives rise to a predisposition toward untruthfulness in the next life. Truthfulness alone, when cultivated in one life, gives rise in the next earthly life to the predisposition to the outward talent of truthfulness, so that when one speaks of truthfulness as a necessary preparation for spiritual schooling, one is at the same time referring to something that forms within the soul the inclination toward a greater degree of morality than in the past. If instead of fortitude, instead of moral courage, a certain inner indifference is developed, an easygoing attitude, a shrinking back from being true to oneself in one's soul, from bringing to fulfillment what one has recognized as true and right, because this works upon inspiration, such a soul life in which this cultivation of fortitude has been neglected will thereby be the cause of influences that will have an effect upon the next life and make the soul into a self-serving egotist. Egotism in one life is, as it were, inspired from the previous life through the soul's lack of moral courage in that life. And the effect of being indifferent toward the outer world, lacking interest and attentiveness, and being selfish and reserved, is that as a kind of intuition, this present being sends its influence to the next earthly life, where it bears the fruits that it has engendered. That is, that it engenders a tendency toward alienation from the surrounding world, toward a non-relationship with it. What does it mean for the human soul to be alienated from its surroundings? Oh, it means a great deal. Someone who is alienated from the surrounding world and does not fit into it finds that its effect on him is such that it makes him continually ill. And this works not only upon the soul, but also right into the body. Pathological, unhealthy dispositions are transmitted as a kind of intuition from a previous earthly life to a following life, through this soul having journeyed inattentively and without interest through life. What in one incarnation is more of a soul nature, a lack of interest in, a lack of sympathy with one's surroundings, reaches more deeply into the next incarnation, right into the bodily nature, and appears in the form of ill health. Thus, if we study the moral foundations of the human soul in a spiritual scientific sense, we see that we do indeed touch upon what is active within it as impulses, in that the soul migrates from the one life to the other and builds up the new life in accordance with the causes that it has brought with it from the previous one. Thus, morality becomes the formative power from one life to another. And we do not then merely preach morality, but we know what morality does, how it works as a power within the human soul. So all those objections that are, with a seeming justification, made against spiritual science fall away. When spiritual science speaks of repeated earthly lives in the sense that what a person has experienced in terms of joy or sorrow will be balanced out in a following life through karma, it is often said that this is the basis for a certain egotism. But if one does not haggle over niceties, but sees the point of the matter, if one wants to speak not only about preaching morality, but about implementing it, it must be said that in order to become more and more moral, the soul must become more and more perfect. That is, the inner impulses must be shown for it to become more perfect. Thus it must be shown how moral impulses are connected with the perfection or imperfection of the soul. So when it is a matter of demonstrating the relationship of spiritual science to morality, we can say, spiritual science is quite certainly validated by the justified demands of morality, for it must at the same time incorporate moral demands into its own most significant demands. Indeed, in a certain way, it justifies those impulses that lived in a thinker such as, for example, Plato, who referred to the divine spiritual as the good. In that it shows how the spiritual tolerates only the good. That is, it must be intimately related to the good. Thus, spiritual science may be regarded as something that not in an outward, but in an inward way, contains within itself the principles on which morality is based. And in addition to much else, of which we shall speak in the next lecture, concerning what spiritual science may give human beings for the inner support and health of their souls, for everything that they need by way of strength for work, of confidence in order to maintain themselves in outer life, and to fulfill their task in life, spiritual science can give us something further which is an important addition to the understanding of human life and which may satisfy the human soul. We have, after all, at the beginning of this lecture, drawn attention to the fact that morality and moral judgment are indicative of those depths of the human soul where the soul relates silently and with reverence to other souls, because it is aware of the difficulty of intervening where moral impulses reside within the soul. We have therefore seen that someone who speaks of moral principles in life touches upon those unknown depths of the human soul before which we must stand with the highest respect, so that we must say to ourselves that any unjustified interference in this human soul is itself an immoral act. And we sense, as a result of our moral relationship to our fellow human beings, that in our moral judgments we stand before the depths of their souls. And spiritual science shows us that when these depths of the human soul have been strengthened, when they have been reinforced and consolidated, they do indeed lead to the objective spiritual world, through which alone the soul can become a fellow citizen of the spiritual worlds. It is therefore the case that what we stand before with reverence in moral judgment is at the same time that which is alone the permit, in quotes, for crossing the threshold, behind which the spirit, together with its mysteries, holds sway. However, this makes us aware of the essential nature of the human soul, of the relationship of the human soul, when it is comprehended in that deep sense that enables us to say, even when we are unable to agree with the moral behavior of a human soul whom we encounter, in that we take into account the human soul's passage through repeated lives. Yes, even in the depths of the human soul that we are obliged rightfully, morally to condemn, there lives something that makes it related to the spiritual world if it but wills to penetrate into its depths and become conscious of the sources of morality residing there. Thus, the spiritual scientific understanding of morality reconciles us with what we may call the true value of the human soul. It puts the words into our mouth which we need in order to give strength for joy and abundance, to give strength to the spirit and the soul, to give consolidation for life's many sorrows. To acknowledge that in every situation of the human soul, even when this soul is not conscious of this or that, there is much about which the soul may say, even if it is very hidden, there is something within me that professes goodness. This is especially helpful when the soul needs strength in order to keep going, when strength is needed for life and work, when in spite of errors in the moral realm, the human soul can nevertheless say to itself, and it can do so when it comes to know itself through spiritual science, what Theon says in the Greek poet Euripides' play, Helena, I want to do the good by nature and love it, because I must respect myself. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lange. This was a winter course in Berlin in 1912-1913. This is the last lecture, Lecture 14, given in Berlin on the 10th of April, 1913, entitled The Legacy of the 19th Century. This winter's lecture cycle has sought to characterize, from a variety of points of view, the spiritual stream that has as its aim that of leading the human soul through a process of self-exploration to that knowledge which it must yearn for in connection with the most important riddles of life and existence. The attempt has been made to show how a study of present or future-oriented spiritual and intellectual streams makes it clearly apparent that the spiritual science referred to is the right instrument to guide the human soul in the context of the present and the immediate future time. For this reason, it has been a kind of undertone of these winter lectures, consistently to emphasize the achievements and results of the intellectual life and aspirations of humanity in the 19th century. For if one considers the way that the intellectual life and aspirations of the 19th century have taken hold of humanity and have brought about the great triumph of material existence, it can truly be said that it would necessarily seem to be a hopeless undertaking if this spiritual science under discussion here were to reject or set itself in opposition to the justified requirements of natural science, or indeed the intellectual and spiritual achievements of the 19th century. Thus it will perhaps be seen as an appropriate way of concluding this cycle of lectures that we turn our attention briefly to what we can call the spiritual legacy of the 19th century, in order, through considering this legacy, to be able perhaps to indicate the extent to which the spiritual science that has been spoken of here belongs fully to the present evolutionary cycle of mankind. What does this spiritual science endeavor to be for the soul? Its endeavor for the soul is to be a source of knowledge of its origin in the realm of spirit, to be a source of knowledge of those supersensible worlds to which the soul belongs as a spiritual being. Notwithstanding the fact that the soul lives in the physical world of the senses by virtue of the tools and instruments of its body. Its endeavor is, therefore, to demonstrate conclusively that this soul is a citizen of the supersensible worlds. It endeavors to show that if the soul applies to itself those methods that have been spoken of here in the course of this winter, it can undergo a development whereby cognitive forces are awakened within it which are not exactly on the same wavelength as the rest of a person's life, but which, when they are developed, do indeed enable this soul to find its place in the worlds to which it actually belongs with its higher being. To the extent that the soul discovers these forces within itself, it comes to recognize itself as a being with respect to which birth and death, or shall we say conception and death, represent limits in the same sense that the blue firmament of heaven has represented a boundary or limit for the scientifically oriented cognitive soul since the dawn of modern natural science, approximately since the time of Giordano Bruno and those who were of a like mind to him. Through the soul becoming conscious of the forces that slumber within it, something similar emerges in it as regards the spiritual domain of time to what arose in it with respect to outward knowledge of the material domain of space in the time of the dawn of modern natural science. When, for example, Giordano Bruno indicated that this blue celestial vault, which for many centuries had been regarded as a reality, is no more than a limit that human knowledge places upon itself through a kind of incapacity, and which it can overcome when it understands itself. Just as Giordano Bruno showed that behind this blue vault of heaven, the infinite sea of space opens up with infinite worlds encompassed within it, so is it the task of spiritual science, to show that that limit or boundary that is placed by conception and death exists only because the faculties of the human soul are no less limited than they were when limited spatially by the blue celestial vault. And then when one's conception of the spiritual realities in which the soul is involved is enabled to extend toward the infinity lying beyond birth and death, the soul recognizes itself as passing through repeated earthly lives. So the life of the soul takes its course, on the one hand, between birth and death, and on the other hand, in the time from death until a new birth. When we devote our attention to the spiritual widths of time, in the way that natural science has ventured into the widths of space, the human soul, in that it enters the life between birth and death, from the life that it has pursued between death and the last birth, recognizes itself both as the co-creator of the finer organization of its own body and as the fashioner of the shaping of its own destiny. It has moreover been said, it has been less emphasized this winter than in previous years, but it can be studied in spiritual scientific literature, that when the soul comprehends itself in its deeper aspects, it also traces its life back to those times when life in bodily forms of existence had its origin, that it can trace itself back to those times when it was already in existence before our earthly planet had acquired its material form, before the earth as a material form itself originated from a purely spiritual, primal essence in which the human soul was already present in its earliest condition, even before the arising of the kingdoms of nature, the animal, plant, and mineral kingdoms that surround us. And the perspective of a future opens up that the human soul has to enter when earthly incarnations will have come to fulfillment. A future in which it will pass over into a purely spiritual world, which will come in the earth's stead, so that one can look toward a future that the human soul will enter purely spiritually, and in such a way that it has to bring the fruits of the forms of earthly life to what it will attain as a spiritual domain, as though in a primal condition of existence. However, it will not reach it in the same form as it left it, but with the result of everything that can be acquired in earthly incarnations. If the soul takes hold of itself in such a way that it intensifies within itself the forces slumbering within it, it also recognizes itself in connection with worlds that are themselves the source of our earthly planet. It recognizes itself as a citizen of the whole universe. Spiritual science can widen its awareness from the successive earthly lives of the individual soul to the successive lives of the planets and even of the sun in the universe. The method is, therefore, one that consists in the self-education of the soul down to its deeper forces. The result is the knowledge of both the origin and the direction of the life of soul. The knowledge that the primal source is the spirit to which the soul belongs, that it is the spirit which causes matter to arise from it and which brings it into its various forms, and that the most important form that initially evokes our interest is that of the human body. This knowledge will, therefore, have to become part of human consciousness in the near future, that the spirit is the first and highest aspect, that the spirit releases matter from itself as water gives rise to ice, that it is the spirit that adopts its outward form in the human body, that the spirit has a connection with the spiritual influences, realities, and beings of the world, and that the human soul is a citizen of this world of spiritual realities and beings that give rise from themselves to all outward material existence. Pour it into the corresponding forms that make up the surrounding universe that we can perceive with our senses. This is how I would briefly characterize the methods and results that constitute what is here referred to as spiritual science. This spiritual science is only in its beginnings at our present time. It has frequently been emphasized that it must be thoroughly understandable if enemies and opponents of the spiritual science still rise up today from every side. This must be especially understandable for someone who does himself stand firmly on the ground of this spiritual science and is aware of its particular nature in the context of present-day cultural life as a whole. It is not surprising that this spiritual science finds enemies and opponents, that people view it as fantasy, daydreaming, and perhaps sometimes as something much worse. It would be far more surprising if, bearing in mind the particular nature of this spiritual science, there were at present more voices of recognition and encouragement than is the case. For it certainly seems as though not only the results of this spiritual science, but also the whole way of thinking and imagining that must be cultivated here, are at variance with all the habits of thought and ways of understanding things that have arisen for mankind through the legacy of the 19th century. However, this only appears to be so, and one may say that it appears thus most strongly to those who believe that they must stand on the firm foundation of this legacy of the 19th century, in such a way that they consider only a materialistic or a materialistically inclined way of viewing the world to be compatible with this legacy of the 19th century. To the spiritual scientist himself, what he must recognize as this spiritual science is by no means at variance with the legacy of the 19th century. For one can also say from the standpoint of this spiritual science that what this 19th century has bestowed so hopefully and also so fruitfully upon mankind in the most diverse realms of evolution will, in a certain way, shine as a light over all future epochs of human development. It is naturally impossible to speak exhaustively about the entire world with regard to this question of the legacy of the 19th century, but even if one were, for example, to confine oneself to what the structure of the spiritual and intellectual life of Central Europe or the West shows, one would have to say that much light emanates from a real understanding of the significance of what is presented there. But there has also been an inordinate amount of what one might often describe as a dizzying quantity of changes and diversity in the cultural development of the 19th century, so that the observer could sometimes be so fascinated by something or other that he could easily be led to become one-sided and thus overestimate its significance. He will perhaps only be rescued from this predicament through the fact that the achievements of the 19th century and the different pictures of cultural development are such that one picture is succeeded by another, and a great degree of diversity presents itself. We can, of course, select only some of these, and we shall turn our attention now to the following. Such a sense of hope for what may arise within the human soul, and for what it can become if it becomes conscious of and makes use of its powers, is represented at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries by the great philosopher of the West, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who at that very time wrote his famous book titled The Destiny of Man. If one examines how he expressed himself to his most trusted friends and to those closest to him during his work on this book, one finds that he was enabled to look into the deepest mysteries of man's cognitive and religious sensibilities. If one then peruses this book, one may be fascinated by a kind of personal testimony that the human soul is seeking in this book for the sake of its certainty, for the sake of its hope. One receives still more from the way that Fichte, in a first chapter, begins by saying that the knowledge gained through the outward observation of nature and the physical world presents one with little more than a dream, from the way that he wants to show in later chapters how the soul takes hold of itself in its will, how it becomes certain of its own existence. Then, through the particular explanations that he gives and through the composition of the book as a whole, an impression that can be characterized as follows. This human soul has tried to pose to itself the question, can I stand firm in my own existence if I have no trust in all the knowledge that is presented to me through my senses and through what my outward intellect beholds? In the style of his time, Fichte answers this resoundingly in the affirmative. What is most impressive about this book is precisely what it can become for the soul through its manner of expression, through the inward surety of tone, which is sure of itself in spite of the refusal to rely on a knowledge of appearances. Now, this book appeared in the midst of a striving on the part of Western cultural life for the sources of human confidence and human knowing. It was preceded by a time when Fichte was summoning up the forces to comprehend the human soul in so powerful a way, the so-called high point of philosophical endeavor. What Fichte himself attempted, what Schelling, what Schopenhauer endeavored to do, what has been attempted in the philosophical domain in the first third of the 19th century, in order to enter into the mysteries of the world with the power of human thinking, all this, and one can today make whatever one wishes of the results of this intellectual upsurge, had a powerful influence upon every feeling and sensing human soul through the way that people felt and willed in this entire endeavor. If one is aware of what Schelling, out of a conception of the world, given substance through the intellect, but then conceived more imaginatively, seeks by way of a world picture that is able to bear him beyond all matter into the spiritual evolution of the world, if one then turns to Hegel's intellectual striving, which entrusts to man the power to penetrate into the inner nature of things solely through the power of thought, so that Hegel wanted to make it clear to the human soul that in the power of thought it has the sources wherein all forces of the world flow, and wherein one has everything in order, as it were, to comprehend oneself in the realm of the eternal. One will indeed be conscious of a powerful struggle being enacted within humanity. One only needs to maintain the hope and the confidence that were linked to this powerful struggle. And again, when one looks back, one may perhaps become aware of something that for those contemplating this whole period of time that is being briefly referred to here more deeply, can shed light upon its origin. Thus, in considering the year 1784, one comes across a little characteristic treatise by Kant, which bears the title, Was ist Aufklärung? What is enlightenment? The almost pedantic style does not always enable one to sense how deeply the sometimes thoroughly intellectual thoughts of this treatise are rooted in the whole struggle of the human soul in the modern age. What is enlightenment? Kant posed this question, the same Kant who, through the often chaotic but nevertheless forceful striving of the human spirit, as came to manifestation, for example, in Rousseau, was so moved that when he became acquainted with Rousseau's writings, and this is no mere anecdote, he had no peace, but put his whole daily routine in complete disorder, and at a completely irregular time, and this was a person according to whose daily walk one could set one's clock, went for a walk in Königsberg. But one knows how Kant's soul was shaken by the freedom movement of the 18th century. In the statements that we read when we take this little book of his into our hands, this becomes, one might say, monumentally apparent to us. Enlightenment, says Kant, is the human soul's freeing itself from its self-inflicted dependence. Dare to make use of your powers of reason. This pronouncement appears in Kant's book from 1784. One really only properly appreciates the other statements in the book if one is clear that something of the nature of a first coming of the human soul to itself comes to expression in them. Let us try by means of a simple thought to see Kant's two pronouncements from his essay of 1784 in their true light. Descartes, who as a philosopher did not long precede Kant, the not long should be viewed in the context of world evolution, reduced everything to a striking, significant proposition. He referred the human soul to its own thinking, and did something of the kind that Augustine had already done in the early Christian centuries. The aphorism that resounded like a ground tone of the soul life of Descartes was, quote, "I think, therefore I am," close quote. And with this, he was saying something similar to what Augustine had previously said. One can doubt the entire world, but in doubting, one is thinking. And in that, one thinks one is. And in that, one understands oneself in thinking. One has understood the nature of existence within one's own being. According to Descartes, it is impossible for a person of sound mind to know himself as a thinking soul and to doubt in his existence. I think, therefore I am. In spite of the fact that Augustine preceded him in formulating such a proposition, for the century of Descartes and for what continued to resound into the 18th century, this aphorism was of the greatest significance. But if one now follows the way that Descartes proceeds to form a world conception with this aphorism as a foundation, one sees that he consistently excludes what has been handed down as traditions from previous centuries. One sees that with his thinking, with what seeks to spring forth from the human soul itself, he calls a halt to what is accumulated over the centuries. He makes a stop to spiritual truths, to questions regarding the destiny of the human soul after death, and so forth. Descartes calls a halt to real spiritual truths. If one ponders this, it dawns upon one what it means that in the midst of the age of enlightenment in the 18th century, Kant's pronouncements resounded. Enlightenment is the human soul's freeing itself from its self-inflicted dependence, and dare to make use of your powers of reason. This means that one has now ventured to attempt, and Kant's pronouncement is characteristic of this, to entrust the human soul with the capacity to come to the sources of its existence, to the sources of its forces through its own power, through its own greatness. Everything that lies in the bold propositions of Fichte's book that have been cited, together with that bold intellectual work that shines forth so magnificently in Western philosophy from the first third of the 19th century, derived from this source. If one contemplates this upsurge of the human spirit, which we want to consider today, not in terms of the truth or falsehood of its content, but with respect to what the human soul hoped to gain by way of inner confidence and surety of hope. And if one directs one's attention further to the middle of the century, one will perhaps be somewhat wistfully touched by the words of someone who was both an historian of philosophy and also a philosopher in his own right, namely Hegel's biographer, Karl Rosenkranz. This is what he writes in his foreword to his book titled The Life of Hegel, 1844. Quote, "It is not without a certain melancholy that I part company from this task, out of the necessity that what has been in process of becoming must also come into existence. For does it not seem as though we people of today are merely the grave diggers and memorial makers for the philosophers who were born in the second half of the last 18th century and died in the first half of the present century?" Close quote. One feels perhaps more from such a remark than from other accounts how around the middle of the 19th century the whole splendor of the philosophical striving from the turn of the 18th to the 19th century and from the first third of the 19th century was rapidly extinguished. But a splendor of another kind immediately emerges. Whereas in the 1830s and 1840s, the brilliance of philosophical activity rapidly faded, there arose a new confidence, one could say a new blissful sense of hope. This was already prepared by the great scientific perspectives of a physiologist like Johannes Müller, and through everything that people like Alexander Humboldt and others had done. But then came such significant achievements as the discovery of the cell and its activity within the living organism by Schleiden and Schwann. In this way, a new brilliant age of scientific knowledge was introduced. And now we see that what has been achieved is followed by everything that will shine immortally in the evolution of the 19th century. We see how the great achievements of physics ensue. Already in the 1840s, the discovery of the law of the conservation of energy and of the conversion of heat by Julius Robert Meyer and by Helmholtz. Anyone who knows the physics of the present knows that physics in its modern form only became possible through this discovery. We see how physics is led from triumph to triumph, how through the discovery of spectral analysis by Kirchhoff and Bunsen, attention is directed from the material conditions of the earth to contemplation of the material conditions of the heavens. In that it is recognized that the same substances manifest themselves in the conditions prevailing in the heavens. We see how physics manages to connect its theoretical foundations with the practical exploitation of its principles, how it succeeds in translating itself into technology, and how it changes the culture of the earthly planet. We see natural forces such as electricity and magnetism becoming hugely significant through being harnessed by technology. We see promises of the future following on a grand scale from studies of the living organic world that Darwin has made and which Haeckel has further developed. All this we see being incorporated in the cultural life of mankind. We see how Lyell's research from the beginning of the 19th century gives rise to modern geology, which tries to give a picture of the course of earthly evolution in a material sense. We see, too, how immense efforts are constantly being made to integrate human evolution with earthly evolution by means of purely material laws. All this that has led to the position that confidence in the power of thought has come to occupy in the first third of the 19th century has, however, had a deep influence, not merely upon the theoretical world conceptions. For if only this had been the case, one could say, all this has been enacted on a kind of higher horizon of cultural development, but below this is the horizon of the rest of the population, who is not concerned with it. No, there is nothing in the evolution of humanity that has not been affected by the impulses that have been delineated here with fleeting strokes. We see them extending their influences everywhere into the mysterious forms of this cultural path of mankind. The human soul itself has, in its innermost nature and essence, by no means remained unaffected by what has happened. What has taken place over this time could, as a way of characterizing the legacy that the 19th century has left behind, be summed up in a soul that had still been able to listen to what came from Fichte's mouth, as exemplified in his book titled The Destiny of Man. Such a soul would have had certain feelings and experiences regarding its own being, regarding the way that it is able to experience itself. This inner structure with respect to the soul's experience of itself at the beginning of the 19th century would be portrayed significantly differently if we were to consider a soul that did not confine itself to a materialistic way of looking at things, but devoted itself with open senses and with interest to everything that justifiably flows from the legacy of the 19th century. This human soul did not remain unaffected in its innermost being by what was developing around it from the centers of great cities. It was not untouched by the cultural achievements that represented an embodiment of the new intellectual spirit, which had been arrived at through the views regarding the new laws of the mechanistic world order. A soul that had been able to devote itself with its whole heart to a book such as Fichte's titled The Destiny of Man was still free from these views that tend toward regarding the universe and its laws in a similar way to the laws that also govern machines such as locomotives. It has been rightly emphasized that this human soul had to undergo its own changes and developments under the impression of everything that has arisen as of a necessity, as a material cultural fruit of the changes in thinking, feeling, and experiencing taking place in the 19th century. One should but try to understand, through particular symptoms, what happened as a consequence of the insights furnished by the natural scientific thinking of the 19th century. Consider, for example, how a painter stood in former times before a canvas, how he mixed his colors, how he knew that they would last, for he knew what he had made them with. The 19th century, with the great achievements and advances of technology, instructs the painter to buy his paints. He no longer knows what his senses present to him. He does not know how long the impression of the luster that he has evoked on the canvas will last. To be sure, it is only under the influence of the technology that has arisen from the achievements of natural science that it is possible for us today to have our publishing networks, our modern newspapers, and everything that is then able to make its impression on the human soul, and which has, above all, changed the whole tempo of the human soul. And with it, thought forms, together with the influence on feelings, and hence also the structure of feelings. One needs not only to call to mind the speed with which the achievements of modern technology make things available to people, but it must also be indicated how quickly that which the human mind discovers is impressed upon other human minds through publicity, and with what degree of abundance. One may compare what someone learns today through publicity about what goes on in the world, also about what human minds are researching, with the way that a person was able to experience all that was taking place at the beginning of the 19th century. Let us focus on Goethe, for example. It is indeed possible for us to consider him, because from the careful way that he maintained his correspondence, we know more or less exactly what he was doing from one hour to the next, what he was discussing and doing with a particular scholar or writer. The achievements of human intellectual life flowed only gradually into his solitary room in Weimar, but it was of central importance for Goethe that what everyone can receive today through publicity should be able to find its fulfillment. However, this changes the whole of the human soul, the whole relationship of the human soul to its surroundings. Let us approach this in another way. People in our time write books or read them. Anyone who writes a book today knows that after possibly 60 years, it can no longer be read if it is printed on the kind of paper which we owe to the great achievements of technology, for it will have fallen to pieces. Thus, one knows, if one is not under any illusion, how greatly what is available today falls short of the way that things used to be done. In one of the lectures in this cycle, I tried to characterize a figure who, even though he is connected with the whole spirit of the first half of the 19th century, nevertheless belongs to its second half, Hermann Grimm. We have seen that he presents himself as a guardian of the legacy of the first half of the 19th century into its second half. However, anyone who reads Hermann Grimm's essays on art with inner understanding will notice two things among others. Especially through his most worthwhile essays, there is everywhere evidence of a certain school that he passed through, a school that one can hear resounding from every essay. This is the school in which he could participate only because in relatively early times, through what one may call chance, he became acquainted with a figure of great stature, namely Emerson, a great preacher and proponent of world conceptions, not in the sense of former times, but in the most modern sense. If we try to form a conception of Emerson and try to immerse ourselves in him, we will find a true spirit of the 19th century appearing before us. We can try to sense the pulse of thoughts that appear with the coloring and nuance of the 19th century when they relate to Plato, the philosopher, or to Swedenborg, the mystic. Even if they are still so free from prejudice, they are thoughts of the 19th century that one can only think in a century that was destined to make the telegraph into a means of communicating with the world. In Emerson, one has a figure who, being completely rooted in the culture of the West, raises this culture of the West to what it has eminently become. One has in him a figure who represents the speeding up of thinking. One can try to compare a side in Emerson with a side in Goethe, where one may also gain some insight into Goethe. One may then try, and this is a perfectly natural approach to Goethe, to compare the image of the leisurely Goethe, who was still in accord with the pace of the 18th and early 19th centuries, with the rapidly hurrying nature of a person of the 19th century, a quality that works on in the pulse of thoughts of Hermann Grimm. Then we have seen how in his wonderful novel titled Unüberwindliche Mächte, Unconquerable Powers, Hermann Grimm has even referred to the existence of the human etheric body or life body, how he referred to much that has found its full expression only in spiritual science. However, one can also see how Hermann Grimm enters into everything artistic in a really outstanding way, and with great personal interest how he is able to relate more distant periods of time to one another artistically. How he is able to give an interesting, sensitive observation about art. It is impossible for someone who can have insight into such things to think that the thoughts that Hermann Grimm's finest essays present could have been composed in any other age in the way that it was possible for him to do so, namely when traveling in the express train from Berlin to Florence or South Tyrol. For this is the assumption that can in many respects be formed from his creative work. Just to imagine that someone like Hermann Grimm could have been able to say in previous centuries, the most important parts of my book on Homer were always written in Greece, near Bozen, in the weeks of spring, because I sense there the influence of spring. That something like this becomes a factor in human life is only possible in the whole atmosphere of the 19th century. In this situation, we feel a streaming together of what springs forth in Hermann Grimm in the form of a wonderful study of art, of what enters fully into the soul of the cultural impulse of the 19th century, with what arises from technology, and streaming into it again out of the triumphs of the 19th century. It is impossible to understand something of the deepest issues of the 19th century if one is unable to connect them with the most important legacy of the 19th century, with the natural scientific thoughts with which the 19th century sought to comprehend the world. We can today not do otherwise than admit that within our soul, something is living as one of its most important instruments that would not be there without the structure of natural scientific thinking, as we have it as a legacy of the 19th century. This is the one side, the side that presents itself to us and what the human soul has made out of itself, once it has implemented what Kant characterized in so monumental a way when he said, "Enlightenment is the human soul's freeing itself from its self-inflicted dependence, and dare to make use of your powers of reason." This tendency of enlightenment, that is, making use of the means of research available to the human soul in the way that it is now, passed through the philosophical upsurge and on into the age of natural science. But how has all this come about? From a spiritual scientific point of view, we must envisage a greater degree of connection if we want to understand what has come to expression here, if we want to understand the configuration, the structure of our soul, in which we see on the one hand the effects of the will toward enlightenment, and on the other everything that natural scientific culture has brought about. We must juxtapose at least 3 successive cultural epochs of human evolution. Reference has already been made to these cultural cycles in connection with these lectures, in the sense of that observation arising from a knowledge of the life of the human spirit, which endeavors to establish how the human soul returns through the ages in successive earthly lives and brings from former ages into later ones not only its own faults, in order to atone for them in the sense of the great law of destiny, but also what it has inwardly experienced by way of cultural achievements. In the sense of this spiritual knowledge, we shall initially distinguish 3 ages. Other ages precede these three, but it would not be appropriate to enter into these today. The age that is important for us initially can be called the Egypto-Chaldean age, which came to an end roughly in the 8th century BC. If one seeks to characterize it, one can say that in this age the human soul lived in such a way that it still had an inkling of its connection with the whole universe, with the whole of the cosmos. It still felt itself in its destiny on the earth to be dependent on the course of the stars and on the events of the great universal whole. Observations of the dependence of human life on the starry worlds, on the universe as a whole, fill this age of former centuries, lasting until approximately the 8th century BC. The soul felt itself affected in a wonderful way when it immersed itself in the wisdom of ancient Egypt and ancient Chaldea, when it saw how everything depended on feeling the soul's connection with the cosmos that extends beyond the narrow limits of human existence. Something that was important in order to feel this connection of the soul with the cosmos was, in this cultural epoch, the appearance of, for example, Sirius. And with respect to what a person did for the culture of the soul, to what he utilized for the soul or himself accomplished, was the observation of celestial laws. People felt themselves to be born out of the whole universe. They felt just as much a connection with the extraterrestrial world as with the earthly world. They felt as though they had been transported to the earthly world from the worlds of spirit. This feeling was a last echo of the ancient clairvoyance from which the human soul has originated, as has frequently been mentioned here. This ancient clairvoyance existed in earliest times, and man has lost it in the course of his evolution, in order that he can behold the world in the way he does now. At that time, in the Egypto-Chaldean age, there was still an echo of this ancient clairvoyance. People could still understand the spiritual relationship of soul-spiritual laws to all natural phenomena, and wanted to do so. The human soul was, in a certain sense, not isolated within itself at that time. It was, in that it felt itself to be on the earth, connected and intertwined with the forces that streamed down to the earth from the universe. Then came the Greco-Latin time, which, as regards its essential nature and its influences, we can reckon as lasting from the 8th century BC until the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries AD. For the after effects of this cultural epoch last until then. When one considers this age, and especially in its initial phase, one finds the distinctive quality that the human soul has freed itself, in a higher sense, from the universe, freed itself in its knowledge, in its beliefs, in the recognition of the forces working within it. And when one observes the Greeks themselves, one is particularly aware that the way that healthy human beings developed themselves inwardly and related to the earth was that they felt themselves to be in connection with their physical bodily nature. This is what the Greek soul felt and expressed in the second of the periods that we are now considering. It is really difficult today to characterize what is meant by this. We tried to bring it closer to our understanding when considering Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci. The Greek lived quite differently with respect to the soul's spiritual realm. This was especially the case, for example, with Greek artists. People today do not even want to acknowledge that there was something particular about the feeling and experience of the Greek soul. That a sculptor who was representing the human form in the true sense could have before him what we would call a model today was inconceivable for a Greek artist. That is not how it was done. The relationship of the modern artist to his model would have been unthinkable in ancient Greece. For the Greek knew, my soul spiritual nature lives in my entire body. He experienced how the forces of this soul spiritual nature flooded into the forming of the arm, the forming of the muscles, the forming of the whole human form. And he knew that just as it flooded into the human form, so did he have to bring it to expression in his sculptural work. He knew to fashion what he himself could experience in the outward material domain in accordance with the inner knowledge of the bodily nature. Thus he was able to say to himself, I am weak, but if I were to develop my will, I could enable this will to work into the forming of the muscles, into the forming of the arm, and thereby become stronger. What he thus experienced, he poured into the forming of the figures that he created. The perceiving of the outward forms was not for him the essential aspect, but rather the feeling of man's having been placed into earthly culture and the reproducing of what was experienced outwardly. This was also the experience of the whole personality in ancient Greece. To think of a Pericles or any other statesman like modern statesmen is completely impossible. We see today a modern statesman basing what he thinks and does upon universal principles. When Pericles in ancient Athens appears before the people and carries something out, it is not because he says to himself, because I see it like this, it must be done. That is not the case. But when Pericles appears before the people and asserts what he wishes, this is his personal will. And if it is agreed to, this happens because Pericles can will what is right, because he experiences it as a personality. In this way, the Greek is of a nature that is complete in itself. He lives thinking of himself as a unified being. He can do this because, unlike someone belonging to the Egypto-Chaldean age, he no longer feels the connection with the gods, and so on. This connection is still present only as a reverberation of former times. What he directly experiences is, however, that he feels his bodily nature to be connected with the world of soul and spirit. In this way, therefore, while he has a stronger experience of himself as a solitary individual than a person of the Egypto-Chaldean age, he is nevertheless connected with the whole of the rest of nature, because his body, his physical organism, has given him this sense of belonging. One has to feel that in the Greco-Latin age, the soul was already more free from the totality of the universe than in the previous period, but it still necessarily felt connected with everything that surrounded it in the kingdoms of nature. For the soul felt itself connected with that which has derived from these kingdoms, the physical human body. It is this feeling that one must see as characteristic of this Greco-Latin age in which the mystery of Golgotha occurred. Now we see emerging, and with our thinking and feeling we stand in the midst of it, the third period that we have to consider. How does it differ from the Greco-Latin period? The human soul is again much more alone, for the Greek felt himself connected with nature through what he was in his body. Let us imagine that a Greek had the possibility of gazing at the most minute living beings through a 19th century microscope, and of thinking of cell theory. This would have been an impossibility for the Greek soul. For once it had gone beyond its initial curiosity, it would have experienced with regard to these observations through the microscope that it is completely unnatural to devise instruments through which one sees things differently from the way they appear to the natural eye, EYE, of the body. The Greek felt himself so connected with his own nature that it would have seemed unnatural to him to see things other than the way they present themselves to the eye. And to make cosmic phenomena visible through the telescope would have seemed to him equally unnatural. The way that the ancient Greek thought was in this regard, in many respects, similar to the sensibility of a personality who was inspired by this way of thinking and who coined the beautiful expression, "What are all the instruments of physics in contrast to the human eye, EYE, which is such a wonderful apparatus?" That is, the Greek picture of the world was the most fully in accordance with nature, which one attains if one arms the senses as little as possible with instruments, and hence with making things different from the way one sees them when one perceives nature directly as it is incorporated in the surrounding world. It is quite different in our time. In our time, it has been perfectly natural, and it has been all the more so throughout the cultural development since the period in question began, that what people have sought to identify as an objective, natural, scientific picture of the world, they completely separated from what lives in the human soul. Thus, the view could arise that one can only experience the truth about the human organization if one directs one's suitably equipped eye toward things, if one investigates living beings with a microscope and uses a telescope to view the heavens, if one uses an instrument which makes up for the imprecision of the eye. But if one considers this whole mental outlook that comes to expression here, one has to say that people are now drawing what lives within them and what is connected with their ego completely away from their picture of the world. The human ego, the human self, is even more alone and solitary than in the age of Greece. If we try to compare the Greek world picture with our picture of the world as it is given to us by natural science, we must say the endeavor has been made also in practice to render this picture of the world independent from what goes on in the depths of the human soul, from what lives and weaves and is within the human ego. Thus, in the age of ancient Egypt and Chaldea, soul and world were, for human experience, one. In the age of Greece, the human soul and the human body were one. But through the human body, man was still connected with his world picture. Now, the soul's spiritual dimension has become more and more separate, wholly separate from what it regards as the justified content of the world picture. The human soul is solitary, contained within itself. We now contemplate the remarkable polarity that appears before us when we approach our own cultural period from the Egypto-Chaldean era by way of the Greco-Latin age. In contrast to the earlier Greek epoch, what a person in our epoch strives for, above all else, is to arrive at a natural scientific world picture that is independent of his soul nature. The necessary consequence of this is to separate the human soul from what it was connected with in former ages, to cause the soul to fall back upon itself and upon its own consciousness. In the Egypto-Chaldean age, the human soul still directed its soul spiritual gaze into the cosmic expanses, and let itself be inspired by them. Let what lived in them flow into it. Even in the age of Greece, man still took what was given to his world picture and imprinted it into art. In the modern age, the world picture is there in its own right, separated from a person's soul experience. And yet we must say that when, in modern times, the human soul has thrust itself out of the objective world picture, when it no longer finds itself in a soul sense in what is enacted without, in mechanically objective terms, when it has broken off the connection with outward world existence, it wants, nevertheless, to achieve within itself the power for knowledge as a world picture for its whole existence. To a Greek, it would have been incredible if someone had said to him, "Dare to make use of your powers of reason," or "Enlightenment is the human soul's freeing itself from its self-inflicted dependence." Socratic words were spoken in Greece, but not these words, for a Greek would not have understood them. He would have felt, "What do I want to do with my powers of reason? Most importantly, to gain a picture of the world. But this picture of the world lives constantly within me, in that the world streams into my forces and my soul's spiritual nature. It would be unnatural to make use of my reasoning powers with all that is streaming into me." And someone belonging to the Egypto-Chaldean age would have experienced the demand to make use of his powers of reason to be even more extraordinary and unnatural. His response to the proposition, "Dare to make use of your powers of reason," would have been, "Then my best intuitions and inspirations that have streamed toward me from the universe will have forsaken me. Why should I use my reasoning powers, which would impoverish me in my experience, if I availed myself of them in the face of what streams to me from the universe?" Thus, as the human souls that have come from previous epochs, we encounter every time a different age. They are, therefore, in Lessing's words, educated in the Egypto-Chaldean age in such a way that the soul feels at one with the world, then in the Greco-Latin age, when the soul feels at one with its own bodily nature. And now souls are passing through the time when they must find themselves within their own being, because they have taken themselves out of the objective picture of the world. So we find that it is thoroughly appropriate if this age must bring forth a Fichte, together with his book titled The Destiny of Man, and if he poses the question, what if this world picture is perhaps only appearance, an illusion? If it is only a dream? How can the ego that now feels itself impoverished, this is an experience that comes from the age, come to an inner confidence? How can it find itself? Thus we see Fichte's teaching of the ego as a necessary result of the whole of evolution. We see how in the 19th century, because of the world picture of natural science, how in Fichte's time, when the power of thought was still blossoming, the ego wants to create for itself clarity through its own forces. And we can characterize the endeavors of Schelling and Hegel that followed Fichte in such a way that we see in them the aspiration on the part of the ego, emancipated from the world picture, to gain a connection with the world through thought. But we see how in this third period that has been characterized, the natural scientific world picture gradually, as it were, also detracts from the ego, in that it causes all reverberations of the old world pictures to become impoverished. Such things are not normally sufficiently attended to in our time. If we look back at one of those individuals who have made significant contributions to our natural scientific picture of the world, to Kepler, who has brought about so infinitely much of what now lives on in our scientific view of the world, we find a remarkable idea in his title, Harmonicis Mundi. He extends his gaze from the harmony of the cosmos to the Earth as a whole. But this Earth is, for Kepler, a gigantic organism that lives in a somewhat whale-like way. At least he finds, when he looks beneath its living aspect, an organism that has a similarity to the earthly organism of a whale. And he says, this giant animal on which we walk breathes not in the way that a human being does in the times that are defined by the course of the sun. And the rising and falling of the ocean is the sign of the in-breathing and out-breathing of the Earth's organism. Kepler finds the way that people envisage how this process takes place to be too limited. With Kepler, one should not forget, if one is putting forward the connection with Giordano Bruno as a one-sided way of looking at the world, that Giordano Bruno again and again indicated that the Earth is a giant organism that has its inbreathing and outbreathing in the ebb and flow of the ocean. And we do not need to go far back in order to encounter the same thought in modern times. There is a beautiful aphorism of Goethe's where he says something like this in a conversation with Eckermann. I see the Earth as a giant animal that has its process of inhalation and exhalation in the rising and falling air currents and in the ebb and flow of the sea. That is, the view that conceives of the Earth in the way that modern geology does arose only very gradually, and another one that we feel still reverberating in Goethe, and which comes toward us in a very living way in Kepler and Giordano Bruno, was lost. What Kepler, Giordano Bruno, and also Goethe thought and felt was something that people experienced very vividly in those ancient times, when the soul felt at one with the world. However, it was the natural course of evolution for this sense of being at one with the world to become obscured in the course of time. If we wish to characterize what has been presented in the sense of spiritual science, we arrive at the following picture. Further elucidation of this can be found in my book titled Occult Science, Reader's Aside, also known as Esoteric Science, end of Reader's Aside. If we contemplate the human soul, not in the chaotic way that modern science does, but with the insights of spiritual science, we find that it is divided into three parts. There is firstly the lowest member of our human soul nature, which, as one might say, still exhibits the most chaotic depths of the human soul, to which the upper parts of human nature do not fully extend, the sentient soul. This is the source of the drives, emotions, passions, and all the undefined feelings that hold sway within the soul. Then we have a higher member of the human soul, the intellectual or mind soul. This is the soul that lives more consciously within itself, which takes hold of itself within its own being, which experiences itself not only in the waves of impulses, longings, and passions that it feels rising up from the depths, but which feels compassion and shares in the joy of all things, and which develops within itself what we call intellectual concepts and so forth. And then we have that soul member that we call the consciousness soul, whereby the human soul fully experiences itself. In the course of human evolution, these different parts have developed in succession. If we go back to the Egypto-Chaldean age, this was primarily the education for the sentient soul, which human beings were undergoing at that time. For the connections from the great cosmos that lived into human souls, without a person accompanying this with his consciousness, could speak to the sentient soul. The wisdom of Egypt and Chaldea was therefore arrived at unconsciously. If we proceed to the Greco-Latin age, we have there the particular development of the intellectual or mind soul, where through intellectual and mind forces we can see that this soul member has two parts. An inwardness is expressed, which is imbued to a greater extent with consciousness. And in our time we now have, and this arises directly from what has been described, that culture of the human soul, whereby this human soul is to come to a full consciousness of itself, that is, to develop the consciousness soul. This is what has come to its highest climax, to its highest level of development in the 19th century. The objective world picture, which leaves the soul alone with itself, in order that it can take hold of itself, its ego, with its consciousness soul. It was necessary precisely for inwardly grasping man's innermost essence that the soul related to the world, not in the half-conscious way of the Egyptian world picture, or in the way that we have described it for the Greco-Latin world picture, but that it broke free from the world picture in order to develop within itself what had to become the strongest part of its nature, the ego, the consciousness soul. Thus, in successive earthly lives, the favorable opportunity has gradually arisen for man to develop the sentient soul, the intellectual or mind soul, and the consciousness soul in successive earthly cultures. But now let us look at this legacy of the 19th century, this consciousness soul. It has struggled. We can discern this as a basic feature, especially of the 19th century, struggled in the philosophy of a Fichte, in subsequent philosophical statements and propositions. It has struggled even in the case of the more materialistic philosophies. For example, of a Feuerbach, who said, the idea of God is only man's portrayal of himself projected into space. Man placed the idea of God outside himself because he needed to find security in the solitude of his consciousness soul. And if one follows the most radical philosophers such as Feuerbach, and culminating in Nietzsche, one sees the human soul seeking its sovereignty and inner certainty once it has wrested itself free from the world picture that has become objective. Through this process, we see the human soul develop in a wholly regular way what arrived at its culmination in the 19th century, the emancipation of the consciousness soul and its inner grasping of itself through its own power. What is to predominate in a future age is already being prepared at an earlier time. One can verify quite precisely how the development of the intellectual or mind soul plays into certain cultural phenomena of the Egypto-Chaldean age. And one can see in the Greco-Latin age, especially in its Christian phase, for example in Augustine, how mankind is struggling to prepare the consciousness soul. We must therefore say that our human soul only rightly takes hold of itself when, in the midst of the age of the consciousness soul, it prepares what is to unfold after the consciousness soul. What must this be? The inner evolution of the human soul presses toward what must be developed, as does the so-called objective world picture itself. We shall conclude by considering several symptoms of this. What has the 19th century, with its brilliant culture, brought about? Let us look at one of the most brilliant scientists of the 19th century, Du Bois-Reymond, with his objective world picture. As one may read in his title, Concerning the Limits of a Knowledge of Nature, he wants to rescue for the human soul what it needs for its inner security. And he tries to deal with this by means of the idea of the, in quotes, world soul. Because this consciousness soul that has become solitary and set apart from the objective world picture is inexplicable to him. But the objective world picture stands in his way. The human soul makes its experience manifest in the brain, in the nerve fibers and other instruments. Now, Du Bois-Reymond stands at the frontier of a knowledge of nature. What does he demand if he is to acknowledge a world soul? He demands that one shows him an instrument also in the universe comparable to what exists within man when the human soul thinks, feels, and wills. He says something of this kind. Show me a convolution of ganglia and nerves embedded in the nervous system and nurtured with warm arterial blood under the correct pressure appropriate for the heightened capacities of a world soul. This he does not find. The same Du Bois-Reymond demands this, who in the same address said, among other things, when one observes someone when he is asleep, from going to sleep to waking up, he can be explained scientifically. But when one observes someone between waking up and going to sleep, together with all the impulses, desires, and passions, the ideas, feelings, and will impulses that flood around him and within him, he can never be explained through a scientific mode of thought. He is right. But let us trace where the legacy of the 19th century has led us here. Du Bois-Reymond says, when I observe a sleeping human being scientifically, I can find nothing that makes the interplay of those forces that are engaged in ideas, feelings, and will impulses explicable to me. For it is illogical to want to look for an explanation for the inner nature of soul phenomena in bodily processes. Just as it would be meaningless if one were to seek an explanation for the organ of the lungs from the inner nature of air. This will be the legacy of the 19th century, that natural science will show that if it stands strictly on its own ground, it cannot explain the involvement of the soul spiritual domain within man. Rather, must it say, when this human body has awakened from sleep, the realm of soul and spirit is something that it breathes in, just as the lungs breathe in oxygen or the air. And when it goes to sleep, the soul spiritual dimension is something that it breathes out, as it were. In the state of sleep, the soul and spirit constitute a wholly independent entity outside the human body. The legacy of the 19th century will be that natural science will be fully united with a spiritual science, which says man has an ego and an astral body, with which he leaves his physical and etheric body in sleep, is during sleep in a purely spiritual world with his ego and astral body, and gives the physical and etheric body over to their own laws. Thus, natural science will itself mark out its territory, and through what it has to give, it will show how spiritual science must be added to it as a completion. And if natural science will have a right knowledge of itself, as for example belongs to its greatest achievements, as with the natural evolution of organisms from the most imperfect to more perfect states, it will see that precisely in this evolution of natural phenomena, in the sense of the Darwinian theory, there is something in which the evolution of the human soul is not contained, but which must first be grasped by the soul and spirit, if the purely earthly aspect is to be welded into the totality of man's being. It is precisely a rightly understood natural science that will be a wonderful legacy of the 19th century, in that it will show how spiritual science is necessary for the completion of natural science. Then, as a necessary consequence, there will be complete harmony between these two, and the human soul will come to understand itself, in that it awakens the forces that slumber within it and comes to know itself. How? In the Egypto-Chaldean age, people were still in connection with the cosmos, which made manifest to human beings their spiritual background. In the Greco-Latin age, man was still indirectly connected with the cosmos through his body. He still felt the cosmos because he felt the unity between the soul spiritual realm and the body. Now, the objective world picture has become merely a sum of outward processes. Through spiritual science, however, in that the soul finds itself in its own spiritual depths, it will come to recognize itself as being connected in a new way with the universe. The soul will be able to say, "When I look about me, I feel myself connected with all living things, with all kingdoms of nature that are around me. But now that I have passed through the culture of the sentient soul of the Egypto-Chaldean age, through the culture of the intellectual or mind soul of the Greco-Latin age, and after I have taken up the culture of the consciousness soul, in which the attention of the ego has been directed toward material culture, I feel myself linked to a sequence of spiritual realms, downward to the realms of animals, plants, and minerals, if I look out in a material sense, upward to the realms of the spiritual hierarchies, to which the soul belongs no less than it is accustomed to see its affinity to the kingdoms of nature. A perspective of the future opens up to the soul, which is fully linked to perspectives of the past. Man has undergone a process of development from the spiritual connections of the past. He will, in the future, work his way into the spiritual realms. The soul will feel itself drawn toward a connection with the kingdoms of nature through its soul spiritual forces, and it will feel itself to have a connection with the spiritual realms through the spirit self. For just as our age is characterized as the time of the development of the consciousness soul, so for the future of human spiritual culture, preparations are being made in our time for the development of the spirit self, which will gradually come to maturity. If we view evolution in a spiritual scientific way, we see it as an organic necessity that this legacy of the 19th century should most characteristically bring to expression the task of referring the soul back to itself, of casting it out from its natural environment, in order to compel it to develop its own soul spiritual forces. And it will be the best legacy of the 19th century if the soul will behold itself as separate from everything, while therefore feeling all the more inspired to unfold its own forces. While the age of enlightenment has wanted to make use of its own powers of reason, the coming time must draw forth from their slumber in the depths of the soul the still deeper forces through which the perception of a spiritual world that the soul must achieve in the future will come about. Thus, the future will come to be grateful to the 19th century that it has placed the soul in the situation where it has the possibility of developing out of itself the higher forces of objective knowledge. This is also a legacy of the 19th century. If one considers the inner evolution of the human soul, it must proceed from the unfolding of the sentient soul through that of the intellectual or mind soul and that of the consciousness soul to the development of the spirit self. But man will only find the spirit self if, through the natural scientific way of looking at things that is the legacy of the 19th century, he has first been separated from all aspects of the outer world. When one views the legacy of the 19th century and then enters further into the details, one will see that the best of the positive results of the scientific legacy of the 19th century is the strengthening of the soul, because it then finds itself in what this science is unable to give it. The soul will come to feel with Dubois-Reymond, yes, the sleeping human body can be explained with the laws of physiology, but not what is breathed into it in the form of the soul and spirit. The soul will feel that it must, through spiritual scientific methods, raise to consciousness what is bereft of consciousness in sleep, in order to have a perspective of the spiritual worlds. And then a later Dubois-Reymond will no longer stand there baffled when he wants to explain the human body scientifically. For he will say to himself, the human soul is not to be found in the nervous system and the ganglia, so why should I demonstrate the presence of nervous systems and ganglia in the giant world soul? An outstanding figure of the 19th century who only wanted to use what the 19th century could give him for a knowledge of the origins of existence, namely Otto Liebmann, who for a long time lectured in philosophy in Jena, expressed the following thought: why should one not be able to accept that our planets, moons, and fixed stars are the atoms or also the molecules of a giant brain which is spread out in the universe in a macrocosmic way? However, he thinks that the human intelligence will never be able to gain access to this giant brain, and that therefore it will also be denied the possibility of acquiring knowledge of a spiritual world soul. Spiritual science, however, shows that Otto Liebmann is perfectly right, for that intelligence of which he speaks will never be able to succeed in satisfying human longings in this realm, because this intelligence has initially become great through emancipating itself from the objective world picture. It should not be a matter of surprise, but rather regarded as quite natural, that a philosophy founded upon this objective world picture cannot find anything by way of a world soul. If a scientist such as Dubois-Reymond is unable to find the world soul in the ganglia and nervous system of a sleeping human being, why should something of the nature of the world soul be found in the giant ganglia of a giant brain? No wonder the physiologist has to despair of doing so. But these foundations are the best legacy of the 19th century. They show that the human soul has been led back to itself and must seek and find the connection with the spiritual worlds, not through observation, but through the development of its inner forces. If the human mind considers that world picture which it knows as the Darwinist theory of evolution, it will find that the greatness of this theory rests on the fact that it, the human mind, has taken itself out of it. Man would not have arrived in his evolution at the point where he has come if he had not taken himself out of the world picture. When he understands this, he will understand that he cannot find in this theory of evolution what he first had himself to take out. If one rightly understands Darwin's theory of evolution, one will find that it is not in contradiction with it to believe the spirit researcher when, as he looks behind sense-perceptible phenomena, he beholds a spirit in which the human soul is rooted as a spirit. So this concluding lecture is intended to show that there is, in truth, not the slightest contradiction between what is here meant as spiritual science and the true, genuine achievements of natural science. And that if one rightly enters into what the world picture of natural science had to become in accordance with the course of human evolution, which spiritual science has identified, one knows that this cannot be otherwise, and that because it has become what it is, the natural scientific world picture is the most perfect means of education for what it, the human soul, is to become. An essence that from the consciousness soul is aspiring toward the spirit self. With this, spiritual science is being referred to as that which belongs today to the culture of our time. What has been prepared in the Egypto-Chaldean age with the culture of the sentient soul, what was further developed in the Greco-Latin age through the culture of the intellectual or mind soul, has found its further unfolding in our time in the culture of the consciousness soul. But everything that comes later has been prepared previously. So just as it can be said that a culture of the consciousness soul, which still has long to last in our time, already existed in Socrates and Aristotle, so must it already be the case that here within our own age, there can be the source for a true teaching of the spirit self. This is how the human soul may understand itself in connection with those worlds in which it, as a spirit in the spirit world, is rooted. In addition to everything else that it represents, the natural science of the 19th century is a means of education, and the best means of education for spiritual science. From these winter lectures, it may perhaps emerge that from the spiritual scientific views that have been presented here about the legacy of the 19th century, a sure foundation will be found for spiritual science, which should not become a conglomeration or chaos of something arbitrary, but something that rests on just as secure a foundation as the natural science that is so admired. If one believes that there must necessarily be a break between what natural science is and has made possible and spiritual science, one would be mistaken about this spiritual science. If, however, one sees how natural science had to become entirely what it has indeed become, so that the human soul finds the path to the spirit in the new way that it must find it, one will recognize it as that which must necessarily be placed within evolution as something that has within it the seeds for that period that will follow ours in the same way that our present period follows on from the previous one. Then the apparent conflicts between the natural scientific and the spiritual scientific world pictures will be reconciled. Of course, I do not even remotely believe that in the brief time of this lecture, which has lasted so long, I shall have been able to say more than a very little of what can be discerned from spiritual science about the coming significance of the natural scientific path of the 19th century in all its many forms. But perhaps through the extension of what has been presented in the souls of the esteemed listeners, through following up what has been indicated today, especially by comparing spiritual scientific results with the rightly understood results of natural science, it will be seen that the necessity of an involvement on the part of spiritual science in the future of human evolution is a clear conclusion from a spiritually oriented study of the evolution of mankind. These lectures were formed from, and their basic tone always informed by, this awareness of an inner evolutionary necessity. This lecture in particular has sought to evoke the feeling that it may appear justified that the mere confidence that figures such as Fichte wanted to gain from the consciousness soul cannot be achieved out of the consciousness soul as such, that lives enclosed within their thoughts, but rather when the soul sees and recognizes that it finds something in itself quite other than its mere intelligence and reason, when it finds within itself the forces that lead to imagination, inspiration, and intuition, that is, to life in the spiritual world itself, and when it realizes that this may, through the rightly understood legacy of the 19th century, again be spoken about out of a truly inward certainty also in the first third of the 20th century. Hegel, boldly building upon what he believed he had understood purely out of the consciousness soul, once spoke some significant words in his lectures about the history of philosophy. And we may conclude with a paraphrase of what he said, in order to characterize not so much a conceptual summary, but rather a feeling that arises like an elixir of life from spiritual scientific observations. We shall, with some changes, bring to expression in Hegel's words what the soul can experience for its sense of certainty, by way of resources necessary for existence and for its life's work, what it can experience with respect to the great riddles of existence concerning destiny and immortality. All this is so that the soul is met with the right cosmic light when it, though now not out of an indefinite and abstract quality of the consciousness soul, but out of a knowledge that cognitive forces slumber in the soul that make it a citizen of spiritual worlds, when it is wholly pervaded with a feeling such that this feeling becomes the direct expression of the spiritual science that is intended, which makes the soul sure in itself and full of hope. The human spirit may and should believe in its greatness and in its power, for it is a spirit from the Spirit. And with this belief, there can be nothing in the universe, in the totality of existence, that is so hard and impenetrable that it should not be made manifest to it in the course of time, insofar as it has a need for it. What was initially held in hidden secrecy in the universe must become ever more manifest and become available to the seeking soul as its knowledge increases, in order that it can develop it to an inner power, to inner certainty, to the inner valuing of existence and life. That is the end of Lecture 14, the last lecture in the book, Results of Spiritual Research by Rudolf Steiner, the Collected Works, Volume 62, translated by Simon Blaxland DeLange.
Ho, ho, ho! It's time to save big on your holiday shopping with Bob's Discount Furniture. Because Bob's is kicking off the holiday season by unboxing on top-rated pieces for every room and must-have gifts for your whole list at incredible values every week. So stop into your nearest store, shop online at mybobs.com, and check back every week to shop your favorite styles at everyday low prices. Oh my Bob!
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of the Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ and the Human Soul, composed of 3 sections. The first of 2 lectures is The Meaning of Life. The second, I believe, is 4 lectures entitled The Spiritual Foundation of Morality. And the rest of the lectures are entitled Anthroposophy and Christianity. And that's 10 lectures in total, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. Lecture 1 is given in Copenhagen on May 23, 1912. In these 2 evening lectures, I would like to speak to you from the viewpoint of spiritual research about a question people ask repeatedly and deliberately about the question, what is the meaning of life? If in these 2 evenings we are to draw near to what can be said about this meaning of life, then we shall first have to create a kind of foundation, a kind of basis on which we can build the edifice of knowledge, as it were, that will provide an answer to our question, even if only a brief and sketch-like one. When we initially contemplate the things around us, things that are present in everyday life and can be observed through the senses, and then turn to look at our own life, we can at best only come to the formulation of a question, a difficult, puzzling, disquieting question. We see how the creatures of external nature come into being and die away. Every year in spring, we can observe how the earth, stimulated by the forces of sun and cosmos, bestows on us the plants that sprout and blossom, bearing fruit throughout the summer. As autumn approaches, we see how these creations decay and fade away again. Some indeed remain with us for several years, some for very many years, such as our long-lived trees. But even if, in many cases, they may outlive us, we know that they also pass away, disappear, sink down into that part of the great natural world that is the realm of the lifeless. We know above all that growth and decay govern even the greatest phenomena of nature. We know that even the continents that provide the foundation for our developing civilizations have not always existed in times past, for they have only arisen in the course of time, and we know for sure that they will one day lie in ruins. All around us, then, we see growth and decay. We can observe it, this growth and decay, in the plant and mineral kingdoms and also in the animal kingdom. What is the meaning of it all? All around us there is always something coming into being, always something decaying. What is the meaning of this becoming and this fading away? When we contemplate our own life and observe how we have lived through the years and decades, we can recognize that there too we have seen this growth and decay. When we think about our early childhood, we find that it has vanished and has left only memories behind. And what remains as memories can actually give rise to anxious questions about our life. Having undertaken one thing or another, we ask, what did it lead to? What has resulted from my having done it? The most important thing is that we shall have progressed somewhat, that we shall have learned something as a result of it. What usually happens, however, is that only after we have done it do we realize how it ought to have been done. It is only when we are no longer in a position to do something about it that we know how much better it might have been done, so that our mistakes actually become a part of our life. But it is precisely through our mistakes and errors that we gain our most wide-ranging experiences. A question confronts us, and it seems as if what we can capture through our senses and comprehend with our intellect cannot provide us with an answer. This is the position we human beings are in today. Everything that surrounds us presents us with a perturbing problem, with the question, what is the meaning of the whole of existence? And particularly also the question, why have we human beings been placed into this existence in the way we have? This is the question that initially presents itself to us. A most interesting legend of Hebrew antiquity tells how in this old Hebrew civilization there was an awareness that this perturbing question, the question we described regarding the meaning of life, and especially the meaning of being human, occurs not only to human beings, but to other beings as well. This legend is inordinately instructive and runs as follows. When the Elohim were preparing to create the human being in their own image and likeness, beings called ministering angels, that is, spiritual beings ranked lower than the Elohim themselves, asked Yahweh or Jehovah, quote, why are human beings to be made in the image and likeness of God? Close quote. Then, so the legend continues, Yahweh gathered the animals and the plants that had already sprung forth on earth before human beings existed in their earthly form, and he also gathered the angels, the ministering angels, those in his immediate service. He showed them the animals and plants and asked them what these animals and plants were called, what their names were. But the angels did not know the names of the animals, nor did they know the names of the plants. Then the human being was created, as he was before the fall. And again Yahweh gathered the angels and also the animals and plants, and having instructed the animals to pass by in succession for the human being to see, Yahweh asked the human being in the presence of the angels what the names were of the animals, what they were called. And, lo and behold, the human being was able to answer, quote, "This animal has this name, that animal has that name, this plant has this name, that plant has that name," close quote. Then Yahweh, or Jehovah, asked the human being, quote, "And what is your own name?" close quote. And the human being said, quote, "I must actually be called Adam," close quote. Parenthesis, Adam is related to Adama, meaning from earthly mud, creature of the earth. This is the translation, in quotes, of Adam, close parentheses. Yahweh then continued, asking the human being, quote, "And what shall I myself be called?" close quote. The human being replied, quote, "You shall be called Adonai. You are the Lord of all created beings on the earth," close quote. Now the angels had an idea of the meaning of human existence on the earth. Religious traditions and religious writings often express the most important of life's riddles in the simplest terms. Yet there are many difficulties in understanding them. For we must first learn to recognize what lies behind their simplicity. If we succeed in doing so, great wisdom and deep knowledge are revealed, as will also be the case with this legend. For now we shall simply keep it in mind, for these two lectures will give us, in one form or another, an answer to the questions it raises. Now, you know that there is a religion that has put the question about the meaning and value of life by placing it in a staggeringly wonderful form into the very mouth of its own founder. You all know the stories of the Buddha that indicate how he left the palace in which he was born, how he came face to face with the real facts of life, of which in that incarnation he had as yet no inkling, while still in the palace, and how he was most deeply dismayed about life and pronounced the judgment, in quotes, "Life is suffering." This declaration, as we know, comprises four elements. Quote, "Birth is suffering, illness is suffering, old age is suffering, death is suffering," close quote, to which are then added, quote, "To be united with those we do not love is suffering. To be separated from those we love is suffering. Not to be able to achieve the things we aim for is suffering," close quote. And we also know that for those observing this religion, the meaning of life can then be captured in the words, quote, "Life, which is suffering, only acquires meaning if it is overcome, if it is transcended," close quote. In essence, all the various religions, and also all philosophies and views of life, are attempts to answer the question, what is the meaning of life? Now, rather than approach this question in a philosophically abstract manner, we shall here review some of the phenomena of life, some of the realities of life, from a more esoteric point of view. We shall endeavor to look more deeply into these facts in order to discover whether a more profound, a more spiritual view of life can bring us something that can help answer this question regarding the meaning of life. Let us take up our subject again at the point where we spoke of the annual growth and decay in sense-perceptible nature, of the life, growth, and decay in the plant kingdom. In spring, we see the plants sprouting up out of the earth, and all this germinating, budding life calls forth our joy and delight. We become aware that the whole of our existence is bound up with the plant world, for without it we could not exist. We sense that everything springing up from the earth at the approach of summer is related to our own life, and how in the autumn That which in a certain sense belongs to us is fading away again. It is quite natural to compare our own life with the growth and decay we observe around us. To external observation, based solely on what can be perceived by the senses and judged by the intellect, it is quite natural to compare the vernal sprouting of the plants out of the earth with our waking up in the morning, and the autumnal withering and decaying of the plant world with our falling asleep in the evening. But such a comparison would be quite superficial, because it would leave out of account the real circumstances, which can be grasped by means of even the more elementary truths of esoteric science. What happens when we fall asleep at night? We know that we leave our physical body and etheric body behind in bed, and that with our astral body and our I, capital, we withdraw from our physical and etheric bodies. During the night, between our falling asleep and our waking up, we are in a world of spirit with our astral body and our I. From this spiritual world, we gather the forces we need. However, it is not only our astral body and our I, but also our physical body and our etheric body that undergo a kind of restorative process, a regeneration, as they lie in bed, separated from the astral body and the I during our sleep at night. If with clairvoyant vision one looks down from the I and the astral body to the etheric body and the physical body, one can see what has been destroyed by our daytime life. One sees that what expresses itself as fatigue is actually a destructive process, and that it is restored during the night. As a matter of fact, our conscious daytime life as a whole, seen in its connection with human consciousness and in its relation to the physical body and the etheric body, is actually a kind of destructive process with respect to the physical and etheric bodies. We always destroy something with our consciousness. And this fact, the fact that we destroy something, manifests as tiredness. What has been destroyed is restored again during the night. Now, if one looks at what happens when we have departed with our astral body and I from the etheric and physical bodies, then it is as if we left behind a field laid waste. But the moment we have gone, the moment we have left the physical and etheric bodies, this field gradually begins to restore itself. It is then as if the forces belonging to the physical and etheric bodies were beginning to bloom and sprout, and as if a whole vegetation were arising on the scene of destruction. The further the night advances and the longer we sleep, the more does the budding and sprouting continue in our etheric body. The closer we get to morning, and the more we enter our physical and etheric bodies again with our astral body, the more does a kind of withering and wilting begin again with respect to our physical and etheric bodies. In short, when the I and astral body look down from the spiritual world on our physical and etheric bodies as we go to sleep at night, they see the same manifestation as the one we observe in the great world outside, when the plants germinate and sprout in spring. Therefore, if we want to make a true comparison, one that is more on an intimate level, then we must compare our falling asleep and the earlier part of our sleeping state at night with springtime in nature, and the time of our waking up, the time when our I and the astral body are entering the physical and etheric bodies again, with autumn in nature. This, not the opposite, is the correct comparison to draw. The opposite one is drawn from an external point of view. In human beings, springtime corresponds to falling asleep, and autumn to waking up. But how does this matter appear when a clairvoyant observer, someone who can truly look into the spiritual world, directs his gaze to external nature and observes what takes place there in the course of the year? What then presents itself to spiritual vision teaches us that we must not compare things in an outer, but rather in an inner sense. What clairvoyant observation shows is that just as the physical and etheric bodies of the human being are connected with the astral body and the I, so the earth is connected with what we call its spiritual aspect. The earth, too, is a body, a vast body, and looking at it only in relation to its physical part is like looking at a human being only in relation to the physical body. We only see the earth in its completeness when we regard it as the body of spiritual beings. Just as in the case of the human being, we see the spirit as belonging to the body. There is, however, one difference. A human being is a single, unified entity governing the physical and etheric bodies. A single, unified soul and spirit entity is connected with the human physical and etheric bodies. But there are a great many spirits belonging to the earth's body. The sole spiritual element in the human being is a unity, whereas with respect to the earth, it is a multiplicity. This is the most obvious distinction. Having acknowledged this difference, we shall find everything else, in a certain sense, analogous. What spiritual vision observes in spring is that the earth spirits, for this is what we call them, withdraw from the earth to the same degree as the plants sprout forth from the earth and greenery spreads. But again, it is not quite the same as with the human being, for rather than withdrawing completely, as is the case with the human spirit, the earth spirits reposition themselves, in a certain sense moving around to the other side of the earth. When it is summer in one hemisphere, it is winter in the other. What happens is that the spirit and soul part of the earth moves from the northern to the southern hemisphere when summer is approaching in the north. That does not alter the fact, however, that a clairvoyant observer experiencing springtime anywhere on the globe sees the spirits withdrawing from the earth. He observes how these spirits rise up and move out into the cosmos. Rather than seeing them move to the other side, he sees them withdrawing. Just as he sees the eye departing together with the astral body when a human being falls asleep, just in that same way, the clairvoyant observer sees the earth spirits departing from what they had been tied to, bound up with. During the winter, when the earth is covered in ice and snow, the spirit forces are directly united with the earth. During the autumn, the opposite occurs. Then clairvoyant vision sees the earth spirits approaching and reuniting with the earth. In actual fact, something then arises in the earth that resembles what takes place in a human being, namely a kind of self-consciousness. During the summer, the spiritual part of the earth knows nothing of what goes on around it in the cosmos. But in winter, the spirit of the earth knows what is occurring all around it in the cosmos, just as a human being on waking up knows and sees what is taking place around him or her. The analogy is entirely valid, except that it is the reverse of what outer consciousness comes to. However, if we want to consider this matter in its entirety, we cannot simply say, quote, when the plants sprout and burst forth from the earth in spring, the earth spirits depart, close quote. For in fact, with the budding and sprouting of the plants, mightier spirits rise up as though out of the depths, out of the interior of the earth. Consequently, the mythologies were right to distinguish between the higher and the nether gods. And when people spoke of the gods who leave the earth in spring and return in autumn, they meant the higher gods. But there are mightier, older gods. The Greeks called them the chthonic gods. Readers aside, spelled Chthonic, chthonic gods. End of readers aside. These arise in summer, when everything is budding and sprouting, and they sink down again in winter, when the real earth spirits unite once more with the body of the earth. These are the facts. And I would now like to mention that a certain idea taken from spiritual nature research is of immense importance for our lives as human beings. For this research reveals that when we consider an individual human being, we actually have something before us that is like an image of the great earth being itself. What do we see when we observe the plants as they begin to bud and sprout? we see exactly the same as what is taking place within the human being while asleep. We see how the one corresponds exactly with the other, how individual plants are related to the human body, what their significance is for the human body. This can only be recognized when such connections are understood. For it is indeed a fact, if one watches closely as a human being goes to sleep, one sees how everything begins to bud and sprout in his physical body and his etheric body, how a whole vegetation springs up in him, and how the human being is in truth a tree or a garden with plants growing in it. Someone following this with clairvoyant vision sees how the sprouting and budding within the human being corresponds to what is sprouting and budding in outer nature. And so you may be able to form a picture of what may come about in the future when spiritual science, which for the most part is still regarded as nonsense today, is applied to life and made fruitful. Let us take the example of a person in whom some life processes are not functioning properly. Then let us observe, when this person falls asleep, which kinds of plant are missing when his physical and etheric bodies begin to unfold their vegetative growth. Now, when we turn to the earth and notice that whole species of plants are absent at some location on the earth, we know that something must be wrong with the life being of the earth. And it is the same when certain plants are missing in a person's physical and etheric bodies. In order to remedy the deficiency in that person, we need only search on the earth for the plants that are missing in the person in question and use their juices either in dietary form or as medicine. We shall then, from their innate forces, find the relationship between medicine and illness. This example shows us how spiritual science will be able to intervene directly in life, although at present we are only at the beginning of these things. With this example I have given you, in the form of a comparison, some nature-inspired thoughts about how human beings, through their whole essential makeup, are related to the environment in which they are placed. Let us now look at the matter from a spiritual point of view. And here I would like to begin by calling attention to something rather important. In its endeavors to decipher the meaning of life, spiritual science provides a view of the evolution of humanity from the esoteric perspective, without according any outer preference to one particular creed or worldview over another. Within our spiritual movement, it has often been emphasized that we can identify what our earthly humanity experienced and developed immediately after the great Atlantean catastrophe had befallen the earth. The first great post-Atlantean civilization we then come across is the ancient sacred culture of India. Here in your city, we have already spoken about this too, stressing the exaltedness of this sacred Indian culture by pointing out that what has survived in the Vedas or in other written traditions are merely echoes of it. It is only in the Akashic record that we can catch a glimpse of the primeval teachings that issued forth from that time. There we look upon heights never since regained. The subsequent cultural epochs have quite different tasks. We also know that a descent has taken place since then, that there will be a new ascent, and, as already mentioned, that spiritual science has the task to prepare for this ascent. We know that in the seventh post-Atlantean cultural epoch, there will be a kind of renewal of the ancient sacred Indian civilization. In this sense, then, we do not give preference to any religious view or creed, for all are measured with the same yardstick. Each one is described in all its characteristics, and the deeper truths in all of them are sought. The important thing is to focus on the essentials. We must not allow ourselves to stray off course in contemplating the essential nature of every religious creed. And if we keep this in mind in approaching the various worldviews, we can identify one fundamental difference. We recognize that there are worldviews of a more Eastern nature and others that have permeated the cultures of the West. Once we clearly identify this difference, we will find that it provides insights into the meaning of existence. We discover that the ancients already had something which will cause us a considerable effort to regain, namely, teachings about reincarnation. The Eastern streams possessed this knowledge as something springing from the profoundest depths of existence. You can still see how these Oriental streams shape their whole life on the basis of these teachings. When you look at the relationship Oriental people have with their bodhisattvas and their Buddhas. If you keep in view how reluctant Oriental people are to select any one single figure with a definite name as the ruling power in human evolution, then you understand at once how they attach much greater importance to focusing on the individuality who passes from one life to the next. Orientalists say that there is such and such a number of bodhisattvas, high beings who sprang from humanity and then gradually evolved to an exaltedness that can be described by saying, quote, a being has lived through many incarnations and then become a bodhisattva, as did Gautama, the son of King Suddhodana. He was a bodhisattva and then became a Buddha, close quote. The name Buddha, however, is given to many after they have lived through many incarnations, then become a bodhisattva, and thereafter ascend to the next stage of eminence, that of a Buddha. The name Buddha is a general designation. It denotes a degree of human worthiness and is meaningless without taking into account the being of spirit and soul who has lived through many incarnations. Brahmanism fully agrees with Buddhism in that it focuses on the individuality who lives through the many successive personalities rather than on the single personalities. For it amounts to the same thing whether a Buddhist says, quote, a bodhisattva is destined to ascend to the highest possible degree of human worthiness and has to live through many incarnations in order to attain it, and for me the highest is the Buddha, close quote, or whether the adherent of Brahmanism says, quote, the bodhisattvas are indeed highly developed beings who ascend to Buddhahood, but they spring from the avatars, who are higher spiritual individualities, close quote. For you see, what is inherent in both these Eastern points of view is the knowledge of a spiritual entity who lives through many incarnations. Now let us look at the West and see who are considered the great and mighty there. In order to gain a deeper insight into this, we have to consider the ancient Hebrew point of view and consider the personal element. When we speak of Plato, Socrates, Michelangelo, Charlemagne, or others, we are always speaking of a person. We point to the well-defined life of a personality and what that personality represented for humanity. In our Western culture, we do not focus on a life that has moved on from person to person, for it has been the task of Western culture, at least for a time, to pay attention to the single earth life. When people speak of a Buddha in the East, it is understood that the designation, in quotes, Buddha, is a title of eminence applicable to many personalities. But when the name Plato is spoken of, we know that this designates a single personality. This has been the education in the West, where, to begin with, the personal aspect had to be esteemed and respected. Now, let us take a look at our own time. How should we evaluate this whole sequence of events today? For a certain period of time, Western culture has trained humanity to pay attention to the personality. But now the time has come to augment the personal element with the individual aspect, with the individuality. We must reclaim the individual element, but now strengthened, enlivened by an understanding of the personal. Let us take a specific case and, in this connection, begin by looking back to the ancient Hebrew worldview that preceded the Western view of the world. Consider a mighty personality, such as the prophet Elijah, 1 Kings 17 to 2 Kings 2:14. We may indeed initially describe him as personality, for in the West he is seldom regarded in any other way. If we look at the personality as such, leaving all details aside, we see Elijah as being very important in world evolution. He gives the impression of something like a forerunner of the Christ impulse. Looking back to the time of Moses, we see something being foretold to the people. We see the God in man being proclaimed. Quote, I, the God who was, who is, and who shall be, close quote. In the I, capital, he must be grasped. But among the ancient Israelites, he was perceived as the folk soul of the people. Elijah went beyond that. He could not yet make it clear that the I lives in a single human individuality as the highest divinity. For he could not elucidate more to the people of his time than the world was ready to receive. Nevertheless, it can be seen as a forward leap in evolution. Whereas the Mosaic culture of the ancient Israelites was conscious of the fact that, quote, the highest lies in the I, close quote, and this I found expression in the folk soul of the people in the time of Moses, we find Elijah already pointing to the individual human soul. But a further impulse was needed, and once more we see a kind of forerunner appearing in the personality of John the Baptist. And again, it was in significant words that the forerunner quality of John the Baptist found expression. What do these words mean? An important esoteric fact is indicated by these words. They express the fact that human beings, once as primordial humanity, possessed an ancient clairvoyance which enabled them to look into the spiritual world, into divine activity. Then, however, they turned more toward the material world, and the ability to see into the spiritual world was closed off. John the Baptist alludes to this fact when he says, quote, change the attitude of your soul. Look no longer to what you can gain in the physical world. Be watchful. A new impulse, close quote, he meant the Christ impulse, continue quote, is at hand. Therefore I say unto you, seek the spiritual world in your very midst, close quote. This is where the spiritual element enters, with the Christ impulse. And with these words, John the Baptist became a forerunner of the Christ impulse. Now we turn our attention to another personality, to the remarkable personality of the painter Raphael, who upon some reflection appears unusual to us. We need only compare Raphael as a painter of the Italian people with painters of a later period. For example, Titian. Anyone with an eye for such things, even with only reproductions available for comparison, will soon discover the difference. Look at Raphael's paintings and at Titian's paintings. Raphael painted in such a way that he put Christian ideas into his pictures. He painted for European people as Western Christians. His pictures are comprehensible to all Western Christians and will become more so as time goes on. Compare this with the later painters who painted almost exclusively for the Roman Latin people, so that even the schisms of the church found expression in their pictures. Which were Raphael's most successful paintings? The ones in which he was able to proclaim the impulses inherent in Christianity, where he was able to express some aspects of the relationship of the Jesus child to the Madonna, where he was able to present the Christ relationship to the Madonna as something that is an impulsive feeling. That is where he is at his best. These are also essentially the things he painted best. We do not have a crucifixion by him, for example, but there is a transfiguration. Wherever he could paint the budding, the germinating aspects, the things to be proclaimed, there he painted with joy and made his greatest and best pictures. It is essentially the same with the effect his pictures produce. If you have a chance to come to Germany someday and see the Sistine Madonna in Dresden, it is even said that Germans may rejoice to have such a celebrated painting in their midst, one which may actually be regarded as the flower of the art of painting. Then you will realize that this work of art reveals a mystery of existence. Goethe, in his time, having traveled from Leipzig to Dresden, heard something quite different about the painting of the Madonna. Officials at the Dresden Art Gallery said something like this to him, quote, "One of the pictures we have is by Raphael, but it is nothing special. It is badly painted. The child's glance, actually the whole child itself, everything about it, is common. The same has to be said about the Madonna. One can only assume that a dauber painted her. And then there are these figures at the bottom. One can't tell whether they are meant to be children's heads or angels." Close quote. This uncouth opinion is what Goethe heard at that time, so that initially he failed to appreciate the painting properly. Everything we now hear about the picture was not commonly acknowledged until later, and the fact that reproductions of Raphael's pictures began their triumphal march around the globe is a direct result of this new appreciation. We need only call to mind what England in particular has done for the reproduction and circulation of Raphael's pictures. However, the real outcome of the efforts made in England with respect to reproducing and circulating Raphael's pictures will only be recognized when people have learned to look at these things more from the point of view of spiritual science. And so through his pictures, Raphael can be seen as an early forerunner of a Christianity that will become cosmopolitan. For a long time, Protestantism speculatively regarded the Madonna as something specifically Catholic. But today, the Madonna has permeated all the Protestant countries too, as we rise to a more spiritual interpretation, to a higher interdenominational Christianity. This will more and more be the case, and if we may hope for such results in the realm of interdenominational Christianity, then what Raphael has done will also benefit the realm of spiritual science. Remarkably, we have now encountered three personalities, and all three have something of the quality of being a forerunner of Christianity. Let us now look at these three personalities with a spiritual view. What does it teach us? Spiritual observation teaches us that the same individuality lived in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael. However impossible it may seem, it was the same soul who lived in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael. When spiritual observation, through investigative research, not outer theoretical comparisons, reveals that it is the same soul who is present in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael, we now have to ask, how can it be that Raphael the painter became the vehicle of the individuality who had lived in John the Baptist? Can we imagine that the remarkable soul of John the Baptist lived in the forces that existed in Raphael? Again, esoteric research can come in here, in such a way, however, that it does not merely put theories out into the world, but that it describes things as they really are, as they are embedded in life. How do people write biographies of Raphael today? Even the best, this can be seen anywhere, simply mention that Raphael was born on Good Friday of the year 1483. Yet, it is not for nothing that Raphael was born on a Good Friday. Even this birth date proclaims his exceptional position in Christianity, showing how profoundly and significantly he is connected with the Christian mysteries. It was on a Good Friday, then, that Raphael was born. His father was Giovanni Santi. He died when Raphael was 11 years old. When he was 8 years old, his father apprenticed him to a painter who was, however, not of any special eminence. But if one realizes what lived in Giovanni Santi, Raphael's father, one receives a particular impression that is further strengthened when the matter is investigated in the Akashic records. What becomes apparent then is that much more lived in the soul of Giovanni Santi than he was able to express as a personality. Thus we can agree with the Duchess who spoke these words at the time of his death. Quote, "A man full of light and truth and purest faith has died." Close quote. As a spiritual researcher, one can say that a far greater painter lived in him than could come into full effect outwardly. His outer capacities, those dependent on his physical and etheric organs, were not developed in Giovanni Santi. For that reason, he could not bring the capabilities of his soul to full expression, although a truly great painter lived in his soul. Giovanni Santi died when Raphael was 11 years old. Now, if one investigates these circumstances, then one sees how true it is that although the human body is lost at death, the longings, the aspirations, the impulses of the soul continue to exist and continue to be active where they have the closest connections. A time will come when spiritual science will be made fruitful for life, as it can already be made fruitful today by those who have made this knowledge alive in themselves and have not really grasped it theoretically. Permit me to interpolate something here before continuing with Raphael. The examples I give do not involve mere speculation. On the contrary, they are always taken from life itself. Suppose you have children to bring up. If you watch the children's capabilities, you soon notice the individual element in each child. But such things can really only be noticed by the person bringing up the children. Now, if a child's mother or father dies while the child is still young, leaving only one parent still living, one may notice that certain inclinations become apparent in the child that were not there before and are therefore difficult to explain. But if we are educating children, we have to concern ourselves with such things, and would do well to say to ourselves, quote, "Even though people generally consider the content of spiritual scientific books as foolishness, I will endeavor not to take it as such, but rather keep an open mind and explore whether it might be correct after all." Close quote. Looking at things in this way, we would soon discover that some forces were already there in the child, and that other forces are now working into those the child already had. Let us suppose then that once the father has passed through the gate of death, certain qualities that had lived in him now begin to show up in the child with a certain intensity. If we make this assumption and look upon the matter in this way, then we will have applied insights coming to us through spiritual science in a sensible way. And as we will soon discover, we will then be able to find our way in life, whereas before we did not. So the one who has gone through the gate of death remains united through his forces with those who were close to him in life. People do not observe things closely enough. Otherwise they would notice more frequently that children change after the death of their parents, that they are very different from how they were before. Not enough attention is paid to these things at present, but a time will come when people will notice these things. Let us now look at Raphael again. Giovanni Santi, the father, died when Raphael was 11 years old. And even though the father had not achieved any special perfection as a painter, a powerful imagination remained his, and this then permeated the soul of Raphael and was further developed there. Having observed this soul, we do not belittle or undervalue Raphael. If we say that Giovanni Santi lived on in Raphael's soul, and that this is why Raphael appears to us as someone whose personality has reached completion, as someone incapable of reaching any higher, because a man who has died gave life to his works. We now understand, since the vibrant forces of John the Baptist are reborn in Raphael's own soul, and the forces of Giovanni Santi now also live in his soul, that these two elements together were able to bring about the result that stands before us as Raphael. It is true that at the present time we cannot yet speak publicly of such extraordinary things, but it may be possible in 50 years' time, for evolution is progressing quickly, and current attitudes are rapidly nearing their decline. If we really consider these things, then we will find that in spiritual science it is our task to look at all aspects of life from a new perspective. Just as in future times, healing will take the form I have indicated, so will people then also reflect on the remarkable miracles of life by incorporating into these reflections the deeds that come out of the spiritual world from human beings who have passed through the gate of death. Incidentally, while speaking about the riddles of life, I would like to draw your attention to two more things that can really epitomize the meaning of life. One has to do with the fate that is befalling the works of Raphael. When you look at reproductions of his pictures today, you are not seeing what Raphael painted. The same applies whether you travel to Dresden or to Rome, for even the originals have already deteriorated so much that you cannot claim to be looking at the pictures of Raphael. It is easy to see what will become of them when you consider the fate of Leonardo da Vinci's title Last Supper, which is increasingly deteriorating. Anyone contemplating this realizes that these pictures will eventually fall to dust, and that, sadly, everything that has ever been created by great human beings will disappear. And since these things are doomed to vanish, we may well ask, what is the meaning of this creation and decay? We shall see that ultimately nothing remains of what any single personality has created. The other fact I would like to put before you is this. If aided by spiritual science, we wish to understand and must understand Christianity today, Christianity as an impulse that works for the future, in the way I have explained earlier, then we shall need certain fundamental concepts that can give us insight into how the Christ impulse will continue to work. We need these concepts. It may seem strange that we are confronted by the fact that we must speak about a developing Christianity. This is, however, a fact, and we need spiritual science to point this out. Now, there is a personality in whose work we find the truths of spiritual science expressed in a special form, namely in the form of short, pointed sentences. When we occupy ourselves with this personality, we find in him much that is significant for spiritual science. This person is the German poet Novalis. A study of his writings reveals that he is able to describe the future of Christianity from the esoteric truths contained in it. And spiritual science shows us that his is the same individuality as Raphael's, the same individuality as John the Baptist's and Elijah's. What we have here again is a foreseeing of the further development of Christianity. This fact is of an esoteric nature, for no one can infer this through ordinary reasoning. Let us look at the various images again. We are confronted by the tragic circumstance of the disintegration of the creations and works of single personalities. Raphael appears and lets his interdenominational Christianity flow into human souls. Yet, we have the foreboding that his creations will eventually disintegrate, that his works will fall to dust. Then Novalis appears in order to bring a renewed effort to the task and to continue what he had worked on, what he had begun. And now, the idea is no longer so tragic, for we see that even as the personality in all its aspects dissolves, and even as the created works disintegrate, the core of its being lives on and continues the work it had begun. Here, once again, our attention is directed to the individuality. And because we have so firmly adhered to the Western view of life and hence concentrated only on the personality, we are now all the more able to grasp the full significance of the individuality. We can see then how significant it is that the East directed its attention to the individuality, to the bodhisattvas, who go through many incarnations, and how significant it is that the West initially turns its attention to the single personality, in order to then eventually be able to come to an understanding of the individuality. Now, I suspect that there are many anthroposophists who will say, quote, well, this is something we will simply have to accept when we are told these things about Elijah, John the Baptist, Raphael, and Novalis, close quote. This will indeed be the case for many, that they initially will have to take it on trust, just as is the case for most of us when scientific statements are made about the findings of spectrum analysis as regards particular metals or the Orion Nebula. Some people have certainly made such investigations themselves, but the others, the majority, have to believe what they are told. This, however, is not the essential point at all. The important thing is that spiritual science is now at the beginning of its development and will increasingly bring souls to the point where they develop their own insight into such matters as we have discussed today. In this respect, spiritual science will take human evolution forward very rapidly. I have set out certain aspects arising from the spiritual scientific view of life. Take only the 3 points we have considered, and you will see that by understanding how life is related to the spirit of the earth, the art of healing can be given a new direction and a new impulse, and that Raphael can only be understood in the right way when not only the forces of his own personality are taken into account, but also those forces that came from his father. The third point is that we can bring up children when we understand what the situation is regarding the interplay of forces working in them. People readily acknowledge that in their outer lives they are surrounded by countless forces which continually affect them, that they are continually influenced by atmosphere, temperature, and other climatic conditions in their environment. And we all know that these things do not interfere with our freedom. These are all factors that are already taken into account today. But that we are also permanently surrounded by spiritual forces, and that these spiritual forces should be investigated, this is what human beings will learn through spiritual science. We shall learn to take these forces into account, and shall have to reckon with them in important cases of health and disease, in situations regarding education and life. We shall have to be mindful of influences that come from our surroundings, from the supersensible world, when, for instance, someone's friend dies and that person then begins to display sympathies and ideas that were characteristic of the friend. What has just been alluded to applies not only to children, but to people of all ages. People are not necessarily aware how the forces of the supersensible world are working in them, but their general frame of mind, as well as their state of health or illness, can show us the effect of these forces. And even wider is the range of circumstances indicating a connection between human beings and their life on the physical plane and the realities of the supersensible world. Let me put before you a simple fact that will demonstrate the nature of this connection, a situation that is not invented, but has been observed in many cases. At a specific point in time, a person begins to notice that he has feelings different from those he is used to, that he has sympathies and antipathies he had never known before, that he now succeeds in doing things that caused difficulties before. He has no explanation for this. Those around him cannot explain it to him, and even the circumstances of life itself cannot offer an explanation. Once we have noticed this phenomenon, and then carefully observed the person in question, and it is true that one needs to have an eye for such things, EYE, we shall find that this person now knows things he did not know before, and does things he could not do before. If we examine the matter further, and have familiarized ourselves with the teachings of spiritual science, then we shall hear something like this from him, quote, I am feeling peculiar and very strange. I keep dreaming of someone I have never seen in my life, someone who keeps coming into my dreams, although I have never had anything to do with this person. Close quote. When we pursue the matter further, we will find that until now he has had no reason to concern himself with this person, but that the person has now died, and has begun to approach him in the spiritual world. This person, having come sufficiently close to him, even appeared to him in the form of a dream that was actually more than a dream. And it is from this person, whom he had not known during his lifetime, but who after death has now gained influence on his life, that the impulses arose which he had not known before. It is not a question here of saying, quote, what we are dealing with in this case is nothing but a dream, close quote. The important thing, rather, is to find out what the dream signifies. It may actually be something which, although it appears in the form of a dream, is closer to reality than our external consciousness. Does it matter, after all, whether Edison invented something in a dream or with his daytime waking consciousness? What matters is whether the invention is true, whether it is practical and useful. In the same way, it does not matter whether an experience takes place in dream consciousness or in external physical consciousness. What is of importance is whether the experience is true or not. Let us now summarize what has become clear from these considerations. We have come to understand that if we learn to approach life with the insights gained from esoteric science, then life presents itself in quite a different light from the way it would be understood without esoteric science. In this respect, people who are very learned in materialistic ways of thinking are rather naive, as can be seen at almost any time. On my way here in the train today, I picked up a pamphlet by a German physiologist that had just been published in its second edition. The author maintains that we cannot speak of, in quotes, active attentiveness in the soul, of the soul directing its attention to anything, that everything, rather, depends on the functioning of the various ganglia of the brain, that since these tracks have to be made by the thoughts, everything depends on how the individual brain cells function, and that no intensity of soul, no matter how strong, can intervene, because everything depends entirely on whether or not a particular connecting link has been set up in our brain. These learned materialists really are oddly naive. When you get hold of something like this, you cannot help thinking how simple-minded these people are. The same pamphlet mentions the fact that the centenary of Darwin's birth has recently been celebrated, and that both qualified and unqualified people spoke at the ceremony. Naturally, the author of the pamphlet considers himself to be especially qualified. And this is then followed by the whole brain cell theory and its application. But where is the logic in all this? If one is used to considering things from the standpoint of truth, and then sees what these, in quotes, grown children have to say regarding the meaning of life, then one cannot help thinking that these statements do not amount to much more than saying that it is nonsense to claim that human intentions have had any impact on the way the railway systems are laid out across the face of Europe. For this would be the same as taking all the locomotives with their various parts and functions at any given point in time, and claiming that each one has this or that function and runs in this or that direction, but that since all the tracks meet at certain junctions, all the locomotives can be diverted to run in any direction. The result would be a great disarray of locomotives and trains on European railway lines. And it is just as nonsensical to claim that what takes place in the brain cells in the form of living human thoughts depends entirely on the condition of the cells. When such learned scholars then end up listening to a lecture about spiritual science, they regard what they hear as downright foolishness. They are firmly convinced that human intention can never have anything to do with the mode and manner in which the European locomotives run, that it depends rather on how they are stoked up and driven. This is where we stand today with regard to the question about the meaning of life. On the one hand, it is very much obscured, and on the other, the spiritual facts are pressing in upon us. Bringing together what has been said today, and with this as our basis, we are now able to put the following question before our soul and formulate it in a manner befitting spiritual science. What is the meaning of life and existence, and especially of human life and human existence? The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, 10 lectures in 3 parts, entitled Christ in the Human Soul, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. This is the first part, The Meaning of Life, Lecture 2, given in Copenhagen on May 24th, 1912. It would be a serious mistake to imagine that the question about the meaning of life and existence could be introduced in such a way as to simply ask, quote, what is the meaning of life and existence, close quote, and that someone then would be able to give a simple answer in a few words, possibly saying, quote, this or that is the meaning of life, close quote. In that way, one would never be able to gain a real sense, a conception of the magnificence, majesty, and power that lie hidden behind this question about the meaning of life. It is true that an abstract answer might be given, but you will sense from what I shall be saying later on how unsatisfactory such an answer would be. One might say, quote, the meaning of life is that the spiritual beings to whom we look up as divine beings shall gradually bring humanity to the stage where it participates in the evolution of existence, so that human beings who were imperfect in the beginning of their development and were incapable of taking part in the whole building of the universe might in the course of evolution gradually be trained to participate more and more in this evolution, close quote. That would, however, be an abstract answer, telling us very little indeed. In point of fact, what we need to do in order to receive even just an indication of an answer to a question of such far-reaching importance is to familiarize ourselves with certain secrets of existence and life. Let us therefore continue our considerations, which will be based on those already presented yesterday, and in this way penetrate a little more deeply into the mysteries of existence. When we observe the world around us, we should actually not be content just to see growth and decay. We have already pointed out yesterday that our souls are mysteriously affected by growth and decay when we search for the meaning behind all this growing and decaying. But there is something that poses an even more difficult, more enigmatic question. As we look more closely at growth and decay, things become even more mysterious. What we observe in growth itself is something very remarkable, something that gives us a feeling of sadness and of tragedy, if we look at it only superficially. If, with the knowledge gained from the physical world, we look at the widths of the ocean or at any other field of existence, we know that countless eggs, countless seeds come into being, but that very few of these grow into fully developed beings. Think how many eggs the various fish species lay in the sea every year that disappear before ever reaching their goal of becoming fully grown fish. Think how only a very small number of these eggs reach maturity. Yesterday we considered the fact that everything that comes into existence has to perish again. Now we are forced to consider the other fact, namely that in the infinite domain of incalculable possibilities, only a few become realities. That, therefore, even in the actual process of becoming, there is already something enigmatic, inasmuch as what strives to come into existence cannot quite accomplish this process of becoming. Let us look at a specific case. If we sow a field with wheat, we see myriads of ears of wheat springing up. We know quite well that out of every single grain in those ears of wheat, a new ear can come into existence. We can then ponder the question, How many of all those grains of wheat that we see in the field will actually reach this potential? Think of the infinite number of grains that go in a direction different from their actual purpose, namely that of developing into ears of wheat in their turn. Here we have a specific concrete example of something that can be seen in all of life's seeds. And we cannot but come to the conclusion that this life that is all around us only comes into being because, in this process of becoming, it seems to plunge myriads of its seeds into an abyss of non-fulfillment. Let us keep this in mind. Let us contemplate the fact that what exists everywhere around us is built on a groundwork of infinitely rich potential, which never becomes reality in the ordinary sense of the word. Let us keep in mind that it is from such a foundation of possibilities that realities arise. And think of this as one side of the mysterious life existence that presents itself to us. Now, let us turn to the other side of the picture, which also exists, but which we only become aware of when we enter more deeply into esoteric truths. The other side is the one that presents itself to us when we follow the path to spiritual knowledge. As you know, this path to spiritual knowledge is sometimes described as dangerous. Why? For the simple reason that when we want to follow the path to spiritual knowledge, we enter a realm that cannot, as a matter of course, be accepted in the form in which it presents itself to us. Suppose someone were following the spiritual path by the methods known to you, which are described in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and reached the point where imaginations, as they are called, arose from the depths of that person's soul. We know what image formations these are. They are visionary images that confront us when we are following the spiritual path, as a world entirely new to us. If we follow this path with real earnestness, then we reach a stage where the whole physical world around us grows dim. In place of this physical world, there arises a world of rising and falling images, a world of surging impressions of a sound, smell, taste, and light-like nature. This world presses and whirls into our field of spirit vision, and we then experience what may be called imaginative visualizations, which surround us on all sides and constitute the world in which our soul then lives and weaves. Now, if we were to assume that the visionary world appearing to us in this way is something entirely real, then we would be gravely mistaken. And this is also the point where the danger begins. The realm of visionary life is immeasurable and will remain so unless we rise from imagination, for it is imagination that conjures up this visionary world, to inspiration. It is only inspiration that tells us which image we must concentrate on, which image we must turn to with our spirit vision in order to experience truth. That all the countless other images surrounding this one image must vanish into a, quote, beingless nothingness, close quote, German wesenloses Nichts. And that this one image will then emerge from the countless others and will prove itself to be an expression of the truth. Accordingly, when we follow the spiritual path, we enter a realm of innumerable vision possibilities and must develop the ability to select from this realm of infinite possibilities those images that truly express a spiritual reality. No other guarantee is possible than the one just mentioned. For suppose someone were to come and say, quote, as one is entering a realm that is infinitely rich in visions, which are true and which are false, can you not give me a rule whereby I can distinguish the true from the false? Close quote. No genuine esotericist would reply to these questions by giving that person a rule. Instead, every esotericist would have to say, quote, if you wish to learn how to make such a distinction, you must go on developing yourself. Then you too will get to the point where it will be possible for you to focus on those images that stand firm as you view them, for the images that endure are the ones that are compatible with the level of vision you have reached, whereas those that you extinguish are merely secondary images." Close quote. And the danger now lies in the fact that many people feel extraordinarily comfortable and happy in the realm of visions, and once they are surrounded by a visionary world, are therefore reluctant to develop themselves further, to continue striving, because this visionary realm pleases them so much. But it is impossible to attain to truth in spiritual life when we simply surrender to this feeling of bliss and, as it were, revel in this visionary world. This impedes our ascending to reality, to truth. We must go on striving with all the means at our disposal, for only then will the spiritually real set itself apart from all the countless possibilities of vision. Let us now compare the two things I have described. On the one hand, there is the outside world that lets countless possibilities of life be generated, but allows only a few to attain their goal. On the other hand, there is the inner world, to which we are led by the path of knowledge. The inner world with an infinite world of visions that must be compared to the outer world with its infinite possibilities of life seeds. We ultimately attain only to a few of the visions, and these can indeed be compared to the few real lives that actually arise from among the numerous life seeds. These two things correspond exactly. These two things certainly belong together in the world. Now, let us carry this thought a little further by asking, quote, would it be useful to be disturbed and sad about life and existence because this outer life lets myriads of seeds only partially come into being? Because it lets only a few seeds reach their goal? Close quote. Should we opt to be sad about these things? Should we opt to say, quote, all around there is a wild struggle for survival, which only a few evade by accident? Close quote. Consider the earlier example of the wheat field. Suppose all the grain kernels growing there were to achieve their goal and become new ears of wheat. What would be the result? The world could not exist, since the creatures for whom the grains provide nourishment would have no food. In order for these creatures so well known to us, to reach their present stage of evolution, other living things must fall short of their goal and sink into the abyss, as it were, with respect to achieving their own goal. Despite this, we have no reason to be sad, unless we wanted to claim that the world means nothing to us. And if the world does mean something to us, and since it consists entirely of living creatures, then we also know that it must be possible for these beings to find nourishment. If they are to find food, then other beings must sacrifice themselves. Therefore, only a few seeds of life can actually reach their final goal, while others must go another way. They must go another way because the world has to remain in existence, because this is really the only way in which the world can be wisely ordered. The only reason, then, that we are surrounded by a world such as ours is that certain creatures sacrifice themselves before they reach their potential goal. If we follow the course taken by the ones that have sacrificed themselves, we find them in other beings that are more highly organized, beings that need this sacrifice in order to be able to exist. Here, then, we have grasped one corner, so to speak, of the meaning of this seemingly so mysterious existence, which can come into being and yet can also sink into annihilation. Yet we have also discovered that it is precisely in this reality of life that wisdom and meaning of existence are revealed, and that it is only our understanding that is not comprehensive enough when we lament that so many things must sink into the abyss in such a seemingly pointless manner. Let us now turn once more to the other side, the spiritual side, and look at what we have called the limitless world of visions. We shall, in fact, have to explore what the real meaning is of this infinite world of visions. This world is not wrong, in the sense of simply saying that what falls away is wrong and what remains in the end is right. This world of visions is not wrong in that way. Such a judgment would be as short-sighted as claiming that the seeds that do not reach their potential goal are not really seeds at all, or that the imaginations which from our perspective disappear in infinity are not real imaginations. Just as we are confronted in external life by the fact that only a few beings reach their potential goal, so can only a small part of the immeasurable spiritual life enter our horizon. Why? Contemplating this question can teach us a great deal. Suppose you were to simply give yourself up to the immeasurable variety of visions streaming in on you. Once this visionary world had opened up for you, you would then have these visions streaming into you continually. One after another, they would come and go and surge and flow into one another. It would be quite impossible to shut yourself off from the images and impressions pulsating around you in the spiritual world. On closer observation, however, we find something very peculiar in someone who thus simply surrenders him or herself to this visionary world. When we encounter such a person who has no desire to develop further, but would rather remain in the visionary realm, we discover to begin with that this person has experienced something, has had certain experiences. Very well, we say. You have had spiritual experiences. You have experienced things that are realities to you. Excellent. That is a manifestation from the spiritual world. But when another person then comes, who is no more developed than the first one, we will soon find that what he tells us about his visions concerning the same subject is quite different. And so it is quite possible to have two differing statements about the same subject. We may even find that things can get worse still. We may discover that people who wish to stay with a merely visionary world say differing things about a particular subject at different times. That on one occasion they tell us one thing, and on another occasion something else. It is unfortunate indeed that visionaries usually have a bad memory and tend to forget what they mentioned the first time. They are not conscious of what they have already told us. In short, we are dealing here with an immeasurable variety of phenomena. If, as ordinary human beings, with our earthly I, capital, we wanted to form correct judgments about all the things that present themselves in the visionary world, then we would have to compare an infinite number of visions, but this would lead nowhere. The basic principle that applies here is that although this visionary world is indeed a manifestation of the Spirit, it does not have any value as attestation. No matter how many visions may come to us, they are manifestations of the spiritual world, but they are not truths. If they are to become truths, we would first have to take the various visions one person has, compare them against one another, and then also against those that many others have, and that is impossible. Or, alternatively, there is the possibility of further development and reaching the stage of inspiration. Once people have reached that stage, we will find that all their statements about a particular subject are alike. Then there are no more differences, nothing that appears differently to different persons. The experiences are then actually the same for all those who have reached the same stage of development. Now, we return to the other situation, the one that to some extent parallels this one, the situation that we find in the outer world. In that case, we placed the few seeds of life that reach their potential goal in the context of the many that sink down into the abyss. We know that this loss is necessary so that the outer world can continue to exist. But what is the comparable situation with regard to the spiritual world and these visions and inspirations. With regard to this realm, we must be absolutely clear that what we have before us, once we have selected the visions, stands before us as true spiritual realities. That what we have before us are not merely images that show us something in the ordinary sense of the word. This is not the case, and I shall now clarify the reason for this with the help of a very meaningful example. I shall explain how the selected visions stand in relation to the world, just as we previously clarified for ourselves how the life seeds that have reached their goal stand in relation to the life seeds in general, which serve as nourishment for others. What then is the situation regarding the selected visions, those that live in human beings as real visions? I must draw your attention to something here. You must not believe that those who have reached the stage of clairvoyance have the world of the spirit living in them, while the others do not. You must not picture clairvoyance in such a way that you say something like, quote, "Here is a clairvoyant, and there is another person. In the soul of the clairvoyant there lives an expression of spiritual reality, but not in the soul of the other." Close quote. That would not be right. Instead, if you wish to articulate this correctly, you would have to say, quote, "Here we have two people. The one is clairvoyant, the other is not. Whatever the clairvoyant sees also lives in the other person. The same things, the same spiritual impulses, live both in the non-clairvoyant and in the clairvoyant. These things are also present in the soul of the non-clairvoyant." Close quote. The clairvoyant differs from the non-clairvoyant only in that he sees them, whereas the other does not. The one bears these things within him and sees them, whereas the other also bears these things within him, but does not see them. If we were to believe that a clairvoyant has something within him which others do not, then we would be making a great mistake. Just as the existence of a rose does not depend on whether someone sees it or not, so it is with clairvoyance. Reality lives in the soul of the clairvoyant and in the soul of the non-clairvoyant, although the latter does not see it. The only difference then is that the one sees it and the other does not. And so it is indeed a fact that all the things a clairvoyant perceives by means of his clairvoyance live in the souls of all human beings on earth. Let us impress this firmly onto our souls before we continue. We shall now turn to a seemingly very different field of observation, which will, however, later lead us back to what has already been said. Let us turn our attention, shall we say, to the animal world. The world of animals surrounds us in a wide variety of individual shapes, and those of lions, bears, wolves, lambs, sharks, whales, and so on. We distinguish between these animal forms by developing outer concepts of them, by forming the concept lion, the concept wolf, the concept lamb, and so on. Now, it is important not to confuse the concept we have formed with what a lion or a wolf really is. You know that in spiritual science, I just want to remind you of this, we speak of the so-called group souls. All lions share a common lion group soul. All wolves, a wolf group soul. It is true that some abstruse philosophers maintain that what the animals have in common only exists in concepts, that, in quotes, wolfhood does not exist in the real world. But this is incorrect. Whoever believes that wolfhood, as such, in other words, that which is factually present in the spiritual world as group soul, does not exist except as a concept, should consider the following. In the world outside us, there are creatures we call wolves. Let us assume for a moment that the soul nature and characteristics of the wolf result from the type of substance that forms the wolf's body. We know that the substance of an animal's body changes continually. The animal takes in new substance and discards the old. In this way, the material comprising the substance changes continually. However, the important thing is that there is something in the wolf that transforms the substance it absorbs into wolf substance. Let us suppose that with all the means and methods available to science, we had determined how long it takes for the wolf to renew its whole material substance. Then let us suppose that we isolate the wolf for that duration and feed it nothing but lambs, so that for the time it takes the wolf to completely renew its bodily substance, its food consisted only of lamb substance. If the wolf were nothing but the physical substance from which its body is built up, then it ought to have turned into a lamb by that time. Yet you would never believe that the wolf, having eaten nothing but lambs for that whole time, would now have changed into a lamb. You will see from this that the concepts we form about the various animal shapes correspond to realities that are of a supersensible nature, as opposed to what exists in the sense-perceptible world. The same applies to all the animals. The group soul, that which underlies each animal species as a whole, is what makes one animal a wolf, another a lamb, one a lion, and another a tiger. We clarify for ourselves what the group soul is in the concepts we form. The concepts we generally form, especially of the animal world, tend to be rather incomplete. Our concepts are incomplete because in our present condition, we do not enter very deeply into realities, but really only cling to the surface of things. If we were to penetrate more deeply, then we would be able, upon forming the concept wolf, to have in our soul not merely the abstract concept, but also the mood of feeling that corresponds to this concept. In this way, a specific feeling would be generated together with the concept, and we would then, in forming the concept wolf, experience what wolf existence really is like. We would feel the, quote, ferocious nature of the wolf, close quote, or the, quote, patience of the lamb, close quote. That this is not the case today is due to the fact, I can only put this symbolically for the moment, but you already know the corresponding realities, that the human being, after having been exposed to the Luciferic influence, was prevented by the gods from also attaining life, in quotes, in addition to, in quotes, knowledge. The human being was not to eat of the tree of life. Consequently, the human being has only knowledge and cannot experience the real essence of life. This one can only do by accessing this realm as spiritual researcher, through spiritual science. Then one does not merely have an abstract concept, but one actually lives in what is expressed by the terms, quote, the ferocious nature of the wolf, close quote, or the, quote, for the patience of the lamb, close quote. You will now understand how great the difference is between these two situations, how all these things are in conflict within us when the concepts are filled with the inmost essential soul substance. But those striving for spiritual science and clairvoyance must form these concepts for themselves. They must rise to the level of these concepts. Once a clairvoyant has risen to that level, it can be said that some of these aspects are already living in him. And indeed, a living image of the whole external animal world is now alive in him. We might be tempted to think that those who have not become clairvoyants are rather fortunate in this respect. But I have already pointed out that in this sense, there is no difference between a clairvoyant and a non-clairvoyant. What is in the one is also in the other. The only difference is that the one sees it and the other does not. In reality, the whole world of which I have been speaking is in every human soul. Only an ordinary person does not see it. This is the world that surges up from the hidden depths of the soul, making us uneasy, dragging us down into doubt, pulling us hither and thither, and producing this play of desires and instincts within us. The things that do not rise above a certain threshold, that express themselves only in weaknesses, are nonetheless present. Those with a mental disposition of this sort are connected to the world in a way that makes these feelings take hold of them, grabbing them in their struggles and in life, and bringing them into troublesome relationships with human and other beings. This is how things are, but why? If this were not so, then the evolution of our Earth would, in a certain sense, have come to an end at the animal stage. The animal kingdom as it now is would then have become a kind of final stage. It would not have progressed any further. All the group souls of the animals living around us would be unable to develop beyond the present stage and into future embodiments of our Earth. This would be a strange situation. For these group souls of the animals would be in a position resembling, please forgive the comparison, but it will clarify what is meant, a nation of Amazons into which no male is allowed to enter. Without men, this nation would die out. It is true that it would not die out spiritually, but the souls would pass over into other realms. But as an Amazon community, that would be its fate. In the same way, the community of the animal group souls would have to die out if nothing else existed. For what lives in the animal group souls must be fertilized. It will be unable to get beyond this stumbling block in earthly evolution and move on into the next embodiment of the Earth, the Jupiter existence, unless it is fertilized by what I have been describing. In this way, the animals in their outer earthly form die out, but the animal group souls are fertilized and appear on Jupiter, having been prepared for a higher state of being, and thus attain the next stage of their evolution. What is it then that human beings bring about by inwardly forming living concepts of these group souls? In doing this, they create the fertilizing seeds for the group souls, which would otherwise be unable to evolve any further. Keeping this in mind, we can come to realize that it means something for the animal kingdom when human beings, stimulated by outer observations of the animal kingdom, develop certain inner impulses, which become fertilizing seeds for the animal group souls. These impulses that arise as fertilizing seeds for the animal group souls come into being through stimulus from outside. But it is not through external stimulus that the visions of the clairvoyant come into being, and neither do those visions that are selected as the real ones. These visions exist directly in the spiritual world and live in the souls of human beings. But you must not believe, when many cereal grains are consumed and only a few can develop into new ears of wheat, that nothing comes to pass in the spiritual world. When the cereal grains are consumed, the spiritual element that is connected with them passes over into the human being. What actually takes place can be seen best by someone with clairvoyant vision when he looks out over the ocean and observes how, out of the many fish eggs, only a few develop into fully grown fish. He can then see that the ones developing into fully grown fish have tiny flames inside them, whereas those that do not develop physically, those that disappear into the abyss physically, have mighty flaming light forms. In them, the spiritual element is all the more considerable. And the same applies to the wheat and other cereal grains that are consumed. The material part is eaten, and as it is being pulverized, there arises out of these cereal grains that have not reached their goal a spiritual force that fills the space all around. This is what the clairvoyant sees. Also, when he observes someone eating rice or something similar, as the person takes in the material part, unites with it, the spiritual forces that were connected with the grain sparkle forth in great streams. None of this is very straightforward for spiritual observation, however, especially when the food eaten is not of plant origin. But I do not intend to say more about this today, since it is not for spiritual science to lobby on behalf of any party ideology, including that of vegetarianism. And so it is that spiritual beings are joining forces. Everything that appears to perish relinquishes its spiritual essence to the surroundings. This spiritual essence, which is given up to the surroundings, actually unites with what inside human beings lives in their visionary world, whether they become clairvoyant or not. And the visions selected by means of inspiration are the ones that fertilize the spiritual essence, which is pressed out of the life seeds that do not reach their goal, and bring it to further evolution. In this way, that is, through what is developed inwardly, our inner being maintains a continual relationship with the outer world, working in cooperation with it. This outer world would be doomed to perish, and would be incapable of developing further if we were not to bring those fertilizing seeds to it. There is spirituality, German Geistigkeit, out there in the world as well. But it is only half a spirituality, as it were. If this spirituality outside of us is to have offspring, then that other spirituality living within our inner being must come to meet it. What lives within us is not by any means a mere reflection, a mentally perceived copy of what is outside. Rather, it is what belongs to it. It unites with what is outside us and continues to develop. Just as a north and south pole must come together as magnetism or electricity if something is to happen, so must that which is being formed in our inner being, in the world of visions, come together with what flashes forth from things that seemingly perish. These are wonderful mysteries, riddles that are gradually solved, and show us how the inner is related to the outer. Now, let us look at what surrounds us in the outer world, and at what we have as selected visions, at what is singled out from the immeasurable possibilities of visions. The visions we select as the ones relevant to us serve our inner development. The ones that disappear, sink down from among the immeasurable field of visionary life, do not sink down into nothingness. Rather, they merge with the outer world and fertilize it. The visions we have selected serve our own further development. The other ones leave us and unite with what is around us, with all the life that has not achieved its goal. Just as living creatures must assimilate the things that have not attained their life potential, so must we absorb the things that we do not hand over to the outer world for its fertilization. There is purpose in this. Everything that is continually coming into being spiritually in the world would have to perish if we did not let go of our visions and did not select only those perceived as relevant by means of inspiration. Now we come to the second point of danger regarding visionary life. What happens when a person simply takes all the innumerable and varied visions as truth, does not select what is relevant for him or her, and does not extinguish the far more plentiful number of visions? What happens when a person does this? It would be the spiritual equivalent of what would happen in the physical world when someone, confronted with a field of wheat, would not use the greater part of it as food, but rather would use all the grains as seeds to be sown anew. By comparing this with a situation in the physical world, you can immediately see the implications. Before long, there would be no more room on the earth for all that wheat. This could not go on, for everything else would die out. There would be no food left. It is the same with the person who takes everything as truth, who does not discard a single vision, and inwardly holds on to everything. Inside that person, it would then be as though he were gathering all the grains of wheat and sowing each one anew. Just as the world would soon be saturated with wheat fields and cereal grains, so would such a person be overloaded with visions, if he were not to single out the relevant ones. I have described the worlds that surround us, both physically and spiritually, the animals and also the concepts we form about these things. I've also shown how human beings must assign a specific purpose to their visions, and how this visionary world must be united with the outer world so that evolution can advance. But what is the situation when we turn our attention just to the human being? We consider an animal, contemplate its group soul, and we say wolf. In other words, we have formed the concept wolf. And as we say this word, the image has sprung up in us, an image which, for a non-clairvoyant, however, lacks a soul and feeling association. It is only an abstract concept. That which lives in the inner soul and feeling substance unites with the group soul and fertilizes it when the human being articulates the name wolf. If we were not to pronounce the name, the animal kingdom as such would die out. And the same is true for the plant kingdom. What I have just described with regard to the human being applies only to human beings, not to animals, and also not to angels and other beings. These have quite other tasks. Only human beings have the task and are called upon to meet the external world with their essential being, so that fertilizing seeds can arise which then find expression in quotes, names. And so what has been implanted into the inner nature of the human being is the possibility for the animal and plant kingdoms to keep evolving. Let us now return to the starting point we chose yesterday. Yahweh, or Jehovah, was asked by the ministering angels why it was specifically the human being he wanted to create. The angels could not understand this. Then Yahweh gathered the plants and the animals and asked the angels what were the names of these beings. They did not know. The angels had tasks other than that of fertilizing the group souls. The human being, however, was able to tell the names. This is how Yahweh showed that he needs human beings, because otherwise creation would die out. For it is in human beings that those things evolve further which in creation have reached their end and need a renewed stimulus so that evolution can continue. This is why it was necessary for the human being to be created and join creation, so that those fertilizing seeds could come into being that are expressed in names. And so we see that it was not without purpose that human life was given a place inside creation. Think human beings away from the scene, and the transitional kingdoms would be unable to evolve any further. They would meet the fate that befalls a plant world when it is not fertilized. Only because of the fact that human beings were given a place in earth existence is the bridge built between the world that was there before and the world that comes afterward. And human beings take for themselves, for their evolution, that which lives as name amid the mass of created beings, thus securing their own ascent together with the whole of evolution. Here we have, albeit not in a simple abstract way, the answer to the question, what is the meaning of life? Although the abstract answer is actually contained in it as well. Human beings have become the helpers of the spiritual beings. We have become this through our whole being. What we hold within us has become the fertilizing seed for the whole creation. Human beings must exist. Without them, creation could not exist. Knowing ourselves to be in the midst of creation, we feel that we are participants in divine spiritual creativity. And now we also know why our inner life is as it is. Why outside us there is the world of the stars, the clouds, the kingdoms of nature, and everything that belongs spiritually to these, and why inside us there is a world of soul life. For we now see that these two worlds belong together, and that evolution only advances because these two worlds mutually affect one another. Outside us, the infinite world spreads out in space. Inside us is our soul world. We do not notice that what lives within us flashes forth and unites with what is outside us. We are not aware that we are the arena in which this union takes place. What is inside us is the one pole, as it were, and what is outside us in the world is the other pole. These two must unite so that the evolution of the world can advance. And our meaning, the meaning of our human existence, is that we are allowed to participate in this. With the everyday knowledge of our normal consciousness, we know little of these things. But as we continue the process of gaining insight into them, we become increasingly aware that the site where the exchange takes place between the opposite forces, the North Pole and the South Pole of the world, if I may use this comparison, where they unite with one another, so that evolution can continue, is inside us. We learn from spiritual science that the place where the world's forces are brought into equilibrium is in us. We feel how the divine spiritual world lives in us, as though in a central point, how it unites with the outer world, and how in this way the two mutually fertilize one another. When we begin to sense that we are the arena where this takes place, and know that we play a part in it, we will find our right place in life, grasp the whole meaning of life, and realize that by furthering our understanding of spiritual science, we will become more and more conscious of what, to begin with, is unconscious in us. Any development of higher spiritual forces is based on this. While it is beyond the scope of our normal consciousness to know that something within us unites with something outside, our higher consciousness is empowered to see these things. It actually develops that which has a connection with the outer world. Hence, it is necessary to have reached a certain degree of maturity, so that we do not indiscriminately mix what is within and what is outside. For as soon as we ascend to a higher stage of consciousness, what lives in us becomes reality. It is semblance only as long as we live in the ordinary normal consciousness. We shall be participating in divine spiritual activity. But why is it that we participate in this way? Is there meaning in this whole endeavor at all, if we are merely a kind of balancing apparatus for these opposing forces? Would these forces not be able to balance each other without us? A very simple consideration can show us what the situation is in this regard. Let us take a quantity of force. One part is inside, the other outside. The fact that these parts stand opposite each other has emerged without human involvement. Initially, we keep them apart, but their coming together at all depends on us. We bring them together within ourselves. This is a thought that rouses the very deepest mysteries within us if we think it in the right way. The gods have presented us with the world as a duality. Objective reality is outside, soul life inside us. We are confronted with this, and we are the ones who close the circuit, so to speak, thus bringing the two poles together. All this takes place inside us. It takes place in the arena of our consciousness. This is where our freedom comes into play, and it is at this point that we become independent beings. We must regard the whole structure of the universe not merely as a stage, an arena, but rather as a domain of collaboration. It is true that this notion raises a thought that is not easily understood by the ordinary world, not even when it is presented in philosophical terminology, for this is what I tried to do a number of years ago in my booklet titled Truth and Science. In it, I showed how initially there is the activity of the senses, and after that the inner world, and how union, collaboration, between them is necessary. There, this thought is developed in philosophical terminology. In those days, I did not yet attempt to show the esoteric mysteries behind all this, but people did not even understand the philosophical approach at that time. Now it is becoming clear how we should understand the meaning of life. It takes on meaning inasmuch as we are to become collaborators in the world processes. What is inherent to the world is divided into two opposing camps, and we are placed in the midst in order to bring them together. However, we should not think of this as a task that is confined within narrow limits. I know an amusing gentleman in Germany who often writes in German periodicals. Recently, he wrote in a newspaper that it would be better for world evolution if human beings were to forever remain unable to solve the typical problems of the world, and that it would not be right if human beings were to succeed in grasping and solving them intellectually. For if they were to solve all these problems, then there would be none left, and nothing more for them to do. Apparently, there must always be doubts as regards an intellectual understanding of these problems, and imperfect things must forever go on happening. Obviously, this gentleman has no idea that normal consciousness actually progresses of its own accord once it has reached its limits, that a new polarity then arises, which represents a new task, because these poles must be reunited again. How long will this process of uniting have to continue? Until we have actually reached the stage where divine consciousness is repeated, reenacted in our own human consciousness. Having gained some idea of this riddle's vast dimensions, we may now move beyond the abstract answer, since we now realize that springing up within us, there are fertilizing seeds for a spiritual world that cannot progress without us. Now we can once again inquire after the meaning of life, for now we are working from a broader base. This is what we must now say. Once upon a time in our evolution, there was divine consciousness. It was there in all its immenseness. With it, we are at the beginning of existence. This divine consciousness initially forms copies. How do these copies differ from the divine consciousness? They differ in that there were many, whereas the divine consciousness is one. They also differ in that they were empty, whereas the divine consciousness was full of content. Consequently, these copies initially exist as a multiplicity, but they are also empty. Just as we had an empty I, capital, over against a divine I that was filled with the whole world. But this empty I has become the arena where the divine content, which is divided into two opposing camps, is continually being united. And inasmuch as the empty consciousness continually creates balancing adjustments, it is gradually being filled with what was originally in the divine consciousness. And so evolution proceeds in such a way that the individual consciousness becomes filled with what the divine consciousness had as content in the beginning. This is brought about by the continuing balancing adjustments within individual human beings. Does the divine consciousness need this for its own evolution? This question could be raised by many who do not quite understand the meaning of life. Does the divine consciousness need this for its own perfection, for its own evolution? No, the divine consciousness does not need this, for it has everything within itself. But the divine consciousness is not egoistic. It chooses to grant its own content to an infinite number of beings so that they too may have it. But for this to happen, these beings must first acquire all of it so that they have the divine consciousness within them. And as a result, the divine consciousness shall be multiplied. What once existed as a unity at the beginning of world evolution will then appear in great numbers, but will in the course of time decrease again as the individual consciousnesses gradually become entirely permeated with the divine. This evolution, such as it has been described here, has actually always been part of human existence. It was there during the Saturn phase and similarly during the Sun and Moon phases of evolution. With respect to our Earth existence, it has now clearly developed. On Saturn, the first rudiments of the physical body experienced this development, bringing about a fertilizing process in an outward direction. On the Sun, something similar happened with the rudiments of the etheric body, and so on. The process is the same, only it becomes ever more and more spiritual. Less and less remains on the outside, waiting to be fertilized. As human beings evolve further, more and more will live within them, while less and less will remain outside, waiting to be fertilized. And so ultimately, human beings will increasingly have within them what is now outside. The outer world will become their inner being. Internalization, the German Verinnerlichung, is the other side of an advancing evolution. To unite what is inside with what is outside, to make inward what is external, these are the two elements through which human beings progress in evolution. They will increasingly come to resemble the divine and ultimately come ever more inward. When the Vulcan existence arises, everything will have been fertilized. Everything external will have become internal. To become inward is to become divine. That is the goal and the meaning of life. However, we can only get at the truth of the matter when we do not merely build up abstract concepts, but rather go more thoroughly into all the details. We must delve into the matter and go into the details in such a way that when we form the name of an animal or a plant, something is generated within our inner being that unites the essence of the word with what lies at the base of that particular animal or plant seed, and then lives on in the spiritual world. Our view of the world needs a revision with regard to evolution. For what has Darwinism done in this respect? It speaks of the struggle for existence, but fails to take into account that what is defeated in this struggle, and therefore perishes, is also subject to further evolution. A Darwinist sees only beings that achieve their goal, and others that perish. It is a fact, however, that spirit flashes up from the beings that perish, meaning that further development is occurring not only for those who win in the physical struggle. The ones who seemingly perish go through an evolution in the spirit. That is the important thing. This is how we get closer to uncovering the meaning of life. Nothing perishes, neither that which is defeated, nor that which is eaten, for it is all fertilized spiritually and springs up spiritually again. Much has perished throughout the whole evolution of Earth and humanity, without human beings having anything to do with it directly. Think of the whole of pre-Christian evolution. We know how this pre-Christian development had evolved. In the beginning, human beings came forth out of the spiritual world and gradually descended into the physical sense-perceptible world. Everything they had in the beginning, everything that lived in them has vanished, just as the life seeds that did not achieve their goal have vanished. We see that ever since the beginning and all throughout human evolution, countless things sink down into the abyss. While innumerable things sink down in the external evolution of human culture and of human life, up above the Christ impulse is developing. Just as in the human being, the fertilizing seeds develop for the world around us, so does the Christ impulse develop for the sake of all that seemingly perishes in the human being. Then the mystery of Golgotha takes place. This is the fertilizing from above, the
Great to have you back. Yeah.
Whatever. Fuck you,
Um.
Power. I'm coming back to talk shit.
Okay. Good. I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad you paid to come back and talk shit. That's great. That's a
Oh,
win-win for
hold on,
us, right?
Power.
That's
Let
a win.
let everybody know about the other amenities that we have that's from Pay Standard, right? You can have someone removed down for 10 minutes for $20. You can have somebody removed from the space for 1 day for $50. And I forgot, what was the other one?
No, the other one was like the power pivot.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
want to
yeah, yeah.
change the conversation,
Watch,
if you want to change the comment, if you want to change the topic, that's $10 to change the topic.
watch me, though.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. That's amazing. But no, Ben, going back to what I was asking you, yeah, you identify as an entrepreneur? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, for the past 5 years.
So you work for yourself.
A better way to put it would be I'm pre-revenue. So another way to put it would be unemployed until I get this business off the ground.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
That is amazing. So that's really, really amazing. So because I've been trying to figure that out for the past few years now, how to do what you're doing, right? Because I realized that, like I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur, like since my first job. My first job was at Cold Stones. It was an ice cream, like this ice cream parlor, whatever. And I remember like I quit 2 weeks later because I just felt so demoralized, and it just was just a waste of time. And I remember I texted my dad and said, "Yo, I just can't have a job." So ever since then, that was like probably, I don't know, a minute ago. But ever since then, I've been like really, really just trying to find a way to like work for myself full time. And it's not the easiest thing in the world, right? Health insurance, like, stuff like that. Like, a job can give you that, right? Health insurance, stuff like that, whatever the case may be. But, my ex-girlfriend, she was running her own company, and she was paying out of pocket for health insurance, and she was doing it. She was making it happen. So, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, great question. Well, a lot of times, probably for like the past 12 years or longer, I've been focused on doing some like, side hustle stuff. So primarily focused on just doing contracting work every few months and doing freelancing work every few months. So that kind of, supplements my income pretty decently. But I definitely have been wanting to build something for the past 5 years. I've been trying to build something that allows me to make money while I sleep. So I've been focused on building out a handful of different like SaaS companies, software as a service companies. And honestly, haven't stuck with it long enough to really get the sales. But this time it's different. This time I'm focused on doing sales and outreach, and I'm doing it right. I'm building a team, lean team of folks who are really focused on, just getting there and investing in something early. So I'm hoping that this one's the one. We applied to Y Combinator, and we're seeking some investment, in the form of venture capital and that sort of stuff. So we'll see how it goes.
Ben, have you? Okay, so there's just two things I want to say. Indiegogo, I don't know if you heard of them, but Indiegogo is for venture capital. It's kind of like a business side or a business version of GoFundMe. That's number one. Number two, there is an app. I forgot the name of the app. You might want to just type it in. I don't know whether Google or Safari or whatever. But there's an app that's kind of like how people fill in shifts. I forgot what it's called, but anyway. So, but there's an app for people that's contractors. Basically, it's just a specific app for contractors. You go in there and you look at the jobs and you bid on them or whatever, or you put, I think, your resume or whatever, and then they like say, hey, we got a job for you, and it's only going to be like, maybe a week or two. It doesn't matter if it's computer programming or whatever. So it's kind of like a Minuteman type of work app. But they hire you like these people are desperate to say, well, we need somebody to fill this shit in like now, right? And so,
You're talking about Upwork?
Yes.
Upwork?
Upshift, Upwork, whatever the hell it's called. Yeah. That's another one. I mean, in Power, we don't, as being vets, we don't have to worry about healthcare because that's free for us. But I mean, even when you have your own business, even as a vet, like you can have more than one healthcare plan. So you can just, I don't know, Obamacare, but whatever the fuck that you can afford, you can still use that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, anybody, to me, there's no reason why you shouldn't have healthcare, even when they have some of the companies out there, healthcare companies out there.
Have a girlfriend and have you like have her put you on her help here.
I mean that too, if you want to do it that way. But I mean, you know, when shit goes sour though, and you try to go ahead and get something done, and you find out she took your name off there. I'm saying just it's good to have you on.
Yeah, I know that's
Good to have you
crazy.
on.
You could just
Yeah,
marry
that's a
her.
fact.
The fuck out of here.
Meg said marry her.
I'm like,
She
we
can
could
make
just
you.
solidify
basically
the
putting it.
relationship. I wanted to share today. I found out about an X account. Someone tagged me in it. I think you might know him, Justin French. He tagged me in the comments, and it's I put the X profile in the comments. It's called acquire.com. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, just stumbled upon it. It looks pretty solid.
Yeah, they do. They basically have a marketplace for online businesses where people can buy and sell their online business. So yeah, take a look into that. I was kind of like curious as well, but you seem a lot more mature in your initiatives for your business. So yeah, I would definitely take a look at that and see what it's all about, because those are some big numbers they'd be throwing up on that profile.
Just know you need a track record, like if you're gonna do acquire.com.
Oh, you know
they
it?
require like 3 years. Yeah, they require 3 years of like income, like history and stuff like that.
Ah, okay, good to know. Good to know. Like within the business, probably, right?
Yeah,
But it
but
says
that's actually a
startup.
good way to get acquired, like because it doesn't come with all like the fees and acquisition fees and all that stuff and the lawyer fees and stuff. So that's actually a good site for sure.
Cool. Yeah. Yours is like a software, right, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're focused on. Sorry, I'm still kind of burnt out. I had smoked a lot before I fell asleep, so I'm just kind of like,
Oh,
all right, let's get back into
cloud.
Respect.
Yeah, so we're focused on customer service automation at the moment. Right now, it's just in the form of like a chatbot. So where folks can like scrape their website, upload documents, that sort of stuff, and then when they go and talk with the chatbot, it can respond for them and be like, oh yeah, I got details on that, or oh sorry, can't really answer that. Do you want to submit a ticket? And then you can get in contact with whoever has the chatbot. So I find it's useful for like small level entrepreneurs, but also pretty good for larger size businesses. And that's really what we're going to try to target is small and mid-sized business.
Man, what's the cost per month?
Yeah, starting out, we're doing like $20 a month for the first, next 10 users. So that'll be about $250 a year. But for the non-beta packages, then we're going to bump it up to $360. So if you're interested, now's the time to get in.
My bad. Can you repeat that again? I was away from my phone.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I was just saying, if you're interested, now's the time to get in because we're offering a promotion for the first 10 folks, just as like beta testers and that sort of stuff. Excuse me. So it'll cost you only about $20 a month as opposed to 30 to 36 a month.
Okay. Give me a second. I just followed you back. And let me see. And the website is Popvia, right?
Yeah, popvia.com.
Let me ask you something, Ben. How are you getting your leads?
So right now we're just doing some cold outreach on LinkedIn. I have a list of about 1,000 folks that I'm reaching out to, and I estimate probably like a 0.5% open rate. So out of that 1,000, we'll get maybe 5 responses of folks that are possibly interested, and then out of that, I would assume the close rate would be close to like 20%. So we'll get 1 out of 1,000.
No, that sounds accurate. Yeah, 100%.
Now, just
LinkedIn is pretty good.
Just imagine if you can work in like a AI algorithm that can actually do the shit for you, put your shit out there for you.
We're thinking about it, man. We're trying to go the way of HubSpot and focus on inbound and outbound.
Oh, that's okay. That's amazing.
Yeah, cheers, man. We're trying.
No, that's really, really good, man. Really, really good. I'm gonna check this out, and I'm gonna talk to the team about it. But just to give you a heads up, man, since like it's probably your first time in our spaces, we're having. I mean, we're currently we have like our Misfits and Nomads Obsession Fund.
Uh-huh.
So we're picking out every month. We're picking out a creative writer, musician, designers, thinker, sex worker, and we're deciding to pay them out $500 every month, right? And to qualify, you need to bring 500 people into our community, and then you get 500. So that's like $1 per person. And so, just to give you a heads up, if you were interested in doing that, um,
I'll see what I can do.
it's,
Or at the very least,
it's
I'll
yep,
keep showing up and get you, more.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's work. Let's build. Let's come together and build and work. Because that's what we're all about, man. We do have some very stimulating, crazy conversations sometimes. Um, but at the end of the day, man, we're all about just connecting with people, through social audio, right? And they're just connecting with creatives, creative entrepreneurs, digital marketers. And so, yeah, feel free to stop by. We host spaces once a day. So, um, you know, yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna definitely check this out. Absolutely. Yeah, Megs, you be meeting these cool people. I don't know where you meet these people.
Yeah,
Stuff like this.
it's just like, going into spaces that have topics. I mean, I met Ben by just scrolling my timeline, and then all of a sudden he was in a lot of spaces that I had mutual friends with. So sometimes, like, posting what you want to see on your timeline really helps your algorithm. And then I'll just like find people. Like with my Beehive newsletter, I had posted something along the lines of like, I want to follow all Beehive newsletter people, and then like got like 20 likes on it and 20 new Beehive followers. So yeah, I guess just like being intentional with like what I'm posting. But I'm trying to also be more supportive, because for a second I wasn't like reposting things. Someone told me that reposting things hurts your algorithm, and that might be true, but I rather have the feeling of like I'm supporting someone than being selfish and not reposting to support someone. So yeah, I've been trying to get back onto that, and I haven't seen like my algorithm go down too much. I do have some down days, but I feel like it's been pretty consistent with like engagement. You should just like come into some spaces that I mean, today we had that space at Elizabeth's that I put into the Misfits and Nomads. It was like, yeah, it
Yeah, I
was
seen
like
that space. Yeah,
men hate confident women.
yeah, yo, I wanted to. Me, I was like not
Yeah.
feeling well. I mean, I'm not feeling well. So I wanted to get into that conversation because I wanted to know what they were saying. Do you guys think that men hate confident women? That's a very interesting
I
thing to
said,
Oh
say.
no, they
like,
don't.
do you think
Um,
men, do you think women hate confident men?
Yes. I mean,
no, I don't. You think so? No, I
no,
don't
no, no.
think so.
I don't. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
because we don't put with their shit.
yeah, no. The way I look at it, it's like women hate men. Not they don't hate them for their confidence, right? Because women want confident men, like they want confident men. But a man of his worth that knows his worth, then that's different. But even a man who knows his worth can still be considered highly confident, right? Because you know your worth. That's a point of confidence. So I think it's if he knows his worth and she knows she can't manipulate him, then she hates that type of man.
You think
Oh
so?
yeah, I mean women have stated that online for like the last 4 or 5 years that they don't like men who know their worth. I mean, I've watched a few. I said this before. I watched a few
Nah.
videos where women say, "Whoever taught these niggas who they worth it, I mean, like what they worth it, I hate them niggas. Like I hate them. I hate men who know they worth, and I hate the motherfucker who taught them they worth.
You know, it's interesting. I've never seen a video like
I'll
that,
post it.
but
Got
post
you.
that video. I disagree. I do think, and I'm gonna say think. Right? I don't want to say I know, but I do think that women do like confident men. They actually do. Like I actually
I
think they
think
do. I think.
I think
Go
they
ahead, Max.
do, but I think it depends on the woman. I feel like a confident woman sometimes feels overpowered by a confident man. Or maybe she might feel a little bit like of a relief having someone to be confident and take over for her. I guess it really depends. I just know for myself, I rather have a confident man than like an insecure one. Like someone who's always needing to know what's going on, or maybe like just questioning everything, like I feel like that's a lot harder to deal with than someone who's confident. But you had said something once that was like along, I think it was like on the lines of like, if you I might be wrong, but I want to say like if like the man doesn't give them enough attention, like I feel like that might be something that kind of stirs up the relationship. Like if they're not being attentive or like, focused on the girl in that way, because they're so confident that they're not like, well, where are you going? What are you doing? What is happening? Like always questioning, or maybe maybe not questioning, but checking in on things, that they might go and like cheat on them, or they might feel bored because they're not getting that attention. Does that make sense? I was trying to figure it out in my head while I said it.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time, Eggs?
Oh, really? Okay, so there's a man who's so confident that when his girlfriend goes out, he doesn't really question it. He's not like, what time are you coming home? Who are you going out with? Because he's that confident in himself and what he brings to the table. But because he's so confident, the woman is like, well, why don't you care? You're not really like concerned about what I'm doing, and you're not giving me attention in that sense. So I'm kind of bored. I might go see someone else, even though I'm supposed to go see my friends. And that was like, I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, isn't that kind of a self-perpetuating problem though?
Oh, definitely.
I think women low key love that, bro. That's what they love the most.
Love.
When you just don't care like where they're going or anything like that. It's like it shakes something in them. I don't know what it is, right? But like every like
you think
person
so?
Yes,
Aren't
every
you
person
married?
I've been with, I've done that, right? And it always works. I never have any issues, like no problems at all. Like it's crazy. They
It's
love
case
it.
by case though, man, because you have to keep in mind.
Nah, man, it's not.
Psychotic. Hold on. If she's psychotic, she's willing to take it to extent that the other woman is not. You got to keep in mind, just because you're not giving her attention doesn't mean it's always going to be a good thing. 9 out of 10. Like,
Well, that's her loss.
Hold on. You give her the opportunity to know that you don't give a fuck whether she's out with her homegirls or the homies, whatever. Now she's either gonna think probably one or two things: that you will have other women in your life, or that you're just not as interested. Because let's be real, man, you're not making time for the woman that is in your life, then obviously, I can only speak from my anecdotal experience.
I feel like people give women too much time. Too much time. Let's keep it a buck, bro.
People give away
people
too much time.
People buy scarcity. People love scarcity.
It's
When an
scarcity.
item is rare, scarcity, my bad. When an item is rare, you like it more. You want to buy it for a higher price. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? People
That is
love
true.
that.
That's
Let's
the
keep
way
it a
the
buck.
economy works. That is true.
Let's keep it a buck.
But do you want a girl or a woman? And think about this as well.
Ooh,
It doesn't matter if it's a girl or a woman. You like it regardless. It's
How
human
old are you,
nature.
man? How old are you?
It's human nature. I'm
But there
telling you,
comes
it's
a
human
point.
nature.
There comes a point in anyone's life, whether woman or man, where you kind of grow out of that mindset, and you
I disagree.
put you distance yourself from things that you want and go for things that you need. Like
So,
even with
So why do a
finances,
whole bunch of old men buy like unique Porsches and like
K, what age are you?
because
brother?
they're not grown up yet.
because they're not grown up? Like these people are grown up. Like these are old people. Like why do people in their midlife crisis always goes for rare cars? Why don't they just buy a Toyota
Oh,
Camry?
man. As someone who's in midlife, I can tell you it's not about age. It's just about well, like you were saying earlier, scarcity.
Thank you.
You know, it's just like,
He said,
oh, I'm finally making money now. I can go get a car. And then I busted my ass in my 20s and 30s, so I can finally look good. You know, that's what they're trying to do, man. And it's it's silly in my book because it's not something I could ever find myself doing.
The reason I bring up age is just to say, in my 20s, I did not want to settle down as I do. Even in my 30s, I really don't even want to. In my 40s, I'm more considerable of it. But I just have an understanding of what dating is like in 2025. It's not the same as what it was 75 years ago. So you got to keep in mind, man, like there's a lot of things that are against us when it comes to really doing the long run and taking taking a long risk with a woman that you want to be able to call your wife.
I get what you're saying, right?
and
But
those
like,
people buying Porsches, they're probably in a place where they can do that. And I feel
but
like
the
that's
whole reason to
valid.
buy a Porsche is because there's not a lot of Porsches on the road.
No. They buy a Porsche because
the
it's like
image.
a hobby or passion. Like if they're collecting it, it's probably a hobby or passion that they are like wanting to endure.
I bet more people buy Porsches because of the aesthetics of it and the scarcity of it versus the hobby or passion. Because if it was about the passion, you would just buy like a Mazda, like you know those like two-door Mazdas, like the small ones that look like Porsches, but they're not. You would buy more of those, but you don't see those on the road. Those are $30,000.
Yeah, because those will kill you in an instant if you get into
Porsches
a
will
car
kill you in an
accident.
instant. Let's keep it a buck.
A
Like,
Mazda
what?
will definitely kill you. Porsches at least have some kind of like what do you mean? Mazdas
don't.
are
No,
so
no,
tiny,
they
they'll be
don't.
crushed.
I think you're just prejudiced
Porsche.
against Porsches.
Porsche, all these expensive cars are made of more fiberglass than anything, right?
Exactly.
And stuff. No, they still have steel chassis or hardened aluminum chassis with some parts of the panels being plastic with aluminum. So I mean, they give you more resistance to crashing, and you can come out better in a Mazda than you would a Porsche or a Lamborghini. You know, because those cars are considered supercars. They have to be light, which means you have to use light composite materials.
Oh, because they have to be faster. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Exactly. Power, what you think about all the shit I sent you and what I said, bro?
So yeah, Megs. I thought he was like bugging out, but he did send me a few videos
Of what?
where
I thought you were gonna say
where,
of me and
where
his
women
face or
are
something.
nah. Where men on YouTube. I mean, where women on YouTube are literally saying that they don't like confident men.
They don't like men that know their worth, basically.
What kind of women are they?
All color.
Bro, let's be honest. If a woman is saying that, that's because she has a clear intention of what she's trying to accomplish.
Right.
Exactly. Manipulation.
Want that
Men who
man.
buy Porsche.
If
She don't want him like
value,
getting up and leaving. We want to keep him stupid, keep that money, keep that wallet.
exactly. Keep him raising these other niggas' kids.
But hey, you got to keep in mind as well. Some dudes actually appreciate that amount of attention, that the overt attention that they're getting from a woman like that. That's probably gonna. And this is why I like to look at metaphysics, because you'll see like the 1, the 5, and the 9s. When
6,
you're
7
dealing with a 1, 5, or a 9 life path, typically that's more of a masculine. Now, hey, you go and do your research and homework before you come back trying to tell me it's not true. But I'm just giving y'all the most, man.
Well, the women who, because I mean, look, this is what a lot of women especially in the U.S. and other Western countries, are coming to an agreement, right? According to what's been put out there on the internet, right? People can say, "Oh, that's just for numbers and all this stuff," but I mean, it's coming from the horse's mouth. Until they can prove, or we can prove, other than what they're saying outside of their social media life, we can actually prove it.
So,
We are a lot of men, and I'm pretty sure the world itself, or these Western countries, are realizing that these women are actually saying that they prefer simps. They're more manipulative. They can get them to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They're going to be very compliant, very submissive, but they can't handle men who, if a man knows his worth, it's a wrap. You can't.
I disagree with that. Like women say that,
yeah, me
but
too.
in reality, like it's completely the opposite, right? Like you could say that, but your actions actually define what you want, right? It's not like your words. Like in reality, like women love confident men, bro.
I'm just saying,
They love it.
until we can actually prove it, is what I'm saying. Like, until we can actually prove it, like, because right now we see a lot of women saying, "Oh no, I'm submissive. I will do this and I will do that." They get married to somebody, next thing you know, they're leaving this guy within like a year, close to a year, and then they take half of everything, and then you find out later on through all their social media, like once the divorce is over, now they're being ran through again.
But
you like,
social media.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Let me see if Cam want to get in there. Cam, you want to get in there?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening to this conversation and I'm thinking back on the year that I've had and the type of woman that I was with, because I went through a divorce after being together for 10 years. We were married for not even 4 months, and then she asked me for a divorce after I asked her to go to therapy. Yeah.
Oh shit, Matt Megs, what do you think about that?
Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry you went through that.
you know what I say though?
That's cool.
Cam.
Like it really is cool.
Hold on, Cam. What was her rationale for wanting a
She was
divorce?
unhappy.
Did she have someone else?
She was unhappy.
I don't know if she had someone else. I mean, obviously, like I speculated everything because the way that it happened was very fucking confusing to me.
Oh yeah.
The intention was for
Hold on,
the
Yoshi.
therapy to get healthy. The therapy did not help her get healthy. It started arguments where I was essentially, because I mean, like I won't say that she had problems throughout, but I did the emotional labor through our relationship. And then I got to a point where I needed that sort of support, and I had to do that for myself, so I couldn't do that for her as well. So I don't know if she was unhappy, but there was definitely a conflict in as far as I wasn't prepared to do the emotional labor for both of us anymore because of how taxing it had become to me. So perhaps it was my own fault, but at the same time, like I couldn't keep making excuses for her behavior.
Yeah.
And it needed to be addressed in some way. So I mean,
I would say this, sir. Never take the full blame of it, because when you're in a union, it takes both people to make it go bad, right? Just like it takes both people to make it happy, it takes both people to make it bad, right? So half of the blame you can say is you, right? Now, unless you were the one that got caught cheating and having an outside child outside the marriage, then I would say 90% of that's still on you, right? But in the meantime, don't take full blame.
I didn't even mean to cut you off. Like I
What are
don't
Yoshi
mean
in
to
here
cut you off,
talking
but,
about?
like in terms of context though.
FK, what up?
Like
Man, I'm just over here drinking,
the
waiting for it to
craziest
kick
thing
in.
is, the craziest thing is that I didn't cheat on her. She started projecting a lot of things that revealed how it is that she saw me in the relationship, and that cut deep to the point where I did take blame for everything, because I take things on in such a way where if I know better, I do better. And if I was aware of what she was thinking of me, even whether those things were right or wrong, obviously there were things that were said under heightened emotions that led to her saying things that she might not have meant, but that doesn't matter. Like it hurt either way. And yeah. Like,
hold on, Yoshi. Hold on. We got hands.
Like I just did.
Okay, hold on. Let me let Ben get in there, then Kate and Mo.
Actually, if it's cool, can Kay go first? I think Kay had their hand up first.
It's all good. Go ahead, Kay, and then Betty could go next. Go ahead.
I think it's all about leverage. It's all about leverage. Like, that's all it is. Like, really, like when you come down to it, you just got to keep it a buck, bro. Like, it's about leverage. If you don't have like leverage, like within like a sale or like anything in life, right, then you're gonna lose, right? Like, so, like if you don't have that leverage, you're just gonna lose, right? And the second thing
How are you
is,
supposed to get leverage in this relationship?
well, there's
though?
multiple ways, right? There's multiple ways, but the second thing is, right, and I think this is Yoshi's point. This is Yoshi. I think this is what Yoshi's trying to say. What Yoshi's trying to say is like people should be more toxic. I think that's Yoshi's point. Like you should be more
I mean, on
toxic.
both sides.
Like, I guess toxic works.
Not the very best.
No, I think Yoshi just don't like women, so he pointing out the women that don't like confident men.
I don't like that. Hold on. You gonna put that out there?
I was testing you, bro.
All right, okay.
I'll find it out.
You landed right there. I want to be pretty sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So, one thing I've noticed when I am, dealing with a woman and she's interested, and I would like to see her nature and how she is. Like, I'm already thinking in my mind, if you're not acting like a wife to me to show me that you were serious, then I'm already looking for reasons to disqualify you. Like, if we in the elevator and you showing me openly that you're checking dudes out, that's a wrap. I'm done with it. If you are constantly outside, that's a wrap. I'm done with it. And lastly, I'd like to ask a question. Do the people in this space currently prefer when the woman has because someone has to have, you have like the admirer and then, you have the adoree and the adored. So one has to have the value, I believe, and someone else is going to have a little bit less value. So to everyone in the space, do you prefer to be the one with the value or the one dating the person that has the value? Or in a neutral value?
I mean, either or, it don't matter for me. Whether she got the value and I'm just there for the ride, or either I got the value and she there. Like it don't matter to me.
Let me let Ben get in there. Ben, you wanted to go? You ready?
Yeah, I just think it depends upon the dynamic. It's 2025, and like sometimes the woman's going to be the breadwinner, the guy might be the breadwinner, at least in like middle class type stuff. Typically, it skews towards the guy when it comes to upper class, but things are changing, which is really nice. So who knows? Maybe I'll be someone's sugar baby soon.
What do you guys mean about the dynamics of 2025? I don't understand this.
It's promiscuous, dog. You got social media with a fluctuation of options to the woman. She got to go through 5 assholes just to know the difference between a real one and an average person.
She got to go through a lot more than that, but
Think
about it.
Mo, you said something that reminded me. When I was in college, I had taken a sociology class, and I remember my professor, he introduced me to this principle called the principle of least interest. And what that principle is that essentially in any relationship, the person who invests emotionally, like the least in the relationship, holds the most power. And so it really comes down to emotional investment, and like whoever invests the least amount of emotionally into the relationship, they have the most power. It goes back to the whole value thing you were talking about. Now, relationships are very, very complicated. I don't know, Mags, if you would agree, but I think in the sexual marketplace, women have a much easier time in the sexual marketplace because they have so much options, right? Like the most basic average looking chick, she has a few dudes in her phone, that probably would take her out to dinner, right? The average man on a Friday night, he doesn't have no one to, like he doesn't have no one to hang out with. Like he doesn't have no one to like sleep with or chill with. And so that's why the sexual marketplace is such a tricky, it's such a the environment is so it's challenging for a lot of men. But go ahead, Ben. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I think it just depends upon like age group too, man. You know, like guys that are getting older, it's like, well, you got to have money at that point to be kind of like seen as valuable in the marketplace. But if you're younger in your 20s, then it's totally flipped, and it's like, all right, cool, you're throwing your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. Kay, you want to get in there?
Yeah, I think that's like a 20-year-old like version of seeing things, right? Like, I don't know, if you like really look at it, right? As soon as you pass like I think it's like 30 and stuff like that, it kind of flips, right? Like you actually have like way more leverage and stuff like that. So I 100% like disagree with that. I think like in your 20s, like you have the worst like sexual marketplace value like ever, right? But once you turn like 30, 35, 40, it just gets better and better for you. Actually, like long term, it's actually like the best for men, in my opinion, than women. But I feel like women like in their 20s, like they're the highest valued like person like in a relationship ever, right? And that's just what it is. I feel like nature kind of made it balanced for this, like for a reason. I don't know why, but the older men get, like the more value you obtain.
That's not true.
I'm telling you.
No, so if you're an older guy at the bus stop with a bald head, right, and you're not a man of consequence, right, then you're not going to have an easy time, right? Like so, like I disagree, man. I think the older you get for men, you have like what Ben was saying, you have to get your money up, right? Because I see a lot of old, bitter, frustrated men waiting for the bus all the time in my neighborhood, right? And they ain't, you could tell they ain't got nobody to go home
That's
to,
true.
right?
Right, but that's
And
not the average though, right? Like,
I'm saying though, like the older you get, the more money you need to have as a man, right?
I seen this video of two
Right.
people driving, right? And I guess the guy cut him off. And he was he let the window down. He was arguing with the dude. Man, I had to get over because them folks did this and this and that. He was like, hey man, I ain't getting no pussy this morning either. Is there anything else we need to argue about? That's what the black dude said. And the white dude was like, you know what? He said, understood. He rolled his window up. Like they both was like, nigga, you know what? You right, bro. What the fuck we argue about? But we just mad. So you both rolled their window
Exactly.
up. Like,
exactly. They're mad because they're but two old men who are sexually
and
frustrated.
they looked like
right?
they was like late 40s. Like they ain't getting no play.
Now, listen to that.
Exactly.
That's only
That's
on
terrible.
the physical plane. That's the physical plane. Now, when you start to dive deep, like in these conversations like this, the mental, spiritual plane, you look at women as either assets or liabilities. Now, it doesn't matter whether she's giving it up, because real talk, that cat could be self-destructive. As good as and sweet as it might taste, that might be the number one tool to throw you off your path and have you end up behind bars or in a court case or hurting someone.
Yeah, you just weak.
The game is tricky, but that's the beauty of it, because you're supposed to be around people that have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, not around the glitz and the glamour, the diamonds, the popping bottles. Like, yeah, if you really want to celebrate something, or if it's an investment some way, somehow, sure. But for the most part, you gotta play chess, man. It ain't checkers no more.
Yeah, Megs, what do you think? Do you think Kay is right about the whole leverage thing? Or do you think maybe Megs, you have a different mindset because Kay sounds like he's just a calculated individual, right?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like, how is he supposed to predict what leverage is leverage and what and when to use it? You know, like Cam. I mean, just listening to that scenario, it's like it was so unexpected, and he didn't know like where it was coming from. It was quote unquote weird to him. So yeah, I get leverage, and maybe in that situation the woman had the leverage because she knew why she didn't want to go to therapy. But I think that's not the case for every relationship. And I do think that depending on the age you are, your life looks differently. So your wants and needs are going to be different as well. And there are some people who like they're a certain number in age, but their actions or like their life is not looking like that number. And so definitely their mindset in the relationship is not going to be that number as well. I know my, like, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking of my grandpa. He got married so many times and had so many kids. By the time he was old and, you know, ready to pass, it was like all the generations before that time didn't even really know him, you know, in a sense that it was like he kind of just was selfish in the way that he loved or in the way that he gave his love out. It was like you had to be there in that present moment in order for him to love you. And I think that's pretty sad. Like I first of all don't want to live like him, because no one wants to live a life where you're not loved or where you have to keep chasing after a love, especially at an old age. Like, I want to be someone who's like the Up movie, where we're like, you know, trying to travel the world together and do all these different things. And it's sad to think that like there are, and I think when they say the 2025 aspect, I feel like a lot of people are not as ambitious. Like, they are reliant on like AI or the internet even, or just like the simple way of doing things, that they don't want to put in the work to make something so special like a relationship with the right person.
I feel like Disney really messed us up, bro.
Dude,
Disney really spun.
Like,
no, like
really
let's keep it. Let's keep it a buck.
Kid, like, and a family. Like,
yes,
what's going on?
but I'm realistic, right?
Jaded
Let's keep it a
Pinkett.
buck. Like, yeah, like Disney really spun people, bro. Like, because it's like all this extra stuff that like we're putting on top of it. Like, you gotta have the financial perfection.
You're just saying that because I referred to the movie Up. If I refer
but
to
like I'm saying the concept and the morals of a relationship.
To Fast
like
and Furious with Dom and Letty, like, would that be better?
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Like, it's just like, do you not realize, like, after a year or like two, like that, like fizzle, that chemical like experience, like,
wait, so are you in an open relationship?
No, I'm not. But
well, then shut the fuck up.
But that.
Why are we speaking
on
behalf of like people who think that way when you're not even
living
it?
I didn't say I was living that. I didn't say that leverage meant that. I didn't say that leverage meant that at all.
I do see what Kay's saying to an extent. Like, for example, like some older women, let's say like as a man get older and the woman get older, right? At some point, she just gonna want a man around. So your value comes from you being a male that wears cologne. You know what I'm saying? Like, that could be your value. You can be bald and all that shit, but you a nigga that smell good. So,
but do you think that was probably a woman that just never grew up, like never matured in?
No, she just valued her career, and then now she ain't got no nigga, and she.
But I feel like
so. This woman is not married.
No, she's not married.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
But I feel like most people like look at it like, oh, this Disney, like it's always gonna be this loving, like caring thing, right? And like, I agree with you, Max. Like, you really have to like put in the work. Like, that's not gonna be there forever. Like, of course, at the beginning, it's gonna be all shiny and roses and all that stuff. And I've learned this from personal experience. But like, after a time, you're gonna have to like put in that work yourself into a relationship, right? It's not like this Disney movie where it's like you're gonna love like each other like perfectly forever. You're gonna have some ups. You're gonna have some downs. It's gonna happen. Like, it's about what happens when something actually happens, right? Like, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to react to it? I feel like that's how a relationship like should work. Like, are you going to work as like a team to get stuff done, right? because one person's going to be down sometimes, one person's going to be up sometimes, one person's going to have the leverage, another person's going to have the leverage. A lot of stuff happens in life. Forever's a long time, right? And that's like how I view relationships. It's like calculated, but it's realistic, right? Like I don't.
I mean, if you
expect
be
that.
realistic though, if you're being realistic and you look at it from power point of view, then it's like, as a man, your value will go up as you get older because you're gonna be making money and saving money. You're gonna have money.
No,
The
Power said
older
it
you
won't.
get as a man,
Power said it won't.
no. You said as a man gets older, he has more value.
No, I said that. Power said.
No, Power
Go
was
ahead.
trying to say that if you
What
work
did you
on
say?
yourself, you can get better. But
Right, that's what
Exactly.
I'm saying. If you got money, like
If you
no
got money,
matter.
yeah.
Yeah, if you got money, you're gonna always be valuable. Like it's just that simple.
No. We have to be very precise here, right? So because it's easy to make money, right? So I think, and Megs, you might disagree, but I think women are attracted to power. And so if you're in your 40s as a man and you're making money and you're working at Walmart, that's not gonna cut it, right? Because you can still make money at Walmart. You can still make money at Amazon. Yo, there was a video going viral. This dude was delivering Amazon packages. Like he was a delivery boy. And and then they had they showed an image of him on his phone watching Pornhub. Like while he was like delivering the packages, he was watching Pornhub. When I seen that video, that signals to me that he's not getting any action. So we need to be very precise here. Making money as an older man is not enough. You need influence. You need power. Because it's easy to make money. You can make money at Trader Joe's. You can make money at you could make money driving Uber. But money is not enough. You need power.
I don't
That's
know,
only
bro.
some women, though.
To be
That's
honest
only
with
some
you,
women that.
yeah,
that
that's some
drives
women
that.
because most women just want a companion to be around. They want to go out somewhere,
Exactly. Yeah.
and they don't really care about power. What they going unless they entrepreneur, unless they want to do something with the power that you have. Like, but other than that, they just want to know that they can go out, get a gift or two, and just have a companion next to them all the time.
Well, from the west side of the country, I haven't experienced that, especially on the southwest side of the country. Kay, I just wanted to throw this out there. I think it'd probably be best if you just change your profile picture because I actually am the actual Huey. It's not you.
Oh, okay.
If you look up,
Hold on.
You could actually see the evidence behind that. I just want to know.
Yeah.
Well,
that's interesting. I'm gonna let Yoshi get in there, then Ben could go.
I mean, no, a lot of women in general still want a man to have power, right? And maybe we're looking at power as a being like, a person of position, like, president, senator, some shit like that, like a man that can just command power, right? No, I think we have to look at power in different levels as well because money brings power, right? Or you having a small percentage of power, meaning women still want their men to have power to make more money. And that's just what it is. Like, because they want to spend that fucking money so bad. And to them, like that's like women are like golem to money and power.
Well, what do we mean by power? Like maybe that might help us out understand what y'all saying.
Well, I mean, if you have a business, right? Let's just say for 10 years, your business was creating, let's just say $2 million a year for 10 years, right? So every year it's creating $2 million.
Bro,
I'm
talking about an Amazon worker or a Walmart worker. We ain't going all the way up there. Of course they got power. Like what I'm talking about power for an average individual, bro.
Yeah, so let's just put it in that regards, right? Now, to a chick who doesn't even make what that person makes, right, or the money that they have accumulated from being single and working those positions for 5 to 10 years, and they have a nice goose egg laid up, we already know a majority of women spend the money that they come in contact to. Like, a lot of women do not have not even $2,000 in savings. A lot of them don't, right? So when they come across you, who's been working at your job for 5 or 10 years, and let's just say you have, I don't know, $15,000 saved up. To them, that's money, right? They get with you, You start taking them trips and doing all the shit that they want to do. I look at you like, Kate, this all you want to do? This all you want to do?
You ain't told me what power was yet, bro. I'm just waiting.
I can answer that question quickly.
Yeah.
It's influence. I'll give you. Let me say this quickly before Ben go. I would wager. Never mind. Let me rephrase that. Women today. I'm sorry. Women would much rather be with a influencer that has a lot of social capital, who's financially, who doesn't have a lot of money like that, than a dude working at the post office who's making $60,000, right? Like I'm telling you, man, like that's the power I'm talking about. So it's what it comes down to is influence, it's status.
I disagree,
right? That's
and it may be a 20, maybe from like 21 to fucking 19 to fucking.
All right. So FK, let me ask you this. Casanat, right? If most of his videos when he first started out was getting 200, 300,000 views on YouTube, and he was living at home with his mom, and he showed a woman that he was dating who probably was making more money than him, that like, look, I have a huge following, but I have no money. She would much rather fuck with him than a dude working at the post office.
She's young too.
Right?
That's one point. Like that's young, but like at 30, if you got a lot of Twitch streamers and you play the game a lot and you got a lot of these people watching you and shit, she don't give a fuck because she probably got a kid. She probably want to go somewhere. She want to do some shit. She don't care about that, bro.
Maybe you're right. Let me let Ben get in there and then Kay.
Yeah, honestly, I just kind of wanted to know Meg's point of view on this, because I feel like women actually care more about other women's attention and other women's opinions than men's opinions. So wouldn't it be more valuable for women to have social influence through their partner?
Exactly.
I don't know about that. You had me.
Megs, what do you think?
Maybe I'm coming off as ignorant. Feel free to check me.
No, Megs, what do you think about that? Megs, hypothetically, would you much rather be with a successful influencer who has a lot of who's rich in social capital, or someone working at the post office who's making $60,000 a year?
I personally would want the post office person because of the longevity. At any moment, I feel like an influencer could really fail. Not to say that a post office guy wouldn't, but I think that there's more long-term benefits with a post office delivery guy than with an influencer. I mean, I would probably be able to get benefits through him. They make good money as well, and he'd be able to keep his job longer. He doesn't have to stress out or put me in a stressful situation trying to figure out what's going to pay the bills and how we're going to make things happen.
So Megs, you're more of a tangible person than an intangible person.
I guess so. If that's.
I mean, I think she sees the security of the post office.
Yeah, I would say security, and because you're not really getting tangible things from dating a post office delivery guy.
No. I mean, no. His money is still tangible. He can touch that. An influencer.
I didn't say I needed his money.
I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, yeah, it's more of a guarantee.
Yeah.
But I do agree with Ben. Was it Ben? Let me see. Yeah, Ben. I do agree with Ben when he said a lot of the time women tend to make decisions on their dating by their social, their circle, like their friends. Like they care about what their friends think about who they're dating. And that could play a major part on.
That's the worst mistake. That's the worst mistake.
But they do it all the time, bro.
And that's such a bad mistake. How is your friends gonna tell you what you want? Like that's so stupid.
The thing. It's social currency. Birds of a feather flock together. It's programmed into them on a biological level.
I think it's more like second opinion. It
ain't even second opinion, because sometimes they don't. The conversation ain't even had. They just thinking, "Oh my God, if I get with this person, and they're going to think this." You know what I'm saying?
And that's like the woman thinking that their friend.
Yeah, like my girlfriends are gonna think like, oh, I got he not as rich as I said I
And
wanted,
that's
so they're
so
gonna just say
bad.
I
But that's the
settled
type
up.
of
Like,
woman you don't even want
You don't want to
overall.
want.
yeah,
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 like
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
worst. That is the
But
worst.
about this.
That's
Think about Aisha Curry, right? Aisha Curry is probably in the best position I mean, more than most of a lot of women that are just average women, right? She's probably in the very best position, but she has a lot of single friends though. And what is her single friends doing? They corrupted her already. Now she's feeling like, oh, I want to be out there doing what they're doing, but yet I'm stuck at home. I'm doing this. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think that a lot of women should do this, and it's probably going to suck, right? It's probably going to suck, but I think a lot of women, because a lot of men do this, like subconsciously, a lot of men just start doing this. But I think a lot of women who, once they get married, if they have a lot of single friends that have been single since they've been knowing them since college, and here it is 5 years after you get married, they're still single. I think you should distance yourself. Not too much, but distance yourself. Like at least on the holidays, you go greet them, maybe on their birthday or something. But as far as like hanging out with them consistently, I think you should like distance yourself because men actually do that. Once we get married, we have some of our single friends from like high school or like middle school, something that we consider our brothers. That's different. But the ones that we met like within a certain amount of years or something, we kind of start subconsciously distancing ourselves from them because we don't get good advice from them.
And I think we're like I think we're misconstruing like what women actually want. What women will like tell you what they want is like the status and all that stuff, all the extra stuff, right? All the stuff that they see in Disney movies. But what they actually want is like security. Like that is the number one priority.
Even if it's like emotional.
That's not, bro.
It's security. Like let's keep it a buck. Like
social status, not security.
It's security.
I think
telling you.
Bro,
it depends.
you think
You got
that
two type of women. You got the women who care about.
And hold on, Megs, and Megs also said something else. Really, she said even if it's just emotional security.
Yeah. No, they value a predictable outcome, right? Like that's what they value the most. Like that's what they're gonna choose.
Says who? All the videos today are showing the opposite.
But they'll prefer a rock.
But think about
blowing in the wind, bro.
Think about how those women are actually on videos talking. Like
exactly.
Most mature women who just want security will not be telling everybody their business.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's say this: if LeBron James is working as a UPS worker, do you think his wife would be as
his
home?
wife? His wife for sure. Yeah.
Let me finish. So another point. I mean social status in the good social status or the more superficial social status. Like look at 19 Keys and his purpose and his path that he's chosen. I think a woman would really love to be a part of that versus the 6ix9ine journey.
Some wouldn't.
Low pump, you know what I'm saying? So when you have the ability to put a woman in an honorable position to work, because let's be real, man, all women want emotional security and financial security and to be told that they're pretty and stuff. That makes sense. But what doesn't is how their eyes sparkle when they see that their man is somebody in that room.
There are more introverts than extroverts, in my opinion, right? So to me, the introvert is the one who values the security, and the extrovert is the one that's valuing that social status y'all talking about.
So honest,
there are some women that don't want to be a part of a 13 key or whatever, how many keys he got. They probably wouldn't want to be a part of that shit. It's too much. They just want to fucking chill, build a family and make their kids and their family the focal point. You know what I'm saying?
And there's a lot more of those women out there than like the women.
Yeah, there's a lot more of those.
That's a fact.
There's a lot more.
I can get with the introverts and whatnot, but I had this conversation before too. But it's still gonna it doesn't have to be globally. It can more so be locally or moderately some type of status. The global scale is OD. That's personally something I wouldn't like. That's the main reason why like the anonymous profile picture versus just going out of the way and telling everyone everything because it's not for everybody. But I think we can all agree in today's age that we're probably more fond towards the guy that's behind the scenes getting the money versus the guy that's in the front stage having to perform and has to follow orders and has to be the face of a company. We could probably all agree that that's the first option is way more desirable.
I feel like most women like when a nigga ain't got no friends.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
I feel like you can have you can have a small circle like of two people that you like talk to or kick it with here and there, and be a good person. And she's not gonna I don't want to fuck with him because he ain't got no friends. Like I always kept a small circle. I ain't never had no problem with that. I always come into contact with people like, that's cool. You got a small circle. Cause be honest, bro, most women want your time. If you're a good person, they like you, they want your time. So they rather you have more time for them than your friends. So if you got a whole bunch of people
that contradicts being a valuable man though. How you
it does.
How you gonna be giving
it doesn't.
No. Hold on, give me a second. So hold on, give me a second, right? If you guys are telling me that women they just care about security and predictability, right? That comes with influence. I'll give you an example. Chris Brown. These chicks were paying to see him, right? And a lot of these chicks have boyfriends and girlfriends too. So if you guys, boyfriends. If you guys are telling me that women care about security, but the funniest part about what you guys are saying is that comes with influence.
That's
right.
But Power,
that comes with
you're the one that said
superstar.
You're the one that said, Power, that people don't know what they want, right? So you gotta show them what they want, right? Didn't you say that? Like, this is what Steve Jobs says, right?
Oh, correct.
So people think they want like that superstar Chris Brown until they're with him, right? And they realize it's unstable and they don't want to be there, right? They want it, they crave it. But when they're actually in a situation to be with that person, they don't want that. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's not what they want, actually.
They just want the clout to say, I was with Chris Brown.
Exactly. Like, they just want that scarcity.
He was talking.
They just want a new picture to put on Instagram.
Exactly. He was talking more of these chicks pay $1,000 just to take one picture.
Yeah.
Well, those are fans. Those are fans. I mean,
yeah, they fans.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. That's the point. My point is that if your girlfriend isn't your biggest fan, then that's a problem.
Yes. Yeah, that was my point.
Right. So that's
Power.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's say Mo Wisdom, right? He paid you $5,000 to get a jersey, right? And you had a girlfriend.
Correct.
Right? And she's like, I don't want to pay that much to get a jersey. Is that going to be a problem? Like,
and she says she doesn't want to pay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. 2 months ago, I stopped talking to this girl. I was talking to this girl on X, and we was talking for a little while. And she kept on complaining about the girls that used to come into the space and kept on screaming my name, Power, Power, Power. And then I told her straight up, she said, oh, yeah, they're groupies. I said, I told her straight, I said, you should be my number one groupie. Like, I told her, like, I might as well just be with the groupies and just get rid of you, right? Because you should be my number one fan. And so if these chicks are paying Chris Brown to see him, right, $1,000, and that same woman isn't willing to take you out on a dinner date, then that's a problem.
I hear what you're saying, Power. And this, I think I'm kind of saying the same thing when I say when women just want to be around you. Like, so if you having all of these social, I say there are more introverts or more women that would rather spend a majority of your time, you know what I'm saying, then they don't mind you not having a big circle, like all this social power. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, bet. So Ben, do you disagree with my supposition?
Which part?
Where I'm saying that women actually care about women care about a lot of different things, but they do care about social power and influence.
I think I agree with that, honestly. I think social power and influence are important. Like, even if someone's just volunteering at like a church or something like that, and they're well regarded in the local community, I think that goes a long way of adding value to just the
Exactly.
relationship and how people view them.
Exactly. So let me tell you something, right? The patriarchy has lied and brainwashed men into thinking that money is a sustainable way to keep a woman, right? There's no amount of money you can make to keep a woman who's emotionally dissatisfied, right? And so you can make all the money in the world, right? That's not going to be enough if she's emotionally insecure. Like if she's not emotionally secure in a relationship.
So social
You know
power
what I'm
makes
saying?
her emotionally. Hold on. So social power makes her emotionally secure in you.
Like, I'll tell you why, right? I'll tell you why. If you're dating a chick and she sees a whole bunch of women, like, wanting you as well, in a weird way, how do I say this, man? Fuck. In a weird way, yes. Right, like that, it makes her feel good knowing that other women want you as
Because
well.
you have leverage.
Right. Yes, exactly. Right. And that leverage is security as well, like in a weird way. Like it's just a weird way to put it. But go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, it's you should go ahead, Cam. All right, for sure.
Yeah, Cam had his hand up. And Mo, you go next. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on the whole like being desired by like other women, because I do fitness coaching, like lifestyle and fitness. So I was in the gym often. I used to compete as well in bodybuilding, and that was the major arguing point of the relationship that I had, because I was spending more time with clients and on my phone and on my laptop
Bingo.
in the gym. And yeah, she literally told me like the more I'm going to do bodybuilding, the more attractive I'm going to be. And like that's a point of concern for her. And in my brain, I'm thinking like that makes no sense. Like I'm doing this shit for you to be more attractive for you. Like I want to come home to you. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, that's a hate trip. Like the entire situation's a hate trip. So
But yeah,
yeah.
it's crazy because
So she wants a loser. So she wants a
So
loser.
I was an engineer and producer, right? So I'm working in the studio and I'm building all these good connections with producers and artists and shit. And my girl at the time, she was a singer and she wants to get her career going. And she's upset at me because I'm spending a lot of time in studios and with like other artists and shit. But whole time, this is me building social power to help you in your career, but you're still emotionally not secure because I am not around. You know what I'm saying? So it's like maybe it's a balancing act, or I don't think they value. I think they value emotional support in you more than they do your social power, because like you can be an introvert and still garner the attention of other women. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to like be in women's face for them to want you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
well, okay, think about it like this as well. Typically, these days, what makes the most sense is if you can't do everything with the girl that you're dating, then she's probably not the one for you. You want to be able to do anything and everything and literally look to your left or right and just know that, hey, she's with the ride,
man,
regardless
she
of
can't go to work
outcome.
with you at all times though.
Hold on. I agree, but just to spin back to a couple points that we did say earlier. Personally, for me, I feel as if like if I'm dating a girl in the first 3 weeks, she's cooking for me each morning, each lunch, each dinner, and all of a sudden that shit stops so that she can try to gain a little bit more leverage. That to me is
That's a manipulative.
emotionally
That's a manipulative bitch, bro.
Yeah, it's emotionally dissatisfying. So I think about it like this as well. Like and it's kind of selfish, but hey, I don't make the rules. It's a capitalistic society over here in America. If you're not gonna serve myself, or if you don't view me as a god, and you don't think that where I'm going is worth it, I'm just gonna sit back and let that play out, because I view myself as something that is worthy of the Most High. And I would like to continue to learn more about the Most High. So if it doesn't work out for the woman I chose or whichever woman I'm dating, it's not personal. It's just, you got to spend your time more effectively. Go somewhere where you think that your time is more valued.
You know what's so interesting? The other night we was having a conversation with the women in this space. They told me that they wouldn't sleep in the car with a man if he had a 3-year plan to be a multi-millionaire. But all you had to do was sleep in the car for 6 months. Here's where it gets interesting. These same women that are expecting men to have money, they go to church every Sunday and worship a man that had no money. But they want to tell you that you need to have money. Did Jesus? No, this is not a joke.
No, I'm with you, bro.
Right?
You woke that
No,
shit
no,
up for me, bro. I was like, what the
no,
fuck?
no. Think about it. No, think about it. Did Christ have
Nope.
money? Did Prophet Muhammad
No.
have money? Right? But the point that I'm making is that influence and social power, right, will always take precedence over money.
You know what,
Always.
bro? You know what's funny, because I ain't even gonna lie. When you said when you and then I asked them, like, so you don't care about that you'll have $1 billion after 6 months? It was like, no. So you don't care about the money? They said no. So now I have to say, okay,
Exactly.
I understand, because they won't even sleep in the car for 6 months for $1 billion, right? But yet they say they want a provider.
Exactly.
And they are willing to be with a person with a plan that has ambition as long as he's working. It's a lot of that's all these contradictions. They say I will be with a man when he is, if he got a plan to be the type of man that can pay all the bills. And then when you are presented a situation where that can happen, you say no to it. And then on top of that, you say you don't even care about the money. It's like, what the fuck do you want?
That's what I'm saying. And I'm gonna let Ben go, but this is why it's important. I don't know if you guys ever worked in sales, right? But it's important to ask these discovery questions, right? Like, have a list of questions when you're on a date, when you're out on a date, and ask these women certain questions just to get a better understanding of their mindset, because there's a lot of contradictions. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I do the same thing with co-founders. They have this co-founder dating list where you have to ask 100 or so questions. It's like, in my more formative years, I'm now okay, this is a job application, man. We're spending hours upon hours upon hours together building something, then we got to figure out if this is worth our time early on or not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's my thought process, at least. But yeah, I'd love to hear a woman's perspective on this, honestly, Megs, if you got 2 cents on this, because I'm ignorant. I'm just a guy, and we're here chopping it up, but I'd love to hear a feminine perspective as well.
Hey, Paul, is it called a litmus test? What you talking about? Is it
Sorry, come again?
Litmus test, like when you asking questions that give you a understanding of a person's viewpoint based off the answer? Like litmus test, is that what it's called?
Yeah, exactly. Good call.
Okay. I'm finna look it up. I'm finna find some questions that I could use.
Okay. Yeah, Max.
I'm assuming we want to know if I'll sleep in a car. And for $1 billion, I will do it. For 6 months.
Yeah,
what about for $1 billion? Because that sounded very
Yeah, I was gonna say no,
like it was equal, $1 billion, and you'll sleep in the car. You know what I'm saying? Really? What about
what if you don't know the outcome though?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, would you do it for him because you love him and you're his wife, or maybe his soon-to-be wife? Would you do it for 3 years, not knowing what the outcome could be?
Am I allowed to complain?
You can complain all the fuck you want to, but I'm saying, are you going to stay, or what's the longest you will stay out of the 3 years over what's the quickest you're going to leave?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think I would definitely do it, because I'm you know, I guess hopeful that the like karma will pay back me and knowing that I'm doing something for my husband. But I think also I would be really like, I'm the kind of person like you invite to go hiking, but I will probably complain the entire time we're hiking. So I, you know, could be not so enjoyable during this time that we're in a car, but that was really the risk you were willing to take as the guy who proposed the question. And then also, I mean, like you said, it's really unpredictable what comes out of it like in monetization, like the monetary fund amount is very questionable. So I would do it, but I mean, yeah, naturally I'd probably be disappointed if it's not $1 billion. But if
See,
it were like I would say like in the 3 years, like in the maybe like 10,000 a year, because typically the average person makes like 40,000 a year annually if they were to work. So if we like logically, I would assume he would be thinking of all these things on his own, you know, and not just being like, yeah, let's fucking live in a car without me thinking of all the possibilities. So yeah, I'd be satisfied.
I mean,
with
that's
something
not
like-
for you. That's not for you to think, though. That's for him to do,
right. So I
Okay.
better
I
not be
think a
marrying
woman
the
will do it.
dummy.
Just depends on the nigga. Like it depends on the dude. If she like him enough, she'll do whatever the fuck. We always say that women lie to themselves. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
saying?
mean, look at like drug
do it.
addicts.
They do. Women lie to themselves a lot.
A lot of women like get into stupid like stages of life because they're just following a man into their and I guess vice versa, like women can do it to men too, for sure.
That's
But
true.
yeah, it happens. Like people just fall so much into love that they're just not wanting to disappoint or maybe even miss out on that person, so they end up making bad decisions for themselves.
So I want to play something real short, and I want the men to respond first, and then I will let you, Megs, and yeah, you're the only female here for some reason.
I know that is
you're the only one I see.
different.
Yeah, I'll and then
No, they'll come in soon.
yeah, I'll let you respond, right? So just check this out, and I want the men to get their response, and then Megs, you can. Well, how about this? I'll let Megs go, and then I'll let the men respond.
Ross, what do women really want? I don't care what they want. I only care what they respond to. See, my focus is a little bit different from your other guests. There's what women say they want, there's what women think they want, and then there's what they actually respond to. I'm not an academic, I'm not a theoretician. I'm interested in what works on the street when it's time to date and mate.
All right, go ahead, Megs. What would you have to say to that response to what he said? Does it have a lot of validity to it, or you think it's just gaslighting?
So wait, so she says, what do women want? And he says, I'm not really, like, I don't really care about what women want.
I don't care what they want.
No, he
I
said,
only care about what they respond to.
yeah, so he's trying to say that he don't care what women want. He only care what women respond to, because he says that women say what they want and they think they want
Like
one thing, but he only cares about what they correct. He only cares about what they respond to, what they actually react to.
Yeah, so you want to know like what I think about what he said? And I think that's true. I mean, you see those videos where there's that guy who parks his really nice car and, you know, they see him wearing like a Walmart McDonald's t-shirt, but they don't know that he actually owns 10 McDonald's. And so he asks them like, do you want to get in my car? Or do you want, I don't know. He asked them something, maybe for their number or something. And they're like, nah, you work at McDonald's, or like, nah, I don't want any part of this. And then they see him get in the car and they're like, oh shit, this is your car? Like, yeah, I've changed my mind. And he's like, no, fuck you. So yeah, I think it's definitely like response. Even with like women in the club, like when men approach them and they're kind of like standoffish or like not so kind in a sense, that in itself speaks levels, I think.
Yeah, facts.
Hey, Fatma.
Fatma, hey,
Hey, you know,
how you doing,
I
Fatma?
changed my tweet name because too many Americans were calling me pussy or whatnot. That I was like, they can't read Arabic, so.
Yeah, in America, yeah. I mean, we did try to tell you. We tried to tell you.
But that sounds because I know there's a name that is Dick. Why is that name not making a fuss? But my name is.
I mean, you just
Well,
everything's
hold
very
on,
sexual.
hold on,
Go ahead.
hold on. Just to give everyone in the space an understanding of what's going on. So what's good, Lo? So you changed your name
Quick name, yeah.
because because they were misconstruing Fatma with something
No,
sexual.
they kept saying, ha ha ha, Fatma, pussy Fatma.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Were they men?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think a woman?
Yeah.
You think a woman would do that?
No, I
Seriously?
don't. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's a Turkish name, okay?
Well, I mean,
So
a lot of American men don't have passports, so how the fuck can we know, right?
no, that's not about passport.
That
That
was
is
funny, movie.
about
It
being
actually,
open-minded and understanding that not everyone is from your country.
but that's what I'm saying.
What's up?
Without
Hold on,
exposure, they wouldn't know. Is what I'm saying.
hold on. Let me let Lo get in there. She got her hand up. What's up, Lo?
Oh no,
Hey,
we
Power. Hey, everybody.
Hey, how you
Just to
doing?
correct that narrative there, I would be that woman to call out Fatma. Woman would certainly do that. Just wanted to say that.
Okay.
It up now.
You would call her a
So
pussy.
Lo,
You're
let me
the
ask you a question.
exception. You're not the.
Let me go back to what we're
You're not the general. You're the exception. Trust me. Because I think
Wild.
that's pretty disrespectful. We see that I'm a Muslim, and you will call me out pussy. You're just immature, you know.
What does
Yeah,
that have to do
Lo
with
is
the
pretty
Because
immature.
bloodline?
that is so immature,
But what does that have
and
to do with
knowing that
Muslim
there's a
though?
name that is a dick, and that is an American name. So please, and Fatma like is not even a
Oh,
common word.
Fatma is an American name. It certainly is.
If it's an American
Obviously,
name, why you calling her pussy?
That's what it means. When he like it and it's juicy and it's right, he gonna call you Fatma. That's your name.
So
What
that's
are
not
you
a
talking
name.
about?
That's
it's
like
so
a
stupid.
slang.
Yeah, it is. It's a
That is slang.
yeah.
It
I
can
mean,
change. It can.
the Western
How does he
society
spell it? How did you
oversexualized.
spell it? How is it spelled?
F-A, I mean,
Listen,
Okay, no, I thought
my
it was.
this
I
name
thought
in
it was
Arabic.
PH or some shit.
See the name that you see in Arabic. Because Arabic is made of mainly consonants. So the vowel you choose them. So you can say Fatima, or you can say
Fatima. Yeah.
Fatumata. You can say Fatumitu, as you wish. This is the
All you have to
consonant.
do is in English, just spell your name Fatima. Fatima. People will call
Yeah,
you
but usually people.
Fatima.
Yeah, but usually foreigners
Yeah, but
call
there's
me
an H at
Fatima.
the end of Fatima. There is an H. Ah, it's the AA.
No, it's
Fatima.
not really an H. You
Yeah,
don't know
there's no
Arabic, forget it.
there's no H in the English common spelling of
Mm,
Fatima
You could add the H, but you wouldn't understand. I wouldn't waste my time explaining the Arabic scripture.
Well, you're jumping into it, right? That's assuming here.
My
I think
father
Fatma
is
is Fatima in America, like Fatima. Like
yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah, because my father is the imam. So I have aunt named Fatima, I have two cousins named Fatima, and it's an AH at the end. So
Because the H, you don't really you see this last letter. No, you would say it's the first letter, but in Arabic we read from right to
right to left,
left.
yes. No, no,
Okay,
no,
so
left
the
to
last
right,
letter
right,
from right
right.
to left, it's called the ta marbuta. So some people will say it means it's feminine. So some they will romanize the name with AH, but in Arabic is AT. But actually, you don't pronounce the T. The T is silent. So people will write it AH. Sometimes you would have people that they just say Fatima with A or Fatima with AH. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's
You don't want to know
romanization, so it
something
doesn't
funny?
matter. There's no
I'm running my
proper.
I'm running my translator on my phone, and it's literally saying Fatima. Fatima.
Yeah, but in West Africa, we don't read that Fatima. We read that Fatumata.
Right.
So, like I said, the vowels, you can choose them. You understand?
Does this vary by country or does this vary by language?
It varies by people that choose how to write. Because Arabic, they how can I say, they just rely on the
Very free. It's a very free language. It's
no.
very free.
They're used to the vowels. They know what vowel they're reading. So when you precise, oh, my name is read like this, they will remember and then they read it like this. But Turkish people just say Fatma because if you remove vowels, you don't want to say vowels in how I wrote the Arabic. It's Fatma, Fatma. So they just say Fatma, you know, because it's a F, a fa, a alif, a long A, and then there's the strong T, the M, which is mim in Arabic, and then there's the tamarbuta, which is the meaning of a feminine, which is can
I
be
feel
read
I feel like it's misleading. Not you, right? But when you say like they don't pronounce vowels, they only like care about the consonants. But it's like you can't say a word that's only consonants. Like it won't make us. You can't say the word. It's
Yes, in
not even a
Arabic
word.
it works because
Nah,
Like fa, you said
it's the
fa.
consonant,
Hold
just
on.
like the
Like
Jewish
fa,
language.
fa. You said Fatima. Whatever you said. Like I heard vowels. The ah,
You
that's
heard
the
a
ow.
vowel because it's a special vowel. It's not really a
Oh shit.
vowel.
Now you
It's
pissing
a
me off.
special consonant. The
nah.
alif,
It's
the
it's
wow.
like the English language. We have a lot of like knife. Do you hear K in
Okay,
it?
the alif, which
No.
is ah.
It's the way that we define it in English. So what they're saying isn't a vowel to us. It is a vowel, but in their language, it's
Exactly.
understood.
No.
Exactly.
Okay, you see what is written in Arabic? It depends what you want to say the name. Some girls will use the same Arabic to say Fatma. Some girls will use the same exact Arabic to say Fatumata. Some girl will use the
It's the
same
region.
Arabic to say Fatimata, Fatima. It depends on how you want to pronounce.
But to his
The
point, you
consonants,
guys,
You
consonants
can
only
Oh
you
like
can
God.
change the
but to his
vowels.
point about not using vowels, there is no language that doesn't use the
What
sound
I
of
say.
vowels. Like
of
that's what we're
open of
today.
of open
AFK, real
like
quick, real quick.
for example. Let me just give you for example like F E. You can't say F like the whole all of the consonants are just positionings on how to position the vowel. Like whether you're gonna do it like a b or a k. You know what I'm saying? Like that's telling you how to position the vowel, presuppose the vowel,
No,
or
because
how to
But
finish
that's
it
in
off.
English though.
no, there's only three vowels. It's
Oh my
Hold
God.
on,
You're
Mo.
about
Yo,
to
Mo
have
want
a
to get in
whole
there.
unnecessary connect. It's not called a vowel in Arabic. That's just what it is. It's not a
yes,
vowel in Arabic.
Yeah,
it's
It's
not really a
I just
vowel.
want to share something real quick
It's
about
a sound.
AFK. AFK, you mentioned something about like I noticed more recently over these spaces you say like you about to get pissed off and shit, but I just wanted to show some LOVE towards that statement too, because your profile picture, I feel the same exact way about that, and I wasn't quite sure like what were you going for? Like, is that like some Elder Scrolls Online bullshit, or maybe some
You know, Like before you guys get carried away, make sure you guys hit that tab at the top, join the community, show some love. Check our website out, misfitsandnomads.com. Show some love. We support creatives, creative entrepreneurs. We support everyone in here. So show some love.
Yeah, also when someone says their name is what it is, like just fucking
I'm gonna
call
spin the block, Mo Wisdom. I see you won't smoke. I'll be back.
Yeah. I was.
I agree with Max
I just
on
wanna,
that. So yeah, respect the person's
give you some
name.
credit for what you started last
especially
month.
that I'm a
Stay right there,
Muslim
nigga.
woman.
Stay right there.
I'm a chaste woman. I don't do no BS. Nobody see my pussy.
Oh shit.
Are you sure?
Oh
You
shit.
don't even have to explain yourself. Like you shouldn't
I don't
even
do
have to
none of
explain the
that.
fucking language. Like she
So
said her name is
please, I'm
Fatma.
a
It's
French
Fatma.
person. I'm not from
Exactly.
America. You need to respect me. Thank you, you guys.
Whoa! Hey, what does that mean?
It
Hey,
means
on
to
behalf of
respect
all
her.
Americans, I'm sorry that people have mispronounced your name. That is shitty, man.
Thank
Just
you,
in
Dan.
general.
You're
To
very
have someone's name mispronounced is shitty in general. So
You're
Can
very
I
Damn,
touch?
Ben making us look bad, man. He the only one that like showed some type of like empathy, bro.
Yeah, it took you a while to
Megan did
download that
also.
word. It's kind of wild. I don't know if you guys
I knew that
had,
word before you were born. Before
I
you
just
were
want to bring
born,
this up.
grasshopper.
So 2005 to about maybe 2014, I spend these evening hours on my Xbox. There used to be like a lobby, and now I'm starting to put it together. I used to like always be talking on that lobby and be talking shit, just banter with people. It was real normal. But I think this is kind of like that for me. But I'm of age to where we gotta have more intellectual conversation. But if I do happen to derail like AFK's profile picture, then just understand.
I see why you so dull. You're an Xbox nigga. I get it.
Yeah, I'll admit it. I am. I spent a lot of money on that shit, and I shouldn't. But yeah.
Xboxes.
I wouldn't say I regret it. It built a lot of online character. That's
Having an Xbox.
See, look, Power, he got social, he got online lobby power, but it ain't led him no bitches, bro. So I ain't with it, bro.
Hey.
I just got my PS5
take that back.
yesterday, but I didn't open it yet.
Oh, hey, we're
That's
neighbors
fire.
now.
Wow.
Yo, Lo, do you play video games? You said what? Oh, okay. How do you feel about people play? Do you think people who play video games have arrested development?
Some, not all. I don't think it's like an absolute.
He said, "What type of
That
development?"
was a very specific question. Would you mind elaborating?
Arrested development.
I don't know what that is. Mo Wisdom, you gotta do this more often. Go ahead and explain that. Power. What is that? I don't know what that is, gang.
Arrested development is someone who's psychologically, when somebody hit like a growth, what they call it, like a growth. Yeah, like something psychologically, like someone who's like maybe in their 30s and 40s, but they are psychologically like,
behind,
immature and very young.
Okay, I get it.
No, there's a lot of video game people that are like highly mature.
I doubt that.
Let's qualify mature in this conversation.
There's like half of the people on this earth play video games.
That's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Half of the people
That's
on this
not
earth are
true.
immature.
Yeah,
When
like
y'all
that's
say these
Exactly.
things about the whole world and make percentages, y'all start telling lies. Like half of the world isn't even on the internet. But
so, for example, like what about somebody that plays like I love strategy games, right?
That's not true. Hold on. Okay,
Right.
let me just say this. That's not true. I did my own research. 74% of the world uses the internet. I told Megs this the other day. 74%.
You went out and gathered data from every.
No, I went on Google and did the
You
research.
searched someone else's research. Got it. That's not research.
I trust
Lo,
Google.
you stepping in bad
Hold on, give me a
territory
second.
right now because you will never be able to bring
Exactly.
up any kind of research for your own points. Don't do that.
Don't do it, Lo.
Some of us
Yeah, like
actually get
I
out here and
trust
test
Google.
things.
Don't do it, Lo.
But that would be
Wait,
subjective. That would not be. That wouldn't be
exactly.
like just because the amount of people that you test, that 100 people that you tested, don't make it right. You know what I'm saying? Don't
No,
do
you
that
don't
about
have
some
enough
stuff.
resources
That's
to
not fun.
run.
That's why we have this thing, probability. Be able to determine our conclusions of things. We're not actually trying to find absolutes because we're not
Probability comes from
collecting
research.
data from every single individual. That would be just logistically impossible. But
But you can look at how much internet is in these third developed. I mean, in the first worlds, and then the third worlds where it's like you got Starlink everywhere. So I think it's very plausible and very realistic, and I can understand somebody saying that 78 or whatever the percentage was of people are actually
74%.
74% of people in this world use the internet. It is very common these days. Like I could
I mean,
definitely get behind that.
the quickest way.
I didn't say use the internet. I said on the internet. But
No.
Hold on, give me a second, Ben. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, Ben. I got you, Yoshi.
I was just gonna be like, is that like 5 or 6 billion people then?
Yes.
Damn.
Correct. So I did my own research on this, yes. And I told Megs about this the other day. So it's about 5 to 6 billion.
I believe it.
Well, keep in mind when people
Weird.
play video
Oh,
games,
it's not surprising.
video games is somewhat of a brain challenging task. You get smarter from learning how to operate certain mechanics, and I'm not
And
going
it
to
also
say that
improves
everyone
eye-hand
does.
coordination.
hey
No,
guys, can we qualify
Hold
some
on, hold on.
things here? Can we qualify what smart is and what
It
mature
increases your
is?
it
Please.
increases the capacity of your prefrontal cortex. So the part of your brain that actually like forms like valuable decisions that you make on an everyday basis, it actually enhances that and strengthens it over time.
So like ocular and problem solving skills?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
It actually like increases like the capability of your prefrontal cortex. Because in a game, you always have to make decisions on the fly. So you're actually training your brain like a muscle. Unless you're overdoing it.
Well, most of my friends who play video games, they complain about how much they hate their jobs. So if they were so intelligent,
most people do
they
hate
would
their
they would.
jobs.
That's why I was
That's what I'm
gonna go,
saying. So if they
Howard.
were
It doesn't flow into the
exactly
I can understand the logic, but the thing is it's not applied in real life situations.
Exactly. So if they were so intelligent, right? Video games, if there was really like there might be a correlation maybe, right? But I don't think video games are like what's making people like, I mean,
I
smarter.
would say this. Maybe they're
Right?
not applying it in real life because in a video game you respawn. If you die in Call of Duty, you just gotta wait 30 seconds and you come right back, right? But you do want to not die. You do not want to. You don't want to have a 0.02 KD. So you're gonna try to figure out a way to last a little longer and problem solve to why I don't die as soon as I hit the ground. You know what I'm saying? So you are like training that part of your prefrontal cortex, and you are improving your hand and eye coordination. You know what I'm saying? So like, I could see that, but it's just that people are slow to commit that type of the frequency of them making those decisions after death by video game is like it's not that fast. Like I would have to start a business and then that business just die within like 30 seconds for me to be like, okay, I need to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see why it's not correlating, but I
No,
do
just
think
because you're
it's
smart
actually
doesn't
making
mean you
sense.
make a lot of money. That's the non like
Whoa,
that's just because you're
whoa.
smart does not mean you make
There's
a lot of
different
money.
types of intelligence.
Yeah, hold on. So that then we need to redefine what most people
There's
accept
like
as
7
intelligence,
forms of
right?
intelligence.
Right. But under there's you're right. I mean, according to Howard Gardner, I know. Let me let Ben get in there. Then Low, you can go next.
Right on, man. Yeah, don't major in minor things, I think is what it circles back to. You know, like I had to learn that over my years too. In my 20s, I wasted a shit ton of my 20s just playing video games, man. So I can attest to this. It's I got some okay skills when it came to having to do public speaking and like creating videos and that sort of stuff in the early 2000s. Or excuse me, 2010s with Minecraft and that sort of stuff. But that's the only skill I got from it. Aside from that, I was just kind of chopping it up with friends and like building shit. And it's like, can I go to an employer and say, hey, I can build a bomb ass fucking house? It's like, no. I can build something cool in Minecraft. All right, great. So can my kid.
But I know a lot of computer scientists, like the programmers that starts off building and like coding in Minecraft and Roblox and GTA 5, like RPs. Like that's where they start, right?
Okay. That is a fair point. That is a really fair point.
Good, Lo.
I was gonna make the point about this hand and eye coordination that people think they're gaining in the realm of a digital screen. It doesn't apply into physical reality because of what's
It does.
happening as far as how the eyes are perceiving light and translating that information into the brain. These are two different realms, and it's the reason why we don't see the application of problem solving skills, like response time skills, actually play out into
Disagree.
real
Highly
life.
disagree. Like there's multiple studies about this. Like so basically like in a game, like your spatial recognition, like of like where everything is and like your awareness of objects actually like improves like your in-person like view of like where everything is. Like, oh, where's my wallet? You're gonna remember where your wallet is more, right? Like it's the same concept, right? Because you have a better like view of like your whole environment, right? Your brain's trained on that. It doesn't matter what it is.
And you know, F1 drive. Oh, go ahead. My bad. I thought you were done.
Yeah, and then like you said, like with the problem solving, right? Like problem solving for sure, because there's been already multiple studies on this. It does increase your problem solving. Problem solving doesn't mean you're gonna be rich. Like just because you're good at solving problems
I
doesn't
don't
mean
know
you're
why
gonna be
that even
rich.
is being spoken to, but we
But
would be able to see this in driving, even to response time, and problem solving. It would, if this were factual, I would think the number one thing that this would apply to is driving.
well,
You
that's
do see
really
it in
hard
driving. Hold
to
on, hold on, hold on, real
Time
quick,
and
real
we
quick.
do
people's
see it in
You
driving.
do see it in driving
to
because F1
respond.
drivers, F1 drivers, they practice on sim. Like they literally
That's true.
practice
That is
on
true.
sim, and it is very valuable for them. Who else? Fighter pilots, they train virtually. A lot of
That's
their
true.
hours are on a computer. And they
So
use
we
like
don't have
the
to
hand
change the
controllers,
spelling of computer to make ourselves not
computers,
sound
right? And then the
Computers.
other point that you said that the light in the hand, it doesn't work with the brain. What's the difference other than the blue light behind, the blue light versus the light hitting my retina when I'm looking at my
there is no
surroundings?
difference.
Because if there is no difference, right? So for you to say that it won't translate because of the way the screen is versus the way real life hits, it don't make sense, because there's no difference in that. Because if there's no light leaving the screen, it's black. If there's no light bouncing off my environment, it's dark.
Well, I
So it's
think
like
when we
that doesn't
consider
that don't
why
compute.
astigmatism exists, then we can understand how the difference between
Astigmatism is going to affect me because I wear contacts.
I said
It
why they
messes up my
exist. I
vision.
didn't say having the effects of having.
So low,
I said
I think
why they
you're
exist. But I do want to make this point here again, going back to translating into everyday driving. I won't take away from the fact that a lot of people who are trained in mechanical work use simulators to train them. However, when we're talking about the implication of society, it's not applied.
but
Sure.
programmers are like the number one problem solvers, and it's all on computer screens.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me give you two real world implications. One, the Air Force had a competition. Well, there's a game called Ace Combat, and there's another game called War Thunder. Now, you have young people that play both games. They're very realistic when it comes to flying, right? Jets and stuff like that. So what they did was they wanted to see if they can have their best pilots, Air Force's best pilots, which are part of the program Top Gun. Everybody's seen the movie, right? So with that being said, they put their best ace pilots of Top Gun against video game participants who played War Thunder and Ace Combat. Well, you would think that the Top Gun...
Bad point.
You would think that the Top Gun pilots who fly real actual planes in the Air Force's simulations would outperform the video game people. But no, the video game people actually outperform them. Then you have an actual movie that was based on Formula One. It was either NASCAR or Formula One that was giving people who play Forenza, and I think there was another game, to see if video games, people who play and spend hours on video games, could they be better drivers than Formula One or either NASCAR drivers? Come to find out, they were. They were actually better drivers. Some of these people never been inside of a real car, but was able to drive it professionally like they've been doing it their whole life. Now, did some of them have a little, couple of accidents? Yes. But once they got used to the track in real life, like a couple of passes, it was hard to tell if they were beginners or if they were pros. And I forgot the name of the movie, but it's an actual movie. An actual movie based off of real life events when it came to the whole, NASCAR.
Wargaming is an actual thing in which the military uses same aspects for training and evaluation. I met you guys halfway. I'm talking about the implications into casual society in which people are casually gaming and then casually living. They don't apply.
No, but they would apply. If
Yoshi, that's kind of a
given the
that's kind of a
they can.
That's kind of a unfair point, right? Because that Gran Turismo movie you're talking about, the kid was able to he was behind the car. He had driven the car before. So by him being on the game, he was basically able to learn the lines. You know what I'm saying? When you race in the car, you got to learn the lines on the track to shave off seconds and milliseconds off your time. He's able to find those lines. So all he got to do now is just get in the car and make it work. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, hold on, let me finish. And then that other point you had with the flight simulator and War Thunder, I know what you're talking about. Like they'll have, because I watched those videos, it's like they'll have a Top Gun pilot come in, like fly F-15s and F-16 versus MiGs and shit, like on the game. Yes, it is very realistic. Hold on. Yes, it is very.
The simulator. I'm talking about the same simulator
let me finish. Right. Yeah, it's very realistic, and they're using all of the same controls, like the rudder, foot pedals, everything. Right. But you can't say the video, of course, the video game players are going to excel at the video game because it is not 100% realistic, because you're not taking into account you're not taking into account. Hold on. You're not taking. Hold on, brother.
They were actually a flight simulator.
Let me finish first, though. You're not accounting in for like the G forces. You're not accounting for like the actual movements of the plane, because the pilots did say, yeah, it is, the graphics are great, and some of them the maneuvers are like close to accurate, but it's not 100%. And I can't do what I would normally do in a real plane. And he's doing what he's doing here, he would never be able to do in the air, but it works on the game. So you can't put those people on the game in a plane and they will exceed, and that's Lowe's point.
Yeah, but no.
Hold on, yeah, Yoshi, don't respond, bro. We got hands. We got to be mindful of the hand. We got to be mindful of the hands, bro.
They were using the multi-million-dollar simulator.
I'm saying. All right, go ahead, Kay, and then Ben, you can go.
So, like, when you say like casual gamers, I think like we're moving the goalposts here, because basically, if you're good in a video game, like at something, like you're good in real life, like most of the time at it. Like casual gamers, they don't have a chance to apply their problem solving skills, right? Like, I'm not saying everybody that plays video games is good at video games, right? That's not what I'm saying. Like, there's people that are very, very like good at video games that have really they have really, really good like problem solving skills, but not everybody has like, that talent. Like, not everybody's like good at the game. Like, some people are just bots in the game, right? So like to put it as a casual gamer, like, yes, you could say it doesn't apply, but that's just because they're not using those skills like in their real life, right? Like, let's say like I'm actually like a fighter pilot, like that would actually be useful. The video game would be useful for real life because I'm actually flying planes, right? If I'm a cop, like I think they have like some kind of simulation there. They would actually like be useful in real life, right? For not like not actually shooting at somebody, but not actually killing them, right? Like, but training in
Siege
games
6.
are actually useful. Yeah, it's actually useful.
I
It
think
actually applies
police
to
would
real
be
life.
playing like Siege Team 6 or some shit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, probably
in
something
real
like
life,
that. Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, Ben.
oh, my
It's
bad,
Ben's turn, y'all. And then low. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to mention that the military has a talent retention problem. You know, you were saying that in a lot of these simulators, folks are getting beat out. It's like, shit, yeah, because, you know, a lot of these gamers smoke weed and just kind of hang out.
and Red Bulls
So
all fucking day.
Exactly.
I'm about to play
Just
the game
copious
right now,
amounts of
y'all.
coffee.
Thanks for inspiring me.
The average age for a gamer is actually 35.
Hold on, Low had a hand up. Go ahead, Low.
By casual gamers, I meant people that are engaged not for the purpose of learning a skill, not speaking to their actual skill level of gaming. But we were having the, I think, conversation about people that actually play video games, not maybe just pick it up just because. But by casual, I was making the distinction between a person that is playing because they've been given a directive and a job, and their job is supplying them with a simulator to help them perform or whatever, versus the person that is doing it in their leisure time or when they wake up in the morning, anything outside of their profession. And I don't know if maybe there's a disconnect for me, but I think we all agree here. And to the point about what actual people who game or gamers do, that's the reason I use the point about driving, because while most gamers, I'm not going to say they don't have a social life, but there is a correlation in the decline of productivity, and the more people are engaged with the internet, whether that's gaming, doing stuff like what we're doing right now or what have you. But people are still driving. And when it comes to us being able to apply problem-solving skills, being able to respond to, I guess those, I don't know what they would be called. Can't think of what it's called right now, but things that would come in unexpectedly. Um, the skills that are acquired when being able to do that from gaming are not applying in everyday. It's not showing in everyday life in things like driving.
But like you would like go to a driving game. Like, okay, let's look at people who drive on the game. How many who plays on Grand Theft Auto or Gran Turismo or any Need for Speed? Who plays those
Midnight
games?
Club.
Hold on, yeah. Do you play those games, Kay?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. How many times do you wreck in that game?
Very
a lot.
little.
No,
a lot at first.
A lot, right? And does that translate over to real life? No, it don't. But it's like if you saying that just because I'm playing Call of Duty, that should make me a better driver, that's unfair. Like if anything, you can go to a driving game and say, is that going to make me a better driver? Then it could, because it can improve your like your how fast you go into a corner, how it's not going to help you with understeer or oversteer. You need physical, sensations to feel that, but like it'll help you gauge. I can't find the word right now, but like it'll help you gauge your
battle awareness, I think.
No, it'll help you gauge how reaction. It'll help you react to
your reaction time.
Yeah, reaction time, like swerving
That was
through
one of
traffic
the
and
things
stuff.
I was
It helps you
referring
with
to.
that.
And that's why I disagreed, and it doesn't help. And I do think it's fair to assess those things, because even when it comes down, I'm gonna use the example of math, and it's many different things where we learn principles of things, and they kind of naturally reflect in other areas of life. And so when someone makes a
Math?
statement, well, when I said math, I was making another point, but really the point that I was going to make about math is how our concept of math and how we're taught math is really the foundation of how we reason. And so when how you're taught math determines how you reason. And there's other different like I said, areas of life, like being trained in sales teaches you outside of actually selling how to negotiate, how to manipulate, how to communicate. So when you're engaged in different things, you're learning skills that apply in life because you're gaining intelligence in those areas. So
I disagree
so
with the
when
math.
okay. So when someone makes the statement that you know, gaming makes one more intelligent on a broader sense, again, and how it's just been applied, and I'm not saying that it can't, or even that in reality or society, intelligence or the skills that are picked up in gaming can't be applied. I'm just saying the way it's been implemented, it doesn't. When we look at people who I'm now going back to making my original point, who game for leisure and then applying those skills in real life.
But most people can do math for leisure, right? And it doesn't apply to real life as well. Like it's the same concept. Most people could do sales for leisure and they still don't have social skills, right? Like
What
it's
is
not.
doing sales for leisure?
People like just selling to people. People like being on social media, like talking to people, right? Like you can do sales for leisure. Like people actually like communicating with people.
Yeah, like
Like
Avon.
there's some people like that,
I
right?
got
Like
an,
you could do sales for leisure.
I got a
You
question.
can
Like,
do math for leisure.
do you think that
That isn't a
problem
simple way.
solving? Do you think that pattern recognition is a form of intelligence? Like in heightened,
It's a
you
low form of intelligence.
okay?
It's not
So
a high form, but it is a low form.
Low form is crazy.
low form is
No, I would
is
say it is
crazy as
a low
hell, bro.
form.
That's
It's a low form of
crazy.
intelligence.
Literally, quants get
So what's
paid like
high?
how
Hold
many
on, hold on.
millions
So
for
what's
the pattern
hold on
recognition?
real quick. So what's high? What's a high form of intelligence?
So I would say, personally, a high form of intelligence is for you to have a theory about something, right? And then you went through the long extents of trying to find out if that theory is true. And
But
then when you use, and
Pattern
when you use,
recognition is literally an example of that. But
thank you.
carry
You're talking about
carry
the
on.
whole
that's a high
process,
form.
of doing something. But inside of that, you're going to use things like
Pattern
pattern
recognition.
recognition to even make a point that you're gonna hypothesize about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't know what you're doing, bro. But
What?
pattern recognition is an
Mhm.
extreme that can be a very good indicator of how intelligent a person is. Like, how fast can you recognize a pattern, a reoccurring pattern. That's why it's not even about math on IQ tests all the time, even though we all don't like agree with the IQ test for real. But the math on is like 1 to 7 to 36 to 55. It's not really math. That's just like, are you seeing the pattern here? Can you guess the next number? You know what I'm saying? So like in video games, you start to pick up on patterns. So I will say, if you're not aware of that and you don't take that skill to the real world, then yes, it won't make you any more intelligent, but it can assist you in pattern recognition on the game and in real life if you apply it.
Yeah, this has been proven, 100%. Cam, are you gonna go?
People, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, and I was gonna say that like everything is actually pattern recognition. Just depends on what patterns you're paying attention to. Because on a small scale, that you get predictive pattern awareness, so like to know what number comes next. But you also get prediction in patterns in as far as numerology, where like prime numbers, for example, have a pattern to them, but it's not a mathematical pattern. You can't also necessarily say it's not always predictive in where like twin primes would be, for example. But to notice that there is a pattern in there is still pattern recognition. So it kind of comes down to like how far you are zoomed out, and how much you are able to zoom in. I hope that makes sense.
You know, honestly, I think pattern recognition might be a bit overrated. Um, you know, like it's overrated, right? Because I mean, I hear a lot of people say, "Yeah, pattern recognition, that means you're super
It's not.
intelligent." But pattern pattern recognition is easy if you're paying attention, right? Most people, they don't pay attention, right? You know what I mean? It's easy to identify patterns. Um, like historically, it's easy to identify patterns if you're paying attention. So, like, I think pattern recognition is like an overrated form of
I don't think it's
intelligence.
an overrated form of intelligence. It's an underused form of intelligence. Because, like you said, if you are paying attention, then you will actually be intelligent. And okay, so if it's so easy to recognize patterns when people aren't paying attention, and we know that the body just wants its ultimate goal is survival, right? Then people would be a lot more smarter if they actually paid attention and were able to use their natural capacity to want to live to do better things with the patterns that they're seeing. Like
Paying attention is not hard to do. It's just that most people are distracted. And so pattern recognition, once again, is very easy to identify patterns, right? Um, I identify patterns with K, behavioristic patterns with K. K, like the language K uses, right? Leverage, those type of words. He's a calculated individual, right? And so it's very easy to identify patterns by the words people use, the books people read. The proof is in the pattern if you're paying attention, right? And that's really what it
So,
comes down to.
anointed with authority and abundance, Matthew 33.
That's a pattern in itself. You
Yeah.
say that all the time.
Hold on. 5 planetary Libra stellium and year of the big DOG, Misfit and Nomad. I would like to say, first and foremost, pattern recognition is going to bring a lot of people to a point of common ground. If we could see the same patterns, then it'll allow us to not have as much and not as many points of contention when trying to say, hey, look, on the previous topic about video games, 2K, Madden, if I am
I'm playing
someone
Madden
as
right
an
now.
athlete, hold on, if I'm an athlete and I play basketball or football, I can literally learn new moves or even practice moves from this video game and apply it in real life just because I've understood that there's a certain pattern of how they execute it. Come on, that's pretty a generic example, but I think pattern recognition is definitely a higher form of intelligence versus a lower. It might be a little neurodivergent, I'll give you that, but it's more so like when you turn your human mind and body into a
Let me
computer, then it's almost like deja vu in a sense. It just registers. It's like wow, like boom. You don't even have to consciously think about it. It just locks in and you get the awareness from it.
Okay. All right. Let me get the hands in there. I'm gonna let Lo get in there. Then Yoshi, then Ben and AFK guy. Hello.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing